A young man who died in a traffic accident while delivering food unexpectedly finds himself reincarnated as the useless young master of a martial arts world. After failing to find any traditional cheat codes of fantasy novels, he stumbles upon 9 volumes of a mysterious and supposedly invincible tome. Luo Tian awakes in a room filled with a classical ambience and, after some thought, realizes his new reality has crossed over to the Tianyuan realm's northern region, Fenglinsu, in the Yifeng Kingdom's northern border city, as the lazy and gluttonous young master of the Luo family. This identity excites him, as he was an orphan who had to juggle school and part-time jobs, ultimately dying in a rain-soaked night delivering food when a truck ran a red light. However, in a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, a wealthy yet powerless individual is doomed to a short life. Though his father, Luo Feng, currently protects him, should anything happen to his father, Luo Tian, with his wealth but lack of strength, would likely meet a grim end. Determined to find the stereotypical cheat codes from fantasy novels, Luo Tian first tries summoning a mentor from a space ring, then attempts to bind a pendant with his blood. When neither works, he turns his attention to rings, jade pendants, jade flutes, swords, and even trivial items like vases, paintings, slippers, spittoons, and chamber pots. After exhausting himself and feeling lightheaded from blood loss, he gains nothing. With no ancient master to guide him, he calls out for a system. System, your father is here. Won't you show up? System buddy, I might have been rude earlier. Care to meet? System granddad, come meet your grandson. The only response is the mocking caw of a crow outside. Just when he resigns himself to an ordinary life, a buzzing sound erupts in his mind. 9 golden books, like 9 suns, hover above him, titled the Heavenly Tao Scriptures, Heavenly Tao Body Refinement Technique, Heavenly Tao Visualization Method, Heavenly Tao Movement Technique, Heavenly Tao Sword Technique, Heavenly Tao Fist Technique, Heavenly Tao Palm Technique, Heavenly Tao Blade Technique, and Heavenly Tao Spear Technique. Each volume's description is astoundingly simple: unmatched cultivation speed, unmatched spiritual energy accumulation, unmatched spiritual energy density. As Luo Tian opens the first page, the content merges seamlessly with his memory, as if innate. However, the second page remains immovable, clearly requiring a breakthrough to unlock. The other 8 volumes are no different, all claiming to be invincible. Yet only the first page is accessible. Eagerly, he begins practicing the Heavenly Tao breathing technique. Within a 100-meter radius, spiritual energy converges like a tidal wave, transforming into the purest white streams that flow into his body. In just a few breaths, his cultivation skyrockets from the first level of body refinement to the peak of the 9th level. Sensing instability in his realm and discomfort in his meridians, Luo Tian immediately practices the Heavenly Tao body refinement technique. Despite its 24 peculiar movements, completing one cycle elevates his physical strength to the 9th level of body refinement. As the pressure eases, he completes 10 cycles in one go. Upon finishing the final movement, a golden light bursts from within, enveloping his entire body. A golden light shield? Luo Tian is stunned. A golden aura surrounding one's body is a sign that their internal power has reached a certain level, a feat far beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists in the body refinement realm. In the history of Yifeng Kingdom, only a few top-tier warriors have achieved this. If I recall correctly, the last person to master this was Master Tianin, who was the foremost body cultivator in Yifeng Kingdom and one of the top 10 cultivators in the realm. Luo Tian was bewildered. He had only been training for a short while and had already reached a T0 level of physical strength in Yifeng Kingdom's history. Would he become even stronger if he continued? After pondering for a moment, he decided to keep training and began his 11th round of body refinement. However, after completing this round, Luo Tian didn't feel any improvement in his body. Clearly, he had reached his limit. With no other choice, he decided to switch to practicing the Heavenly Tao movement technique. He began training in the Heavenly Tao movement technique. About half an hour later, Luo Tian's figure flickered around the room like a phantom, appearing rapidly in different spots. After several flashes, he finally returned to his original position. The first level of the Heavenly Tao movement technique is teleportation. Luo Tian was a bit surprised and shook his head with a smile. But it's a pity the teleportation distance is only 10 meters. His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. This statement seemed somewhat humble brag, as even a movement technique capable of teleporting 1 meter would be a rare treasure. A 10-meter teleportation distance was extremely rare, yet Luo Tian seemed not entirely satisfied. Next, he decided to practice the Heavenly Tao fist technique. He had initially planned to practice swordsmanship, but without a sword in the room, he couldn't perform freely, so he started with the fist technique instead. The Heavenly Tao fist technique has 9 moves, called the 9 dragon forms. Each punch comes with the sound of a dragon's roar, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Luo Tian was concerned that the room might be destroyed by the force of his punches, so he restrained his power. If he were to strike with full force, the scene would be spectacular. After half an hour, Luo Tian had mastered the first level of the Heavenly Dao Fist technique with ease. Just as he was about to continue practicing other heavenly techniques, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Young master, the patriarch requests your immediate presence in the front hall." Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, looking a bit displeased. "What's the matter?" The person hesitated for a moment and said, "We have visitors, and the patriarch asks for you to come immediately." "All right, got it." Luo Tian nodded reluctantly, temporarily setting aside his training. He changed into a clean set of clothes and headed toward the front hall. Before reaching the front hall, Luo Tian saw a young man standing there waiting for him. "Luorong, what's going on?" Luo Tian asked, frowning as he saw his follower, Luorong, looking rather upset. The Luo family had many members but maintained close relationships. As the young master of the family, Luo Tian was always generous and easygoing. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, his peers in the family respected him greatly. "Young master, it's quite serious. You should see for yourself," Luorong said, anger flickering in his eyes and a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Let me take a look." Luo Tian didn't ask further and stepped into the hall. In the center of the hall, sitting in the main seat was a man in a white robe. Beside him was a young woman in blue, sitting with her long legs slightly crossed, her gaze sweeping around with a clear look of disdain. Surrounding them, all members of the Luo family, including the patriarch Luo Feng, stood quietly on one side. Their expressions varied, some displaying anger and dissatisfaction. "Father, what's going on?" Luo Tian asked directly as he entered the hall. Seeing his son enter, Luo Feng showed a trace of guilt in his expression and said in a low voice, "Tianer, this is Elder Mingxian from the Jianxian sect, and also the master of Lan Xiu'er." Luo Tian was taken aback, quickly sifting through all his memories of Lan Xiu'er. "Lan Xiu'er? Someone from the Lan family in Yinshui City, my fiancé? Oh no, could it be?" A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Before he could react, Lan Xiu'er stood up from her chair, her gaze cold and her voice tinged with disdain. "Luo Tian, I'll get straight to the point. Last month, I broke through to the qi condensation stage and awakened a spiritual phenomenon. I've been accepted as a true disciple by my master. You know our engagement was arranged by the older generations of our families, but now, as the prodigy of Jianxian sect, do you think a failure who can't even break through the first stage of body refining is worthy of me?" Her words cut into Luo Tian's pride like a sharp blade. The Luo family members were indignant, their faces showing anger. However, Luo Tian remained calm, casually responding, "Oh, you want to break off the engagement? That's a big deal. Sure, just write it down. How much compensation for emotional and youth loss do you suggest?" "Huh." Lan Xiu'er was taken aback, a mix of surprise and annoyance flashing in her eyes. She had come to break off the engagement, and her words were harsh, which should have been a humiliating affair, yet Luo Tian seemed not to care at all and agreed so easily. She was utterly baffled, but she never expected that Luo Tian's heart was unshaken by her insults. To him, the engagement was merely an old agreement between their families, devoid of any emotional attachment. Besides, if Lan Xiu'er didn't break off the engagement, he would have found a way to do it himself. Her taking the initiative actually saved him a lot of trouble. Luo Tian's only concern was his progress in cultivation. Lan Xiu'er's words were irrelevant. "Haha, our young master is truly magnanimous. Such generosity is admirable." Luo Rong, standing in the crowd, laughed heartily, his voice full of praise. "Indeed, to be able to bend and stretch, that is the mark of a true man." An elder from the Luo family nodded approvingly, stroking his beard. "We are fortunate to have such a young master in our Luo family," another elder remarked with a sigh. Hearing these compliments, Luo Tian's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He was merely indifferent to Lan Xiu'er and the arranged marriage, yet he was suddenly seen as a magnanimous gentleman? How did they come to this understanding? Meanwhile, Lan Xiu'er, observing Luo Tian's composure, looked increasingly displeased, a flicker of shame and annoyance in her eyes. She turned to her master, Ming Xian, with a look of grievance. "Master." Ming Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, a chill passing over his face. "Luo Tian, are you pretending to be patient, planning to seek revenge on my Xiu'er once you've advanced in your cultivation?" "What? No, I'm not." Luo Tian responded in confusion, completely baffled by Ming Xian's assumption. Ming Xian chuckled coldly, his voice low. "Don't think I can't see through you. I've roamed the world for decades. What kind of people haven't I seen? You're hiding your true self, but your little schemes are transparent to me." "It's not like that. Master, you're overthinking it," Luo Tian explained, a bit helpless. "Are you dreaming of a time when the tables will turn? That's too naive." Ming Xian sneered. Luo Tian shrugged. "I'm really not. You're overthinking it. I've always been cautious in my actions. Even a 1 in 10% chance of a threat must be eliminated," Ming Xian said coldly as he approached Luo Tian step by step. "So, I might as well just cripple you now." "What?" Luo Tian was utterly stunned, never expecting Ming Xian to say such a thing. What on earth is going on? Luo Feng shouted angrily. I already agreed to call off the engagement, and now they want to ruin me? What kind of nonsense is he imagining? Is he crazy? Ming Xian, what are you doing? Shut up. Ming Xian snapped coldly, with a wave of his hand. A chilling cold enveloped Luo Feng. Luo Feng's face turned pale instantly, his body trembling uncontrollably. You're in the Yukong realm? He asked, his voice shaking. In martial arts cultivation, the levels are body refining, qi gathering, spirit transformation, Yukong, and Tongxian. Luo Feng, being at the third level of spirit transformation, is already among the top 3 strongest in Bianbei City. For a century, no one in this city has reached the Yukong realm, yet Ming Xian has achieved it, which means he alone can dominate the entire Bianbei City. In sect, Ming Xian glanced at Luo Feng with disdain, then turned his gaze to Luo Tian. Luo Tian, don't say I'm bullying the weak. I'll give you 2 choices. Either I let you go but kill your entire clan, or you kneel now, let me destroy your dantian, sever your limbs, and gouge out your eyes and tongue, but your clan's lives will be spared. Lan Xiao'er, our families have been friends for generations. Even if the engagement doesn't work out, it shouldn't come to this, right? Luo Feng desperately pleaded. A hint of malice flashed in Lan Xiao'er's eyes as she coldly replied, family friends? Just because your father saved my grandfather's life? Did he ask you to save him? It was just your Luo family's attempt to gain fame. You got the fame, we owe you nothing. Luo Feng was so furious his face turned blue, nearly spitting blood. Generations of sincere relations were met with such harsh and ungrateful words. So, have you made your choice? Ming Xian asked with a sinister smile. Young master, you must leave and avenge me in the future. I'm not afraid of death. Luo Rong roared. Beside him, the Luo family elder also shouted sternly. That's right. We Luo family members are unyielding and would rather die than submit. Luo Tian go. Seeing the unity among the Luo family, Ming Xian's killing intent grew stronger. Such stubbornness must be eradicated, or it will become a major threat in the future. But before taking action, he still wanted to toy with Luo Tian a bit. Come on Luo Tian, life or death, the choice is yours, Ming Xian taunted. However, by this time, Luo Tian was already seething with rage. He had intended to cultivate quietly, yet he faced such unreasonable threats, which was utterly infuriating. Choose. I choose your mother. Luo Tian spat. You're courting death. Ming Xian's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he struck towards Luo Tian with a powerful palm, the force of a formidable sky realm practitioner roaring through the air. Luo Tian remained unfazed, his expression cold and fearless. He took a deep breath, activating the heavenly Tao breathing technique, and in an instant, golden light burst from his body, forming a protective aura. Facing an opponent 3 entire realms above him, he dared not let his guard down. Heavenly Tao Fist, Dragon Form Fist, first move. Luo Tian shouted, unleashing his punch with all his might. As his fist moved forward, a vivid golden dragon silhouette materialized around it, roaring as it charged towards Ming Xian. The air trembled in its wake. What? Ming Xian was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such power from a mere body refinement stage junior. Instinctively, he raised his hand to block. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was unmistakable. The dragon image collided with Ming Xian's arm, shattering it into several pieces, bone piercing through flesh, blood splattering. Impossible. Ming Xian leapt into the air in panic, narrowly avoiding the dragon's continued assault. Just as he steadied himself, Luo Tian had already activated the Heavenly Tao movement technique, lightly tapping the ground with his toes to instantaneously appear beneath Ming Xian. When did he? Ming Xian's face changed dramatically, as even a sky realm expert like him couldn't track Luo Tian's speed. Die! Luo Tian roared, launching an upward punch with a fierce gust. Boom! The punch connected solidly with Ming Xian's abdomen, the immense force hurling him skyward, crashing through the ceiling of the Luo family's hall, disappearing from sight. Inside the hall, everyone was stunned, looking up through the shattered ceiling into the sky, a deathly silence falling over them. After a full 10 seconds, boom! With a loud crash, Ming Xian's body plummeted from the sky, hitting the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the onlookers gasped. A portion of Ming Xian's body was pulverized, his insides exposed, a gruesome sight. The silence was deafening, no one could believe their eyes. This was a Sky Realm practitioner, a force capable of wiping out the entire northern border city, defeated by Luo Tian in just 2 punches? Wasn't he supposed to be the much ridiculed wastrel of the Luo family? Not just them. Even Luo Tian was taken aback. I'm only at the body refinement stage, and I can effortlessly defeat a Sky Realm practitioner? It seems the invincible reputation of the 9 volumes of heavenly books is no mere legend, Luo Tian thought, turning his gaze to Lan Xiao'er. He walked slowly towards Lan Xiao'er, his footsteps echoing in the silent hall. Lan Xiao'er stood frozen, completely out of her depth. This Luo family wastrel she had always looked down upon was as powerful as a monster. As Luo Tian approached her, Lan Xiao'er trembled, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Husband? Actually, it was just a joke, she stammered. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure how to react. Luo Tian looked at her with disdain, his voice icy. Shut your filthy mouth. Who the hell is your husband? Lan Xiao'er's face flushed with anger and shame. Finally gritting her teeth, she said, Luo Tian, I warn you. Don't think about laying a hand on me. I'm not only a true disciple of the Sword Xian sect now, but also the woman of the crown prince of Shenwu Kingdom. Even if you're strong now, to the Shenwu Palace, your strength is nothing but that of an ant. If you dare harm me, I guarantee your Luo family will be annihilated. Her voice rose to a hysterical pitch. The faces of the Luo family members changed drastically upon hearing this. Shenwu King? How did this become related to the Shenwu King? A Luo family elder asked, his voice trembling. Shenwu King, one of the top 10 contemporary powerhouses of the Night Wind Kingdom? Luo Feng's expression also turned grave. Finished, Luo Tian asked calmly, looking at Lan Xiao'er. She nodded slightly, a hint of triumph in her eyes. Bang! Without hesitation, Luo Tian kicked out, striking Lan Xiao'er's dantian. Ugh! Lan Xiao'er spat out a mouthful of blood, her spiritual energy dissipating like a tide. She staggered back a few steps, looking at Luo Tian in disbelief. You destroyed my dantian, she said tremblingly, her face filled with terror and despair. Crack! Luo Tian didn't respond verbally. Instead, he stepped forward and broke Lan Xiao'er's arm with a single stomp. Her piercing screams echoed through the hall. With a cold, emotionless expression, Luo Tian continued to crush her limbs, the sound of breaking bones filling the air as Lan Xiao'er's legs and other arm twisted grotesquely. The members of the Luo family gasped at the brutality, rendered silent by the scene. Luo Tian grabbed Lan Xiao'er by the collar, lifting her like a rag doll. Worthless scum, I'm giving you a chance. Luo Tian's voice was icy. Whether it's the Jianxian sect or the Shenwu Prince's mansion, call whoever you want. Within 3 months, let them come for revenge. After 3 months, I'll come myself and wipe out your entire clan. With that, he flung Lan Xiao'er out the door like garbage. Her companions quickly hurried to carry her away. Tianer, why let her go? Luo Feng asked with concern. Isn't this like letting a tiger back into the mountains? Luo Tian smirked coldly. The incident today has already become too big. Even if we don't let her go, those who should know will know. Instead of letting the enemy hide in the shadows, it's better to let her return and draw them out, handling them all at once. Isn't that more efficient? Witnessing Luo Tian's commanding presence, Luo Feng and the others exchanged glances. This former family outcast was now displaying astonishing strength and resolve. Young master, how did you become so powerful? Luo Rong asked admiringly. Just a bit of luck and opportunity. Luo Tian replied simply. I need to retreat for a while. Once I emerge, we can discuss further. Father, I'll take my leave now. Luo Feng quickly agreed. After watching Luo Tian depart, he turned to the elders. So what should we do now? The elder Luo Tong spoke gravely. Although the Jianxian sect is a second-tier sect in the Yifeng kingdom, it still has numerous experts in the Void Realm, and there's rumored to be a patriarch in the Profound Realm in seclusion. As for the Shenwu Prince's mansion, it's a first-tier power on par with the royal family, especially the Shenwu Prince, who is rumored to be nearing the Void Return stage. As everyone discussed, their eyes eventually fell on Luo Feng. The elder asked, what do you think? What is Luo Tian's current level of cultivation? The other person hesitated for a moment and said, defeating Ming Xian in 2 moves suggests he might be at the 5th level of the Tongxian realm. All the elders nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. If Luo Tian can reach the Gui Su realm strength during this seclusion, the crisis facing our Luo family will be resolved. The Grand Elder stated solemnly, though his brows furrowed slightly. The Gui Su realm? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged bitter smiles. This realm hadn't been reached by anyone in Yifeng Kingdom for 500 years. It was like a legend. One elder shook his head and sighed. Perhaps Luo Tian will reach it someday, but who knows how many years that will take. It's like trying to put out a fire with distant water. During this period, let's have all the family members return to guard Luo Tian's seclusion. The Grand Elder proposed firmly, his eyes resolute. Indeed, we must not allow any disturbance to Luo Tian's seclusion. Another elder immediately agreed, his voice filled with determination. Luo Feng furrowed his brows and said, I just hope Luo Tian can finish his seclusion within a month. Any longer, and there might be trouble. As they were discussing, footsteps were heard outside the door, and Luo Tian entered, looking as calm as ever. Dad, I'm hungry, Luo Tian said directly, his eyes sweeping over the room, full of surprised faces. Luo Feng was taken aback. Haven't you gone into seclusion yet? Seclusion? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. It's over. I'm out now. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. From the time Luo Tian left until now, only an hour had passed. Everyone present was a practitioner, and they all knew that seclusion typically took at least half a month. Luo Tian's speed was simply unfathomable. Luo Feng stepped forward, his tone concerned. Tianer, there's no need to rush. You should focus on cultivation now. To him, his son must have ended his seclusion abruptly out of concern for an external threat. However, Luo Tian shook his head. Cultivation? I've reached the limit of my current cultivation. Further practice is pointless. His tone was calm, as if stating a simple fact. In the past hour, I've mastered the remaining volumes of the 9 scrolls of heaven. This. The crowd looked at each other, too shocked to speak. The Grand Elder squinted, closely observing Luo Tian for a while, his brows twitching slightly. This child indeed feels much stronger than before. Upon hearing this, everyone was once again taken aback. Luo Tian was telling the truth. Luo Feng asked seriously. Tianer, what is your current realm? Everyone else listened intently, not wanting to miss a word. Me? Luo Tian shrugged. Body refining realm. Everyone. The second elder couldn't help but say. Luo Tian, are you joking? You're in the body refining realm? Who in that realm can kill someone in the airborne realm with 2 punches? We're all family here. Don't joke with us. Luo Tian glanced at him and said calmly. I really am only in the body refining realm. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Saying this, he clasped his hands together and released his realm's energy fluctuation. This. Everyone was stunned. They could clearly sense that Luo Tian's realm was indeed only the body refining realm. But this made it all the more terrifying. Tianer, what kind of encounter did you have? As his father, Luo Feng was most entitled to ask this question. I obtained a technique, a body refining formula, and a few martial skills, Luo Tian answered simply. That's it. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had thought Luo Tian had acquired some powerful treasure or legacy, but it turned out to be just techniques and skills. Luo Tian nodded. Yes, that's it. I'm at the peak of the body refining realm now, and once I reach the Qi gathering realm, defeating someone in the Tongxian realm will be as easy as killing a dog, and challenging the Gui Su realm shouldn't be out of the question either. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Luo family were stunned. If anyone else had said such things, they would have thought the person was crazy. But after witnessing Luo Tian's overwhelming power firsthand, they understood he was not exaggerating. Luo Tian, what resources do you need to break through to the Qi gathering stage? The family will fully support you. The elder spoke gravely, his eyes filled with anticipation. Are you kidding? After Qi gathering, the Luo family would gain a powerhouse comparable to the Guishu level. What does that mean? It means that in the Night Wind Nation, the Luo family would rise to become a top-tier power. Not only would the family's safety be assured, but resources would also increase tenfold, even 100-fold. Yes, there are indeed some things I need the family's help with. Luo Tian nodded, taking out a prepared list from his pocket and handing it to Luo Feng. These are the materials I need for Qi gathering. For minor breakthroughs in martial arts cultivation, only spiritual energy is needed. However, for major breakthroughs, a lot of materials are required for assistance. Moreover, the stronger the cultivator, the more complex and precious the materials needed. There's no choice. Cultivation is an expensive endeavor. This list from Luo Tian was derived from the Heavenly Tao Sutra. Luo Feng took the list, scanning it closely, his eyebrows gradually furrowing before passing it to the elder. The elder examined it carefully, his expression turning serious. Among the items on this list, most are manageable, but a few materials are not available. Not even in the entire Beibei city, the elder said in a low voice. Oh, which materials? Luo Tian asked, a hint of concern in his eyes. The elder pointed to the list with his rough finger. The first is this divine beast blood. The second is the innate spiritual crystal, and the third is this millennium stalactite. These 3 materials are beyond the family's capabilities, but the others can be obtained. Luo Tian frowned. Is that so? He murmured. These 3 materials are irreplaceable, and missing them would definitely cause problems in future cultivation. As the atmosphere grew tense, the 4th elder of the Luo family suddenly spoke up. I might have some news about the divine beast blood. Oh, Luo Tian's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at him. The 4th elder stroked his beard. There are rumors of a beast in the Tiandang Mountains, said to be a descendant of a divine beast. I wonder if its blood would suffice. Luo Tian's face broke into a smile. No problem, as long as it has divine beast lineage. Even if it's thin, it will work. The 4th elder hesitated. But the Tiandang Mountains are the domain of beasts. Even a master at the Yushu level would face great danger there. Luo Tian's lips curled into a confident smile. No worries, I'll go myself. Everyone nodded in agreement. Luo Tian's strength far surpassed the Yushu level. With him going, there was no doubt of success. The 3rd elder, standing nearby, also spoke up, speaking of the millennium stalactite. I know a place that might have it. Oh, where? Everyone asked in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. The Taming sect, the third elder explained slowly. Their sect is known for their geomancy skills and controls numerous mineral veins. I remember hearing a few years back that they sold Millennium Stalactite. Luo Tian's eyes shone. Great, that just leaves the innate spiritual crystal. Luo Feng and the elders exchanged glances, a complex expression in their eyes. Hmm? What's the matter? Luo Tian keenly noticed their unusual behavior. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Tianer, we know where the innate spiritual crystal is, but acquiring it is troublesome. What kind of trouble? Luo Feng explained gravely. The innate spiritual crystal can only form under special conditions. Once it leaves that environment, it quickly loses its spiritual energy and turns to dust. There are several secret realms in our Night Wind Nation that contain innate spiritual crystals. However, these secret realms only open at specific times, and each one is controlled by powerful forces. Our Luo family simply doesn't have the qualifications to enter. Luo Tian frowned, his tone filled with helplessness. In Bianbei City, the Luo family is considered a prominent family, but within the entire Night Wind Nation, they don't even rank among the fifth-tier families. The gap is simply too vast. So, which secret realm is opening soon? Luo Tian turned to Luo Feng beside him, a sharp glint in his eyes. The Zwi secret realm of the Guiyuan sect, opening on the first day of next month, Luo Feng replied, his voice carrying a hint of gravity. The elder beside them sighed softly and added, the Guiyuan sect is a top-tier sect in our Night Wind Nation, with 3 experts at the Tongxian realm. I've heard they occupy the Zwi secret realm, but they don't keep it entirely to themselves. They release a few spots to outsiders each year, but I'm afraid our Luo family isn't qualified to obtain one. The elder paused for a moment, as if hinting at something. Of course, that was the old Luo family. His words carried a deeper meaning. Luo Tian nodded, his gaze resolute. All right, I understand. I'll retrieve these 3 items myself. But the rest of the resources will rely on you, Father, and the elders. The elder smiled, his eyes shimmering with gratification. What are you saying? Having a genius like you in the family is our honor. Even if it costs us our old bones, we must ensure your breakthrough. Luo Tian, you are the hope for our family's rise. Hearing this, Luo Tian smiled slightly and turned to look at Luo Rong beside him. At this moment, Luo Rong was looking at him with admiration, his eyes filled with respect and anticipation. Luo Rong, I remember your dream is to become a body cultivator, right? Luo Tian's voice suddenly deepened, carrying a hint of inquiry. Yes. Luo Rong answered almost without hesitation, his eyes burning with determination. Luo Tian nodded, his tone calm, yet powerful. All right, I'll teach you 3 body refinement techniques. Luo Rong's entire body trembled, hardly able to believe his ears. He knew that the body refinement techniques Luo Tian was about to pass on would be anything but ordinary. Just as Luo Tian had said, his own strength came from these exceptional techniques. Could it be? Before he could think further, Luo Tian stood up. The atmosphere around them instantly became tense. Let's step aside, the elder suggested in a low voice. Passing on martial techniques is a very private matter, especially such rare and powerful ones. Luo Tian, however, casually waved his hand. No need, the elders can watch too. He wasn't being dismissive but had developed complete trust in the elders after recent events. Since he relied on them, there was no need to hide anything. The elders exchanged glances and then returned to their seats, their eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. Everyone knew that witnessing Luo Tian's teaching was a rare opportunity. Luo Tian walked steadily to the center and said in a low voice, watch closely. With that, his hands began to move slowly, demonstrating 3 complex body refinement stances. Each move carried a strong sense of power, as if the air itself was vibrating with it. Did you understand? Luo Tian asked, turning back. Yes, I understood. Luo Rong's eyes flashed with fervor, nodding vigorously, his heart filled with excitement and anticipation. Good. Give it a try, Luo Tian said calmly. Luo Rong took a deep breath and, recalling the movements, slowly mimicked each of Luo Tian's demonstrated stances. However, as soon as he completed the first position, he felt a tearing force surge through his entire body, as if an invisible force was trying to pull him apart. Boom! A muffled sound erupted as Luo Rong was flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his face turning pale. The sudden pain nearly knocked him unconscious, but he gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with an indomitable spirit. This! Everyone was stunned, staring in shock at the scene, not expecting that passing on a body refinement technique could have such intense consequences. The air was thick with tension, and everyone understood that Luo Tian's techniques were no ordinary skills. Their power far exceeded their expectations. What a formidable body refining technique. The Grand Elder's beard trembled violently, and a flash of shock appeared in his eyes. Although he hadn't practiced it himself, his years of experience allowed him to see at a glance the terrifying nature of this skill. On the ground, Luo Rong struggled to get up, blood still at the corner of his mouth, and looked at Luo Tian with a face full of guilt. Brother Tian, I'm useless. Luo Tian stood there, puzzled. He recalled how effortlessly he had practiced, unable to comprehend why Luo Rong had suffered such a severe setback after just assuming the starting stance. With Luo Rong's talent, he should have found it easier than himself. Haha, let me try this body refining technique as well. The second elder volunteered. As one of the few physical cultivation experts in the Luo family, he followed Luo Tian's guidance and slowly assumed the first position. However, his movements were unusually sluggish, and his face turned beet red. Just as he was about to complete the first form, a powerful counterforce sent him stumbling back more than 10 steps. Although he didn't cough up blood, he was left gasping for air. Old second. The Grand Elder was full of shock. The second elder took a long time to catch his breath before speaking. What a technique. Just a few seconds of practice produced results better than a full day's worth of our family's strongest body refining technique. Unfortunately, he took a deep breath. The difficulty is extremely high, and the process is incredibly painful. Without a strong will, it's impossible to persevere. Everyone's eyes turned to Luo Tian, filled with respect. The Grand Elder's eyes reddened. Luo Tian, outsiders call you a wastrel, unaware of the hardships you silently endure. Indeed, such determination is something I've never seen in my lifetime. Luo Feng, you have an exceptional son, the second elder exclaimed. Faced with the admiring gazes of everyone, Luo Tian felt embarrassed. He secretly thought to himself that these people really knew how to fill in the gaps with their imaginations. However, he also vaguely understood something besides himself. Others found it incredibly difficult to practice this technique. It seemed that his encounter was far more than just obtaining the 9 scrolls of heavenly books. Rest assured, young master, I will give my all to master this technique. Luo Rong solemnly promised. Luo Tian waved his hand. Don't call me young master, it sounds awkward. Just call me Brother Tian. Luo Rong looked to Luo Feng for approval, and upon seeing him nod, he immediately knelt on one knee. Yes, Brother Tian, I swear never to pass on this technique. No need for that. Luo Tian shook his head. From now on, let these body refining techniques become our Luo family's legacy. What? Tian, are you serious? Luo Feng exclaimed, leaping to his feet in excitement. Luo Feng looked at his son, Luo Tian, and a thought flashed through his mind. If he were to teach this body refinement technique to the family members, the Luo family's strength would see a qualitative leap in a short time. However, this was Luo Tian's technique, and even though he was his father, he didn't dare to make a decision on his own. At that moment, Luo Tian seemed to read his father's mind and smiled slightly. Of course, it's true. Not only the body refinement technique, but I also have breathing techniques, visualization methods, movement techniques, fist techniques, sword techniques, saber techniques, and spear techniques. All of these can become the Luo family's hereditary techniques. Upon hearing this, several elders stood up abruptly, their eyes shining with excitement and a newfound respect in their gaze towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian calmly took paper and pen from the table and wrote down one mental method and move from each technique before handing them to Luo Feng. Although the Luo family had performed well, he understood the importance of gradual progress. More importantly, from the cultivation experiences of Luo Rong and the second elder, it was evident that the techniques from the 9 scrolls of Heavenly Book were exceedingly difficult for others. One move was already beneficial enough for them. The elders studied the techniques, utterly amazed. This breathing technique is so profound. Such exquisite swordsmanship, like nothing I've ever seen. Compared to this movement method, everything I've learned seems like child's play. Tears of both regret and joy filled their eyes. Luo Tian approached his father with a solemn expression. Father, these techniques can be taught to the clan members, but there are 2 conditions. First, the practitioners must have good character, and second, they must not be transmitted outside the Luo family. Luo Feng nodded heavily. Don't worry, Tianer, I will be cautious in selecting them. Good. Then I will go and find those 3 materials. For now, let the clan matters remain dormant. I will return soon. Rest assured, I have my arrangements. Watching Luo Tian's departing figure, the great elder was filled with satisfaction. Luo Feng, it seems our Luo family is about to rise like a dragon. As night fell, within the Lan family's residence in Yunshui City. Xiaoer, who did this to you? Lan Meng, the head of the Lan family, looked at his daughter, whose limbs had been crippled, his eyes red with rage. Father, it was Luo Tian. Lan Xiaoer answered weakly. Luo Tian, that good for nothing. Lan Meng was initially stunned, then erupted in anger. It must be those old bastards from the Luo family. Fine, I'll lead people to flatten the Luo family and leave none alive. Father, don't go. Lan Xiaoer hurriedly stopped him. The Luo family is very dangerous. Dangerous? What danger could the Luo family pose? Lan Meng dismissed it. He knew the Luo family too well, and even Luo Feng's power was inferior to his own. My master died at the Luo family. Lan Xiaoer's words hit Lan Meng like a heavy blow, leaving him frozen. A strong practitioner like Ming Xian, dead at the Luo family? Could it be that the Luo family had hidden depths unknown to them? A glint of malice flashed in Lan Xiaoer's eyes. Father, give me the sound transmission talisman. I need to notify the sect and the Shenwu royal palace. Only they can avenge me. At the main peak of Jinxian sect, Brother Huinan, something terrible has happened. A middle-aged man in gray robes rushed into the main hall, his face filled with urgency and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The sect master of Jinxian, Huinan, was sitting cross-legged on a meditation mat. Upon hearing the commotion, he slowly opened his eyes, a hint of displeasure flashing in them. He looked at the man, slightly furrowing his brows, and spoke in a steady, slightly reproachful tone. Junior brother Han Feng, you're too old to be so rash. What happened? Han Feng steadied himself, his expression as grim as iron, his fists clenched tightly. Brother, the Lan family has sent a message saying that junior brother Mingxin has been killed at the Luo family in Beibei City. What? Huinan's expression changed drastically. His once calm demeanor tensed immediately, and a look of shock crossed his eyes. He stood up abruptly, urging, tell me more. Han Feng took a deep breath, his voice heavy. Lan Xiaoer sent word that she sent Mingxin to the Luo family to break off an engagement. However, the Luo family was unreasonable and refused outright. They ambushed and killed junior brother Mingxin and crippled Lan Xiaoer's cultivation. He paused, his tone growing even more grave. Moreover, the young master of the Luo family, Luo Tian, has threatened to come to our Jinxian sect in 3 months to slaughter our disciples and destroy our sect's legacy. A cold glint flickered in Huinan's eyes, sharp as a blade, but he forced himself to calm down. He pondered for a moment, lightly tapping the armrest of his chair with his fingers. What she claims might not be true. She could be trying to provoke us into action to eliminate her troubles for her. Han Feng was taken aback, scratching his head as a look of realization dawned on his face. Brother, your wisdom is unparalleled. I hadn't thought of that. So, if that's the case, should we just leave it be? A flash of determination lit up Huinan's eyes, like a sudden spark of electricity. Leave it be? Impossible. Even if her words aren't true, the death of junior brother Mingxin is undeniable. This vendetta must be avenged. Han Feng immediately clenched his fists, his voice resolute. Exactly, we must avenge our brother. His eyes burned with determination, eager to act. Shall I go down the mountain now and annihilate the Luo family? Huinan glanced at Han Feng, disappointment filling his gaze, and shook his head. Han Feng, when will you learn to use your head? Junior brother Mingxin was at the 5th level of the Yukong realm, his strength on par with yours. If he couldn't survive, going there yourself would be throwing your life away. Han Feng was stunned, furrowing his brows in thought before nodding in sudden understanding. That makes sense. Then, should I gather a few fellow Yukong realm members to go together? Huinan shook his head again, his tone firm. No, we don't know the strength of our opponent. Acting rashly would be detrimental to us. Besides, everyone in the sect is busy with another matter, and we can't spare any Yukong realm members right now. Han Feng spread his hands, looking a bit helpless. This won't work and that won't either. So what do you suggest? Huinan's gaze fell on a token engraved with the words Shenwu on a nearby table, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. I remember that Lan Xiaoer was favored by the heir of the Shenwu kingdom, wasn't she? Han Feng nodded, recalling. I think that's the case. Huinan let out a cold snort, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Then let's leave this matter to the Shenwu kingdom to handle. If we're going to work for them, they should do something for us in return. Han Feng's eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up, his face showing admiration. Brother, you're brilliant. Meanwhile, at the capital of Yefeng Kingdom, in the Shenwu Kingdom's residence. Ah, so refreshing. The slender heir of the Shenwu Kingdom emerged from luxurious drapes, a satisfied expression on his face. Behind the curtains, the faint outlines of 7 or 8 women, drained of vitality, lay lifelessly on the bed. The heir stretched, speaking to himself. My master's technique of absorbing essence truly works wonders. A single night equals half a month's worth of hard cultivation. A trace of regret flickered in his eyes. It's just a shame they're all ordinary women. If they were spiritual bodies. He thought of something, a sinister smile curling his lips. Lan Xiaoer, after she cultivates for another 6 months, I'll drain her too. That should help me reach the Hualing realm. Heh. At 20, I'll be in the Hualing realm. The younger generation of Yefeng Kingdom are all trash compared to me. I'm the true genius. He turned to admire his own face in the bronze mirror, his eyes filled with narcissism, ready to indulge in self-admiration. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the door. Your Highness. A servant hurriedly approached, presenting a glowing communication talisman with both hands respectfully. The crown prince of Shenwu Kingdom frowned slightly, flicking his finger, allowing the talisman to leap into his slender hand as if it had a life of its own. He infused it with spiritual energy, and the information surged into his mind instantly. What? Lanshower is crippled. After reading the contents, the Crown Prince's face changed dramatically, his handsome features twisted in anger. Damn it! He slammed the table, causing the teacup to tremble. That was my tonic, and I haven't even used it yet, and now it's wasted. The Crown Prince paced the luxurious room, his once refined face now contorted with rage. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to the servant still kneeling on the ground. Summon Wu Lingfeng for me. Have him bring the Shenwu guards and raze Bianbei City to the ground. He roared hysterically, his voice filled with undeniable authority. The servant was stunned, trembling uncontrollably. Raze the city. The Crown Prince paused, grabbed the servant by the collar, lifting him up. What? Are you disobeying my orders? The servant hurriedly kowtowed, his forehead hitting the ground with a dull thud. No, I wouldn't dare. I'll go right away. Get out, the Crown Prince said coldly, releasing his grip. Wait. Just as the servant was about to leave, a deep, authoritative voice sounded from outside the door. A burly middle-aged man with a rugged face and long, curly hair strode into the room, contrasting sharply with the effeminate-looking Crown Prince. Father! The Crown Prince immediately dropped to one knee, bowing his head in submission. The newcomer was none other than the current king of Shenwu. His eyes were sharp as he glanced at the shrouded corpse within the room, his face showing clear disdain. More of these unorthodox practices, the king said coldly. The Crown Prince lowered his head further, not daring to speak, his fingers clenched tightly within his sleeves. The king looked at his son, shaking his head in frustration. He lowered his voice, though it retained its authority. Listen carefully, this is a critical time for our Shenwu family. We cannot afford any mistakes. There are countless eyes watching us from outside the gates. Even deploying a single Shenwu guard could stir up trouble, yet you want to raise a city? He stepped closer. Do you want our family's century-long plans to be ruined? The Crown Prince trembled under his father's reprimand, sweat beading on his forehead. Father, I was wrong. I won't do it again, he said shakily. The king sighed, his tone softening slightly. For now, endure this incident. Once everything is settled, you can do as you please with the city. I won't stop you. With that, he turned and left, his robe sweeping behind him. It wasn't until the king's footsteps faded down the corridor that the Crown Prince slowly stood up. He watched his father's retreating figure, his mouth twisting as he muttered through gritted teeth, "Old fool." The next day, deep within the Tiandang Mountains. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the valley, followed by a figure being flung out like a broken kite, crashing into several small trees before coming to a halt. Uncle Wu, a young boy cried out, his voice trembling with fear and concern. The middle-aged man, Uncle Wu, lay covered in blood, his chest caved in, gravely injured. Struggling to lift his head, he shouted to the three young individuals nearby. You three, don't mind me. Run. Damn it, what bad luck. Uncle Wu cursed inwardly. We were just on the outskirts of Tiandang Mountain. Why did a spirit transformation realm demon wolf appear? He had brought his nephews and niece into the mountains to hunt and repay debts, while also giving the kids some combat training. But shortly after entering the mountains, they were targeted by a demon wolf. They fought and retreated until they were cornered in this valley, where a battle erupted. Or rather, it wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. In mere moments, Uncle Wu was gravely injured. Howl! The massive wolf demon raised its head, letting out a howl that shook the valley, its sharp fangs dripping with blood, its eyes glowing with bloodlust. Go, all of you, scatter and run. Whoever can escape, escape. I'll hold it off. Uncle Wu took a deep breath, wiping the blood from his mouth, ready to face death. But at that critical moment, a light-hearted voice suddenly echoed from above the valley. Ah, what a big dog. In the valley, the four people and a wolf demon were all stunned. What was that? A gigantic dog? No one could believe their eyes. Were they really talking about this wolf demon? Who in their right mind would call such a creature a dog? The wolf demon let out a thunderous roar. Immediately, a violent, foul wind swept through, slicing through a dozen towering trees like a blade, sending wood splinters flying in all directions. The scene was like a furious storm of nature. Among the four in the valley, only the young girl's face turned pale with fear, her eyes wide and on the verge of tears. She clung tightly to the person next to her, her voice almost breaking. Damn it. It's angry. We need to run. Uncle Wu's expression changed, and he suddenly gritted his teeth. You all go first. With that, he braced himself and, despite his injuries, charged towards the wolf demon, intending to sacrifice himself to hold the beast back. However, at that very moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a figure plummeted rapidly from above the valley. Uncle Wu's eyes widened in shock. What? Jumping from such a height? Could this person be a master capable of flying? Just as a glimmer of hope rose in his heart, the sight before him left him confused. The person fell without slowing down, crashing straight to the ground as if they were a madman throwing themselves to their death. Boom! With a loud crash, the man hit the valley floor hard, kicking up a cloud of dust and shaking the surroundings. The entire valley seemed to tremble, and the four onlookers were left in speechless amazement. He didn't die? Uncle Wu was horrified. Amidst the dust, Luo Tian dusted himself off nonchalantly and walked out as if nothing had happened. He surveyed the surroundings, glanced at Uncle Wu, then at the wolf demon, and couldn't help but ask, "This guy is really big. May I ask, is it a divine beast?" Uncle Wu was taken aback. It's just a Haifeng wolf demon, a beast, not a divine beast." Hearing this, Luo Tian showed a disappointed expression. "I knew it. Luck wouldn't be that good. Just a beast." He waved dismissively, scram. This remark plunged the scene into a dead silence. The four and the wolf demon exchanged glances, especially Uncle Wu, who almost fainted from anger. "Is this kid out of his mind? Do you know what this is? A Hualing realm wolf demon. It can kill effortlessly." Yet, Luo Tian seemed completely unfazed by the wolf demon, even casually waving his hand as if shooing away a stray dog. The wolf demon was enraged, its eyes filled with murderous intent, growling, "Human brat, how dare you insult me? I'll tear you apart." "What the heck? It can talk!" Luo Tian exclaimed in surprise. "It really talks. Did you all hear that?" Uncle Wu was at a loss, staring blankly at Luo Tian, awkwardly responding. "A Hualing realm beast. Already has intelligence. Speaking is normal." "Oh, okay." Luo Tian nodded, his curiosity turning to indifference. Suddenly, he turned to Uncle Wu, speaking seriously. "Now's not the time to discuss this. You all need to run. I'll hold it off." "You, what are you doing?" Uncle Wu was stunned, his face pale, wanting to urge him to flee. However, the wolf demon had already leaped, its claws swinging fiercely at Luo Tian, the force enough to crush anything in its path. "Young man, dodge!" Uncle Wu shouted urgently, but he couldn't bear to watch what was about to unfold. The wolf demon's claws sliced through the air like lightning, stirring up dust and shaking the ground as if it were about to crack. Yet, a breeze passed, and suddenly the valley fell silent. Uncle Wu turned in shock, his eyes nearly bulging out. Luo Tian stood in the same spot, facing him, unchanged in posture. The only difference was a large wolf claw mark on his body. The wolf demon's claws hadn't moved Luo Tian an inch. The sight was simply unbelievable. Uncle Wu's eyes were wide open, his face turning blank with shock. How? How is this possible? The wolf demon's strike could tear through mountains, and yet, it didn't harm him. However, when Luo Tian was struck, he wasn't knocked back or even moved an inch. The wolf demon's claws felt like they hit a piece of ancient, unyielding iron, completely motionless. Luo Tian slowly turned his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Did you just dare to hit me?" His voice was icy and piercing. The wolf demon's fur stood on end, an unprecedented fear sweeping through him. In front of him was an ordinary human, showing no signs of powerful energy. Yet those eyes seemed like they belonged to a supreme demon lord from the deepest abyss, making him instinctively want to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the wolf demon turned to run. This sudden turn of events left the others dumbfounded. The wolf demon, who had seemed invincible just moments before, was now fleeing in terror from a mere boy's gaze. "Heavenly movement technique." Luo Tian shouted softly, and his figure vanished instantly. In the next moment, he appeared on the wolf demon's escape path. The wolf demon came to an abrupt halt, almost scared out of his wits. He couldn't comprehend how this human managed to teleport. Dragon Fist, first form. Luo Tian's fist gathered an imposing dragon shadow, and a terrifying pressure spread instantly. The wolf demon seemed to see his own death, his legs giving way as he knelt with a thud. "Spare me, master. Spare me," he begged repeatedly, kowtowing for mercy. The distant onlookers were stunned. "Uncle Wu, am I seeing things? Is that wolf demon at the spirit transformation stage actually kowtowing to a young boy?" Seeing this, Luo Tian withdrew his dragon fist, looking somewhat surprised at the wolf demon. "You reacted quickly." He then asked, "Are you a local demon from Tiandang Mountain? Is there a divine beast here?" A look of caution flashed in the wolf demon's eyes, but when Luo Tian raised his fist again, he immediately relented. "Wait, I know everything." Luo Tian was overjoyed to hear this. He leapt onto the wolf demon's back. "Good, then lead the way." He turned back to wave goodbye to the others. "Farewell, everyone. Until we meet again." As they watched the boy ride away on the wolf demon, the young girl murmured, "Could he be an immortal?" The crowd stood silently in the wind, speechless for a long time. This incredible scene would likely linger in their minds for a long time. Luo Tian sat cross-legged on the back of the demon wolf, swiftly flying towards the center of Tiandang Mountain. The mountain wind howled, and the trees blurred past as he tightly gripped the wolf's fur, asking curiously, "What does this divine beast look like?" "He is the king of the demon beasts in Tiandang Mountain." The wolf demon replied with awe in its voice. "His true form is a five-colored divine bull. He was born with the cultivation level of the Hualing realm, and now he has reached the 5th level of the Tongxian realm. A Tongxian realm beast. Luo Tian nodded thoughtfully, a flicker of interest in his eyes. The wolf demon cautiously asked, Senior, may I know why you seek the Demon King? It's nothing major, just a small request, Luo Tian replied calmly. Hearing this, the wolf demon visibly relaxed but couldn't help but warn. I must remind you, Senior, the Demon King's power is terrifying, and his temper is extremely volatile. He despises humans the most, so you must be very careful when you meet him. Don't worry, Luo Tian smiled serenely. I'm quite a friendly person. Friendly? The wolf demon cursed inwardly. The memory of nearly being punched to death was still fresh. Was that what he called friendly? But, of course, he dared not voice these thoughts. Despite the vastness of the Tiandang mountain range, they reached the core area in half a day under the wolf demon's guidance. Along the way, the wolf demon reminded, ahead is the Demon King's territory. Do not provoke him, or the consequences will be dire. As they ventured deeper, the scenery changed dramatically. Lush spiritual herbs grew everywhere, and rare spiritual medicines and celestial fruits were abundant, exuding spiritual energy. The wolf demon hurriedly explained, these are the Demon King's treasures and should only be admired from a distance. A Tongxian realm beast once stole a celestial fruit and was struck down by the Demon King on the spot. Oh, even a Tongxian realm beast could be struck down? Luo Tian asked, surprised. Of course, the wolf demon explained. The bloodline of a divine beast is unimaginably powerful, capable of fighting 5 of the same realm. Although our Demon King is not pure-blooded, his strength is still incredibly formidable. As they spoke, a deep voice suddenly resonated. Who dares trespass in my territory? The wolf demon shivered and quickly responded. Reporting to the Demon King, I brought a human senior to pay respects and make a request. Human. The voice turned cold and angry. The wolf demon nearly toppled over in fright, ready to flee at any moment. Fortunately, the voice soon calmed. Come in. Upon reaching the Demon King's abode, the scene was breathtaking. A divine spring flowed gently, celestial herbs thrived, birds of prey sang sweetly in the trees, and a massive white spiritual stone in the water emitted constant spiritual energy. Most striking of all was a 5-colored divine bull, several times larger than a locomotive, resting on the spiritual stone and absorbing the energy. Senior, this is our Demon King. The wolf demon gave a final reminder. Be sure to speak and act with caution. He thought to himself that he wasn't worried about Luo Tian, but rather feared getting caught in the aftermath, had witnessed the Demon King's power firsthand. Once that guy gets angry, there won't even be a trace of me left, the wolf demon warned. Luo Tian just smiled calmly and said, all right, don't worry. The massive body of the 5-colored divine bull slowly lifted its head, its eyes full of authority as it looked at the human before it in surprise. A human at the body refinement stage? You have something to ask of me? Yes, that's right, Luo Tian nodded calmly. Speak. The 5-colored divine bull snorted. This brief response made the wolf demon beside it overjoyed. Known throughout the Tiandang Mountains as a notoriously short-tempered demon king, the 5-colored divine bull was never known to be so accommodating to humans. Its willingness to listen today was indeed surprising. I want to draw some of your blood, Luo Tian stated directly. The entire space fell silent as if bewitched by those words. Even the song of the bird demons in the treetops abruptly stopped. The wolf demon was so startled it almost fell over, quickly lowering its voice. Are you crazy, Senior? This is the Demon King, a divine beast. Do you think this is like buying tofu pudding? The 5-colored divine bull was taken aback, incredulously asking, You want to draw my blood? Luo Tian took out a bottle from his space ring, maintaining his composure. Yes, just enough to fill this bottle. Seeing that Luo Tian had actually prepared a bottle, the wolf demon felt the world spinning and regretted its decision. Why did it agree to bring this madman to meet the Demon King? Ha! The 5-colored divine bull laughed in anger, its deafening laughter echoing through the valley. Quite bold. Human boy, if you have the skill, come and take it yourself. Without hesitation, Luo Tian leaped from the wolf demon's back and landed steadily in front of the 5-colored divine bull. He drew his long sword, aiming at the divine beast's back. The 5-colored divine bull's eyes flashed with mockery, contemplating how its impenetrable hide and protective chi would crush this reckless human. Poof! With a light sound, Luo Tian's sword pierced through the protective chi and skin, and 5-colored blood flowed along the blade. The surrounding demons were stunned, and the bird demons in the trees began to chatter, speculating whether the Demon King was deliberately going easy on him. Feeling the sharp pain of its body being pierced, the 5-colored divine bull was enraged. You damned human, you seek death. It was about to rise when it noticed that Luo Tian had only collected a small amount of divine blood in his bottle, his brow furrowing. Don't move, Luo Tian commanded softly, waving his hand to unleash the heavenly Dao Palm technique. A golden palm, larger than the 5-colored divine bull, appeared out of nowhere and pressed heavily on the divine beast's back. With a boom, the 5-colored divine bull was immobilized. Boom! The five-color divine bull had just managed to get halfway up when a golden palm print slammed it back to the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble. What? The five-color divine bull's eyes widened in disbelief. With that strike, it felt as if a towering mountain was pressing down on its back, its bones creaking under the weight. This guy has been hiding his strength all along. It finally realized the gravity of the situation, its eyes blazing with fury. You despicable human, get away from me. The five-colored divine bull roared, the sound echoing through the valley. Whoosh! In an instant, its aura surged, muscles bulging and flashing with multicolored light. It strained against Luo Tian's celestial palm technique, its bones creaking as it slowly lifted its massive body. Luo Tian frowned slightly, golden light swirling around him. I told you not to move. Why are you still moving? Stay down. Boom. Suddenly, the golden hand doubled in size, with palm lines clearly visible, and the pressure increased sharply. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed from the five-colored divine bull, and its enormous body crashed back to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. This actually broke my bones. The five-colored divine bull was utterly shocked, cold sweat soaking its fur. With just one palm strike, several bones in its body were fractured. What kind of terrifying strength did this seemingly ordinary human possess? It's known that the bodies of mythical beasts are several times stronger than those of humans, and the strength of divine beasts far surpasses that of ordinary mythical beasts. To break a divine beast's bones with a single strike, what kind of monster was this human? What was his purpose here? The five-colored divine bull dared not make any rash moves, lying there obediently, its breathing cautious and shallow. See, isn't this better? Luo Tian had already collected a vial of the divine beast's blood, nodding in satisfaction as the liquid shimmered with five colors. Thanks for the divine blood. With that, he turned to leave, his steps light and carefree. Huh? He's just leaving? The five-colored divine bull was stunned. It had thought Luo Tian had another agenda, but after collecting the blood, he left without a second thought. Stop! The five-colored divine bull called out, enduring the pain as it watched Luo Tian's receding figure. Luo Tian paused and turned back. What is it? The five-colored divine bull eyed Luo Tian warily, its gaze flickering with complex emotions. Who exactly are you? What's your purpose? Just say it outright. Even if I die, I want to understand why. What? Die? Did the master just say die? Nearby, a few hiding sparrow demons exchanged shocked whispers. Oh my, wasn't the master dispersing his energy voluntarily just now? But how could that be? The master is a divine beast of the profound realm. Could it be that human boy is from the void realm? Luo Tian's lips curved slightly at the five-colored divine bull's words. I'm Luo Tian. As I said, I just borrowed a bit of your divine blood. I'm not interested in anything else. The five-colored divine bull scrutinized Luo Tian's expression, noting his calm demeanor, and relaxed slightly. But then, feeling the pain from its injuries, its anger flared up again. Borrow? Is this how you borrow something? It growled through gritted teeth. First, you break my shield, then you break my bones. Luo Tian shrugged, looking innocent. I did tell you not to move, yet you insisted on doing so. How is that my fault? You? The five-colored divine bull was momentarily speechless, unable to find words. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tian finally spoke. All right, forcibly taking your divine blood was my fault. Let's do this. Consider it a favor I owe you. If you ever need help, you can find me at the Luo family in Bianbei City. I'll assist you once. Offering to assist the five-colored divine bull was something it would usually scoff at. With its strength as a divine beast of the profound realm, why would it need anyone's help? But Luo Tian's promise made the five-colored divine bull's eyes light up, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. Do you mean it? It asked, staring intently at Luo Tian, a hint of anticipation in its voice. Of course, Luo Tian nodded solemnly. Good. Then I want you to help me right now. The five-colored divine bull immediately said, a gleam flashing in its eyes. The five-colored divine bull path. Luo Tian was taken aback, frowning slightly. So soon? What? Having second thoughts. The five-colored divine bull snorted, a hint of disdain in its voice. Luo Tian shook his head, his expression resolute. Of course not. Tell me, how do we proceed? Follow me. The five-colored divine bull commanded, stamping a hoof before swiftly moving forward. Soon, the man and the bull arrived at a desolate area. This place was starkly different from the rest of Tiandang Mountain, which was usually rich in spiritual energy and lush with spiritual herbs. Here, however, the ground was scorched, devoid of any vegetation, and the air was filled with an ancient aura of hostility. Look over there. The five-colored divine bull raised a front hoof, pointing into the distance. Luo Tian followed its gaze and saw a solitary earthen mound in the center of the scorched earth. A rust-covered ancient sword was thrust into the mound. Despite the rust, the sword exuded an unassailable majesty. The five-colored divine bull took a deep breath and slowly approached the lone grave. Suddenly, It lowered its head and charged at the ancient sword with its sturdy horns. Boom! A blinding flash of fire erupted, and the massive body of the five-colored divine bull was flung hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily against a distant rock face with such force that it almost shattered the cliff. This! Luo Tian was stunned by the scene. The five-colored divine bull staggered back, its fur singed in large patches, but its eyes shone with determination. I want you to either break that sword or pull it out. If you can do that, we'll be square. Luo Tian's gaze shifted between the lone grave and the ancient sword, then back to the clearly injured five-colored divine bull. He frowned slightly. Whose sword is that? And who lies in the grave? That's none of your concern. The five-colored divine bull snorted impatiently. Just tell me if you'll help or not. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tian finally nodded. All right, since I've agreed, I won't go back on my word. With that, he stepped up to the ancient sword, examining the weapon now covered in rust. It's rusted like this. He reached out, grasping for the ancient sword. Boom! A flash of fire, and a powerful force surged toward him. With a bang, Luo Tian's hand was instantly pushed back several feet, and he involuntarily stepped back, leaving two shallow marks in the scorched earth beneath his feet. This! The five-colored divine bull's heart trembled at the sight. It knew very well the power of that ancient sword. Every time it tried to touch the sword, it would be sent flying. Yet Luo Tian had only been pushed back half a step. How strong was this guy? Was he really just an ordinary human? On the other side, Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with surprise. Wow, is this sword intent? Such power without anyone controlling it? How strong must the sword's owner have been? He pondered for a moment. But if it's sword intent, brute force won't work. In that case, Luo Tian took a deep breath and silently activated the heavenly Dao sword technique. Instantly, his entire aura transformed, with an invisible sharpness swirling around him, making the air itself feel cutting. The five-colored divine bull's eyes widened. Why does he suddenly feel so much sharper? It watched Luo Tian in shock, its curiosity growing deeper. This human seemed to be hiding too many secrets. Bang! Luo Tian's hand firmly grasped the hilt of the ancient sword, and this time, he wasn't repelled by the sword intent. He's not being attacked? The five-colored divine bull's eyes widened in excitement, almost leaping with joy. This was the first time it had seen someone touch the ancient sword without being attacked. Come out! Luo Tian shouted, his arm muscles tensing as he pulled upward with force. Clang! The ancient sword emitted a clear, resonant sound, like an awakening ancient beast, as it was drawn from the lone grave. Boom! With the sword leaving the mound, a terrifying blaze of sword intent shot skyward, turning the sky a blood-red hue, as if heralding the end of days. Stay in line. Luo Tian shouted angrily, reactivating the heavenly Dao sword technique. Buzz! In an instant, the rampant blaze of sword intent was suppressed by an invisible force, forced back into the ancient sword like a receding tide. 1,000 miles away from Tiandang Mountain, atop a cloud, the air was thick with the smell of alcohol. A scruffy middle-aged man, carrying a gourd, drank heavily with a drunken sway. Suddenly, he paused, looking into the distance with a mix of confusion and irritation in his eyes. Huh? Who pulled out my sword? How dare they disrespect me like this? He muttered to himself, then turned and leaped, intending to confront the person responsible. However, his intoxication was too overwhelming, and he lost control of himself. With a dull thud, he fell from the cloud, crashing to the ground with the force of a meteor, creating a deep crater. He staggered out of the pit, looking bewildered. I guess I really overdid it. The celestial brew from Yaoqi is no joke. Oh well, a bet's a bet. Whoever pulled my sword, you're impressive. I'm going to sleep. With that, he lay down in the pit and fell into a deep sleep, completely unconcerned about his recent tumble. Not far away, a group of men in black, adorned with snake patterns, stood watching him vigilantly. The leader of the black-clad men frowned slightly, stepping forward to ask, Master, should we drive this intruder out of our territory? The master shot him a cold glare, his voice chilling. Are you blind? Look closely at the sword in his hand. The black-clad man froze, looked down, and shuddered. That sword was unmistakably the broken void sword. He quickly bowed his head, not daring to speak further. Now that you know, keep quiet and don't cause trouble for yourself, the master commanded coldly. The black-clad man nodded respectfully. Yes. Inform all members of the sect not to approach this place until he sobers up. If he starts a drunken rampage, no one but our leader can handle him, the master ordered. Yes. Meanwhile, within the Tiandang Mountains, Luo Tian stood beside a solitary grave, examining a rusty sword in his hand. He mused to himself. This sword looks like an ordinary iron sword, yet the sword intent lingering on it is incredibly powerful, giving this simple iron sword such formidable might. He paused briefly, pondering. Sword intent that can stain half the sky? I wonder how my sword intent fares now. Taking a deep breath, he drew his sword and slashed toward the sky. Clang! A crisp sword sound resonated, and a wave of sword energy surged forth, piercing the heavens. Instantly, a fierce wind howled, and the clouds split apart as if the world itself trembled. The five-colored divine ox watched in awe, fear gripping its heart. If Luo Tian had used this sword to draw blood earlier, I'd be done for by now, it thought, acknowledging. It seems he truly held back. Luo Tian shook his head, sighing lightly. Alas, still too weak. The five-colored divine ox thought to itself. Too weak? That rusty sword retains a significant amount of sword intent, probably usable 3 more times. Best to keep it. It might be useful in the future. Just then, Luo Tian suddenly turned, sensing movement beneath the solitary grave. Huh? What's going on? He wondered, immediately jumping back, ready to attack. But at that moment, the five-colored divine ox grabbed him, urgently saying, "Wait, don't strike." Luo Tian paused, glancing back to see the five-colored divine ox nervously approaching the grave, kneeling before it and murmuring, "Mother." However, from within the grave came a cold female voice. "Why are you mourning your mother? She's not dead yet." With that, a hand emerged from the darkness, followed by a figure slowly climbing out of the grave. Luo Tian stared in shock at the girl before him. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with fair skin and bright, star-like eyes. Strangely, she had a pair of horns on her head and a large copper ring hanging from her nose. When Shinyu reconnected with her mother, she cried out with tears streaming down her face. "Mother, it's been 500 years, and I finally see you again." As soon as she spoke, Shinyu rushed forward. However, the woman's response was a harsh slap that sent Shinyu flying. "How dare you? 500 years, and you only just managed to rescue me. 100 years later, and I'd be dead because of you," she roared angrily. Shinyu hung her head, her voice tinged with guilt. "I'm sorry. 500 years? Mother and child?" Luo Tian looked at the pair in front of him, utterly bewildered. He stared at them, his gaze shifting between them, confused. Shinyu glanced at Luo Tian and snorted. "All right, you took a bottle of my divine beast blood, but you also saved my mother, so we're even." Just as she finished speaking, the woman slapped Shinyu again, this time without hesitation. "Mother, why did you hit me again?" Shinyu asked, looking aggrieved and a bit helpless. The woman huffed. "Hit you? That's the least I could do. He saved your mother, and you think one bottle of divine beast blood settles it? Do you think a bottle of blood is worth more than your mother?" Shinyu immediately fell silent, lowering her head, her eyes filled with worry. Suddenly, the woman turned around, seeming to be filled with energy, and floated over to Luo Tian. She grabbed his hand and shook it vigorously, her voice choked with emotion as she said, "Oh benefactor, I was sealed in that grave for 500 years, never expecting to see the light of day again. You saved me, allowing me to see the world once more. You are my greatest benefactor in this life. This kindness is beyond repayment. From now on, you are my elder brother, and I am your younger sister." With that, she knelt down abruptly. Shinyu looked exasperated, watching the scene unfold. "Mother, why are you kneeling to a human?" The woman's expression darkened, and she slapped Shinyu on the head again. "What are you saying? Human? You should call him uncle," she scolded. Shinyu reluctantly looked down, intimidated by her mother's icy stare, and mumbled, "Uncle." Luo Tian was speechless, feeling utterly bewildered. All he did was pull out a sword, and now he had a sister and a nephew with a bull's head? And this mother, supposedly sealed for 500 years, seemed to have an even longer lifespan. Yet she called him Big Brother? He couldn't help but ask, "What's going on with you two?" The woman sighed, her expression darkening. "Big Brother, I have a human name, Niu Tietue, and my son's human name is Niu Wufang." Luo Tian couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Great names. Truly a talent for naming. Tietue continued. "Our Shinyu clan once lived in the southern region. In my youth, our family faced upheaval, and we had to flee to the northern region to settle in the Tiandang Mountains. When I came of age, I became the demon king of the Tiandang Mountains, and it was the peak of the mountain demon clan. Even the royal family of the Night Wind Kingdom had to show me respect. But, alas, it didn't last. 500 years ago, a drunken human sword immortal passed by Tiandang Mountain, noticed my divine beast bloodline, and wanted to make me his mount. I refused, so he sealed me in a grave with his sword, saying the seal would last 1,000 years unless someone pulled out the sword. But, Big Brother, my lifespan was less than 700 years. If it weren't for you, I would have been sealed forever. You truly are my savior." Luo Tian, after hearing this, felt a mix of emotions. This world was indeed bizarre, where an ordinary human could become so entangled with demons and divine beasts. Luo Tian nodded slightly, understanding the situation. On the other side, Niu Tietue wiped her tears and excitedly said, "By the way, brother, I still don't know your name or where you're from." Luo Tian looked at her helplessly and replied, "Bianbei City, Luo Tian." Niu Tietue slapped her thigh and laughed, her eyes squinting with delight. Ah, no wonder you're my brother. Such a powerful name. So what's our dad's name? Luo Tian sighed and said, let me be clear, that's my dad. His name is Luo Feng. Niu Tiechue nodded. Oh, got it. So, brother, why did you come to Tiandang Mountain? Luo Tian sighed and briefly explained his need for materials. After listening, Niu Tiechue raised an eyebrow and said indignantly, Jinshin sect? What rubbish, daring to trouble my brother. I've never heard of them. Wufang, do you know about this Jinshin sect? Niu Wufang, with his head lowered, replied softly, I've heard of them. They rose to power 400 years ago and are quite arrogant. 100 years ago, a young lad from their sect came to Tiandang Mountain trying to capture me as a battle pet. I nearly kicked him to death, and he eventually fled. Niu Tiechue snorted, is that so? Brother, should I ask your nephew to visit Jinshin sect and flatten them? Luo Tian was startled and shook his head. No need, I'll handle it myself. He paused, then suddenly brightened up, but if you're sincere about helping, you could guard the Luo family in Bianbei City for a few days. I'm going away for a while and worry about someone bothering my family. Niu Tiechue's eyes gleamed, and she grinned. Don't worry, brother. I've got the Luo family's back. Anyone who dares to mess with us will regret it. Luo Tian was speechless, sighing inwardly, thinking, this Tiechue sister is really overly familiar. Suddenly, Niu Tiechue's eyes lit up. Oh right, brother. If you need to break through and require divine beast bloodline, Wufang's bloodline is too weak. Use mine instead. Without hesitation, she cut her wrist, and colorful divine blood gushed out. Though Niu Wufang's bloodline was strong, it paled in comparison to Niu Tiechue's. Soon, Niu Tiechue handed the filled blood vial to Luo Tian. Here, brother, take it. If it's not enough, just call me. There's plenty more. This gesture moved Luo Tian, and after a moment of thought, he said, all right, I won't refuse. I'll accept the blood. He then stored the divine blood in his spatial ring. Niu Tiechue laughed heartily. Brother, are you hungry? I'll prepare a meal for you. You can choose any beast from Tiandang Mountain, and I'll cook it for you. Or, do you want to try your nephew? Niu Wufang's face turned pale, knowing that if Luo Tian indeed requested, Tiechue might actually cut off a piece of his flesh. Luo Tian felt exasperated, thinking, this Niu Tiechue is really too enthusiastic. No need, I'm in a hurry to get to Taming sect. Niu Tiechue nodded. Taming sect? No problem, I'll have a flame sparrow take you there. It's the fastest, and you'll arrive in half a day. Luo Tian's eyes lit up with gratitude. Thank you so much. Niu Tiechue waved her hand. Safe travels, brother. Soon, under Niu Wufang's command, a large flame sparrow spread its wings and flew off, carrying Luo Tian towards Taming sect. Once Luo Tian's figure had disappeared into the distance, Niu Wufang grumbled. Mother, even if that guy saved you, there's no need to go this far, is there? His face was full of discontent, his brow furrowed. The smile on Niu Tizui's face gradually faded, her eyes turned sharp, and a chilling aura emanated from her. Niu Wufang, do you think your mother was born to be subservient and likes calling others brother? Her voice was icy, her gaze as sharp as a knife. I'm doing this to find a strong ally for both of us. What? An ally? That guy? Niu Wufang was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Niu Tizui's piercing gaze swept over her son, and she snorted. What do you think of his strength? Niu Wufang pondered for a moment, tapping his chin with his finger. I think he's stronger than me, but not as strong as you were at your peak. However, unlike ordinary humans, his physical strength is quite remarkable. Niu Tizui nodded slightly. Just his physical strength alone means you would need to reach the 9th level of the Tongxian realm to even have a chance of catching up to him. That's not so bad. Niu Wufang scoffed, a hint of disdain in his tone. When I reach the 9th level of the Tongxian realm, I might not lose to him. Bang! Niu Tizui punched her son to the ground, the force causing the ground to tremble slightly. Mother, why did you hit me again? Niu Wufang complained, rubbing his chest as he got up, looking aggrieved. Niu Tizui glared at him coldly, her eyes flashing with anger. Because you're foolish. Right now, he's only at the 9th level of the body refining realm, yet his physical strength rivals your 9th level Tongxian realm. You still think you might not lose to him? Her voice rose a few notches. You're already at the 5th level of the Tongxian realm, aren't you? Do you think you break through realms faster than he advances through the body refining realm? Hearing his mother's words, Niu Wufang was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. What? He's really just at the 9th level of the body refining realm? He's not deliberately hiding his level. Previously, when Luo Tian had broken his bones with a single strike, he'd assumed Luo Tian was concealing his true strength to deceive him. But from his mother's words, it seemed that wasn't the case. Can't you tell what level he's at yourself? Niu Tizui said coldly, her eyes filled with disappointment in her son. His physical strength is terrifying, but the spiritual energy in his body is dispersed throughout and hasn't formed a qi. Not yet condensed qi? Niu Wufang's voice was altered by shock. but I felt the concentration of spiritual energy in his body was already higher than mine. How is that possible? Neo Tizui sighed deeply. Higher than yours? In terms of spiritual energy quality alone, even I am slightly inferior to him. Neo Wufang's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground in disbelief. It was hard to believe his ears. He knew that Neo Tizui had reached the Gui Su realm 500 years ago. Is this guy a monster? He's already like this at the body refining realm. What if he reaches the Tongxin realm? He muttered to himself. Is there really someone this terrifying in the world? As a divine beast, Neo Wufang had always been proud. Whether it was ordinary beasts or humans, they were generally inferior in talent compared to him. Yet in front of Luo Tian, the title of divine beast seemed insignificant. Humph, if I'm not mistaken, he should be the reincarnation of a martial emperor. Neo Tizui said with a confident tone, her head held high. Martial emperor reincarnation? What do you mean? Neo Wufang tilted his head in confusion. Neo Tizui glanced at him, a slight smile playing on her lips. You're still young, it's normal not to know. Those are tales from the ancient times. Her voice softened, as if recounting an ancient legend. It said that several martial emperors were invincible in their past lives. But later, they were either betrayed by brothers or ambushed by fiancés and died unexpectedly. Though their bodies perished, their spirits lived on, eventually taking over the bodies of some human waste. She continued, these waste individuals were often divorced or bullied by their clans or peers, enduring great humiliation early on. However, the more they endured initially, the stronger they became later, suddenly growing powerful and surpassing their past selves. They not only took revenge, but also established mighty sanctuaries and dynasties. After hearing this, Neo Wufang's eyes glazed over, and he murmured to himself, human, waste, divorce, suddenly becoming strong. My God, he really is a reincarnated martial emperor. Neo Tiechue glanced at his son with a hint of pride in his voice. Now do you understand why I was so eager to latch onto this opportunity? Neo Wufang nodded solemnly. I understand. It's to align ourselves with the future martial emperor. Neo Tiechue sighed deeply, a trace of sorrow in his eyes. Our divine bull clan has faced too much injustice. Over the years, we've been hunted, enslaved, even used as mounts for others. I fled to this remote place, only to be sealed for 500 years. I've had enough of this miserable life. But he is our only chance, our chance to change destiny. Neo Wufang took a deep breath and declared firmly, I understand, mother. I will go to the Luo family now. I can't stand this. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let the Luo family suffer any harm. Neo Tiechue nodded, his gaze sharp. Exactly. This is the first task he has given us, and we must do it well. Meanwhile, Luo Tian was sitting on the back of Yanke when he suddenly sneezed. This startled Yanke, causing it to tremble as it quickly spoke. Master, am I flying too fast? Yang's voice was full of tremors, its eyes filled with fear. At this moment, it was completely in awe of Luo Tian's presence. It could sense that the being on its back was not an ordinary human, but a powerful deity. Every time Luo Tian breathed, the aura of universal laws swept over like a storm. As a beast of the sky realm, Yanke felt as if it could be crushed at any moment. Luo Tian, however, was unaware of all this, as he silently practiced the celestial breathing technique, passing the time in the air without noticing Yang's fear. He asked casually, how much longer until we arrive? Yanke answered cautiously, just a few more miles, and we'll reach the gates of Taming sect. But Taming sect is quite unique, and it's not convenient for a beast like me to enter. Oh, Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Then just let me down. All right. Yanke breathed a sigh of relief, secretly grateful to finally be free of the burden. After quickly descending, Yanke hurriedly said, Master, the gates of Taming sect are just ahead. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Luo Tian waved a hand. Go. Yanke felt instantly relieved, quickly turning and flying away, thinking to itself, next time, I'm never taking a job like this again. I was scared half to death. Following Yang's guidance, Luo Tian soon arrived at the gates of Taming sect. The sight before him made him frown slightly. The gates were shrouded in mist, seemingly blocked by an invisible force. He called out coldly, Luo Tian from Beibei City, here to pay respects. I wish to meet at the gate. However, the mist within the gates did not disperse, and a cold voice responded. Taming sect is closed to visitors. Return in half a month if you have business. Leave immediately, or face the consequences. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. I spoke so politely, and yet not a bit of courtesy? Come back in half a month? I don't have that kind of time. He snorted and continued. In that case, I'll be direct. I'm here at Taming sect to request a millennium stalactite. Give it to me, and I'll leave at once. His voice echoed through the gates, but there was still no response, as if those behind the gates had no intention of acknowledging his request. However, the people within the mist grew furious. Kid, are you deaf? Leave within 3 breaths, or face death without mercy. The leader shouted angrily. Death without mercy. Luo Tian heard this, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes, a slight smile on his lips. Yeah, it seems I appear too gentle, making you think I'm easy to bully. With that, he stepped forward slowly, showing no intention of backing down. Courting death. The faces of the figures in the mist darkened, their gazes growing more vicious. A metallic clang echoed as a sword's hum filled the air, and a sword aura cut through the mist, heading straight for Luo Tian's head. Sword aura. Luo Tian sneered, his eyes icy, seemingly unfazed by the sword aura. He fixed his gaze on the aura, a hint of sword intent flashed in his eyes, and then the sword aura instantly dissolved into nothingness, disappearing without a trace. What? The people in the mist were shocked, gasping in disbelief. So, you're not here with good intentions. In that case, don't blame me. The leader gritted his teeth, speaking coldly. Activate the sword formation. Clang. Instantly, the mist dispersed, revealing 6 figures. Simultaneously, the 6 of them formed seals, and a massive sword of energy formed above them. This, my friend, is one of the 3 great sword formations of the Sword Xian sect, the Bright Moon Sword Formation. Even a master of the airborne realm would struggle to escape. I'm giving you one last chance. Leave now. The leader's voice was icy, laced with threat. Sword Xian sect. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Isn't that Lan Xiao'er's sect? I didn't expect Taming's sect to have ties with them as well. Yeah, the Bright Moon Sword Formation? I'm curious to see its power. Luo Tian smirked sarcastically, his pace unchanging as he continued forward. Courting death. Attack. The leader shouted angrily. The 6 formed seals together, and the sword aura transformed into a massive blade of light, slashing towards Luo Tian. Not dodging. The group was stunned, watching Luo Tian stride up the mountain without flinching, leaving them bewildered. Is he crazy? Who knows? Since he's seeking death, let's grant his wish. As they spoke, the giant sword aura reached Luo Tian. However, a golden light automatically enveloped Luo Tian, forming a solid shield around him. Clang. With a crisp sound, the sword aura collided with the golden light, halting instantly, unable to advance. Luo Tian seemed utterly indifferent to the sword aura. His steps relaxed as he continued his leisurely walk up the mountain. With each step, the sword aura shattered a bit, resounding with a booming sound. In just a dozen steps, the massive sword aura had vanished, completely dissipating into the air, leaving no trace of its presence. Ugh! The 6 on the mountain were struck by the backlash of the sword aura, vomiting blood and collapsing, unable to rise again. Impossible. The leader's eyes were full of shock, his face pale, almost unable to believe the scene before him. As his mind wavered, Luo Tian appeared before him. Was it you who said you'd show me no mercy? Luo Tian reached out, gripping the man's throat tightly. The man's eyes were filled with terror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Thought you'd show off, but hit a hard wall instead. Luo Tian sneered. Please, have mercy. At that moment, a sound pierced the air, and 3 figures flew in from a distance, landing at the mountain gate. Elder Huang, Elder Yi, Elder Wu. The young people outside the gate exclaimed in surprise. The leading Elder Huang landed steadily, his gaze sweeping over Luo Tian. Seeing that he hadn't acted immediately, he cupped his hands and said, My friend, you've come a long way. Taming's sect has failed in hospitality, and the fault is ours. Could you perhaps release our disciple? Luo Tian frowned slightly, releasing his grip on the man's throat. However, before the man could fully recover, Luo Tian casually flicked his hand, and with a crisp slap, the man was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, instantly knocked unconscious. You? The 2 elders behind Elder Huang were furious, their eyes sharp as knives, almost blazing with anger. Don't you think you're going too far? Elder Yi said coldly, his face dark with anger. Beside him, Elder Wu's aura was surging, his fists clenched, ready to strike at any moment. Too far, Luo Tian sneered. Your disciples don't know how to speak properly, so I just taught them a lesson. If I really wanted to go too far, he'd already be a corpse. Elder Yi was furious at these words. A lesson? You think you're worthy? So young, and yet so malicious. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. With that, he stepped forward, quickly forming hand seals and shouted. Bright Moon Sword Formation. A crow happened to fly overhead, cawing a few times. Other than that, there was silence, and nothing happened. What is going on? Everyone present looked at each other in astonishment. A disciple, head lowered, whispered. Elder Yi, the Bright Moon Sword Formation, has already been destroyed by him. What? That's impossible. We just heard the commotion and rushed over. When did he? Elder Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. The disciple explained nervously. Just now, when the sword energy from the formation struck him, it simply broke. Elder Yi was completely stunned. The Bright Moon Sword Formation was a protective formation of the Taming sect, set up by experts from the Jinxian sect at great expense. It was powerful enough to kill a void-traversing realm expert, and even ordinary profound realm cultivators would struggle to escape unscathed. But this young man before them had destroyed it with ease? Could his cultivation be beyond the profound realm? As he considered this, cold sweat appeared on Elder Ye's forehead, and he subconsciously took a half-step back. What are you doing? Luo Tian asked calmly, looking at him. Nothing. Nothing. Just stretching my arms. They're a bit sore. Elder Yi quickly changed his demeanor. With his cultivation at the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm, he could barely fly using magical tools. So how could he dare confront someone suspected of being at the profound realm? Sigh. Everyone stand down. Elder Huang sighed, signaling the others to leave. Then he approached Luo Tian and cupped his hands, saying, My friend, I apologize for our sect's poor hospitality. Spare me the formalities, Luo Tian replied directly. I'm here only to obtain a piece of 1,000-year stalactite. Once I have it, I'll leave. Elder Huang showed a troubled expression at this. Well, does your sect not have any? Luo Tian frowned slightly. Elder Huang smiled wryly. While 1,000-year stalactites are rare, our sect does have them. However, at the moment, we simply cannot give it away. Seeing Luo Tian's puzzled look, he sighed and explained. To be honest, our sect has recently encountered a great calamity. The Taming sect is known for its geomancy, adept at finding dragon veins and mining spiritual minerals. Yet this practice goes against nature and can attract malevolent spirits. A few months ago, during a geomancy session, several of our elders inadvertently attracted an evil spirit, which has taken over our largest mine. Not only can we not extract the 1,000-year stalactite and other spiritual minerals, but we've also lost several elders. To eliminate this threat, we hired a spirit master at great expense to set up a formation, which has taken 14 days to prepare. Today is the final day, and we cannot afford any mistakes, hence the closed mountain gates and refusal of visitors. Elder Huang slightly bowed, speaking with great courtesy. However, my disciples were reckless and offended you. I hope you can forgive them. His expression was respectful, but there was a hint of caution in his eyes. This level of politeness was not something he showed to everyone. If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother with many words. But standing before him was Luo Tian, who had just demonstrated an astonishing ability. Huang dared not treat such a formidable figure with anything less than respect. Luo Tian nodded slightly, his gaze sharp. So, there's a chance we could eliminate the evil spirit today? Elder Huang hesitated for a moment, frowning slightly. There is a possibility, but it's hard to say for certain, given the evil spirit's formidable strength. He gave Luo Tian a meaningful look. If you don't mind, you can come with us to the mine. If we can expel the evil spirit today, Taming sect is willing to offer a millennium stalactite as a reward. Elder Huang was calculating. Although Taming sect was not known for its martial prowess, it was a wealthy sect. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, having a powerful ally was crucial. The millennium stalactite was indeed precious, but it was a small price for strong protection. All right, take me to see it, Luo Tian replied calmly, as if he were just going to an ordinary place. Please, follow me, Elder Huang said, with a wave of his sleeve, and he ascended into the air on his magical instrument. Almost simultaneously, Luo Tian's figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing steadily on Elder Ye's flying artifact. What are you doing? Elder Yi was startled, looking at Luo Tian in shock. I can't fly. You take me for a while, Luo Tian said calmly, as if it were the most natural thing. You can't fly? Elder Yi inwardly sneered, not believing Luo Tian's excuse. A strong practitioner claiming he couldn't fly? Ridiculous. He must be making trouble on purpose. Though he was reluctant, Elder Yi knew better than to offend Luo Tian, so he reluctantly carried the unexpected guest towards the sect. Soon, they arrived at the mining area in the back mountain. Elder Huang lowered his voice and reminded, Friend, there's a third-grade soul master leading the spirit expulsion. Please be cautious. You know how peculiar soul masters can be. Don't worry, I'm aware, Luo Tian responded coolly. As soon as they landed, an emaciated old man on the platform ahead shot them an angry look, his eyes flaring with anger. How many times have I said not to make noise during preparations? And yet, you fly around? Do you not want to expel this evil spirit? Elder Huang's face turned red with embarrassment, and he quickly bowed. Apologies, Master Su, it was my mistake. Master Su snorted, get out of the way. If it happens again, I'll leave. Yes, yes. Elder Huang retreated awkwardly to the side. Master Su took a deep breath, walked steadily to one end of the platform, formed seals with his hands, and shouted, 5 soul array, rise. With his shout, the fire basins around the platform turned ghostly green, casting an eerie light on the surroundings. A powerful force field rippled outward. Wretched thing, show yourself. Master Su shouted again. From the distant mountains, a piercing howl shattered the night. Black mist roiled in the forest, and a black humanoid spirit slowly emerged, its inky aura unsettling. Be careful, don't let that black mist touch you. It's soul poison, extremely dangerous, someone warned loudly. their voice full of tension. Everyone in Taming's sect was on high alert, some gripping their magical instruments, others forming seals, all with serious expressions. Only Luo Tian stood among them, a hint of surprise on his face. Evil spirit? Is this it? He thought to himself, a trace of disdain in his eyes. Fellow cultivator, don't underestimate that evil spirit. It may not look strong, but it's extremely dangerous. Elder Huang noticed Luo Tian's doubts and warned him solemnly. Everyone, be quiet and don't disturb my master while he's casting spells. A young man suddenly turned around and reprimanded. Though he was only in his 20s, his words carried undeniable authority. Elder Huang, seeing his demeanor, didn't even have the courage to retort. After all, who would dare argue with the disciple of a soul master? On the platform, Soul Master Su Lao held a piece of yellow paper money, gently igniting it. The paper floated away with the wind, and in an instant, green flames soared around them, accompanied by ghostly wails from all directions. Hundreds of soul shadows spiraled above his head, gradually converging. Soul suppression nail appear. Su Lao commanded in a low voice. Clang. A soul suppression nail, about a foot long, suddenly appeared above Su Lao's head, emanating an astonishing pressure. The people of the Taming sect turned pale at the sight. Only Luo Tian looked at the soul suppression nail in the sky with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. This might be a bit much, he murmured with a slight smile. Elder Huang quietly explained. Fellow cultivator, you might not understand as you're not a soul cultivator. Mastering soul force is extremely difficult, and only a few powerful individuals can manifest it physically. Luo Tian smiled slightly and nodded, choosing not to say more. He had a clear purpose for being there, the Millennium Stalactite, so why say more? Attack! With a low shout from Su Lao, he waved his hand, and the soul suppression nail shot towards the evil spirit, colliding fiercely. How? The evil spirit let out a shrill cry, its form flickering as it lunged at the soul suppression nail. Boom! A loud explosion shook the surroundings. Some of the younger disciples, lacking sufficient cultivation, were directly knocked out, foaming at the mouth. Elder Huang frowned tightly and glanced at Luo Tian, only to see him still calm and unaffected, as if none of this mattered to him. What composure! Elder Huang secretly admired. Meanwhile, Su Lao continued to wield the soul suppression nail, launching a fierce assault that forced the evil spirit to retreat continuously. Great! Master, keep pushing, finish off that evil presence. Su Lao's disciples shouted from the side, and the disciples of the Taming sect also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the evil spirit was finally about to be subdued. However, Luo Tian's brow gradually furrowed. Elder Huang, ask Su Lao to stop, or his life will be in danger, Luo Tian said coldly. Elder Huang was taken aback. At that moment, Su Lao seemed to have the upper hand. So why would Luo Tian suddenly claim his life was at risk? Just then, Su Lao's disciple angrily shouted, Who do you think you are to speak ill of my master? Are you tired of living? Fellow cultivator, words should not be spoken lightly. Elder Huang also realized something was amiss and quietly warned. Su Lao is a soul master, and you've witnessed the power of his soul suppression nail. You can't afford to offend him. Apologize quickly. However, Luo Tian sighed, his voice still calm. The soul suppression nail can indeed restrain the evil spirit, but unfortunately, Su Lao's nail isn't a real soul suppression nail. What? Elder Huang was stunned. Luo Tian slowly pointed to the surrounding lights and the soul shadows swirling around Su Lao. He lacks the soul force to form a true soul suppression nail. To forcibly gather it, he set up an array, burning wandering souls and using secret methods to support it. But the foundation of this soul suppression nail is extremely unstable and cannot last. If he can defeat the evil spirit within 3 moves, he will still have a chance to win, Luo Tian added. Elder Huang felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. But if it drags on past 5 moves, there's only a 50% chance of winning. Now it's already the 10th move, and with dwindling soul power, defeat is inevitable, Luo Tian analyzed confidently, leaving Elder Huang surprised. Upon hearing this, Su Lao's disciple felt a pang of anxiety but forced himself to retort. Nonsense. What do you know about soul techniques? How dare you boast here? Before he could finish, Luo Tian suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. This is the 2nd time you've spoken rudely to me. Say one more word, and I might just twist your head off. The disciple met Luo Tian's eyes and felt a chilling fear wash over him. Knowing Luo Tian was not joking, he gritted his teeth and turned away, not daring to speak further. Look, someone suddenly exclaimed. The battle in midair had shifted. The soul-stabilizing nails, once dominant, were now retreating and nearly shattered. The soul-stabilizing nails are weakening, someone shouted in alarm. Everyone's eyes turned to the altar, where the surrounding green flames were fading, revealing their true colors. Su Lao staggered, barely able to stand, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Instantly, the green flames vanished, and the soul-stabilizing nails in the air disappeared. Su Lao has lost. The entire Diming sect fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the triumphant howls of the evil spirit. Faces turned ashen. Even Elder Huang helplessly said to Luo Tian, "My friend, as you can see, with the evil spirit undefeated, the 1,000-year stalactite cannot be given." Luo Tian smiled calmly. "So, if I eliminate the evil spirit, the 1,000-year stalactite is mine?" "Exactly, but as you saw, even Su Lao." "All right, it's a deal. I'll help you get rid of the evil spirit, and you prepare the 1,000-year stalactite." This declaration shocked everyone. Even Su Lao, wiping blood from his lips, coldly remarked, "Boy, which family are you from? You seem to underestimate soul techniques too much. Even I failed, and you think you can? That's because your skills are lacking," Luo Tian replied, still composed. This statement thoroughly infuriated Su Lao. As the strongest soul master in the Night Wind Nation, he had never been so insulted. "Fine. No one has ever spoken to me like this before. Diming sect, is this how you treat your guests? Very well. I will see how you deal with this evil spirit." Luo Tian chuckled lightly. "Soul-stabilizing nails, huh? Something like this." As he spoke, he formed a seal with one hand, and in an instant, four soul-stabilizing nails appeared above his head. "What are those? Soul-suppressing nails?" The crowd was in an uproar, staring in disbelief at the four soul-suppressing nails that had suddenly appeared in the air. Shock was written all over their faces. "No way. How can there be four all at once? Is it some kind of martial skill?" The ordinary disciples were incredulous, while only the more experienced elders showed a hint of caution in their eyes. Especially Elder Su on the platform, who stared intently at the soul-suppressing nails hovering above Luo Tian's head, his pupils contracting violently, as if his very soul had been shattered by the sight. "I spent over a month preparing, using formations and burning wandering souls to barely condense a single soul-suppressing nail temporarily. Yet this guy managed to condense four in one go." Elder Su was in turmoil. With his keen eyesight, he instantly recognized that Luo Tian's soul-suppressing nails were not only genuine, but also significantly more powerful than the one he had forcibly condensed. "How?" The evil spirit in the air sensed the presence of the soul-suppressing nails and let out a sharp shriek. As a pure spirit entity, ordinary attacks posed no threat to it, but the soul-suppressing nails, formed from soul power, were a formidable enemy, causing it to tremble slightly. Luo Tian looked up at the evil spirit, his voice calm, yet undeniably authoritative. "Evil spirit, I'm giving you a chance. Leave Diming sect and never return, and I'll spare your life." Whoosh! The evil spirit's eyes glowed red, and, instead of retreating, it charged forward with lightning speed, claws outstretched. Unappreciative creature. Luo Tian frowned and waved his hand. Swish, 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 swish. The four soul-suppressing nails shot out like arrows, pursuing the evil spirit. Boom! In midair, the nails collided with the evil spirit, instantly piercing four large holes in its ethereal body, causing its spiritual energy to disperse. "What?" Elder Su was shocked. His soul-suppressing nails could only temporarily suppress the evil spirit, but Luo Tian's nails pierced its body in one strike. This vast difference made Elder Su completely abandon any sense of superiority, leaving only pure admiration in his eyes. So strong. Incredibly strong. How? Severely wounded, the evil spirit let out a pitiful wail, its body trembling violently. Whoosh! The soul-suppressing nails returned to strike again. This time, the evil spirit dared not confront them directly, screamed, and turned to flee, its form like smoke and mist. "Friend, don't let this beast escape into the earth veins, or it will be troublesome to force it out again," Elder Huang urgently reminded. Luo Tian had already anticipated this. With a wave of his right hand, two of the nails immediately blocked the spirit's escape routes, while the remaining two continued to pursue, tracing streaks of silver in the air. "How?" The evil spirit screamed again, forced to change direction, fleeing to another area, with the nails in relentless pursuit. The sect leader of Diming sect frowned, assessing the situation. This creature's movements are too elusive. If there were just one more soul-suppressing nail. "Prepare a rejuvenation pill for me. I will assist this gentleman," Elder Su suddenly declared. "What?" The members of Diming sect were all taken aback. Elder Su had been with them for some time, and even the sect leader showed him great respect. Yet now, he was addressing Luo Tian as Sir. Money humbles a servant, skill humbles a master. Elder Huang sighed inwardly. "Master, your soul power is damaged. You can't force yourself to act," Elder Su's disciple anxiously urged, his face full of concern. However, Elder Su shook his head firmly and said, "No, for soul-suppressing nails are not enough to eliminate this creature. I must help to make up for my earlier rudeness, even if it means damaging my soul power beyond repair." Everyone was stunned. When did this eccentric Elder Su become so noble? Even Luo Tian couldn't help but glance at him again. This person is quite interesting, Luo Tian thought to himself. No need to intervene, Luo Tian said with a slight smile, as his soul power surged and 4 more soul-suppressing nails materialized in the air. If 4 aren't enough to kill him, then let's add 4 more. This declaration caused an uproar. The initial 4 nails had already been astonishing, yet Luo Tian had instantly formed another 4. Just how powerful was his soul power? Die! Luo Tian commanded, and the nails flew towards the evil spirit. The creature, sensing danger, desperately tried to escape. But with 8 nails blocking all its escape routes, it could only frantically dodge in place. Within just a few breaths, the nails repeatedly struck the evil spirit, and its aura began to weaken. What a formidable evil spirit! To withstand so many soul-suppressing nails is truly rare, the members of the Taming sect marveled. Elder Su's face grew paler. I didn't expect this evil spirit to be so resilient. I was arrogant to think I could easily handle it. I'm truly ashamed. He sighed inwardly, realizing that without Luo Tian, he would have perished here. Clearly, he had underestimated Luo Tian's strength. To control 8 soul-suppressing nails simultaneously was terrifying. Yet Luo Tian was growing impatient as the nails failed to deliver a fatal blow. You little pest, you're quite good at dodging. Let's see how long you can keep it up. He spread his hands, eyes flashing coldly, and a torrent of nails rained down on the evil spirit. Soul-suppressing nails, soul-suppressing nails, soul-suppressing nails. The crowd was dumbfounded, overwhelmed by the scene. 8, 16, 20, 30 nails. The nails pounded down like a storm, filling every inch of the air with immense power. Are these still soul-suppressing nails? Everyone was left in awe, barely believing their eyes. Elder Su finally snapped out of it and urgently called to Luo Tian. Sir, that's enough. The evil spirit has been completely vanquished. By then, Luo Tian had launched over 100 nails, sealing the entire space. The evil spirit was no longer just pinned down, it was shattered by the dense barrage. It's over. Luo Tian withdrew his hand, finally stopping, and shook his slightly numb wrist. What a hassle, it was so persistent. He sighed lightly, effortlessly reclaiming all his soul power. The crowd. And he calls others persistent? Thank you, sir, for eliminating this great threat to our sect. May I know your esteemed name? The Taming sect will remember you forever. The sect leader finally came to his senses, his voice filled with excitement as he looked up and called out. What a joke. Just based on the power Luo Tian had displayed, he couldn't afford to overlook this opportunity. Leader, this fellow cultivator was brought up the mountain by me. Elder Huang hurriedly approached the sect leader with a flattering smile, afraid that the credit would be taken by someone else. This credit shouldn't go to anyone else. Smack! The sect leader of the Taming sect slapped Elder Huang heavily on the head, the force making him stagger. What do you mean by fellow cultivator? Do you think you're worthy? Don't you have any sense? The sect leader's face turned dark as he pointed at Luo Tian, shouting angrily, Call him sir. Yes, sir. Elder Huang's expression changed immediately, and he bowed to Luo Tian with a red mark from the sect leader's hand still on his forehead. Luo Tian watched this scene, his mouth twitching slightly. No need to be so formal, Elder Huang. Our agreement still stands, right? It does. Of course it does. Elder Huang nodded repeatedly, as if he feared Luo Tian might go back on his word. The sect leader of the Taming sect frowned. Agreement? What agreement? Elder Huang quickly turned and explained Luo Tian's purpose for coming to find the 1,000-year stalactite, his voice full of obvious respect. Luo Tian looked directly at the sect leader, a faint smile on his lips. So, sect leader, can you give me the 1,000-year stalactite? The sect leader of the Taming sect trembled as if enveloped by an invisible pressure. He immediately bowed. How dare I let you call me sir? I am Wei Su, the humble leader of the Taming sect. The 1,000-year stalactite will be presented immediately. May I know your esteemed name, sir? Thud. Before he finished speaking, Soul Master Su Lao suddenly knelt before Luo Tian. Despite the blood still at the corner of his mouth, he maintained a respectful posture. Sir, I'm Su Ping, an elder of the Soul Master Guild in the Night Wind Nation. May I know who you are? Are you a Soul Master from the Tianyang Empire, or perhaps from the headquarters of the Soul Master Guild? Su Lao looked up at Luo Tian with eyes full of reverence. The surrounding crowd was instantly abuzz with whispers. Tianyang Empire? One of the 3 great empires of Fenglin continent. Only a place like that could have such a powerful soul master. Luo Tian stood among the crowd, completely confused, not understanding what they were talking about. What nonsense is this? I'm Luo Tian, from Bianbei City. Luo Tian spoke calmly, not bothering to hide his identity. Bianbei City? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, clearly trying to recall what power this place represented. An elderly man with white hair cautiously asked, could it be that Bianbei City to the north of our Night Wind Nation? Luo Tian nodded to confirm. That's right, exactly. This. The crowd exchanged incredulous looks. Bianbei City was just a small town within the Night Wind Nation, and for thousands of years, it hadn't produced any notable power, let alone a powerful figure. Yet here stood Luo Tian, capable of such formidable soul arts, from that unremarkable place. Su Lao caught the information in Luo Tian's words and cautiously asked, Lord Luo Tian, you haven't joined the Soul Master Guild yet, have you? No, what's the Soul Master Guild? Luo Tian replied frankly, genuinely unaware. Su Lao was taken aback, a flash of disbelief in his eyes, but he respectfully explained, Sir, for a Soul Master as powerful as you to not know about the Soul Master Guild? Our guild was established 8,000 years ago by the 9th-level Heavenly Soul Master Li Tianxiao to unite Soul Masters across the world. The Soul Master Guild offers rank certification for Soul Masters. Once certified, Soul Masters receive stipends from the guild, with higher ranks earning more. Of course, as a member, you must fulfill certain responsibilities, like completing at least one guild commission task each year, but there are additional rewards for completing tasks. At this point, Su Ping looked up, eyes gleaming with anticipation, and cautiously asked, Lord Luo Tian, since you haven't joined the Soul Master Guild, would you be interested in joining? Su Ping had already seen how powerful Luo Tian's soul force was. If we recruit him into the guild, not only will the Nightwind Kingdom Soul Master Guild see a significant boost in strength, but as his referrer, I will also gain substantial benefits. Luo Tian mused for a moment before asking, what does the guild's salary include? Is it just spirit stones? Su Ping was taken aback by the question, but quickly clarified, it's not just spirit stones. Whatever you need, cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, celestial herbs, spiritual pills, or other training materials, who can provide. Our Soul Master Guild is powerful, and there's almost nothing we can't find. Is that so? Then I'll join. Luo Tian replied straightforwardly. To him, joining the guild seemed to have no downsides, especially since it solved the issue of acquiring cultivation materials. Gathering resources for advancing from body refinement to chi gathering was already troublesome enough, and future breakthroughs would be even more challenging without the guild's help in sourcing materials. Really? Su Ping was incredulous, not expecting to recruit such a significant figure so easily. Why? Is there a problem? Luo Tian asked. No, no problem at all. Please wait a moment. Afraid Luo Tian might change his mind, Su Ping hurriedly took out a token, inscribed it with a soul power mark, and respectfully handed it over. Sir, please add your soul power mark as well. Luo Tian did as instructed. Seeing the mark complete, Su Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief and added, Sir, due to my limited authority, I can only issue you a level 1 Soul Master token. You can visit the branch in the Nightwind capital for a reassessment. With your strength, you could easily become a level 5 Soul Master. The thought of being the referrer for a level 5 Soul Master filled Su Ping with excitement. All right, I'll check it out when I have the chance. Luo Tian nodded, putting the token away. At that moment, a disciple from the Taming sect hurried over to Wei Su. Sect Master, the Millennium Stalactite has been retrieved. Haha, Lord Luo Tian, here is the Millennium Stalactite you requested. Additionally, to express our gratitude, the Taming sect has prepared 50 million lower-grade spirit stones for you. Please accept them, Wei Su said with a smile. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Luo Tian replied as he stored the items. Wei Su tentatively asked, would you consider staying a few more days in our sect, sir? It would be convenient if we needed to consult you. In truth, he was concerned about further disturbances in the mines. However, Luo Tian shook his head, saying, sorry, I have pressing matters. Perhaps next time. He then turned to Elder Wu, who was still in shock. Brother, since you brought me into the mountains, why not see me off as well? Yais. Elder Wu nodded mechanically. Previously, he merely respected Luo Tian, but now he was utterly awed. As they watched Luo Tian leave, everyone in the Taming sect breathed a sigh of relief. A disgruntled elite disciple then asked, Sect Master, the Millennium Stalactite is already very valuable. Why give him 50 million spirit stones as well? He's just a soul master. Is he really worth it? Slap. Wei Su smacked the disciple on the back of his head, nearly knocking him out. Fool, do you have any idea how powerful he is? How? How powerful? The elite disciple asked in surprise. Wei Su took a deep breath. Those soul-binding nails he used earlier, if he aimed them at us, they could obliterate the entire Taming sect, body and soul. That exaggerated? The elite disciple gasped. 100 times over. Wei Su stated emphatically. In Yinshui City, at the Lan family residence, Lan Xiu'er lay on a couch, her face pale, with broken limbs, her eyes filled with hatred. She stared intensely at the ceiling, cursing Luo Tian in her heart. Xiu'er, how are you feeling? Lan Ming hurriedly entered from outside. Lan Xiu'er turned her head slightly, her gaze cold as a blade as she looked at him. Is the Luo family destroyed? Lan Ming paused slightly, remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. What? Lan Xiu'er sat up abruptly, her voice sharp. Even the Swordxian sect and the Xinwu King's mansion couldn't destroy them. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How could such powerful forces as the Swordxian sect and the Xinwu King's mansion fail to destroy a single Luo family? Swordxian sect and Xinwu King's mansion didn't take action, Lan Ming sighed. What? Lan Xiaoer was stunned, unable to believe her ears. It's one thing for the Sword Qian sect, but I'm the beloved of the Shinwu King's heir, the future consort. How could he not avenge me? Her voice carried a hint of hysteria, her hands clenched into fists. Lan Meng frowned and explained. The Sword Qian sect said they are preparing for a major event and can't spare any manpower right now, asking you to wait a few months. As for the Shinwu King's mansion, they said the Shinwu guards cannot leave the capital and cannot take direct action. What? Lan Xiaoer was shocked, unable to comprehend the situation. They're so indifferent. I was injured in Bianbei City, yet not a single person stands up for me. Lan Meng shook his head helplessly. Xiaoer, don't worry. Although the Sword Qian sect won't act directly, they've informed a friend of your master, who has agreed to go to Bianbei City to help. Lan Xiaoer's eyes widened with anger. My master's friend? What does that have to do with me? Her voice rose. Father, I want Luo Tian dead. I want the entire Luo family dead. I want everyone in Bianbei City to pay with their lives. Lan Meng's expression turned serious as he gritted his teeth. Xiaoer, rest assured, I will get justice for you. I've already spent a fortune hiring assassins from the Ghost Fiend Hall to eliminate the Luo family. Lan Xiaoer stared coldly at him. Those two at the Yukong level aren't enough. Not enough. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes. The heir of the Shinwu King once gave me a Shinwu token, which can command a Yukong level guest of the Shinwu King's mansion. Use it. Lan Meng's eyes gleamed with delight. Oh, is that so? He slapped his thigh in excitement. With 3 at the Yukong level taking action, that boy Luo Tian is doomed. Father, get on with it. He took the token and left. Lan Xiaoer watched his back, her eyes filled with deep-seated murderous intent, muttering through clenched teeth. Luo Tian, dare to fight me? I'll make sure you die, and your whole family too. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Luo Tian sneezed suddenly while on his journey. What's going on? Am I catching a cold? He frowned, checking his body, finding nothing amiss. Strange. Shaking his head, he looked down at the map again. Having left the Taming sect, he was heading towards his next target, the Gui Yuan sect. However, unable to fly, his pace was still too slow. Sigh, what a miscalculation. He sighed, looking at the ever-stretching road ahead. At this speed, it might take him over 10 days to reach the Gui Yuan sect. If that's the case, it will delay things. He murmured to himself, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon, a hint of unease in his heart. Oh, why didn't I think of using the heavenly path technique to travel faster? Luo Tian mused to himself as he activated his movement technique, instantly vanishing from sight. Although each teleportation only covered 10 meters, his abundant spiritual energy allowed him to teleport continuously. In this way, he quickly traversed 100 miles. The journey took a toll on his spiritual energy, prompting Luo Tian to mutter, teleporting really drains my energy. However, remembering the heavenly breath technique, Luo Tian's eyes lit up. He stopped moving and began to practice the breathing technique. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy converge toward him with each breath. In just 7 breaths, his energy was replenished, and he felt revitalized. Energy's full. Time to continue. Luo Tian grinned and once again disappeared, moving swiftly to the next 10-meter mark. Shortly after he left, several figures descended from the sky, landing where he had just stood. Uncle Master, what was that spiritual energy fluctuation just now? A young disciple asked, scanning the area. The leading middle-aged Taoist looked serious, his brows furrowed. I'm not sure. Perhaps, a powerful cultivator was practicing here. A powerful cultivator? How powerful could they be? Surely not more powerful than you, Uncle Master. One disciple mocked, prompting laughter from the others. The middle-aged Taoist remained serious. I fear they might be much stronger than me. What? The young disciples were taken aback, their eyes filled with disbelief. Their Uncle Master was a formidable cultivator at the first level of the profound realm, yet he suggested someone was stronger? The middle-aged Taoist surveyed the surroundings and cupped his hands respectfully. I wonder which esteemed senior was practicing here. Would you be willing to show yourself? He waited, but no response came. After a moment of silence, he sighed. Since you prefer to remain hidden, I apologize for the disturbance. Farewell. Inwardly, he felt a deep sense of regret. The spiritual energy fluctuation was beyond what an ordinary cultivator could emit. Meeting such a person might have helped solve the sect's current crisis. Alas, it seemed it wasn't meant to be. He shook his head and muttered to himself. It seems our Guiyuan sect is destined to face this calamity. Turning to his disciples, he instructed, let's go. We must return to the sect by tomorrow. Yes. The disciples immediately sobered up, swiftly mounting their magical tools and flying into the distance. Meanwhile, 100 miles away in the mountains, Luo Tian continued his teleportation journey, but it wasn't always smooth. As he activated his technique again, he suddenly crashed into a towering tree with a deafening boom, knocking it over. Ugh, teleporting into a tree, what a blunder. Luo Tian rubbed his forehead, embarrassed as he looked at the fallen tree. Sighing, he remarked, it seems teleportation has its risks. I need to be more cautious. His biggest concern, however, was his sense of direction. Glancing at his map, he found the landscape confusing. Where's the Guiyuan sect again? It should be that way, right? He pointed uncertainly before teleporting in that direction. Unbeknownst to Luo Tian, he was heading in the opposite direction of the middle-aged Taoist and his disciples. Hours later, Luo Tian suddenly appeared outside of Beast's lair. With a thunderous crash, the entire lair collapsed. Dozens of spirit realm beasts huddled together in fear, staring at this unexpected disaster maker with terror. Damn, did I get it wrong again? Luo Tian roared. Guiyuan sect, where on earth are you? In the dead of night, on the outskirts of the Guiyuan mountains, a group of people sat by a campfire in a deep forest, taking a break. With a loud thud, a young man around 20 named Du Xiaoyuan struck a pile of firewood with his palm, sending sparks flying and flames rising, illuminating his proud face. Hee, elder he, how do you like my blazing palm technique? Du Xiaoyuan asked with a tone full of pride. Elder he smiled slightly, his aged voice steady and gentle. At 21, reaching the second level of the Qi gathering realm and producing such power with one strike, Du Xiaoyuan, you're indeed a young hero. The compliment made Du Xiaoyuan's heart swell with pride, his face beaming and his eyes shining. However, Elder He's gaze shifted to a young girl beside him. She wore a troubled expression, her brows furrowed with worry. Elder He gently reassured her, do not worry, my lady. The Guiyuan sect closes the mountain at night, but by dawn, we can make our way up. The girl gave a wry smile and sighed. Elder He, do you think the Guiyuan sect will help us? Elder He pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. The Guiyuan sect has always been closely allied with your family, and with the former sect leader's promise, I believe they will lend a hand. Her eyes dimmed slightly, and she said softly, even so, the old sect leader has passed away, and with him goes the warmth of the tea. Elder He fell silent for a moment, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. Indeed, this matter would not be easy to resolve. At that moment, a small, snow-white fox suddenly leaped up, its movements agile, and let out a warning growl. Its fur bristled, eyes gleaming with caution as it stared into the depths of the forest. The girl was taken aback, looking at the fox, and asked, Xiao Wuyue, what's wrong? Elder He's expression turned grave, and he whispered, be on guard. Almost simultaneously, the dozens of followers around the campfire quickly drew their weapons, forming a protective circle around the girl. The girl's face changed, and she asked nervously, Elder He? Elder He, his eyes sharp, explained in a low voice, my lady, Xiao Wuyue is a serried white fox with exceptional sensing abilities. If it's this alert, a formidable enemy must be approaching. As he spoke, Elder He called out loudly into the dense forest. There's no need to hide. Come out and show yourself. Everyone turned their gaze towards the forest, the tension in the air palpable. Well, I didn't expect a mere beast to detect my presence. It seems my skills aren't quite up to par. A leisurely voice came, followed by a tall, slender man emerging from the woods. His long, fiery red hair fluttered in the wind, making him particularly striking. Elder He's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he asked sternly, who are you? The red-haired man didn't answer directly but scanned the group, his gaze finally resting on the girl. A hint of excitement flickered in his eyes, and his tone turned frivolous. Oh, how interesting. I didn't expect such a beauty with extraordinary grace to be hidden in the small night wind nation. I must be careful when playing with you. Wouldn't want to damage something so precious. His words cut through the air like a sharp blade, sending a chill through everyone. The girl's face flushed with anger and embarrassment, but she could only lower her head and bite her lip, unable to retort. You've got a death wish. Du Xiaoyuan's temper flared at the sight, and he wanted to rush forward to teach the arrogant man a lesson. However, Elder He grabbed him, saying quietly, hold on. Du Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in anger. Elder He, why stop me? This foul-mouthed guy deserves a beating. Elder He shook his head, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. You're no match for him. His skills surpass mine. What? Du Xiaoyuan's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. He knew Elder He was a formidable warrior at the 9th level of the Void Realm. If this man was stronger, he must be in the Profound Realm. In the entire Night Wind Nation, someone at the Profound Realm was a top figure, capable of commanding respect and authority. Could this man truly be one of them? The air was thick with tension, and everyone focused on the red-haired man, anxiously anticipating what would happen next. The elderly man spoke softly. Fellow Taoist, we are from the Guiyuan sect. Please, for the sake of our sect, spare us. He leaned forward slightly, adopting a humble posture with a pleading glint in his eyes, fearing to provoke the other man. He deliberately emphasized Guiyuan sect, hoping the reputation of this prestigious sect in Yifeng country would have some effect. After all, the sect was home to 3 powerful masters, and most would show them some respect. Unexpectedly, the red-haired man's smile froze instantly upon hearing Guiyuan sect, and his playful gaze turned ice cold. So, you're disciples of the Guiyuan sect? He sneered, his voice as chilling as breaking ice. Well, that's just perfect. I was getting bored because the sect's night closure kept me out. Now, I can slowly torture you all, and once I've killed you, the sect should open its gates. With a step forward, the ground seemed to tremble under the red-haired man. In an instant, a fierce killing intent erupted from him, almost tangible, spreading like invisible blades. Elder He and the others involuntarily stepped back, their faces pale. The oppressive aura was suffocating, and even the experienced elder, he felt a wave of despair. The red-haired man's power was beyond his imagination. At this critical moment, it should be here, up ahead. Oh no, get out of the way. A figure appeared like lightning from the other end of the forest. The red-haired man turned his head, but the figure had already teleported directly to his position. Before the red-haired man could utter a word, he was hit by a massive force. The sickening sound of bones cracking filled the air as his body twisted and deformed. With a thud, the figure landed steadily, while the red-haired man's body lay shattered, blood, flesh, and bone fragments scattered on the ground. His lifeless remains collapsed heavily. The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. A moment ago, the red-haired man had been an arrogant, invincible figure, threatening to kill everyone. Now, he was reduced to a broken corpse in an instant. The sight was gruesome. All eyes turned to the figure who had appeared so suddenly. It was Luo Tian. Luo Tian was equally stunned. After wandering lost for hours, his mood was already sour. Distracted while using his heavenly path technique to hurry, he hadn't noticed anyone until it was too late to change course. He crouched down, checked the remains for any sign of life, and confirmed the man was dead. I killed someone. Luo Tian murmured. Hey man, I didn't mean to kill you. Would you believe me if I said it was just an accident? Since arriving in this world, Luo Tian had killed before, but it was always justified. This time was different. Didn't even know the man, yet accidentally killed him. As a modern, educated young man, he found it hard to accept. Was he your companion? You saw what happened, right? Luo Tian looked at Elder He and the others, feeling awkward. I just accidentally hit him. I didn't mean to kill him. The group was speechless, unsure how to respond. Who was this young man who appeared out of nowhere? Elder He, with his wealth of experience, was the first to regain composure and quickly replied, well, fellow Taoist, you need not feel guilty. That man was not our companion. In fact, he was about to kill us but hadn't even made a move before you, hit him. Even as he spoke, Elder He found the situation absurd. The red-haired man was a master at the profound level. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, who would believe such a powerful figure could be hit to death? Upon hearing the explanation, Luo Tian shook his head and said, if he wants to kill you, that's your business, not mine. As he spoke, he squatted down, his gaze falling on the stiff face of the red-haired man, a hint of apology appearing on his face. My friend, you see, this was indeed my fault, but I didn't do it on purpose, Luo Tian sighed. Here's what I'll do. I'll take care of your body for now and find you a nice burial place when I have the chance. Then, I'll get a monk to perform rites for you so you can have a better life in your next reincarnation. After saying this, he clasped his hands together and muttered prayers, appearing to bless the deceased. Du Xiaoyuan watched this scene, frowning, and turned to the elderly He, lowering his voice to ask, He Lao, could you have been mistaken? Is that red-haired guy really in the Tongxian realm? He Lao hesitated for a moment before shaking his head firmly. Impossible. The aura he had was unmistakable. Du Xiaoyuan pointed to the body on the ground, disbelief in his voice. But have you ever heard of a Tongxian realm expert being killed by a collision? He Lao was at a loss for words. He frowned, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Tongxian realm experts were considered super strong in Yifeng country. Although some had fallen in recent years, none had ever died in such a manner. Perhaps this friend is even stronger? He Lao looked at Luo Tian, his voice tinged with uncertainty. He found it hard to believe himself no matter how strong. How could someone collide with a Tongxian realm expert and remain unscathed? Du Xiaoyuan shook his head. He's strong? I doubt it. When that red-haired guy appeared, Xiao Mei barked a couple of times. But when this guy came out, did you hear Xiao Mei make a sound? He Lao was stunned, thinking the argument made sense. The starried white fox was highly sensitive to auras, and indeed, there was no sound from Xiao Mei when Luo Tian appeared. Xiao Mei. They all turned to the little fox. At this moment, Xiao Mei lay on its back, twitching uncontrollably, foaming at the mouth, having fainted. Xiao Mei. The young girl was the first to rush over, picking up the little fox and shaking it anxiously. Ugh. Xiao Mei slowly opened its eyes, still looking dazed. Du Xiaoyuan leaned in to ask, Xiao Mei, look at that guy. Does he seem strong to you? He still couldn't believe that Luo Tian, who appeared younger than him, could possess such power. Xiao Mei looked in the direction he pointed, immediately spotting Luo Tian. Yelp. The little fox kicked its legs violently, foamed at the mouth again, and fainted once more. Xiao Mei, wake up. The girl was on the verge of tears, her eyes reddening with worry. Bang. He Lao smacked Du Xiaoyuan on the back of the head. Look at the trouble you caused. He Lao grunted angrily. Du Xiaoyuan stuck out his tongue, full of regret. But his shock grew even more. Xiao Mei, who was most sensitive to auras, had fainted out of fear. This could only mean one thing. Luo Tian was unimaginably powerful. But how old is he? Du Xiaoyuan struggled to accept this reality. He was already quite strong among his peers, and even if someone was stronger, he always felt he could catch up. Yet Luo Tian was so powerful that Du Xiaoyuan couldn't even comprehend it, which felt unfair. Maybe he just has a youthful appearance, but is actually older than me, He Lao suggested. Oh, that must be it. Du Xiaoyuan eagerly clung to this explanation, as if grasping a lifeline. Du Xiaoyuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that his opponent was an old monster, his initial shock subsided a bit. Senior. He Lao quickly stepped forward and respectfully said to Luo Tian, "This person is truly a villain of the worst kind. By killing him, you are acting on behalf of justice." Luo Tian turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. "Do you know him?" "No," He Lao shook his head. "Then how do you know he is such a villain?" "I." He Lao was at a loss for words and stood there awkwardly. Luo Tian sighed lightly. "Forget it. What's done is done. Let me ask you, how far is it to Guiyuan's sect from here?" "We're already in the mountains of Guiyuan's sect," He Lao quickly replied. "But they close the mountain gates at night, hiding them with an array. At dawn, the gates will become visible again." Hearing this, Luo Tian exhaled deeply. He had taken too many wrong turns during the day, and even with his celestial body technique, the journey left him exhausted. "Senior, are you also heading to Guiyuan's sect?" a young girl asked while gently rocking Xiao Weiyue. Luo Tian turned to look at her and was taken aback. If Lan Xiuer was a 7 out of 10, this girl was at least a 9.8. "Senior?" Seeing his distraction, the girl called out again. Luo Tian snapped back to reality and cleared his throat. "Yes. Are you from Guiyuan's sect?" "No," the girl shook her head. "But my family has some connections with Guiyuan's sect, and we're here on business. Since we're headed in the same direction, why not rest here and go up the mountain together tomorrow?" "Miss, isn't this inappropriate?" Du Xiaoyuan frowned, wanting to dissuade her. The girl shook her head. "What's wrong with it? If not for the senior's help, we might have been in danger. Besides, having him with us makes us safer." He Lao nodded in agreement. "The lady is right. It depends on whether the senior is willing." Luo Tian was about to refuse when, grumble, his stomach suddenly growled, and at that moment, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. He looked at the campfire, where several wild chickens and rabbits were sizzling. Since leaving Taming sect, he had been on the road and hadn't eaten. "Since you insist," Luo Tian said, eyeing the roasted meat and swallowing, "I'll stay." Oh, the meat is just ready. Please enjoy, senior." The girl hurriedly invited him to sit. Luo Tian did not hold back and devoured the food, his ravenous eating leaving everyone present stunned. "He Lao, is he really a senior master?" "That eating style," Du Xiaoyuan whispered. He Lao glared at him. "What do you know? Every move of a senior must have deep meaning. This may look like eating, but it might be a special form of cultivation." Before he could finish, Luo Tian let out a loud burp. Du Xiaoyuan turned to He Lao. "So, is that cultivation too?" He Lao looked embarrassed. "Perhaps." Elder He stepped forward, casting a slightly puzzled glance at Luo Tian. "May I ask how to address you, sir? What brings you to Guiyuan's sect?" Luo Tian swallowed his food, wiped his mouth, and replied nonchalantly, "My name is Luo Tian. I'm heading to Guiyuan's sect concerning the Zwi secret realm. Also, don't call me sir, I'm only 18. He then continued to eat his barbecue, seemingly unconcerned. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, nearly everyone was taken aback, especially Du Xiaoyuan, who looked incredulous. 18? He's 18. Du Xiaoyuan almost doubted his own ears. Someone a few years younger than himself with such strength? It seemed like a joke. Elder He's expression turned complex, struggling to accept the news. "Mr. Oh, I mean, Mr. Luo, are you serious?" he asked involuntarily. Luo Tian shot him a glance, his tone cool. "What do I gain from lying?" Elder He paused, seemingly coming to a realization, and nodded, deeply shocked. An 18-year-old possessing such formidable strength was beyond his comprehension. Was this what they called a prodigy? Elder He couldn't help but wonder. "Mr. Luo, you must be the holy son of some powerful force in Central State, right?" He pondered, thinking of the sacred lands of Central State, known for their ancient heritage and vast resources, capable of nurturing such talent. Luo Tian's strength seemed to fit this idea. But Luo Tian remained indifferent, chewing his barbecue as he casually replied, "No, I'm just from Beijing in Yifeng country." "What? You're from Yifeng country?" Elder He was so shocked he nearly lost his balance. He turned to the young woman beside him, both clearly surprised that Luo Tian hailed from such a remote place. The young woman was also stunned, disbelief written all over her face. She softly asked, "Mr. Luo, what's your current cultivation level?" Without lifting his head, Luo Tian continued to chew his barbecue and answered calmly, "Body refinement stage 9. Hearing this, the young woman's expression grew even more complex. She couldn't help but think, body refinement stage 9? His cultivation was at this level? There must be more to it. She muttered to herself. I see. I was presumptuous. With that, she nodded, her gaze thoughtful. However, Luo Tian seemed uninterested in offering further explanation. He didn't care if others believed him. He was simply stating the truth. To him, what others thought was their concern. I'm so tired. Luo Tian stretched and yawned, his eyelids growing heavy. I'll take a nap. Wake me up in the morning. Without any hesitation, he laid down by the campfire, and within seconds, the sound of his snores filled the air, bringing a calm stillness to the surroundings. Elder he looked at the young woman beside him and softly said, Ma'am, you should rest early too. We need to climb the mountain tomorrow. The young woman nodded gently, caressed the small May in her arms, and closed her eyes, lying down quietly. Soon, a dozen guards arranged their duties, taking turns to keep watch. The embers of the campfire gradually cooled, and the night deepened. The next day, as dawn broke, Elder he was the first to wake. However, his gaze involuntarily fell on Du Xiaoyuan. Du Xiaoyuan's eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on Luo Tian, as if he hadn't slept all night. Elder he approached him, asking softly, You didn't sleep at all? Du Xiaoyuan nodded mechanically, murmuring to himself, I can't understand. I just can't understand. Elder he sighed, his eyes drifting to the still sleeping Luo Tian. There's nothing to understand. You need to realize that in this world, there are prodigies who defy common sense. Just stay true to yourself and cultivate diligently. Then I can surpass him? Du Xiaoyuan interrupted with a bitter smile. Elder he hesitated, slowly shaking his head. I'm afraid not. Du Xiaoyuan chuckled wryly. Then it's all the same. The morning breeze gently swept through the forest, awakening all life, as if the silence of the night had been stirred by the dawn of a new journey. Elder he shook his head and said, It's not the same. As long as you keep practicing diligently, even if you don't surpass him, you'll always be a little better than you were yesterday. Xiaoyuan, you must understand that the true meaning of martial arts cultivation is not to outdo others, but to continuously surpass the self within. Du Xiaoyuan pursed his lips and rolled his eyes at him, saying, All right, Elder he, I've had enough of your motivational talk. Though his tone was teasing, his expression showed a slight change. Seeing this, Elder he gave an awkward smile. He knew that although Du Xiaoyuan's heart was still not at peace, he had taken a step forward, which was a kind of realization. Is it morning already? On the other side, Luo Tian slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, his demeanor a mix of relaxation and alertness. Young Master Luo, please get ready. We will set off immediately. Elder he said in a deep voice. All right, Luo Tian replied softly, getting up to prepare. At that moment, a low whimpering sound came from beside the young girl. Xingyin Baihu, little Mei, slowly opened her eyes, looking confused. She turned her head sleepily, clearly not yet recovered from the previous day's ordeal. Yesterday was a particularly unlucky day for her long travels, encounters with powerful individuals, especially the last young man, who made her first stand on end. As a starried white fox, she was extremely sensitive to the aura of the strong, and that oppressive feeling still lingered in her mind. She had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she wouldn't have to see that person again today. But in the next second, she opened her eyes to see his face. A sharp scream escaped her as little May's body trembled, and she fainted on the spot. May! The young girl cried out, immediately rushing over to hold her, frantically checking her condition. Luo Tian was taken aback. Is this little one that timid? What scared her? He frowned, looking puzzled at the little fox in the girl's arms, completely unaware that he was the cause. The others present looked at him speechlessly. How else could it be? Of course it was you. Master, shall we set off? Elder he spoke with a tone of helplessness. The young girl nodded, holding the unconscious little May in one arm and supporting her belongings with the other, as she joined the group on their journey. Meanwhile, there was urgency brewing within the Guiyuan sect. The entire sect was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Disciples were fully armed, standing in formation, clearly ready for anything. On the jade steps in front of the main hall, 5 figures stood side by side, exuding a powerful presence, their robes fluttering in the wind. They stood silently, yet their aura was like unsheathed blades, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. Below the jade steps, a young disciple glanced towards the hall and quietly asked, Senior brother, who are those people besides sect master Ling Shuzi? His senior brother glanced at him and said, You've only been in the mountains for 3 years, so it's normal not to know. The middle-aged Taoist beside the sect master is called Ling Fei. He often leads elite disciples on training missions outside, so he's rarely seen. Ling Fei Shu, the young disciple gasped. I've heard of him. He's one of the 3 great cultivators of the Tongxian realm in our Guiyuan sect. That's right. The senior brother nodded. He certainly is. And what about the female elder? The young disciple's gaze shifted to the woman with an unfathomable aura. She's called Ling Yu, and she usually resides in the back mountains, focusing on sect secret techniques. It's not just you. I've been here for over 10 years, and have only seen her from a distance a few times. Ling Yu Shu, The young disciple drew in a sharp breath. The other of the three Tongxian realm masters? So, including the sect master, all three are here. The senior brother chuckled. That's not all. See the scholar with the folding fan on the left? He's known as the Ghost Calculator, skilled in divination, and also a cultivator of the first level of the Tongxian realm. And there's that monk. He pointed to the monk on the far right. That's Master Yuantong from the Fumo Temple, at least at the third level of the Tongxian realm. Listening to his senior brother's introduction, the young disciple was so excited he could barely stand. With 5 Tongxian realm masters here, any enemy daring to attack our Guiyuan sect today is surely doomed. Of course, the senior brother replied with a confident smile. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples also relaxed, their faces showing relief, and the tense atmosphere eased slightly. But at that moment, Lingyu, standing on the jade steps, furrowed her brow, her gaze deep and thoughtful. Everyone, she began slowly, her voice tinged with unavoidable concern. Do you really think that the 5 of us can truly hold off that demon? Her quiet question fell like a shadow, breaking the momentary sense of ease. Ling Shuzi sighed deeply, his brows furrowed as he spoke. It's difficult. That demon had already reached the 6th level of the Tongxian realm back then, and his cultivation method was extremely bizarre, making him nearly invincible among those at the same level. Years ago, to kill him, my master gathered 6 Tongxian realm experts to ambush him. Yet, not only did he counterattack and kill 3 of them on the spot, but my master was also severely injured and passed away after holding on for half a month. As he spoke, Ling Shuzi's voice trembled slightly, and a complex expression appeared in his eyes. Even so, the demon was only gravely injured and eventually escaped from Yefeng country. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Half a month ago, this demon suddenly sent a message to our sect, claiming he would return to Guiyuan's sect today to avenge his past humiliation. I had no choice but to summon you all back, and I even had to trouble you two to come and help. Ghost Calculator's face was grim as he waved his robe, saying, You are too polite, brother Ling Shuzi. My brother also died at that demon's hands. I am here today at Guiyuan's sect merely to avenge him. His voice was cold, filled with deep-seated hatred. Monk Yuantong clasped his hands, prayer beads sliding gently between his fingers. Umitba, that demon cultivates by taking lives. If he returns to Yefeng country, he will cause devastation as he did in the past. Countless innocent lives will be lost. I am here to save the many innocent souls of Yefeng country, so there is no need for thanks. Hearing this, Ling Shuzi solemnly bowed to the two. Your noble intentions are admirable. Ling Shuzi is in awe. His expression then turned grave again. However, the demon is too terrifying. If he regains his former strength, our chances of victory with just the 5 of us are less than 30%. 30%. Ling Yu's face grew more worried, her slender fingers unconsciously gripping her sword hilt. Ling Fei sighed helplessly. It's just a pity that we couldn't meet that mysterious senior on our way back to the sect yesterday. Otherwise, he recalled the powerful spiritual energy he sensed yesterday, a force that could change the course of the battle. But clearly, it was all meaningless now. As everyone fell into silence, a disciple rushed into the hall, kneeling on one knee. Report, Sect Master. He Yunsing from the capital has come to visit. He respectfully presented an exquisite invitation. He Yunsing? Why would he come here? Ling Shuzi was puzzled but reached out to take the invitation. After reading it, Ling Shuzi frowned and passed it to Ling Yu and Ling Fei. Both read it and also frowned, looking troubled. Senior brother, what do you think? Ling Yu asked softly, her voice hesitant. Ling Shuzi sighed. He Yunsing himself isn't important, but that young girl is here too. If we don't see her, it could cause us a lot of trouble. Ling Fei frowned. But we are about to face a great battle. We can barely take care of ourselves. How can we help their family? After a moment of contemplation, Ling Shuzi waved his hand. Let them rest in the side hall for now. If we survive this ordeal, we can deal with the rest later. Understood. The disciple responded and hurried away. Moments later, outside the mountain gate. Elder He, the sect master has ordered that you all rest in the side hall first. A Guiyuan sect disciple in green robes said respectfully. Side hall. Elder He was slightly surprised, raising an eyebrow. The disciple nodded and explained. Yes, the sect is dealing with some matters right now. Once they are resolved, the sect master will meet with you. Elder He turned to the young girl beside him, seeking her opinion. She nodded slightly, her voice clear. Understandable, we'll wait in the side hall. She turned to the young man beside her. Young Master Luo, will you join us? Luo Tian nodded, his expression calm. Of course. Having arrived at Guiyuan's sect, he wasn't in a hurry. The group quickly made their way to the side hall. After serving them fragrant tea, the Guiyuan sect disciples left hastily, clearly indicating pressing matters within the sect. The young girl cradled little Mei in her arms, her brows knitted slightly. Elder He, why do I feel that the atmosphere here is a bit strange? Her voice carried a hint of unease. At this moment, young Mei finally awoke from her slumber. She still couldn't face Luo Tian, choosing instead to hide tightly in the girl's embrace, trembling all over. Although she had questions in her heart, it was not surprising that a major sect like Guiyuan's sect would have many affairs to attend to. Elder, he spoke softly. The group sat in silence, sipping tea as time slowly passed. Hours went by, yet there was no summons from the Guiyuan sect leader. Du Xiaoyuan finally lost his patience and couldn't help but stand up to ask, Elder he, could it be that the Guiyuan sect is deliberately ignoring us, hoping we'll leave on our own? As soon as he spoke, the girl beside him also showed a puzzled expression. Elder, he frowned slightly and said in a low voice, I don't know Daoist Lingshu very well, but from what I understand of him, he's not the type to deliberately ignore people. Then why? Du Xiaoyuan was still confused. Elder, he pondered for a moment and then replied slowly. When we meet someone from the Guiyuan sect, we can ask for clarification. Just then, a disciple of the Guiyuan sect passed by them. Elder, he quickly stopped him. Young man, please wait. May I ask, what has happened at the Guiyuan sect? Why hasn't Daoist Lingshu seen us yet? The disciple, although unfamiliar with Elder, he recognized his extraordinary status and immediately bowed respectfully. Elder, it's not that the sect leader refuses to see you today, but rather, our Guiyuan sect is facing a grave crisis today. Oh, could you elaborate? Elder, he asked with a slight frown. Everyone else in the room focused their attention, ears perked, awaiting the disciple's response. The disciple glanced at them, sighed deeply, and said, It's not really a secret, so I can tell you. Elder, given your age, you must have heard of the name Red Blood Scorpion. Red Blood Scorpion. Elder, he fell into thought. Then his face suddenly turned pale. Could it be the demon from 100 years ago? The disciple nodded. That's the one. A month ago, he sent a message saying he would definitely arrive at the Guiyuan sect's mountain gate today. Surely, you now understand why the sect leader cannot meet with you. Elder, he was taken aback, collapsing into his chair, his face pale and expression grave. Seeing this, Du Xiaoyuan was startled and urgently asked, Elder he, what has happened? Who exactly is Red Blood Scorpion? Everyone else also looked at Elder he with concern, waiting for his explanation. Elder he took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and said, Red Blood Scorpion was a nickname for a man from 100 years ago. His real name was Guyan Zhao, originally an unremarkable disciple from a second-rate sect. But later, he somehow obtained a set of evil techniques and began practicing a method focused on sacrificing human lives. In just 3 to 5 years, he rampaged through the Night Wind Nation, claiming the lives of 200,000 innocent civilians. What? The group exclaimed in shock at this revelation. Such a massive loss of life indeed warranted the title of demon. Elder, he continued. After the incident, his sect tried to clean house and found him, but it was too late. By then, Red Blood Scorpion's power had grown unimaginably strong, and he sacrificed the entire sect of thousands in a blood ritual, leaving only 3 survivors. He then greatly enhanced his power using the lives of his fellow disciples. Heavens! Du Xiaoyuan was so shocked he couldn't speak. The entire Night Wind Nation was thrown into panic, and nearly all factions mobilized to hunt him down. Eventually, the previous leader of Guiyuan's sect, Master Xianfeng, and several experts of the Tongxian realm joined forces and, at great cost, managed to severely injure him. But to everyone's surprise, he escaped. I thought Red Blood Scorpion had perished in that battle, but I never imagined he would still be alive. Elder He's voice was filled with sorrow. It seems now that both Guiyuan's sect and the entire Night Wind Nation are facing an impending disaster. The young girl's face was ominously dark as she fixed her gaze on the disciple of the Guiyuan sect. Who are the notable figures currently stationed at Guiyuan's sect? Almost all of our disciples in Yefeng Nation have been summoned back, the disciple replied confidently. Leading them are 3 great cultivators of the Tongxian realm from our sect. Additionally, we have also invited Master Gisuanzi and Master Yuantong from Fumo Temple. A glimmer of light flashed in the girl's eyes. Gisuanzi and Master Yuantong are here too? That makes 5 Tongxian realm experts. She turned to the elder beside her. Elder He, do you think we can win? Elder He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. If the Crimson Blood Scorpion retains its former power, I'm afraid this might not be enough. The hall fell into a dead silence. The girl lowered her head in thought for a moment, then suddenly stood up. Elder He, let's head to the main hall. Elder He looked surprised. The Crimson Blood Scorpion threatens not only Guiyuan's sect, but also the lives of all the people in Yefeng Nation, the girl said resolutely. I cannot stand by and do nothing. But, my lady, Elder He said urgently. Even with my help, facing the Crimson Blood Scorpion is like using a cup of water to extinguish a cartload of burning wood. The girl clenched her right hand tightly around her left arm. I have this. Elder He was immediately taken aback. My lady, you mustn't. That thing, Elder He. The girl interrupted, raising her hand. This item exists for the people and will be used for their protection, with a clear conscience. While Elder He was lost in thought, Luo Tian suddenly spoke up. Brother, You mentioned that Master Yuantong is on your mountain, right? The disciple nodded, and Luo Tian continued. He's a monk, so he should be able to perform rites for the deceased, correct? Elder, he explained. Although Fumo Temple primarily practices the wrathful Vajra, as a Buddhist disciple, performing rites for the deceased is naturally within their duties. Great, Luo Tian exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I'll head up the mountain too. I could use the master's help to perform rites for the person I accidentally killed. The group was momentarily speechless, but Elder he quickly responded. It would be excellent if young Master Luo Tian would join us. Young man, please lead us to Taoist Master Lingxiu. We are willing to assist Guiyuan's sect. On the way to the main hall, the young girl glanced at Luo Tian and reminded, Elder he, I almost forgot, young Master Luo Tian is also a Tongxian realm expert. That makes 6 Tongxian realm experts now. Do you think we stand a better chance? Elder he remained worried. Though I haven't seen the Crimson Blood Scorpion, I've heard of its fearsome reputation for a long time. Even with young Master Luo Tian, the odds may still not be in our favor. The girl's expression darkened once more. Meanwhile, the people in front of the main hall were anxiously waiting. As the sun began to set, and the Crimson Blood Scorpion still hadn't appeared, someone voiced their doubt. Brother, is that monster really coming back? Could someone be playing a trick on us? Lingyu was the first to break the silence. With a slight frown, she asked, why hasn't he shown up yet? Ling Shuzi shook his head gravely and replied, I would never forget that guy's aura, even in death. The messenger was definitely him. Then why hasn't he appeared after half an hour? Lingyu pressed. Though he's cunning, he never breaks his word. Since he promised to come today, he will definitely show up. Ling Shuzi said with conviction. Lingyu shook her head without speaking, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. At this moment, Ghost Calculator suddenly spoke up. Lingyu, your concern is justified. Why don't I perform a divination to locate that demon? He began forming hand signs with his left hand and closed his eyes to calculate. The other 4 watched him intently. Suddenly, Ghost Calculator's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, What's going on? Brother, what happened? Ling Fei asked urgently. Ghost Calculator took a sharp breath. The divination shows that the demon has already ascended the mountain. What? The revelation shocked everyone. If the red blood scorpion had indeed infiltrated the mountain unnoticed, it would be a deadly threat to the Guiyuan sect. Can you determine his exact location? Ling Fei asked urgently. Ghost Calculator continued his calculations, but shook his head repeatedly after a while. This is extremely strange. The trail cuts off midway, as if a great mountain blocks the view, making it impossible to see beyond. As the group fell into anxiety, a clear female voice came from below the jade steps. Master Ling Shuzi, Yuning from the Night Wind Kingdom requests an audience. Soon, Luo Tian's group ascended the steps and stood before them. Ling Shuzi's gaze passed over Elder He and landed on Yuning, immediately breaking into a smile. Ah, it's the princess. My apologies for not welcoming you sooner. Princess. Luo Tian was secretly surprised. No wonder Yuning had such an extraordinary presence. Sensing his gaze, Yuning turned and gave an apologetic smile. She addressed Ling Shuzi. Master, you're too kind. I've heard that the demon red blood scorpion from a century ago threatens Guiyuan's sect. Yuning wishes to offer her humble assistance. Ling Shuzi nodded with a smile. Thank you, princess. While the two conversed, Luo Tian approached Master Yuantong. Excuse me, are you Master Yuantong? Master Yuantong was slightly taken aback, but then nodded. Yes, I am the humble monk. How may I help you? I accidentally killed someone, and hope you can perform a rite to help them find peace, to ease my conscience. Luo Tian said earnestly. Ba, what a sin. Master Yuantong frowned slightly. Taking a life is indeed regrettable. However, since fate has brought us together, I will help you resolve this karma. Where is the person buried, and what is their name? Luo Tian bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master, for your compassion. The body is in my spatial ring. Please take a look. With that, he produced the corpse. Master Yuantong took one glance and jumped back in shock, exclaiming, What the hell? On the jade steps, everyone's attention turned simultaneously towards Master Yuantong. As the head of Fumo Temple and a highly esteemed cultivator in the Tongxian realm, he was known for his unshakable composure. However, at that moment, he uncharacteristically burst out with a curse, leaving everyone present stunned. Master Yuantong, what happened? Ling Shuzi asked with concern. Master Yuantong took several deep breaths to calm himself, then pointed to the corpse on the ground. See for yourself. Ling Shuzi looked down, and instantly, as if struck by lightning, he jumped back, exclaiming, What the hell? This scene puzzled the crowd even further. Not only Master Yuantong, but also Ling Shuzi, the leader of a sect, was so shaken. Gui Suzi frowned and stepped forward, about to reprimand them for their loss of composure. But upon seeing the corpse, he too jumped back in shock. Luo Tian glanced at the 3 prominent figures who had lost their composure and asked in confusion, Is it really that shocking? Gu Yuning, Elder He and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Ling Fei and Ling Yu also stepped forward to examine the scene, but couldn't detect anything unusual. Master Yuantong took a deep breath and turned to Luo Tian. This person, did you kill him? It was an accident. I didn't mean to, Luo Tian replied candidly. An accident? Ling Shuzi's expression was peculiar. Are you sure? Luo Tian quickly explained. Of course I'm sure. Is he someone you know? I really didn't mean it. They can all vouch for me. He gestured towards Elder He and the others. Elder He immediately agreed. That's right. It was indeed an accident. Ling Shuzi took a deep breath and suddenly asked, Ling Fei, what is our mission here? To deal with the great demon, the scarlet blood scorpion, of course. Ling Fei answered without hesitation. Ling Shuzi pointed to the half-corpse on the ground. That's it. A deathly silence followed. Everyone seemed frozen in place until the wind blew, jolting them back to reality, and they all shouted in unison. What? This is the scarlet blood scorpion? The notorious demon from a century ago? The formidable enemy that made the Guiyuan sect mobilize entirely. Ling Fei and Ling Yu were incredulous. Brother, could this be a mistake? Ling Shuzi sighed. 100 years ago, your skills were too weak to join the battle. But I witnessed that fight firsthand, and the scene still haunts my dreams. Even if he turned to ashes, I would recognize him. Gui Suzi calculated for a long time before finally shaking his head. No wonder I could only predict his ascent up the mountain, but not anything else. It turns out it was just his corpse that came up. Everyone exchanged glances, speechless. Ling Shuzi looked at Mr. He and the princess, his voice filled with barely concealed confusion. Mr. He, Your Highness, could you explain how this demon was accidentally killed? He paused noticeably at the words, accidentally killed, as they sounded quite out of place for such a formidable opponent. Mr. He was momentarily stunned, and only after hearing Ling Shuzi's question did he snap back to reality. He cleared his throat and said, To answer you, Master, we arrived at the foot of Guiyuan Sect's mountain last night and happened to encounter this demon. He intended to harm us, but before he could make a move, he was run over by this young Master Luo Tian. As he finished, his voice trailed off. He was run over. The scarlet blood scorpion was run over. Ling Shuzi and the others exchanged skeptical glances. Gui Swanzi couldn't help but ask, run over? How exactly was he run over? Mr. He awkwardly gestured. Just, with a bang, he was run over. A bang? Just like that, gone. Yuan Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, gone. Mr. He nodded in confirmation. Everyone turned to Gu Yuning in unison, hoping for a more reasonable explanation. However, Gu Yuning just nodded slightly. Yes, that's right, just a bang, and then he was dead. She looked at everyone in confusion. Was he really the scarlet blood scorpion? Hearing this, everyone exchanged even more bewildered looks. Ling Shuzi took a deep breath and waved his hand. Everyone, please follow me to the main hall. With that, he ordered the other disciples to disperse and attend to their duties. Half an hour later, inside the main hall, after listening to everyone's explanation, Luo Tian suddenly understood. Ah, so this guy was the incredibly powerful scarlet blood scorpion you were talking about? He should be. Ling Shuzi nodded, though there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Half an hour ago, he was confident, but now he was starting to doubt his judgment. How could such a powerful demon be run over? Young Master Luo, Ling Shuzi stood up solemnly and bowed deeply to Luo Tian. Regardless, the demon was vanquished today, and it's all thanks to you. You alone saved millions of Nightwind Kingdom citizens. Please accept my bow. Please, young Master Luo, accept our bows. The others also stood up and bowed. Luo Tian looked at them, somewhat unsure, and asked, so, running over this guy wasn't a bad thing, right? Master Yuan Tong chuckled and replied, of course not. It's not just not a bad thing. It's an enormous act of merit. Hearing this, Luo Tian let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't mind killing, as long as he had a clear conscience. Young Master Luo, Ling Shuzi shifted the topic. I heard from the princess that you came to Guiyuan sect for the Zwi secret realm? Luo Tian nodded. That's right. I came to Guiyuan sect to seek permission to enter the Zwi secret realm. Ling Shuzi's face broke into a warm smile. Such a small matter is not worth mentioning. As he spoke, he took out a crystal shimmering with purple light from his sleeve and handed it to Luo Tian. Young Master Luo, this is the top-level key to the Zwi secret realm. With this, you can bring up to 100 people into the realm. Luo Tian took the key, his eyes lighting up as the purple glow danced in them. Great. Thank you, Sect Master. With 100 slots, not only could he enter, but the entire younger generation of the Luo family could also go in. Ling Shuzi quickly waved his hands. Young Master Luo, you are a great benefactor to our Guiyuan sect. Your thanks are too much for me to bear. From now on, if you ever need anything from Guiyuan sect, we will go through fire and water, even if it means risking our lives. For the Guiyuan sect, Luo Tian was their savior. So Ling Shuzi's words were understandable. Young Master Luo Tian, I also thank you on behalf of the people of Nightwind Nation. Should you need anything in the future, Fumo Temple will not refuse. Master Yuantong said sincerely, with his hands clasped together. And me too. Giswangzi stepped forward, his voice trembling. Young Master Luo, my brother was killed by that demon. You avenged him for me, so I owe you my life. The three highly skilled elders all expressed their gratitude to Luo Tian, creating a warm atmosphere. Luo Tian scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. This isn't necessary, is it? Gu Yuning, standing aside, softly explained. Young Master Luo, it's their way of showing goodwill. If you refuse, it might upset them. Hearing this, Luo Tian nodded and accepted the elder's gratitude without further protest. At this moment, Ling Shuzi seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to Gu Yuning. Princess, I almost forgot to ask, what brings you to our Guyuan sect? Gu Yuning's expression froze, her face tensing. After a moment of silence, with a hint of hesitation in her eyes, she made up her mind. Master, I am here to seek assistance from you and the Guyuan sect. Assistance? Ling Shuzi raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting this answer. Tears welled up in Gu Yuning's eyes as she spoke with suppressed sorrow. Master, my father is gravely ill and has been bedridden for half a year. The court is overrun by treacherous ministers, and that man has colluded with the great families, ready to seize the throne at any moment. Her voice became increasingly urgent. Master, the royal family and the Guyuan sect have been allies for generations. Please, for the sake of our past friendship, help my father. With that, she knelt resolutely before Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi quickly got up and helped her to her feet. Please, Your Highness, this is not necessary, he said solemnly. Our sect has an agreement with the royal family, and we will not shirk our responsibility. As long as you ask, the Guiyuan sect will do everything in its power. A glimmer of hope appeared in Gu Yuning's eyes. Thank you, Master. However, Ling Shuzi's brow remained furrowed, his expression serious. But Your Highness, forgive my bluntness, I saw that man's ambition decades ago. He is extremely powerful and has been preparing for years. I'm afraid our sect alone cannot defeat him. Gu Yuning gritted her teeth, her voice filled with unyielding determination. I know, but I won't give up. Seeing the determination in Gu Yuning's eyes, Ling Shuzi suddenly gave Luo Tian a meaningful look. Gu Yuning paused, then understood Ling Shuzi's hint. Without hesitation, she turned and knelt before Luo Tian, her voice earnest. Young Master Luo Tian, I am Gu Yuning, the Princess of Nightwind Nation. Treachery threatens our court, and I humbly ask for your help to eliminate the usurper. However, after hearing her plea, Luo Tian stood up expressionlessly and replied coldly. Sorry, not interested. With that, he turned to leave, his steps resolute. Luo Tian had thought it through. Royal struggles were internal power plays among the ruling class. Why should he get involved? Just because Gu Yuning was beautiful didn't mean he should dive into this mess. He wasn't a fool. Without benefit, why get entangled in such matters? Gu Yuning was clearly taken aback by Luo Tian's straightforward refusal, her eyes filled with despair. She struggled to maintain her dignity, speaking in a low tone. Very well, I was presumptuous. Still, I won't forget your life-saving grace, young Master Luo. If we manage to overthrow the king of Shenwu, we will come to thank you properly. Luo Tian had already taken a few steps to leave, but upon hearing her words, he stopped abruptly. He turned back sharply, a strange light in his eyes. Wait a minute, did you say you want to overthrow who? Gu Yuning was puzzled for a moment, then answered. The king of Shenwu. He's incredibly powerful and commands a strong army. In recent years, he has wielded immense power in the kingdom of Yefeng, and his rebellious intentions are known to all. Gu Yuning originally thought Luo Tian knew who she was referring to, but now it seemed otherwise. Gu Yuning looked at Luo Tian with confusion as he turned to face her, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. So, the usurper you're talking about is also the king of Shenwu, right? Luo Tian asked, staring directly at her. Gu Yuning nodded firmly. Exactly. A hint of coldness appeared on Luo Tian's face. All right, I'll help you with this. Huh. Gu Yuning was stunned, her eyes filled with confusion. This sudden change left her momentarily unable to comprehend. Young Master Luo Tian, may I ask why? She asked in surprise. Everything that had happened today was a mystery to her. Luo Tian replied expressionlessly. I have a grudge against the king of Shenwu. Even if you didn't come to me, I would have gone after them. Although Luo Tian had no personal entanglements with Lan Xiaoer, her actions had completely angered him. The reason she dared to be so arrogant was fundamentally because the king of Shenwu supported her. Therefore, he and the king of Shenwu had long been sworn enemies. If the king of Shenwu knew that just because of Lan Xiaoer, he had attracted such a formidable enemy, who knows what he would think. Thank you, young Master Luo Tian. Gu Yuning's voice trembled with excitement. She had witnessed Luo Tian's strength firsthand, a master capable of killing the red blood scorpion with a single blow. With his help, she undoubtedly had a powerful ally against the king of Shenwu. When do you plan to take action? Luo Tian asked directly. Gu Yuning quickly replied. According to my intelligence network, on the 15th of next month, the king of Shinwu will launch a rebellion during the sacrificial ceremony. Luo Tian nodded. All right, I will head to the capital before the 15th of next month. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuning was overjoyed and immediately took out a shimmering communication token from her bosom, respectfully handing it to Luo Tian. Young Master Luo Tian, please use this communication token to find me then. Luo Tian accepted the token, nodding slightly, and carefully stored it away. Ba, Master Yuantong clasped his hands together. Princess, the king of Shinwu is cruel and unjust. If he were to rule a nation, it would be a great misfortune for the people. Count me in on opposing the king of Shinwu. Thank you, Master. Gu Yuning was overjoyed. And me? Ghost Calculator stroked his beard. 5 million low-grade spirit stones, Princess. If you provide the payment, I will risk my life for you once. Of course, thank you for your righteous assistance, Senior. Gu Yuning was thrilled. Normally, 5 million low-grade spirit stones wouldn't be enough to hire Ghost Calculator, but it was clear he was doing it out of respect for Luo Tian. Master Ling Su, I have another favor to ask you, Luo Tian suddenly said. Ling Su immediately bowed. Just tell me what you need, young master. I've been away from home for a few days and need to return. But I can't fly, and I'm not familiar with the roads. Does your sect have any flying mounts or the like that can send me back? Luo Tian said frankly. He didn't want to wander around aimlessly any longer. Ling Su was momentarily stunned, then said, Of course we do. Someone, bring the finest dragon steed. Soon, a disciple led a top-tier dragon steed, its body a brilliant blue with fiery mane, to the front of the hall. Young master, the dragon steeds of our Guiyuan sect are all spiritual beasts that understand human nature. Just tell it your destination, and it will take you there as quickly as possible. Ling Su explained. Oh, that's impressive. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. Having such a mount would indeed save a lot of trouble. Everyone, I've been away from home for several days and am a bit worried, so I'll take my leave now. On the 1st of next month, let's meet again in the Zwi secret realm. Luo Tian said, then leaped onto the dragon steed, which neighed loudly and soared into the sky. Watching Luo Tian's departing figure, Ling Su had a puzzled expression. What cultivation technique does this young master Luo Tian practice? How can a transcendent realm expert not know how to fly? He asked, bewildered. Because Luo Tian could kill the red blood scorpion, Ling Su subconsciously regarded him as a transcendent realm expert. Hearing this, Elder he coughed lightly and whispered, Master, young Master Luo Tian, is only at the body refining realm. What? Ling Su was shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief, momentarily lost for words. Are you certain his cultivation level is only at the body refinement stage? Ling Shuzi asked, his brows furrowed with incredulous doubt. He Lao gave a wry smile, gently stroking his long beard. I had my suspicions too, but after careful observation, it's clear that the spiritual energy in young Master Luo Tian's body isn't gathered in the Qi Si. Instead, it flows through his meridians, which is a hallmark of the body refinement stage. This? Ling Shuzi gasped, his eyes wide with shock. Such news was indeed astonishing. The silent Guisuanzi suddenly spoke, his voice steady. I suspect that young Master Luo Tian is following the ancient path of the strong. What do you mean? Everyone asked in unison, their eyes fixed on the wise man. Guisuanzi slowly stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. I've read in ancient texts that before cultivation paths were standardized, some unique practitioners would forsake qi gathering to focus solely on physical refinement. They didn't rely on fancy techniques, but instead honed their bodies to perfection, using sheer strength to overcome myriad techniques. There were legendary figures who emerged from this path. He paused. However, this path is extremely challenging, with success being exceedingly rare, which is why it was eventually abandoned by most. Yuantong nodded in agreement. I've heard of this as well. Master Tianan once attempted to cultivate this path, but ultimately failed. Even Master Tianan failed? Ling Fei exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was one of the top 10 powerhouses of Yefeng Kingdom, even stronger than our senior brother. Yuantong sighed. I once asked Master Tianan about it, and he said the path was nearly impossible. But in my view, young Master Luo Tian has likely ventured further down this path than Master Tianan ever did. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Ling Shuzi's eyes glimmered with a hint of hope. Regardless, even if young Master Luo Tian ultimately fails, his current strength is already formidable. Indeed, with him on our side, we might even stand a chance against King Shinwu. Determination lit up their faces. Meanwhile, outside the northern border city, a red-haired middle-aged man, wielding a massive sword as tall as a person, exuded a chilling aura as he strode towards the city gates. His eyes were cold, each step echoing in the hearts of those around him. Halt! If you wish to enter the city, you must first put away your weapon, a guard shouted sternly. But in the next moment, swoosh. A swift blade aura flashed, and the guard was instantly sliced in two, blood spurting forth. What? Chaos erupted near the city gate. A dozen guards quickly unsheathed their weapons, surrounding the red-haired man. You all wish to stop me, the red-haired man sneered coldly. Then you shall all die. Wait, a city defense commander shouted from afar, rushing over. But it was too late. Swish, swish, swish. The red-haired man stood motionless, yet the heads of the guards flew into the air simultaneously, blood raining down. The surrounding citizens screamed and fled in panic. By the time the city defense commander arrived, he was greeted by a scene of carnage, his heart filled with shock. Just the external release of his blade energy has such power, he thought to himself. Why has such a figure come to the northern border city? Do you intend to stop me too? The red-haired man turned, his icy gaze piercing the commander. I would not dare. The commander immediately bowed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What a joke. The man's strength was beyond his comprehension, and he had no desire to die senselessly. Good. The red-haired man nodded slightly. Tell me, is there a Luo family in this city? The Luo family? Yes. Which direction? That way. The commander, trembling, pointed towards a direction within the city. Thank you. The red-haired man nodded, striding towards the Luo family, leaving a trail of corpses and a city gripped with fear. But just at that moment, who would have thought that the red-haired ghost Tang Jin from the Ghost Fiend Hall would come to Beibei City? A sharp voice sliced through the air, and then a hunched old man with a cane blocked Tang Jin's path. Are you planning to stop me? Tang Jin asked coldly, his face devoid of any expression. The old man began, but Tang Jin suddenly swung his blade at him. What? The old man's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his cane to block the attack. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, and a powerful wave of energy spread out in all directions, destroying buildings within 100 meters as if a storm had swept through. This power, could it be a Yukuan realm expert? Yukuan realm expert, the onlookers whispered in terror. Why are they here? This could spell disaster for Beibei City today. Amidst the tense gazes of the crowd, Tang Jin furrowed his brows. He looked down at the old man beneath his blade, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The old man had actually blocked his attack. Impressive, as expected from someone from the Ghost Fiend Hall, Tang Jin said coldly. The old man narrowed his eyes and responded in a cold voice. Humph. Tang Jin snorted and raised his blade again, ready to strike a second time. Wait. We're on the same side. The old man's expression changed suddenly, and he hurriedly shouted. Tang Jin's blade halted midair, his gaze as cold as a blade's edge, fixed on the old man. Hey, you're here to destroy the Luo family, right? We have the same goal, the old man said urgently. I'm a guest at the Shinwu King's residence, also here to eradicate the Luo family. We're on the same side, no need to fight. Oh, hearing this, Tang Jin finally withdrew his blade and placed it back on his back. Seeing Tang Jin's actions, the old man breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but pat the dust off his clothes. Damn, are all the people from the Ghost Fiend Hall such weirdos? He chuckled wryly. However, just as he finished speaking, a crisp sound of a sword echoed, piercing the silence. Clang! From the ruins, a man carrying 12 swords slowly emerged, coldly observing the scene before him. Boom! Without hesitation, Tang Jin slashed at the sword-wielding man. 6 swords met his blade, but Tang Jin's strike forced the man back several dozen meters. What immense strength! The sword-wielding man's face darkened as he quickly drew 3 more swords, gripping them tightly. Wait! Red-haired ghost. We're on the same side. The old man quickly interjected, trying to calm the situation. Brother, quickly introduce yourself. Tang Jin remained silent, his brows furrowed, his gaze still fixed coldly on the sword-wielding man. The sword-wielding man coldly uttered a few words. Ding Chun. My friend Ming Xin was killed in Beibei City by the Luo family through despicable means. I've been sent by the Jianxian sect to destroy the Luo family. The old man chuckled, waving his hand. See, all 3 of us are here to take down the Luo family. We're on the same side, no need for infighting. Tang Jin said nothing more, simply sheathed his blade and turned towards the Luo family's direction. Ding Chun coldly sheathed his swords, his face filled with anger. That eerie guy? People from the Ghost Fiend Hall are all like that, the old man laughed. But their strength is terrifying. Forget it, Ding Chun said coldly. I won't clash with them this time. I just want to avenge my friend and annihilate the entire Luo family. As he spoke, a fierce murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The city of Bianbei had descended into chaos. Have you heard? 3 powerful cultivators have arrived here. Cultivators? Are you joking? Why would such prominent figures come to Bianbei? Why would I lie? My uncle saw them with his own eyes. Rumor has it that one of them is an assassin from the Ghost Fiend Hall. Ghost Fiend Hall? The one that wiped out 3 second-tier sects? Exactly, that's them. You must be kidding. Why would people from such a powerful faction come to Bianbei? Are they planning to massacre the city? No, my uncle says their target seems to be the Luo family. The Luo family? Can they withstand such an attack? You must be joking. The strongest in the Luo family are merely at the spirit transformation stage. Just one cultivator could easily annihilate them, let alone three. So, does that mean the Luo family is doomed? What do you think? Three cultivators could easily destroy the entire city, let alone just the Luo family. In a tavern, a few people were whispering about this. Meanwhile, at the Li family in Bianbei City, what? Three cultivators are going to destroy the Luo family? Li Qingxi, the head of the Li family, abruptly stood up from his seat. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. They are targeting the Luo family and have even declared their intent to annihilate them. An elderly man quickly chimed in. Good. Very good. Luo Feng, you've been suppressing our Li family for years, and now it's your turn to face the music. Li Qingxi sneered, a cold glint in his eyes. Notify the family. Once the Luo family is under attack, we'll immediately take over all their assets. Li Qingxi ordered with a cold smile. It wasn't just the Li family. Almost every family in Bianbei, big or small, was eager to make a move. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, all things thrive. The Luo family was a giant in Bianbei, and now that this giant was about to be destroyed, many were eager to seize a piece of the pie. Meanwhile, at the Luo family estate, 12 swords floated in midair, completely sealing off the surrounding area, their aura formidable like an iron wall. Above this, Ding Chun gazed coldly down at the Luo family. The Luo family is sealed off by me. Not even a fly can escape, he said indifferently. Brother Ding is indeed thorough. An elderly man chuckled sinisterly. Boom. At that moment, the red-haired ghost raised his massive sword, exuding a menacing aura, ready to strike. Hold on, brother red-haired ghost. The old man hurriedly stopped him. You want to stop me? The red-haired ghost glared at the old man. The old man knew that this guy was hot-tempered and hard to control once provoked. He quickly spread his hands, smiling. No, I'm not stopping you. I just think the Luo family, though weak, seems wealthy. If you strike now, who knows how many valuable things might be destroyed. In my opinion, we should have the Luo family hand over their valuables first, then finish them off. We split the spoils among the three of us. How about that? He looked at the others, his eyes glinting with greed. Ding Chen frowned, a trace of displeasure in his eyes. Isn't that a bit underhanded? The old man smiled. If you think it's underhanded, then red-haired ghost, and I can split it. Ding Chen's expression changed immediately. Why? The old man chuckled. Isn't it because you want it all for yourself? Never mind. You two can stay out of it, and I'll handle it. After it's over, you just need to take care of any loose ends. Ding Chen snorted and said nothing more. The red-haired ghost also withdrew his hand from the sword hilt, let out a cold laugh, and turned his gaze downward. People of the Luo family, come out, the old man demanded in a low, threatening voice. Elsewhere, in the Luo family hall, the commotion from the arrival of the three had already alerted everyone in the Luo family. As they attempted to leave, they discovered that the Luo family estate was completely sealed off by Ding Chen's sword energy. At that moment, an elderly voice broke the silence of the courtyard from above. Luo Feng immediately led a group of a dozen elders from the Luo family into the courtyard. With a fawning smile, he looked up and said, "Which esteemed elder has graced our Luo family with their presence? Please come into the hall for a discussion." No need, the old man sneered, his gaze sharp as he stared at Luo Feng. Are you the head of the Luo family? Seeing Luo Feng nod, the old man scanned the surroundings, his gaze like a knife cutting through the crowd. Which one of you is that brat, Luo Tian? Old man, watch your mouth. Luo Rong, furious, was the first to step forward. It's you. The old man's eyes flashed coldly as he pointed a finger. Die. Watch out. Luo Feng and the others were about to intervene, but it was too late. A gust of fierce wind howled through the air, striking Luo Rong's chest and sending him flying. Luo Rong. The crowd cried out in shock as the old man smirked triumphantly. That's the price of being arrogant in front of me. Learn your lesson in your next life. Unexpectedly, Luo Rong slowly got back up. His chest was stained with blood, but it was only a superficial wound. I'm fine. Impossible. The old man stared in disbelief at Luo Rong. Although he hadn't used his full strength, the blow should have been more than enough to kill a spirit transformation stage warrior. How could a mere body refinement stage youngster only suffer minor injuries? In truth, it was because Luo Rong had practiced the Heavenly Dao body refinement technique, making his body far stronger than ordinary. Though not as formidable as Luo Tian, it was still impressive. The old man's expression shifted unpredictably. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Ding Chun, standing nearby, urged impatiently. The old man coughed to mask his embarrassment, then said coldly, "That was just a lesson. Speak again, and I'll kill you for sure." Luo Feng took a deep breath. Who exactly are you? How has the Luo family offended you? He, the old man replied arrogantly. I am a guest elder of the Shenwu King's residence, here by the order of the Shenwu Command. Today, I am here to annihilate your Luo family. The Shenwu Command? The Shenwu King's residence. Luo Feng's expression changed drastically. As the head of the family, He knew all too well what that meant, a force far beyond what the Luo family could contend with. Seeing Luo Feng's panic, the old man felt even more pleased. It's not just me. Do you see those two over there? One is red-haired ghost Tang Jin, an assassin from the Ghost Fiend Hall, and the other is the sword cultivator Ding Chun. Hearing these notorious names, Luo Feng was shaken to his core. He had heard of their fearsome reputations, especially the Ghost Fiend Hall, which was known throughout the Night Wind Nation. It seemed that the matter with Lan Xiaoer had escalated, and the Luo family was likely doomed. Seeing Luo Feng's expression, the old man felt increasingly proud, a cold smile playing on his lips. Foolish youngster, we aren't here to kill wantonly. But we know the root of the trouble for the Xinwu Palace is that little brat Luo Tian. All you need to do is hand over Luo Tian's head and offer up all the Luo family's assets, and we'll spare the rest of you. As he spoke, he turned his head casually, his gaze sweeping over them. In an instant, the auras of Ding Chun and the red-haired ghost surged violently, their immense pressure forcing the Luo family members to retreat one by one. I'll give you 15 minutes to think it over. Choose wisely, life or death. The old man sneered, his eyes glinting coldly. He was certain that under such a threat, the Luo family would choose to submit. After all, sacrificing one Luo Tian to ensure the survival of the family was a choice they could accept. However, old man, do you really think you know the Luo family? The elder snorted, his voice filled with disdain. Luo Tian is our young master. But even if he were just an 80-year-old woman or a janitor, as long as he belongs to our family, we would never use him as a bargaining chip. That's right, the Luo family stands firm. If we must die, so be it. Dream on if you think we'll betray our own, another elder shouted angrily. Old ghost, give up. We will never yield, another elder bellowed furiously, his words growing more intense. Old scoundrel you. The members of the Luo family erupted in a chorus of furious curses, hurling venomous insults at the old man. The old man was stunned by the scene before him. He had never encountered such a situation. The Luo family, at the brink of life and death, not only refused to beg for mercy but hurled such vile insults at him. It shocked him even more that these curses were so filthy, as if from the mouths of madmen. The Luo family truly had an indomitable spirit. They weren't afraid of death and dared to be so arrogant. Hey, old man, is this what you call leaving it to you? Ding Chun rolled his eyes and sneered. If you ask me, we should just take action. Whatever we want, we can find it ourselves after they're dead. The old man's face grew darker, and he said coldly, Fine, we'll do it your way. Boom. With a cold shout, he stepped forward forcefully, his cane swinging fiercely, exuding an even more chilling aura. Luo family, since you're so stubborn, I'll grant your wish. You dare to offend the Xinwu Palace, you're truly foolish. The elder's face was ashen, but his eyes were defiant. Luo Feng, have the young ones been evacuated? He whispered. They've all left, led by the sixth elder through the secret passage. With them, the Luo family still has a chance. And we still have Tianer. Luo Feng replied firmly. Yes, we still have Luo Tian. The elders echoed in unison, their eyes burning with resolute determination. In the face of death, they appeared fearless. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky above darkened with black clouds, thunder rumbled, and the whole world seemed to be bidding farewell to the impending doom. The old man sneered. Oh, how dramatic. It seems even the heavens are sending you off. But defying the heavens might let you live. Defying the Xinwu Palace means certain death. As he spoke, the old man raised his cane high. Clang. A sharp energy formed on the cane, ready to strike at any moment. However, at that moment, Luo Rong suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed on the sky as he exclaimed, Look, what is that? Everyone looked up, their eyes focusing on the sight. In the dark clouds, a crack appeared, and a figure slowly descended through the clouds. As the figure passed, the mist churned, and the clouds shattered. Even from hundreds of feet away, everyone could feel an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if the entire sky was bearing down on them. Gulp. Someone couldn't help but swallow, feeling utterly shocked. In the northern part of Bianbei City, in front of a shop that once belonged to the Luo family, Li Chengxi, the head of the Li family, looked up at the sky. His throat involuntarily moved, and his body trembled slightly. The aura emanating from the figure floating in the air filled him with dread. Is this another expert at the level of controlling space? Li Chengxi pondered, but quickly realized something was off. No, this aura is far more powerful than that. This guy must be at the Tongxian level. This realization filled him with wild joy. Tongxian level? The Luo family has provoked such a being? Huh. This time, the Luo family is doomed. Meanwhile, in the Luo family courtyard, Luo Feng and others looked up at the figure standing in the air, a wave of despair washing over them. Initially, when facing three experts at the level of controlling space, Luo Feng thought they might have a fighting chance. But the sudden appearance of a Tongxian level master shattered his last hope. Across from them, the three red-haired ghosts stared at the figure in the sky, their pupils contracting sharply. What a terrifying aura. The old man took a deep breath, his voice slightly trembling. This guy is no ordinary Tongxian level. None of the Tongxian experts I've seen have this kind of overwhelming pressure. Ding Chun, focusing intently on the figure in the sky, asked, "Is he from your Shinwu Palace or the Ghost Fiend Hall?" "Not from the Ghost Fiend Hall." The red-haired ghost's face showed an unusually serious expression. The old man shook his head. "Nor from the Shinwu Palace. I know all the Tongxian experts affiliated with Shinwu Palace." "Wait." His eyes suddenly widened. "Look closely. That's not a person. It's a monster." Everyone concentrated their gaze and finally noticed that the person in the sky was over 3 meters tall, with the head of a bull and the body of a man, incredibly muscular, holding a fearsome spiked club. "This aura. I remember now," Ding Chen exclaimed. "This guy is the Demon King from Tiandang Mountain." Tiandang Mountain? The old man suddenly realized. Yes, it's the five-colored divine bull from Tiandang Mountain. How did he end up here? The five-colored divine bull from Tiandang Mountain was incredibly powerful, but had an intense hatred for humans. Several Tongxian experts from Yifeng Nation had once targeted him, only to end up dead or severely injured. As a result, the core area of Tiandang Mountain had become almost a forbidden zone for humans in Yifeng Nation, and this five-colored divine bull was the master of this forbidden zone. Such a powerful being appearing in Bianbei City? Ding Chun turned to the red-haired ghost. "Brother Tang, does your Ghost Fiend Hall have any connections with Tiandang Mountain?" The red-haired ghost shook his head with a somber expression. "No connections, only enmity. We lost 2 Tongshuan-level assassins in Tiandang Mountain." Ding Chun frowned and looked at the old man. "What about Shinwu Palace?" The old man stroked his beard. "I'm not sure, but I've heard that the king of Shinwu does have plans to ally with several great demons of Yifeng Nation." Hearing this, Ding Chen's frown eased, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Then that's it. The king of Shinwu must have persuaded the Demon King. He's here to help." "Is that so?" the old man asked skeptically. Ding Chen chuckled. "What else could it be? Do you think this Demon King came because of the Luo family?" The old man couldn't help but laugh. The Luo family and the Tiandang Mountain Demon King? He couldn't connect these two names no matter how hard he tried. Undoubtedly, the Demon King's presence in Bianbei City was likely to curry favor with the king of Shinwu. Besides the king of Shinwu, who else in Yifeng Nation could warrant his personal appearance? With this thought, the old man smiled again, raised his hands in salute, and loudly said, "We welcome the Demon King's esteemed presence." "Welcome, great Demon King." This greeting was like a heavy blow, sinking the hearts of the Luo family members. Luo Feng's face turned pale instantly. The influence of the Shenwu Palace had indeed infiltrated here. The third elder stood in a daze, while the first elder clenched his fists, his voice trembling slightly. "Don't worry. If we give Luo Tian 20 to 30 years, with his talent, he will surely restore the Luo family's glory. Our sacrifice will not be in vain." The second elder's gaze fell on Luo Rong. This young man could have left with the sixth elder, but he insisted on staying to face the situation together. "Family head, elders, this is my choice," Luo Rong said, his head held high, eyes shining with determination. "The young master is like an elder brother to me. How can I watch his father sacrifice for me? As a man of the Luo family, how can I fear death?" "Good lad." The elders nodded approvingly. In midair, Niu Wufang's gaze landed on the fawning old man. "You know me? I am a guest of the Shinwu Palace, and I have long admired the great Demon King's reputation. Seeing you today, you truly have an extraordinary heroic spirit." The old man flattered him repeatedly. Niu Wufang snorted coldly. "Shinwu Palace? I've heard of it. Tell me, is this Beibei City?" "It is indeed Beibei City," the old man replied respectfully. "Then do you know the Luo family of Beibei City?" Niu Wufang asked. The old man was secretly pleased and quickly pointed downward. "Reporting to the great Demon King, this is the Luo family, and those below are the Luo family members." Niu Wufang's eyes lit up, and he swiftly descended to the ground. The 3 people behind him followed suit. Facing this profound realm Demon King, they dared not be presumptuous. The Luo family members were nervous but forced themselves to remain calm. Even if they were to face death, they would maintain their dignity. Niu Wufang surveyed the crowd and, unexpectedly, cupped his hands in salute. "May I ask, who is the head of the Luo family?" Luo Feng straightened his back. "I am Luo Feng, the head of the Luo family." "Then, how are you related to Luo Tian?" Niu Wufang asked cautiously. "Luo Tian is my son," Luo Feng said proudly. The old man snickered inwardly, waiting to see this fool get dealt with by the Demon King. But just then, Niu Wufang suddenly knelt down and bowed his head heavily to the ground. "Grandfather, your grandson Niu Wufang pays his respects." With his kowtow, the entire ancestral home of the Luo family trembled. Everyone was stunned. This renowned Demon King was actually Luo Feng's grandson, and he was a Minotaur? "Master, when did this happen?" The first elder tugged at Luo Feng's sleeve, his eyes full of confusion. "Huh? What do you mean when?" Luo Feng looked puzzled, completely at a loss as to what the other was asking. The second elder glanced between Luo Feng and Niu Wufang. giving a thumbs up with a peculiar expression in his eyes. Master. Impressive. Truly impressive. What do you mean, elders? Luo Feng frowned at the second elder, feeling inexplicably bewildered. The third elder was visibly shocked, shaking his head in amazement. Master, never judge a book by its cover. I never thought you had such a broad taste. Luo Feng finally caught on to the elder's insinuations and hastily waved his hands to explain. He turned to Niu Wufang, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked in confusion. Elders, you've misunderstood. This person, who exactly are you? Why are you calling me Grandpa? Niu Wufang quickly lifted his head, showing a hint of respect in his eyes. Luo Tian is your son, right? Luo Feng nodded. That's correct. Then there's no mistake. Niu Wufang said confidently. Luo Tian is my uncle, my mother's brother, which makes you my grandpa. Luo Feng's forehead throbbed with veins. I can't make sense of this. What's going on? Stand up first and explain slowly. Niu Wufang slowly stood up, his imposing stature and extraordinary presence evident as he began to recount his connection with Luo Tian. The Luo family was stunned upon hearing the backstory. Luo Tian could subdue a divine beast of the Tongxin realm, and even had a demon king from 500 years ago acknowledging him as a brother. Luo Tian's power was clearly beyond their imagination. Oh, by the way, Grandpa. Niu Wufang suddenly turned, his sharp gaze fixed on the three Yukuan realm cultivators. Are these three also from your household? Why do I sense hostility from them? Luo Feng immediately became alert. No, they're here to destroy the Luo family. What? Upon hearing this, Niu Wufang's eyes widened, and his aura surged like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Destroy my grandpa's family? You three have some nerve. He stood up, towering over the trio, eyes filled with murderous intent. The three were shell-shocked. They never imagined that this demon king from Tiandang Mountain would side with the Luo family. Even more absurd was that he referred to Luo Feng as grandpa. This demon king was clearly much older than Luo Feng. Run! The elder among the three reacted the fastest, turning to flee. However, bang! Niu Wufang's arm shot out like lightning, catching the elder with a speed that was almost invisible. Lord Demon King, please show mercy. I'm acting on behalf of the Shenwu King's manor. The elder's voice trembled, urgently pleading. Shenwu King's manor? Niu Wufang sneered, disdain flashing in his eyes. Humph, if you dare to provoke my grandpa, even if the Shenwu King himself came, I'd crush him. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force. Bang! The elder's body instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, dying on the spot. This scene left the remaining two terrified, their faces ashen. A powerful Yukuan realm expert was killed so easily? It was unbelievable. The red-haired ghost knew he couldn't escape and let out an angry roar, fighting to the death as he swung his massive blade at Niu Wufang. Watch out! Luo Feng and the others shouted in unison from the side. But, clang! The red-haired ghost's blade struck Niu Wufang's head, yet it couldn't even break through his protective aura. Instead, it shattered the red-haired ghost's hand, causing blood to gush out. You. The red-haired ghost stared wide-eyed in shock at the unscathed Niu Wufang. Niu Wufang looked at him coldly, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. You struck me. Now it's my turn to return the favor. He raised his spiked club high, drawing a fierce arc in the air. Boom! With one strike, the red-haired ghost was smashed into a pulp, his body a bloody mess scattered on the ground. Whoosh! Seeing the situation, Ding Chen shot up into the sky like an arrow. The 12 swords that had trapped the Luo family also followed his movement, streaking across the air with a chilling gleam. Damn it! The people from Jianxian's sect tricked me. Ding Chen's heart burned with anger. They said it was an easy task, but how the hell is this easy? Regret washed over him like a tidal wave. If he had known, he would never have taken on this mission. All he wanted now was to escape with all his might, but, whoosh, a massive figure suddenly blocked his path, like an insurmountable wall. Trying to escape? Did I say you could? Niu Wufang spoke coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. What? So fast? Ding Chen's face turned deathly pale, his shock evident. The opponent's speed far exceeded his own, and facing such an enemy, despair swallowed his last shred of hope like darkness. Die! Niu Wufang raised his spiked club high, muscles tensed, ready to strike. In that critical moment, buzz. A crisp, vibrating sound echoed as the communication crystal on Niu Wufang's neck suddenly glowed with a ghostly blue light. Why now? Niu Wufang frowned, but still kept a firm grip on Ding Chen with one hand, while channeling spiritual energy into the communication crystal with the other. The crystal flashed, projecting a holographic image of a dignified woman. Niu Tietsue. Mother! Niu Wufang immediately reined in his aura, bowing respectfully. Niu Tietsue glanced at him, nodding slightly. You look presentable like this. Have you reached your grandfather's house? Niu Wufang nodded. Yes, just arrived. Is everything okay at your grandfather's? Niu Tietsue asked, a hint of concern in her voice. There was a small incident. Niu Wufang hesitated before recounting everything that had happened. When he finished, Niu Tietsue's expression darkened. What? Something did happen? Were there any casualties in the Luo family? Doesn't seem like it, Niu Wufang replied. Niu Tietsue's face turned livid, scolding. You fool! You left yesterday. How far is Bianbei City? Why are you arriving so late? It's fortunate nothing happened, but if the Luo family was harmed, what would your uncle think? Her scolding left Niu Wufang hanging his head, trembling like a child who had done something wrong. Mother, wasn't it you who told me not to come in my true form? I haven't transformed in years, and it took a long time to succeed, so I was delayed, he defended in a small voice. Niu Tietsue's expression remained stern. Forget it, we'll deal with that later. What about those 3 fools who attacked the Luo family? I killed 2 of them. This is the last one. Niu Wufang pointed at the restrained Ding Chun. I'll kill him now. With that, he raised his spiked club, ready to strike. Ding Chun, under Niu Wufang's control, turned ashen, as if seeing death approach. Wait, Niu Tietsue said coldly. You're just going to kill him like that? Huh? What else? Niu Wufang paused, his club suspended in midair. Niu Tietsue looked exasperated. You're really as foolish as you seem. If you simply kill him, how will you earn credit with your uncle and grandfather? Niu Wufang scratched his head, bewildered. Mother, I don't understand. Niu Tietsue sighed. Listen to me. You need to pretend you went through a tough battle, got seriously injured, and then finally killed him with great difficulty. That's how the Luo family will value you. Niu Wufang glanced at Ding Chun, puzzled. But these guys are too weak, they die with one hit. How do I pretend to have a tough fight? How did I end up with such a foolish son? Niu Tietsue shook her head helplessly. If they can't beat you, can't you just stand still and let them hit you? As long as you get injured, it'll work. Niu Wufang suddenly understood, nodding. All right. With that, he casually released Ding Chun. Whoosh. Regaining his freedom, Ding Chun exhaled deeply, a flicker of disbelief and hope in his eyes. Meanwhile, he grew increasingly wary of Niu Wufang. This guy was incredibly powerful. Hey, kid, use your sword and strike me. Niu Wufang declared confidently, his eyes gleaming with a challenge and his voice full of arrogance. What? Ding Chun was taken aback, quickly clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, his voice tinged with fear. I dare not. Please spare me, Demon King. Niu Wufang frowned, a hint of menace flashing in his eyes. Dare not? If you don't strike me, I'll kill you. Ding Chen's face turned dark with frustration, inwardly complaining about the Demon King's strange logic. Come on, use your strongest move to strike me. Niu Wufang stepped closer, his voice low and threatening. If you win, you might just survive. This is your only chance. Hearing this, a fierce determination flickered in Ding Chen's previously fearful eyes, as if he had grabbed onto his last hope. Fine, you said it. He took a deep breath and declared resolutely. 12 swords, unsheath. Clang, clang, clang. 12 swords flew out of their sheaths simultaneously, slicing through the air with a chilling gleam and forming a semicircular formation behind him. Demon King, you asked for this. Ding Chen's eyes were filled with resolute determination. I'm not boasting, but my ultimate sword move was taught to me by a top sword master. Its power transcends levels. Even you, a Demon King, can't withstand it. Is that so? Niu Wufang stood still, a look of anticipation on his face as if awaiting a splendid performance. Humph, you're asking for your own doom. Ding Chun sneered, forming hand seals with both hands. 12 swords unite. Clang. In an instant, the 12 flying swords behind him emitted a blinding light, merging into a gigantic sword shadow, its aura reaching the sky as if it could cleave the heavens. Heaven-slaying sword strike. With Ding Chen's shout, the enormous sword shadow descended upon Niu Wufang with earth-shattering force. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed in the sky. Ding Chen's massive sword shadow, upon meeting Niu Wufang's protective energy, advanced barely an inch before shattering like it had hit an invisible iron wall. In just a breath's time, all 12 swords were reduced to scrap metal, scattered across the ground, unable to even pierce Niu Wufang's shield. Niu Wufang looked down at the spot Ding Chun had attacked, his face full of surprise. Heaven-slaying sword? Such a boastful name for such little power. He frowned, puzzled. After all, Luo Tian had broken his protective energy with a casual strike, yet this guy, after all that build-up, could muster only this much strength? Ding Chun was dumbfounded too. He had always been confident in his attack power, believing that the move would at least heavily injure Niu Wufang, if not kill him. But the outcome left him incredulous. Die, you fool, Niu Wufang said disdainfully, raising his spiked club to smash down on Ding Chun. Damn it, block it! Ding Chun roared, crossing his arms in front of his chest in a futile attempt to shield himself from the fatal blow. But it was all in vain. Splat! Unsurprisingly, Ding Chun was crushed into a pulp, blood splattering everywhere. Idiot, you killed him. Now how will you endure a hard fight? Niu Tichui's phantom suddenly appeared beside him, full of anger. Sorry mother, I couldn't hold back, Niu Wufang realized, scratching his head awkwardly. What should I do now? Neo Tikhui looked gloomy, her voice low as she replied. Since he's dead, find a way to shed some of your own blood, so you can claim credit. Understand? We are outsiders. To gain your grandfather's approval, you need to bleed for the Luo family. Bleed for the Luo family? Neo Wufang glanced at the bloodstained club in his hand. In the next moment, as if making a decision, he swung the club at his own head with all his might. Boom. A loud crash echoed like thunder across the sky. Splat. Neo Wufang's head split open instantly, blood gushing out like a fountain, painting half the sky red. Mother, is this enough? Neo Wufang, dizzy from his self-inflicted blow, wobbled, barely maintaining his flight. Yes, well done. Now you can go down. Neo Tikhui nodded in satisfaction. Remember, from today onwards, you must steadfastly defend the Luo family. With that, Neo Wufang's phantom gradually faded, disappearing into the sky. Boom. Neo Wufang, bleeding from his head, crashed heavily into the courtyard of the Luo family ancestral home. The sight left the Luo family members visibly shaken. That? You? Why are you so badly injured? The Grand Elder was momentarily at a loss for how to address the man before him. After all, Neo Wufang was the demon king of Tianyang Mountain, a divine beast of the Tongxian realm. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to imagine having any connection with such a being. Yet now, he claimed to be Luo Feng's grandson, an identity that left everyone feeling awkward. The enemy was too strong, and I got seriously hurt. Neo Wufang said with difficulty, clutching his head wound. Grandfather, I bled for the Luo family. You need to talk to my uncle about this. Luo Feng immediately straightened up, answering solemnly. Don't worry, I'll make sure Tian knows about this. That's good. Neo Wufang nodded, his face pale. Find me a room. I need to recover. His tone was not light, as the previous blow had left him severely injured. Hurry, arrange the best room for him. Luo Feng ordered gravely, personally ensuring Neo Wufang's accommodations. Shortly after, the room was prepared, and Neo Wufang was finally settled. However, even after the room was arranged, several elders remained in the hall, exchanging looks. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, then asked, Patriarch, what should we do next? Luo Feng furrowed his brow and replied, I'm not sure. We should wait for Tian to return and hear his opinion. But with the Tongxian Realm Demon King here, our family is relatively safe for now. The elders nodded in agreement. In Beibei City, it was hard to find even a Yukuan realm expert, and now the Luo family had a Tongxian Realm Demon King. This power could rival second-rate forces throughout the Night Wind Nation. Just then, a servant rushed in, breathless. Patriarch, the family shop is calling for help. The Leaf family is seizing our assets. What? The Leaf family? They're asking for trouble. Luo Feng fumed, instantly grasping the situation. Clearly, the Leaf family assumed the Luo family was finished, and hearing of a Yukuan realm attack, they seized the opportunity. Little did they know, Neo Wufang was already here. Everyone, follow me. Luo Feng's eyes flashed coldly as he turned. These are turbulent times, and we must act to deter these opportunists. Meanwhile, in front of the Luo family shop, bam! A Luo family man was struck, crashing heavily into a wall, blood splattering as he writhed in pain. Facing him was the Li family patriarch, Li Qingxi. I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over the warehouse keys, and I'll spare your life. Li Qingxi looked down at the man, his voice icy. Li Qingxi, you're courting death. The Luo family man struggled to stand, his face covered in blood but still gritting his teeth. Our patriarch will never let you off. Li Qingxi laughed heartily. The Luo family? Ha, fool, don't you know? There's no Luo family left in Beibei City. He laughed, eyes filled with glee. Li Qingxi, having been suppressed by the Luo family for years, had long harbored resentment. Now, hearing of their supposed defeat, he was almost delirious with joy. You're talking nonsense. The Luo family man glared, blood dripping down. Nonsense. You're blind. Li Qingxi laughed again. Can't you see? 3 Yukuan realm experts personally decimated your Luo family. Do you think your puny forces could withstand that? His followers joined in, their mockery echoing. Outside the shop, the atmosphere was tense and hostile. In a small place like Bianbei City, a Yukong realm expert is revered like a god, said a disciple of the Li family. With 3 Yukong realm experts attacking at once, the Luo family is doomed. Master, don't you know how stubborn the Luo family is? Instead of wasting effort trying to make them submit, it would be better to act directly and find the key later. Li Qingxi nodded slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In that case, let me send you on your way. Before he finished speaking, his long sword was already unsheathed, its cold light aimed straight at the head of the Luo family member. Clang! A fierce force suddenly appeared, deflecting Li Qingxi's blade before it could reach its target. Li Qingxi frowned, looking around. In this crucial moment in Bianbei City, who would dare? Who could stop him? Li Qingxi, are you tired of living? A cold voice came from the back of the crowd. The spectators in Bianbei City parted like a tide, revealing a path. The head of the Luo family, Luo Feng, stood there with a dozen elders, their faces grim. What's going on? Wasn't the Luo family already destroyed? Yeah, I saw the three killing gods head to the Luo family myself. A chorus of bewildered voices rose around them. The person in charge of the Luo family shop saw Luo Feng and was immediately moved to tears. Master, I knew you would be all right. Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement. You've suffered. I will get justice for you. With that, he walked towards Li Qingxi, each step landing like a heavy blow on Li Qingxi's heart. Although Li Qingxi was momentarily flustered upon seeing Luo Feng, he quickly regained his composure. Luo Feng, do you think you can court death with just a dozen people? He glanced around, reassured by the presence of the Li family's elite. Clang. Luo Feng's response was the unsheathing of his sword. They both struck almost simultaneously. Li Qingxi executed his cold light sword technique, his sword energy like a rainbow, whereas Luo Feng simply made a single straightforward strike. Boom. The two forces collided, and Li Qingxi was instantly blasted away, his body erupting with a dozen bloody gashes. He fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up. Everyone was stunned by the scene. These two had been evenly matched for decades. Yet today, Luo Feng had defeated Li Qingxi with a single stroke. Even Luo Feng himself was somewhat surprised. He stood still, his gaze sweeping over his fallen opponent on the ground, murmuring to himself, the heavenly sword technique is truly this powerful? The strike he had just executed was the first move of the heavenly sword technique taught by Luo Tian. Since Luo Tian's departure, Luo Feng had practiced tirelessly day and night, but he had only grasped the form, not the essence, and was far from reaching mastery. Yet even this superficial understanding was enough to instantly defeat an equally skilled opponent. Master, what should we do with the remaining members of the Li family? The second elder's reminder snapped Luo Feng back to reality. Kill them, Luo Feng ordered decisively, his eyes filled with murderous intent. They dared to strike at my Luo family. Today, they must pay with their blood. The members of the Luo family responded immediately, and amidst the flashes of swords and blades, screams echoed. In just a few moments, none of the Li family members present survived. The ground was littered with corpses. This battle revealed the state of affairs to everyone in Bianbei City. The Luo family not only overcame their crisis, but also significantly increased their strength. Former rivals who were once equally matched now seemed as fragile as clay chickens and pottery dogs before the Luo family, crumbling at the slightest touch. The news spread quickly throughout Bianbei City, and everyone realized that the power dynamics in the city had changed. 1,000 miles away, Luo Tian was riding a dragon horse, flying high in the sky. He looked down at the rapidly retreating landscape below, feeling pleased. Having a mount is really convenient. I should be home before dark. Suddenly, a terrifying shockwave shot up from the ground like a cannonball. By the time Luo Tian noticed, it was too late to dodge. Boom! The shockwave pierced through the dragon horse's body. Hey! Luo Tian reached out to grab it, but he was already plummeting to the ground with the dragon horse, crashing heavily and raising a cloud of dust. Climbing out of the crater, Luo Tian was covered in the dragon horse's blood and dirt, looking extremely disheveled. He glared around angrily. Who dares to ambush me? He quickly spotted a strange glow in the nearby valley, the source of the shockwave. Without hesitation, he leaped towards it. In the valley, a giant bird was entangled in hundreds of chains, with a massive cauldron pressing on its back, unable to move. Surrounding it, dozens of gray-clad figures were chanting scriptures, while the giant bird struggled in agony. No wonder it's a quasi-divine beast at the 5th level of the profound realm. 3 days and nights have passed, and it still hasn't submitted. Just a moment ago, if I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have been sprayed to death. A heavily armored general wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still looking shaken. Hee, General Wu. If it weren't for such a high-level divine beast, what right would it have to be Lord Xinwu's mount? A white-haired elder standing nearby held a chain, a confident smile on his face. The other end of the chain was attached to a massive bird. General Wu frowned as he examined the fierce giant bird. Can this creature really be tamed? Of course, the white-haired elder replied with confidence. Our beast sect's spirit annihilation technique is a top-tier beast taming method. By sunset today, this creature will become nothing more than a mindless puppet, obedient to our commands. I see. Then I'll leave it to you, Master Bai. Serving Lord Xinwu is an honor for the beast sect. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the valley, a figure was striding forward angrily. This is the place. I want to see who dares to attack me. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he was about to step into the valley. Stop! A stern voice suddenly rang out. 4 figures appeared, blocking Luo Tian's path. The young man in white leading them said coldly, "This valley is sealed off. Leave immediately if you have no business here. Move aside." Luo Tian didn't even bother to glance at them. What did you say? The young man in white's eyes flashed with a cold light. Boy, inside are the beast sect and Lord Xinwu's people conducting important business. How dare you speak rudely? Fine, once that beast is tamed, it will need food. You can stay here as its meal. With that, He lunged at Luo Tian, only to have his wrist caught in a firm grip. You dare to fight back? Let go of me. Otherwise, the Beast sect and Lord Shenwu's palace will kill your entire family. The young man threatened harshly. Luo Tian turned his head, looking at him coldly. At this point, you still dare to say such things? Oomph. Why wouldn't I dare? I'm acting on behalf of Lord Shenwu's palace. Do you dare kill me? Junior brothers, attack. The remaining three immediately drew their swords, pointing them at Luo Tian. Release our senior brother, or face the consequences. Consequences? Luo Tian snorted, tightening his grip. With a puff, blood splattered, and the young man in white collapsed instantly, dead. What? You actually dare? The three were furious, but before they could finish, Luo Tian's figure vanished like a ghost. Huh? Did that guy get scared? One disciple asked in confusion. Don't let him enter the valley, or we'll all be punished for delaying the mission. The three turned to give chase, but as they did, puff, 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 blood sprayed from their bodies. When did you? The three looked at Luo Tian in disbelief, unaware of when he had struck. Luo Tian stood still, lightly holding a piece of dry grass. Blood dripped from its tip, his eyes burning with even greater fury. A single withered straw ended all their lives. Luo Tian stood at the edge of the cliff, his gaze piercing through the swirling mist to fix on the spot deep in the valley where a flicker of spiritual light was visible. His eyes burned with an uncontrollable rage. There it is, he exclaimed, and before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure had already darted in that direction. Deep within the valley, a gigantic golden divine bird was trapped midair, and in front of it, Master Bai stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of leisure. Golden Pung King, why resist any longer? Becoming a slave to the God Martial King is your destiny. Master Bai's lips curled into a confident smile. Despicable scoundrel, die, roared the Golden Pung King, unleashing a thunderous shout as it prepared to attack. But in that instant, a dazzling light burst from the giant cauldron in the air, forcing the Golden Pung King 3 feet lower, its head driven into the ground. Master Bai sneered. Humph, that was my oversight earlier. Do you think I'll give you another chance to attack? The Golden Pung King's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at him with a deep-seated hatred. Is this the bird that just spat into the air? A strange voice suddenly sounded from behind Master Bai. Master Bai and General Wu turned to see a young man holding a withered straw, his eyes fixed intently on the Golden Pung King. How did someone else get in here? Are the guards outside completely useless? Master Bai frowned, his killing intent rising. General Wu chuckled dismissively. Relax, Master Bai. It's just a kid in the body refinement realm. What harm could he possibly do by getting in? Hearing this, Master Bai felt slightly reassured, while Luo Tian had already begun to question them. Hey, was it this guy that spat into the air? Yes, it was. So what? General Wu replied mockingly. So what? It killed my dragon horse, that's what. Are you its owners? Luo Tian's face was as dark as iron. Master Bai and General Wu exchanged a smile. Who would have thought the Golden Pung King missed us, and instead got this unlucky fellow? What are you laughing at? Luo Tian said coldly. I asked you, is this creature yours? What if it is? What if it isn't? General Wu, in high spirits, teased. Luo Tian replied icily. If it's yours, you owe me a dragon horse. If not, step aside and let me settle the score with it. Oh, Master Bai narrowed his eyes. This creature isn't ours. If you want to deal with it, be our guest. Fine, then move that cauldron out of the way. If it gets damaged, don't blame me. Master Bai laughed heartily. Well, if you have the ability, go ahead and move it yourself. If you break it, we won't hold it against you. He chuckled inwardly, knowing that it was a 5th-level magical artifact capable of intimidating the Golden Pung King. Even they felt its power, so a kid in the body refinement realm would likely be killed just by touching it. Luo Tian, unfazed, replied, All right, you said it. With that, he walked straight towards the Golden Pung King. Bai Zhongmin, you really are quite devious. General Wu remarked with a meaningful smile. Stroking his beard leisurely, Bai Zhongmin replied with a hint of mockery in his eyes. After being stuck here for so many days, it's truly dull. Having this foolish young man perform a suicide act for us is quite entertaining. Indeed, it's amusing. This kid is unbelievably foolish. General Wu agreed. Amidst their scornful laughter, Luo Tian walked straight towards Jinpeng Wang. At this moment, Jinpeng Wang's head was mostly buried in the ground, with only one eye visible to observe Luo Tian's approach. However, Luo Tian didn't spare him a glance and stepped over his body, heading directly for the giant cauldron. Jinpeng Wang fumed with even greater anger, yet he was immobilized under the pressure of the cauldron's power. Bai Zhongmin watched with keen interest. There's a good show coming up. In his mind, the moment Luo Tian touched the cauldron, he would be reduced to a bloody pulp. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Bang! Luo Tian grabbed one leg of the cauldron with one hand and hurled it backwards with great force. The cauldron sliced through the air and crashed into the cliff behind, embedding itself so deeply that it vanished from sight. What? Bai Zhongmin murmured in disbelief. Am I dreaming? A cauldron that could suppress a quasi-divine beast was tossed aside like trash? Damn, Jinping Wang. General Wu was the first to react. Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly rose from the valley. Crack, crack. The chains on Jinping Wang's body snapped inch by inch. Everyone from the 100 Beast sect and the divine martial palace prepared to die. Jinping Wang soared into the sky, his wings creating a fierce wind that instantly annihilated the disciples of the 100 Beast sect, reciting the soul-extinguishing sutra. In a flash, Jinping Wang targeted by Zhang Min and General Wu. Damn it, Dot. General Wu roared, striking out with a palm that howled like a tidal wave. Yet Jinping Wang's massive claws tore through the palm wind effortlessly, reducing General Wu to pieces in an instant. Realizing the dire situation, Bai Zhongmin turned to flee, unable to comprehend why they had failed so completely or how Luo Tian had managed to discard the cauldron so easily. But these questions were no longer his concern. Jinping Wang let out a furious roar, the sound transforming into a white beam that obliterated him into dust. Humph, a bunch of despicable scoundrels. King Jinping's eyes flashed with fury as he unleashed another round of violent blows on General Wu's corpse, only stopping when he had vented enough. He turned to Luo Tian, his tone unusually gentle. Kid, I don't know who you are, but thank you for saving me. However, Luo Tian's face remained devoid of any smile, his voice cold. No need for thanks. You vented your anger, but I haven't. What do you mean? King Jinping was puzzled. Luo Tian stared directly at him. Before I came in, did you shout at the sky? King Jinping thought for a moment. Seems like I did. Why? Why? Luo Tian gritted his teeth. Your shout killed my mount and knocked me out of the sky. King Jinping was taken aback, hesitating. I was attacking those two guys. Killing your mount was an accident. I don't care if it was an accident. Luo Tian's eyes widened. Feeling guilty, King Jinping lowered his head. Then what do you suggest? It's simple. Luo Tian looked at him coldly. You killed my mount, so you owe me a new one. King Jinping chuckled. That's easy. In the Nightwind Kingdom, I'm the king of birds. I'll choose a top-notch flying mount for you. Leave your address. And in 7 days, a beast will come to recognize you as its master. No way. Luo Tian shook his head. I can't wait that long. Then what do you propose? It's you. Luo Tian said bluntly. You killed my mount. So until I reach the Yukuan realm, you'll be my mount. King Jinping's eyes flashed coldly. Humph. Kid, are you out of your mind? You want me to be your mount? Even the mighty Shenwu King from your human race couldn't do that. And you think you can? Luo Tian rolled his eyes dismissively. Shenwu King? Who cares about that trash? King Jinping was stunned, not expecting this person to disregard even the Shenwu King. As Luo Tian's savior, he couldn't attack directly. After a moment of thought, he came up with a plan. Kid, making me your mount isn't impossible. But I swore long ago that anyone wanting to be my master must withstand 3 of my attacks. Otherwise, I'd rather die than submit. King Jinping intended to use this to deter Luo Tian. To his surprise, Luo Tian agreed without hesitation. 3 attacks? Fine, bring it on. King Jinping was bewildered. Hey, kid, did you hear me right? I'm hitting you, not the other way around. I heard you loud and clear. Hurry up and hit me. Then let's get going. Luo Tian seemed a bit impatient. King Jinping fell silent. He hadn't expected Luo Tian to be so unyielding, thinking to himself, fine, I'll teach this guy a small lesson. As long as I don't kill him, I'll find a way to repay him later. Upon realizing this, King Jinping spoke. All right, for this next strike, I'll only use 1/10 of my strength, and I'll aim at your left arm. If you sense something's wrong, dodge immediately, and you'll avoid the blow. Luo Tian, however, nonchalantly replied. No need, just go all out. Full strength. King Jinping thought with amusement. All right then, prepare yourself. He took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully. A brilliant beam of light shot from his mouth, carrying terrifying power straight towards Luo Tian's left arm. Kid, do you see how powerful I am? King Jinping thought smugly, a hint of pride on his face. However, on the other side, Luo Tian simply raised his hand and reached towards the light beam. Damn, his hand is done for. King Jinping was taken aback, not expecting Luo Tian to so casually face the attack. But the next moment, something astonishing happened. Whoosh. A golden flash, and the beam shattered into pieces upon Luo Tian's palm, unable to break through, instead dissipating entirely. Luo Tian's hand remained unscathed, save for a slight smudge. This is your 10th of strength? Is that all you've got? Luo Tian looked at his unblemished hand, then at King Jinping, eyes filled with disappointment. King Jinping's face turned pale. What was happening? He hadn't even used full strength, yet he couldn't even harm Luo Tian's hand. Especially after his earlier boasting, this was a humiliating outcome. Seeing Luo Tian's disdainful expression, King Jinping's face burned with embarrassment. It seems I underestimated you. King Jinping narrowed his eyes. I thought you were just a genius with artifacts, deciphering the Great Cauldron's use, hence moving it so easily. Yet, your strength is formidable, and you've been disguising it as mere physical prowess. Quite the act. Enough talk, let's start the second strike. Luo Tian said coldly. Fine. A glint of determination flashed in King Jinping's eyes. Let me make it clear. Even though you saved my life, I won't hold back this time. I'll use 80% of my power. If you don't want to die, you'd better dodge. Bring it on. Luo Tian replied calmly. King Jinping squinted, knowing full well that Luo Tian was no ordinary opponent, and victory would require no reservations. Divine breath, Jinping roar. With a roar, King Jinping unleashed a powerful aura, forming a beam far stronger than before, interwoven with lightning, crashing towards Luo Tian with terrifying force. This strike was far more formidable than the one that had slain Master Bai, truly fearsome. Boom! The beam struck Luo Tian directly, erupting into a mushroom cloud of dust in the canyon. Damn, did I overdo it? Could the kid be in danger? King Jinping worriedly thought as he watched his attack, concerned about accidentally killing his savior. However, moments later, a cough emerged from the dust. Cough, cough, cough. That was suffocating. Luo Tian emerged from the dust, brushing off the dirt and frowning. Wow, was that move designed to choke me with dust? Quite the sneaky tactic. King Jinping was speechless, his emotions a whirlwind. His signature move hadn't harmed Luo Tian, but the dust it stirred up had choked him? If word got out, King Jinping's reputation would be in ruins. Hey, there's one last move, hurry up. Luo Tian urged from the other side. Sweat beaded on the forehead of King Jinping. He had just put all his strength into that attack, yet Luo Tian seemed to barely notice. A chill crept into King Jinping's heart. The power of this human was far beyond his expectations. Could it be that he was destined to become this man's mount? The thought alone filled him with intense revulsion. After all, he was a renowned demon king of the Tongxian realm. To be reduced to a mere mount for a human. Imagining the scene, King Jinping's resolve only grew stronger. Let me warn you first, King Jinping said in a deep voice. My next strike will be more powerful than anything before. Even your human god of war may not withstand it. Once I strike, there's no turning back. Are you sure you can take it, Heaton? Luo Tian waved his hand impatiently. Enough talk, just do it. A look of determination flashed in King Jinping's eyes as he thought to himself. So be it. I've said all I can. If I die, it's not my fault. With that, he spread his wings and soared into the sky. If you withstand this, I will acknowledge you as my master and willingly become your mount. King Jinping's voice was icy, his aura imposing. Divine breath, heavenly might. King Jinping suddenly unleashed a blood-red beam of light. In that instant, the sky changed color. The previously clear blue sky was now shrouded in dark clouds, as if a thunderstorm was imminent. Luo Tian looked up, frowning. The previous attack had already kicked up so much dust. If this one hit the ground, wouldn't it choke me? No, I can't let it land. I must take the initiative. Having made up his mind, Luo Tian clenched his fist and steadied his stance. Heaven's Way fist, dragon form fist, fourth style. With a low roar, Luo Tian's fist energy condensed into the shape of a massive dragon, charging straight towards King Jinping's beam of light. Boom! The two forces collided violently in midair, whipping up a fierce wind. After a brief stalemate, the dragon form fist broke through King Jinping's beam with greater power. The force continued, surging towards King Jinping like a wild beast. What? King Jinping's eyes widened in shock. His full-strength attack had been shattered in direct confrontation. Seeing the dragon form fist's energy rushing toward him, his heart tightened, and he quickly dodged to the side. Whoosh! The dragon form fist grazed past King Jinping's head, missing him but leaving him nearly overwhelmed by its intimidating pressure. The force shot skyward, crashing into the dark clouds and scattering them, restoring the bright sunlight. King Jinping stood frozen in disbelief. Could this be the power of a single punch? Had Luo Tian already reached the Gui Su realm of strength? In an instant, King Jinping realized that if he had been hit by that punch, he would have met a terrible fate. And this was just one punch. He turned to look at Luo Tian, his eyes filled with shock and awe. Well, 3 moves have passed. What do you say now? Luo Tian asked calmly, looking at him. King Jinping's eye twitched slightly, then he laughed aloud. So be it, so be it. A bet is a bet. Serving as a mount for a Gui Su realm master isn't too bad. With that, he gently descended in front of Luo Tian, bowing his head in submission. I, King Jinping, am willing to be your mount, master. And how should I address you, master? King Jinping asked, slightly bowing. From Beibei City, Luo Tian. Luo Tian replied simply. Luo Tian, is it? King Jinping's voice carried a hint of hesitation, but he quickly bowed his head, feeling a newfound respect. The Golden Rock King nodded, a hint of reverence flickering in his eyes. All right, I'm in a hurry. Take me back to Beibei City. Luo Tian commanded as he leapt onto the broad back of the Golden Rock King, his tone leaving no room for argument. Having lost a dragon horse but gained a mystical beast of the Tongxian realm as a mount, Luo Tian calculated in his mind that this trade wasn't a bad deal after all. The Golden Rock King spread his wings abruptly, their feathers glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. With a powerful shake of his body, he soared upwards, piercing through the clouds and into the sky. His speed was unmatched by that of the dragon horse. Master, may I ask, what realm are you in now? The Golden Rock King cautiously inquired during the flight, his voice laced with undisguised curiosity. Me? Haven't you already figured it out? I'm in the body refining stage. Luo Tian replied lazily while lying on his back, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. What? Body refining? Are you joking? The Golden Rock King's voice rose by several octaves, and his wings trembled slightly. He had always assumed Luo Tian's cultivation level was far superior to his own, hence the ability to conceal his aura. But from Luo Tian's words, it seemed, do you think I have the mood to joke with you? Luo Tian rolled his eyes. Why do you think I need a mount? It's because my realm is too low, only in the body refining stage, and I can't fly. Otherwise, would I have been hit by your attacks in the sky? Indeed, with his current body refining stage, possessing the heavenly Tao movement technique was more than enough for combat. But traveling was a hasslight required constant use of spiritual energy for teleportation, and the risk of accidents was high. Last time, he crashed into a demon lord. If next time he accidentally hit an innocent old lady, it would be hard to explain. Upon hearing this, the Golden Rock King was even more shocked, his wings trembling slightly. Joking? You must be joking, right? Such terrifying power in the body refining stage. He couldn't help but glance back at Luo Tian, his shock like a tidal wave beyond measure. Master, are you perhaps following the example of ancient strongmen, focusing solely on body refining? The Golden Rock King cautiously asked again. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Only body refining? No, I should reach the Qi gathering stage next month. Next month, Qi gathering. The Golden Rock King caught on to this information sharply, his heart shaking. Not solely focused on body refining, yet possessing such power, what would it be like when he reached the Qi gathering stage? A prodigy. Absolutely a prodigy, the Golden Rock King exclaimed in his heart. If he had any reservations about becoming Luo Tian's mount before, now he was completely convinced. Being the mount of such a prodigy was not a burden, but an incredible opportunity. As they conversed, Bianbei City appeared in sight, its walls clearly outlined. The Golden Rock King's massive figure was noticed by the city's guards even before he approached. Oh my, a beast. It's a beast. What? Such a massive beast, with such a terrifying aura. It must be above the airborne realm. What is going on in Bianbei City today? First, 3 airborne realm individuals caused trouble. Then the Luo family fought fiercely, and now a beast appears. Is Bianbei City going to be destroyed today? I don't want to die. Panic spread throughout Bianbei City, with voices of alarm rising everywhere. Wait a minute, look. There's someone on that beast. An observant guard suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted. Someone? Could it be that the beast is someone's mount? If the mount's aura is this terrifying, then how powerful must the person be? The direction the beast is heading, it seems to be the Luo family? The Luo family again? What's going on with the Luo family? People speculated wildly, but no one knew what was really happening. Meanwhile, as the Golden Rock King approached the sky above the Luo family, he suddenly froze, his wings trembling slightly. This aura. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Luo family residence, Niu Wufang suddenly opened his eyes, frowning slightly. He took a deep breath and rushed into the courtyard, looking up at the sky. A massive golden bird, blocking out the heavens, was circling above, its wings stirring up a fierce wind. The Golden Rock King? Niu Wufang's heart tightened, and a glint of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He stared at the giant bird, gripping his spiked club tightly. The Golden Rock King? Is he really going to target the Luo family too? It was then that he realized his injuries hadn't fully healed, and he might not be able to withstand him. The Golden Rock King noticed Niu Wufang's gaze and showed a hint of caution as well. The two mighty beasts locked eyes for a moment, and the air was thick with tension. At that moment, Luo Tian, seated on the Golden Rock King's back, poked his head out and said calmly, "Put away your killing intent. We're on the same side." Niu Wufang was taken aback, then his face lit up with joy. "Uncle." His voice was filled with disbelief. Luo Tian rolled his eyes, clearly a bit exasperated by the title. The Golden Rock King, on the other hand, looked puzzled, glancing up at the two, not understanding the meaning. "Uncle? What kind of title is that? You both wait here. I'm going to see my father." Luo Tian instructed briefly before leaving. In the courtyard, only Niu Wufang and the Golden Rock King remained. Niu Wufang looked at the Golden Rock King, suspiciously asking, "Hey, Golden Rock King, how did you end up with my uncle? What's going on here?" The Golden Rock King looked up and replied indifferently, "I have decided to follow the master." "Master? Niu Wufang was surprised. You didn't become my uncle's mount, did you? How is that possible? Aren't you the one who hates being constrained? The Golden Rock King glanced at him coolly. It's a long story. Niu Wufang was momentarily speechless, then chuckled. That makes sense, given your proud nature. He paused, a sly look in his eyes. By the way, how did you end up with my uncle? Weren't you always disdainful of such relationships? The Golden Rock King rolled his eyes. Your mother has been released. His voice was somewhat shocked. My mother? Niu Wufang raised an eyebrow, then smiled. My uncle easily pulled out the ancient sword and rescued my mother from the seal. The Golden Rock King was stunned. The seal? I remember it being extremely powerful, almost unbreakable. Your mother was freed from it. Niu Wufang proudly smiled. Exactly, my uncle effortlessly pulled out the ancient sword and saved my mother. He patted his chest. Then my mother acknowledged my uncle as her brother, making him my uncle. The Golden Rock King's expression was complicated as he rolled his eyes. What a complicated family. Oh, by the way, the Golden Rock King suddenly remembered. How is your mother now? What's her level? How does she evaluate the master? Upon hearing this, Niu Wufang lowered his eyes and spoke earnestly. I asked her. My mother is still at the Guisu realm, but her level is unstable, only at the first level of the Guisu realm. However, she said that she is currently no match for my uncle, but if she fully recovers, she should be able to surpass him. The Golden Rock King's eyes widened in shock, staring at Niu Wufang. The first level of the Guisu realm, and she's no match for the master? He murmured, full of disbelief. At this moment, it was only temporary. Mother had once said that if uncle advanced another level, even at her peak strength, she wouldn't be his match. As these words were spoken, King Jinping's heart was thrown into turmoil, unable to calm for a long while. Meanwhile, the Luo family hall was bustling with noise as people gathered upon hearing the news of Luo Tian's return. Luo Feng stepped forward, concerned, and asked, Tianer, was everything smooth this time? Luo Tian nodded in response. Yes, all the other materials are ready. We're only short of one innate spirit crystal. The Zwi secret realm will open in a few days, and we'll have a chance to compete for it. I've already secured my entry. Luo Feng was overjoyed to hear this, his face unable to hide the excitement. Great. That's fantastic. We've already acquired the other materials. Once the Zwi secret realm opens, you'll be able to advance to the Qi condensation stage smoothly. At this thought, Luo Feng felt a wave of awe. Luo Tian, already formidable at the body refining stage, would be unimaginable if he advanced to the Qi condensation stage. By the way, Father, Luo Tian's expression turned serious as he suddenly asked. I noticed smoke and chaos in the streets as I entered the city. What happened? Luo Feng chuckled dismissively. Nothing much, just some smaller families in Beibei City, trying to seize our Luo family's assets. These short-sighted fools have been thoroughly dealt with. Luo Tian was taken aback, frowning with disbelief. They dared to attack the Luo family? How is that possible? Our Luo family is one of the strongest in Beibei City. Only the Li family can barely compete with us. Are they insane? Luo Feng's expression darkened, his voice lowering. Because they thought our Luo family had been destroyed. He paused, then recounted the incident of 3 Void Realm experts forcibly entering the Luo family. Before Luo Feng could finish, he noticed Luo Tian standing with his head bowed, his aura suddenly turning violent, a tangible killing intent spreading rapidly, as if even the air had frozen. Tianer. Luo Feng was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. He could hardly believe this murderous young man was his familiar son. Extermination? Luo Tian lifted his head, his gaze icy cold, his voice sharp as a blade. Who are they? What's their origin? He had thought that even if Lan Xiaoer's matter attracted hostility, no one would dare attempt such an extreme act as extermination. If not for Niu Wufang's timely arrival, the Luo family might indeed have been reduced to ruins. This thought brought a deep sense of fear. Though he had long known this world was one of the survival of the fittest, he now truly realized how naive he had been. Third Elder, have you found out? His voice was low, yet carried an oppressive force. The Third Elder responded respectfully. Yes, young master. We've identified them. One of them is the red-haired ghost from the Ghost Fiend Hall, a killer hired by the Lan family. Another is Ding Chun, a void sword cultivator from the Sword Xian sect, and the last one is a guest elder of the Shenwu King mansion. Feeling the suffocating killing intent emanating from Luo Tian, the Third Elder spoke with even more deference, his attitude almost servile, lacking the demeanor of a senior addressing a junior. Lan family, Ghost Fiend Hall, Sword Xian sect, and Shenwu King mansion, Luo Tian murmured, his voice slicing through the silence like an icy blade. Got it. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left the hall, heading towards the courtyard. Uncle. Niu Wufang started to greet him, but was so overwhelmed by the oppressive killing intent that he dared not move, breaking into a cold sweat. Luo Tian's expression was stern, his voice commanding. Niu Wufang, guard the Luo family. Whoever dares to provoke us, strike them down without mercy. Yes. Niu Wufang lowered his head, his voice slightly trembling. The moment his gaze shifted away from Luo Tian, he felt utterly drained of strength, his legs weak and barely able to support him. At this moment, he truly understood the fearsome nature of Luo Tian. Just a single glance could render him so powerless, not to mention the time Luo Tian's casual strike had left him with broken bones. Reflecting on it now, it was clear that Luo Tian had shown mercy back then. Golden Rock King, come with me, Luo Tian said coldly. Upon hearing this, the Golden Rock King immediately revealed his true form. It was his first time witnessing Luo Tian's imposing presence, and he dared not hesitate. Luo Tian leaped onto his back, and with a powerful flap of his wings, the Golden Rock King vanished into the clouds. Grandfather, where is Uncle going? Niu Wufang asked, his voice still tinged with fear after regaining his composure following Luo Tian's departure. He is probably off to cause some trouble, Luo Feng replied thoughtfully. Meanwhile, in a refined boudoir of the Lan family in Yunshui City. Father, is there any news? Lan Xiu'er, though lying sick in bed, had eyes that glimmered with malice. Lan Ming looked at his daughter with satisfaction and said, don't worry, child. This time, with 3 powerful experts at the Sky Realm joining forces, the Luo family is doomed. Lan Xiu'er nodded slightly and said no more. At this moment, in the Yunshui City Lord's mansion, City Lord Wu Wentian was beaming at the distinguished guest before him. Master Long, thank you for your assistance in strengthening our city's protective formation. Standing before him was Long Ingqiu, the master of the GUS sect and a superpower at the Profound Realm. Looking at the young woman beside him, Wu Yuro, Long Ingqiu praised, City Lord Wu, your daughter is exceptionally talented. Breaking through to the spirit realm at just 17, she's even more outstanding than the crown prince of the Shenwu kingdom. Given time, she will surely reach the ruins realm and become the foremost figure in the Night Wind kingdom. As everyone basked in the praise, the formation core of the city's protective barrier suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. A Profound Realm expert is approaching. Long Ingqiu's expression turned serious. There's no need to worry, he quickly regained his composure. With me here and the newly arranged formation, even a Profound Realm expert won't be able to force their way in. City Lord Wu, Yuro, come with me to the city wall to see who it is. Yes. Wu Yuro responded respectfully. Wu Yuro spoke softly, a hint of undeniable nervousness flickering in her eyes. Seeing this, Long Ingqiu shook his head slightly. This last disciple of his had a decent talent, but her temperament was too fragile. This was her greatest weakness and his biggest concern. She needed to undergo some real trials. Before long, the group had climbed the towering walls of Yunshui City. A rumbling sound echoed from the horizon, and a massive shadow swiftly approached from the distance, its form blotting out the sun and bringing with it a fierce wind. Long Ingqiu's gaze sharpened, his pupils contracted suddenly, and his expression turned grave. The Golden Rock King? How could it be him? He murmured to himself, his brows furrowing even tighter. Nearby, Wu Wentian noticed the unusual atmosphere and couldn't help but ask, Master Long, who is that? Long Ingqiu squinted his eyes, staring at the giant shadow as he slowly replied, the Golden Rock King, a quasi-divine beast of the Tongxian realm. This beast is known for its reclusive nature and never interacts with humans. For it to willingly fly to a human city today is truly unusual. A quasi-divine beast? Wu Wentian gasped, his face turning a shade paler. In the blink of an eye, the enormous figure of the Golden Rock King hovered above the city, its feathers gleaming like metal in the sunlight, exuding an oppressive aura that was as heavy as a mountain. Golden Rock King, it has been a long time. I am Long Ingqiu, the master of the GUS sect, here to welcome your presence. Long Ingqiu shouted, his voice resonating throughout the city. The Golden Rock King glanced at him, then at the city's protective barrier, its voice ringing out like a bell. Master Long, was this barrier crafted by you? Indeed. Long Ingqiu nodded, a hint of helplessness in his tone. If you wish to enter the city, I would not normally hinder you. However, the murderous aura surrounding you is as sharp as a blade, stinging my face even from 1,000 feet away. If I allow you in, the entire Yunshui city might suffer greatly. The Golden Rock King replied coldly. You misunderstand, Master Long. This murderous aura is not mine, but my master's. Master. Long Ingqiu's heart skipped a beat, his gaze quickly shifting to the Golden Rock King's back, where he finally noticed someone sitting cross-legged Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes were slightly closed, his expression calm, as if resting. Yet the menacing aura radiated from him, sweeping over them like a storm. Long Ingqiu's heart raced. The Golden Rock King had a master? For a quasi-divine beast, known for its pride, to willingly serve as someone's steed, who could this person be? To command the Golden Rock King. Unless they were a Gui Su realm powerhouse. The thought sent cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Although he was confident that with the help of the formation, he could fend off most Tongxian realm experts, and even face the Golden Rock King head-on, a Gui Su realm opponent was an entirely different matter. Golden Rock King, May I ask the purpose of your master's visit to the city? Long Yingqiu inquired cautiously, his voice low. Before the Golden Rock King could respond, Luo Tian suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, two icy, blade-like glints shot from his gaze, striking the city wall and carving deep cracks, scattering debris and dust. Ah! When Wu Yuro met his gaze, it was as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her face pale. Deactivate the barrier. I am here for the Lan family, and wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Luo Tian's voice was as cold and unyielding as iron. Of course, if you wish to stand up for the Lan family, I won't mind killing you as well. Long Yingqiu's expression changed dramatically, but he forced himself to remain calm. He hadn't risen to the position of master of the GUS sect by being foolish. He didn't even know who the Lan family was, so how could he rashly intervene? Please wait a moment. I will open the barrier, he said, bowing his head with composure, without hesitation. He knew better than to provoke someone he couldn't contend with. Recognizing the situation and adapting accordingly was the key to his enduring success. As Long Yingqiu formed the necessary seals, a section of the protective barrier slowly opened, revealing a gateway of light. Thank you. The Golden Rock King nodded slightly, its golden wings flapping as it carried Luo Tian into the city. The crowd watched the massive figure disappear into the distance, and only when the oppressive aura faded did Wu Tian finally mutter through gritted teeth, "The Lan family? Are they insane? How dare they provoke someone like him?" Long Yingqiu sighed and said, "None of this matters now. The Lan family is destined to become history. If a powerful figure at the Gui Su level takes action, it's not just small families in Yinshui City that will be wiped out, but even second-tier forces like our GUS sect in the Night Wind Kingdom." At that moment, Wu Yuning suddenly spoke with a trembling voice, "Master." "Hmm? What's wrong?" Long Yingqiu turned to look at her. Wu Yuro's hands trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with unease. "Master, didn't you say that my talent is quite good? But why is that young man, who looks about my age, so much stronger than me?" In that fleeting moment when she locked eyes with Luo Tian, Wu Yuro felt her confidence nearly crumble. Despite her exceptional talent, her overly gentle nature often led to self-doubt. After that brief encounter, she even began to question whether she was just worthless. Long Yingqiu's sharp gaze swept over his disciple, and he immediately scolded her sternly. "You foolish girl, do you think that guy is the same age as you?" Wu Yuro blinked in surprise. "Isn't he?" Long Yingqiu shook his head in exasperation. "Have you ever seen someone that age with such powerful abilities? That guy just has some technique to maintain his youthful appearance. He's likely much older than I am." "Really?" Wu Yuro's eyes widened in shock. Long Yingqiu snorted. "What did you think? That someone in their early 20s could be stronger than me? Do you think that's possible?" Wu Yuro nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense." Seeing the confidence rekindle in her eyes, Long Yingqiu's tone softened. "Regardless of his age, his power is undeniable. Remember this, girl, when you're out in the world and encounter him, be sure to show proper respect. Such an old monster can be terrifying when angered." Wu Yuro straightened her back immediately and replied respectfully, "Yes, I will heed your teachings, master." Meanwhile, above the Lan household, a thunderous explosion echoed in the sky, startling the entire Lan family. "What was that? Look at that huge bird. It's a beast, a mythical beast. Why is it here? Quick, inform the family head." But there was no need to inform anyone. Lan Meng had already sensed the disturbance and swiftly moved to the courtyard. When he looked up and saw the massive form of the Golden Rock King blocking out the sun, he froze in place. Quickly adjusting his expression, Lan Meng bowed deeply. "Senior, I am Lan Meng, the head of the Lan family. I am unaware of your esteemed presence here. If there is anything you require, I will do my utmost to fulfill it." He didn't know the exact strength of the Golden Rock King, but instinct told him that if the being wished to kill him, it would be effortless. Just then, a cold voice came from the back of the Golden Rock King. "Lan Meng, how dare you?" Luo Tian looked down on Lan Meng with icy eyes full of indifference and killing intent, as if he were a mere ant about to be crushed. Upon hearing the voice, Lan Meng looked up, and when he recognized the figure on the rock's back, his pupils contracted sharply. Luo Tian, you're not dead." Realizing his slip, he quickly forced a smile. "Nephew, what is the meaning of this?" Luo Tian's face was cold as ice, his voice carrying a biting chill. "Nephew? I'm your ancestor. Lan Meng, your life was given by my Luo family. You were the one who wanted your daughter to marry me back then. But later, you reneged and had Lan Xiu'er break off the engagement, to which I agreed without complaint. I believe I've been more than fair, but your Lan family? First, your daughter used her master's hand to try and destroy my Luo family. After I defeated him, instead of repenting, he became even more aggressive and hired assassins to destroy my Luo family." Luo Tian's eyes were intense as he stared directly at Lan Meng. Under this piercing gaze, Lan Meng involuntarily took a step back, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Lan Meng, oh Lan Meng, I gave you chances more than once. Why do you insist on seeking your own demise? Luo Tian's voice was icy and sharp. Lan Meng tried to maintain his composure, but he couldn't hide the guilt in his eyes. He knew full well that he was in the wrong in this matter. Luo Tian, in the past, it was indeed my Lan family that wronged your Luo family, Lan Meng admitted through gritted teeth, then quickly shifted his tone. But now my daughter Xiaoer is with the son of the king of Shenwu. If you act against us, the Shenwu palace won't spare you. Why not take a step back? Leave now, and we won't let the Shenwu palace intervene. How about that? Faced with Lan Meng's threat involving the Shenwu palace, Luo Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. Shenwu palace? What a joke. Even if it were the heavenly court or the netherworld, nothing can save your Lan family today. Before he finished speaking, Luo Tian waved his arm, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The Lan family must be destroyed. With that, the heavenly spear technique was unleashed. A force like 1,000 armies surged from the spear tip, targeting the Lan family. Lan Meng was about to shout in anger when he was torn to shreds by the force, along with the rest of the Lan family turning to dust. Amidst the thunderous noise, buildings collapsed and the earth cracked. In this apocalyptic scene, Luo Tian saw the dismembered Lan Xiaoer. She glared at Luo Tian with a twisted expression. Luo Tian, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Before she could finish, she too was shredded by the spear's intent. In an instant, the once grand Lan family was no more. Haunt me as a ghost? You couldn't surpass me in life. What makes you think you can as a ghost? Luo Tian casually discarded the spear. Nearby, King Jinping witnessed everything, his heart filled with awe. As expected, the master has reached the void realm. King Jinping, let's go. Luo Tian said calmly. What? Oh yes. Where to next? Jinshin sect. Luo Tian's eyes gleamed coldly. Hearing this, King Jinping spread his wings and soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Meanwhile, atop the main peak of Jinshin sect, a disciple excitedly reported to sect leader Hui Nan. Sect leader, the ancestor has emerged from seclusion. And he has succeeded. Succeeded? Hui Nan, usually calm, sprang to his feet, unable to hide his excitement. That's excellent. With the ancestor mastering that artifact, he alone can match 3 Tongxian realm experts. Coupled with our formations, Jinshin sect can now rank among the top forces in Yifeng country. Ambition sparkled in Hui Nan's eyes. In his vision, with the ancestor's power and his own cunning, Jinshin sect would eventually become the strongest sect in Yifeng country. But just then boom. A loud explosion interrupted his reverie. Master, something terrible has happened. A Sword Shin sect elder, his face pale and forehead beaded with cold sweat, rushed into the hall in a panic. Queenan looked up, frowning slightly. What is it? The Golden Rock King. It's the Golden Rock King. The elder gasped, his voice trembling. That creature has destroyed our mountain gate. Queenan was taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. The Golden Rock King? That beast? We have no dealings with him. Why would he destroy our gate? The elder shook his head, his face full of fear. I don't know, but the Golden Rock King is notoriously fierce. If he really goes mad, it could be disastrous. Quinan's lips curled into a cold smile. If it were before, perhaps it would be troublesome. But now, our Sword Shin sect is not what it used to be. Before he finished speaking, Quinan's figure flickered, and he flew to a scenic spot in the back mountain of the Sword Shin sect. By the clear stream, a simple thatched hut stood quietly. Queenan knelt on one knee, calling out loudly. Ancestor, the Sword Shin sect is in trouble. Queenan requests your aid. With a creaking sound, the hut's door slowly opened, making a dull noise. An elderly man, with white hair and beard, exuding an air of celestial grace, walked out slowly, a hint of displeasure on his face. Sigh. Really, the younger generation is so disappointing, making me handle such matters, the old man sighed, shaking his head. This man was none other than the Sword Shin sect's ancestor, Gutong. Queenan bowed respectfully. Ancestor, if it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't disturb your peace. But now, the situation is urgent, and we need your intervention. Gutong remained calm, waving his hand dismissively. Urgent situation? It's just a bird demon, isn't it? Is it worth getting so flustered? I'll catch him and make him our mountain guardian beast. With that, he started walking, his steps light as the wind. Queenan followed behind, inwardly grumbling. A bird demon? A guardian beast? Just a year ago, Gutong warned me not to provoke powerful demons, to endure if possible. But now, after acquiring that magical artifact, he's acting all high and mighty. Of course, these thoughts stayed in his mind, never daring to be voiced. Meanwhile, Gutong leaped forward, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, heading towards the mountain gate. By now, the Sword Shin sect's gate was in ruins, debris scattered amidst the dust. In the sky, a giant golden rock hovered, its wings spread wide, with a figure standing on its back, overlooking the devastation below. Little golden rock, you've got some nerve, daring to destroy my sect's gate? Gutong shouted from afar. His voice, infused with the power of the profound realm, rolled like thunder through the valley. Below, the Sword Qian sect disciples looked up, murmuring amongst themselves. Hmm? Is that our sect's ancestor coming out? The ancestor? You mean the one who's been secluded in the mountains back, the profound realm ancestor? That's him. I had the fortune of seeing him once many years ago. No mistake about it. Can the ancestor handle the Golden Rock King? Humph. Didn't you hear what the ancestor called him? The ancestor called him Little Golden Rock. Either the ancestor's seniority is higher, or his strength surpasses him. Either way, the ancestor is formidable. The Sword Qian sect, initially filled with anxiety, found reassurance in Gutong's casual reference to the Golden Rock as Little Golden Rock. The Golden Rock King frowned, hearing this. Little Golden Rock. He didn't know this guy at all. The Sword Qian sect's ancestor, Gutong, might be in the Profound Realm too, but his strength was considered inferior among the Profound Realm in Yifeng Nation. How could he be so arrogant? Are you the one in charge of the Sword Qian sect? At that moment, a cold voice came from the figure on the Golden Rock's back, as icy as the voice itself. There's someone else. Gutong was taken aback, evidently not expecting another person on the rock's back. That's right, I speak for the Sword Qian sect. Who are you? Gutong asked sternly. I am Luo Tian, the one who will destroy your Sword Qian sect, the figure replied coldly, his tone filled with undeniable menace. Destroy my Jinxian sect? Gutong was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the valley. Even Hui Nan, standing nearby, wore a disdainful smile, his eyes glimmering with contempt. Luo Tian. The Luo Tian from Bianbei City. Gutong's laughter subsided, but his eyes were full of mockery. You used despicable methods to kill my junior brother Luo Tian. I thought you were smart, so I was very cautious and entrusted others to take action. But now I see you're just a fool. Huinan shook his head, his tone full of scorn. I wasted my efforts using Ding Chun as a pawn to test you. And your trump card is just the Golden Rock King? It seems I was overly cautious. Standing on the broad back of the Golden Rock King, Luo Tian ignored their taunts. His gaze was sharp as he looked down at the crowd below, his voice booming. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Swear to leave Jinxian's sect and depart from the sect within 30 breaths, and I will spare your lives. The rest will be killed without mercy. As soon as he said this, the crowd from Jinxian's sect erupted into laughter, filled with disdain and ridicule. What? Swear to leave Jinxian's sect? Who do you think you are? A disciple shouted, looking up. I've never seen someone so brainless, relying on a Golden Rock King to spout such nonsense, another chimed in. Haha, the Golden Rock King must hate having such a foolish ally by now. You idiot, your Golden Rock King is no match for our ancestor. Stop pretending. With Gutong as their backing, the people of Jinxian's sect became increasingly brazen, each displaying arrogance, taking none of Luo Tian's words seriously. Gutong stood with his hands behind his back, shaking his head with a smile. Golden Rock King, I'll give you a chance too. Kill the boy on your back and become the guardian beast of Jinxian's sect, and I'll spare your life. This statement brought another round of jeers from the crowd. Big Bird, kneel and kowtow quickly. The ancestor said he'd spare you, a disciple shouted. Little Golden Rock, if you don't surrender, we'll be having roasted bird wings soon, another added, fanning the flames. Amidst the taunts, anger flared in the eyes of the Golden Rock King, its golden pupils glinting dangerously. Brat, you're courting death, the Golden Rock King roared. Divine breath, Golden Rock roar. The Golden Rock King opened its massive beak, unleashing a golden beam like a sword towards the ground. This terrifying aura tore through the air, causing the sky to change color, scattering the surrounding clouds instantly. Ordinary disciples of Jinxian's sect turned pale, some even collapsing to the ground with weak knees. Is this the power of a transcendent realm expert? Many were shocked, witnessing such a display of power for the first time. Trivial tricks. Gutong snorted, his figure moving like lightning as he flew up, meeting the Golden Rock King's breath with a sword strike. Clang! The sword energy whistled through the air, colliding heat-in with the Golden Rock King's breath, producing a deafening metallic clash. Boom! The two forces clashed fiercely in the sky, causing the heavens and earth to shake. The shockwave spread in all directions, making the robes of those below flutter wildly. The ancestor blocked it, a disciple cheered. No, the ancestor's power seems inferior to that of the beast, another said with worry. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gutong's sword energy was gradually suppressed by the Golden Rock King's breath, the golden beam inching closer to him. Gutong frowned slightly, thinking to himself. So this is the power of a quasi-divine beast? Even though our realms are similar, its strength surpasses mine by so much. If it were before, I might really lose today, but unfortunately, I'm not the same as I was. With one hand wielding his sword to counter the Golden Rock King, Gutong pulled an object from his robe with the other. It was an ancient bronze seal, clearly engraved with the words Fanjiang, emitting a faint blue glow. Golden Rock King, let me show you my true strength. Gutong smirked coldly. Fanjiang seal kill. In an instant, the Fanjiang seal flew from his hand, transforming into a blue light, striking towards the Golden Rock King's breath. Bang! The breath that had been steadily suppressing Gutong shattered like glass upon contact with the Fanjiang seal. What? A flash of shock crossed the Golden Rock King's eyes, and for the first time, its golden pupils showed a hint of panic. The overwhelming pressure from the Fanjiang seal was almost unbearable for him. If you refuse to submit, then die, Gaetong said coldly, channeling his magic into the seal, which surged forward like a raging sea towards King Jinping. King Jinping's expression changed as he swiftly sidestepped, trying to evade the attack. However, under Gaetong's control, the Fanjiang seal unpredictably altered its course, pursuing him like a fierce wind. Watching this, Huinan was filled with awe. He thought to himself, as expected of a 6th-level artifact, its power, though not as strong as a Goeishu realm master, it's comparable to a top-tier expert. If the Patriarch wielded this, the enemies of Yifeng Nation would be few. He quickly offered his flattery. Gaetong sneered with disdain. Without this artifact, how many in Yifeng Nation could rival me? Huinan inwardly rolled his eyes. Without the artifact, the Patriarch was just being suppressed by King Jinping, wasn't he? How quickly he forgets. But he dared not voice this thought. The disciples of Jinxian's sect, seeing Gaetong gaining the upper hand, began to mock. Little Jinping, weren't you so arrogant? Now look at you, like a lost dog. What lost dog? More like a lost bird. Haha, what a fool. And that idiot up there, didn't you say you were going to destroy our Jinxian sect? Why so quiet now? Yeah, the one who kept shouting about destroying our sect. Why don't you keep shouting? Laughter erupted, making the atmosphere increasingly mocking. At this moment, King Jinping, watching the Fanjiang seal closing in, was filled with anxiety. Master, what should we do? He anxiously asked Luo Tian. Luo Tian gave a faint smile, responding calmly, stop. King Jinping was taken aback, full of doubt as he looked back at the swiftly approaching seal. Stop? But his words were cut short by Luo Tian's cold gaze, which quelled all his uncertainties. Don't worry, just stop. Luo Tian's voice was calm, yet his composure left King Jinping speechless. Clenching his teeth, King Jinping said no more and stopped in midair, awaiting orders. Seeing this, Gaetong sneered again. Given up? Well, the end is the same, death. Let's finish this. He waved his hand, urging the Fanjiang seal towards the two with force. But just then, Luo Tian suddenly stretched out his palm, a golden light shimmering, forming a massive golden palm print in his hand. This was the heavenly Dao palm technique. The Fanjiang seal followed closely, almost upon them in an instant. But at that moment, Luo Tian's golden palm suddenly flicked a finger, sending it straight at the seal. What's he doing? Forming a palm with energy? A good trick, but unfortunately, in front of the Patriarch, it's nothing. The elders of Jinxian's sect smiled slightly, watching calmly, convinced Luo Tian was doomed. Boom. With a loud crash, the Fanjiang seal collided with Luo Tian's flicked finger. The once devastating seal shattered like a fragile glass ball, sent flying by a single flick. It rebounded rapidly, shooting into the sky before disappearing into the void. Patriarch. Huinan's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Gaetong. Gaetong stood there, body rigid, eyes vacant. Patriarch, what's wrong? Huinan asked urgently. Gaetong swallowed hard, his expression dazed. I can't sense it anymore. Huinan's heart skipped a beat, quickly asking, why? Gaetong's mouth twitched slightly, murmuring, there are two possibilities. 1. The Fanjiang seal was flicked so far away I can't sense it. 2. The seal was destroyed by that flick. Huinan's eyes widened in disbelief. The two possibilities proposed by Gaetong were terrifying no matter which one was true. A 6th-level magical artifact, with power comparable to the Zhuan Guisu realm, had either been flicked out of detection range or destroyed entirely. A chilling thought crossed Huinan's mind. He abruptly turned to Luo Tian, his face turning pale. Could it be that the deaths of Ming Xin and Ding Chun were not the work of the Golden Rock King, but caused by this young man before him? This idea sent a shiver down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Was the centuries-old glory of the Sword Xian sect truly about to end today? At this moment, Luo Tian retracted his finger and looked down at the members of the Sword Xian sect. The 30 breaths have passed. It seems you've all chosen to share the fate of the Sword Xian sect. He sneered, flipping his wrist to retrieve the battle blade of the Crimson Blood Scorpion from his space ring. Heavenly Sword Technique, 4-phase slash. Luo Tian's figure blurred as the blade light erupted. 4 terrifying slashes whistled out, carving a square shape over a vast area, enveloping the entire Sword Xian sect. Did he miss? The elders of the Sword Xian sect exchanged puzzled glances. Unexpectedly, Luo Tian turned to the Golden Rock King and said, let's go. Despite his confusion, the Golden Rock King spread his wings and took flight. The remaining members of the Sword Xian sect began to discuss, some thinking it was a bluff, others speculating that his power might have limitations. Even Gutong breathed a sigh of relief. though still wary of Luo Tian's mysterious strength. Master, are you really not going to kill them? The Golden Rock King couldn't help but ask. They're already dead, Luo Tian replied coldly. Suddenly, a drastic change occurred. The ground erupted with blinding light as 4 towering blade beams surged from the earth, enveloping the entire Swordshian sect. Even from a distance, the Golden Rock King could feel a terrifying power that could make him shudder. What is that? Someone in the Swordshian sect exclaimed. Look, those blade beams seem to be starting to shatter. Under the astonished gaze of the members of the Jinshian sect, the massive sword aura that had sealed off all directions suddenly exploded, transforming into countless tiny blades that swept towards them like a torrential storm. Damn it, break it for me, roared an elder of the Jinshian sect as he unsheathed his sword, his sharp sword energy meeting the incoming blades. However, his sword shattered the moment it touched the blades, and the tiny blades pierced through his body like lightning, causing blood to gush out. The elder died instantly. This is bad run. Panic-stricken shouts echoed throughout the Jinshian sect. But under the dense net of blades, any attempts to escape seemed futile. Sect leader Huinan watched all of this with a bitter smile on his face. From the first sight of the blades, he understood the Jinshian sect was finished. It's all my misjudgment. Why provoke Luo Tian? Why didn't I investigate his strength before taking action? Sect leader, don't give up. Let's resist with all our might, came the shout of another elder. Resist? What use is that? Huinan smiled bitterly, allowing a blade to pierce through his chest. Gutong, however, was unwilling to die just yet. He roared as he soared into the sky. I can't die here. Ancestor, take us with you. The disciples below cried out in despair. But before their words could even settle, Gutong was surrounded by thousands of blades. Explode for me. Gutong's final strike unleashed a burst of sword energy, only to be instantly extinguished by the blades. Then, countless blades interwove and pierced through his body, causing him to fall from the sky, his blood painting the sky red. In just a few breaths, the entire Jinshian sect was reduced to ruins. The nearby King Jinping watched in terror. This was a second-tier power in the Night Wind Nation, yet they were so easily defeated by Luo Tian. However, he also understood that the Jinshian sect brought this upon themselves. If they hadn't twice attempted to annihilate the Luo family, Luo Tian wouldn't have been so ruthless. Master, where to next? King Jinping asked, composing himself. Do you know where the Ghost Fiend Hall is? Luo Tian asked. The Ghost Fiend Hall is a widespread, loose assassin organization, and no one knows where the main headquarters is. The branch here in the Night Wind Nation is just a small one. Do you know the location of the branch? I know of one place. Lead the way. In a dilapidated general store in a remote village, an old man was checking the task list with a pipe in his mouth. 360 assassination tasks this month, and 9 failures. He frowned. 6 were attempts on King Shenwu, 1 on Master Tianan, and 1 on the sect leader of Shunyu. For these few, my Ghost Fiend Hall has lost hundreds of assassins. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at the last item. The attempt on the Luo family of Beibei City and their young master Luo Tian also failed? How is that possible? The old man looked utterly astonished. The old man repeatedly checked the task list before finally stopping. His eyes showed disbelief as he muttered, Beibei City? That remote town without even a Yukuan realm expert? How could the red-haired ghost, one of our elite assassins in Nightwind Kingdom, fail? Are we sure this intelligence is accurate? A calm voice came from the shadows behind him. The intelligence is absolutely accurate. The red-haired ghost was killed instantly in Bianbei City. In an instant? The old man looked up sharply, his eyes wide. Who could have such ability? The demon king of the Tiandang Mountains, the divine beast Wu Cai, Shenyu Wufang. The old man relaxed, suddenly understanding. Ah, it's that brute. In terms of raw strength, he indeed ranks in the top 3 among the humans and demons of Nightwind Kingdom. He furrowed his brow again. But it's strange that such a demon king from Tiandang Mountain would be involved with a small family in Bianbei City. The specific reason is unknown, but the facts are indisputable, the voice in the shadows replied. The old man sighed. A task worth 5 million low-grade spirit stones, yet we lost a red-haired ghost. That's quite a loss. At that moment, a figure entered the room. The old man immediately put on a smile. Oh, what would the guest like to buy? A life, the newcomer said curtly. Whose life would the guest like to buy? Luo Tian. A flicker of surprise crossed the old man's eyes. Luo Tian again. May I ask how much the guest is willing to offer? 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. 10 billion. The old man's eyes widened. This was a significant deal. Does the guest have any special requirements? Only kill him, and do not harm anyone else, or not a single stone will be paid. The old man chuckled. That's easy enough. But by our rules, we ask the guest to leave a name, so we can deliver the reward. The visitor slowly raised his head. Luo Tian. The old man's smile froze instantly. He confirmed repeatedly. You're saying you are? That's right. I am Luo Tian. The visitor said, staring directly at the old man. I am paying to have my own life taken. After I'm dead, You can take my head to the Luo family for the reward. It was indeed Luo Tian himself. He initially intended to destroy the Ghost Fiend Hall directly, but through the introduction of King Jinping, he learned that the Ghost Fiend Hall was a widespread, loose organization, more like an assassin brokerage, and nearly impossible to destroy quickly by force. So he chose this method. Guest, this is not a joke, the old man said, squinting. Luo Tian sneered. Do you think you're worthy of my jokes? The old man immediately broke into a smile. Very well, the Ghost Fiend Hall will accept this task. Saying this, he recorded the information on a jade slip with a flick of his finger. Heh, our luck is really something, isn't it? We were just planning to take a short break here, and who knew 10 billion low-grade spirit stones would come right to us? As soon as the words were spoken, laughter echoed from the shadows. Two gaunt men, identical in appearance, emerged from the darkness. Mo Fei, Mo Xiang, don't think you can hog this big prize. Luo Tian's life is mine. As soon as this was said, heavy footsteps sounded from the other side of the room, and a burly man stepped out. Yifeng, what do you mean by that? Mo Fei and Mo Xiang's expressions changed instantly, and they retorted angrily. What? Who said this task is only for you two to complete? Yifeng sneered. Fine, let's see who gets it first, and whoever does, takes it. Mo Fei snorted coldly, his gaze icy. Yifeng nodded slightly. No problem, let's see who's quicker. With that, the three turned their attention to Luo Tian, their eyes filled with greed, ready to make their move. However, just then, whoosh, a chilling murderous aura suddenly enveloped the entire room. All three of them froze, their bodies involuntarily stiffened, and they turned to look into the dark depths. A figure slowly emerged. The person appeared disheveled, with ragged clothes, yet their steps were steady and light, as if the air parted for them. I'm a bit short on cash lately, so this kid's head is mine. The person said coldly, their voice low and threatening. As they approached, Yifeng and the others instinctively stepped back, fear etched on their faces. Sure Huaguang, why is it you? Yifeng exclaimed, his tone incredulous. Sure Huaguang. Mo Xiang was taken aback, then said, one of the three transcendent realm assassins of Nightwind Nation's Ghost Temple? Weren't you suppressed by Master Tianin? How are you here? Sure Huaguang chuckled lazily, a fierce glint in his eyes. Of course, I escaped. That damned monk caught me and forced me to listen to his chanting every day. I nearly went mad. Recently, I finally got the chance to sneak away. He turned his head towards Luo Tian. I lost all my savings, and I've been worrying about money, but it seems someone's delivered themselves to me. Sure Huaguang's gaze swept over the other three, his smile growing colder. This kid's head is mine. Any objections? No, absolutely not. The three replied almost in unison, their voices thick with fear. What a joke. Although the three of them were airborne realm experts, formidable in their own right, Sure Huaguang was a transcendent realm powerhouse. Even at the first level of the transcendent realm, he could easily eliminate them all if they joined forces against him. Good. Sure Huaguang grinned maliciously. Kid, your head belongs to me today. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, his fingers like claws aiming straight for Luo Tian. However, Sure Huaguang's body suddenly jolted, as if yanked by a tremendous force, and the world before him flipped upside down. Next, he saw a headless corpse standing in front of him. The corpse looked all too familiar. Wait a minute. Isn't that his body? He looked down and realized his head was gone. What? Who did this? He turned rapidly, catching a final glimpse Luo Tian holding a blood-stained long knife, slowly retracting it, the blade still glistening with blood. Was it this kid? Sure Huaguang's heart was filled with shock, his eyes full of disbelief. But it all happened too fast, leaving no time to react. He felt a sharp pain in his head, his consciousness began to blur, his body losing control until he vanished into nothingness. Luo Tian turned around, his gaze icy, landing on Yifeng and the other two. Now it's your turn. An assassin at the Tongxian level was killed so quietly that none of the onlookers could see how Luo Tian made his move. At that moment, Luo Tian's gaze shifted towards the three assassins who had just been vying to kill him. The three of them felt as if they were locked in place by an invisible force, their bodies turning cold as if they had fallen into an abyss. Run, someone whispered, and the three turned to flee almost simultaneously. But what happened next was faster than their reaction. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as they turned, they coughed up blood, their bodies shuddered in the air, and they fell heavily to the ground like kites with broken strings, lifeless. Dead. In the blink of an eye, 3 more lives were lost. The room fell silent, the air seemed to freeze. After a long pause, an old man swallowed hard and asked in a low voice, "What does this mean, sir?" Luo Tian turned to him, a cold smile playing on his lips. What? Is the Guisha Hall allowed to kill, but others aren't allowed to fight back? Their deaths are just a result of their lack of skill. If you want to kill me, send someone stronger. I'll be waiting. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gave a cold smile and left the room. Outside, King Jinping was waiting. As soon as Luo Tian emerged, he transformed into his giant rock form. taking Luo Tian into the sky and flying off into the distance. Once they left, the old man slowly regained his composure. This guy, is he provoking the Guisha Hall? Does he not know how powerful they are? The old man's face darkened, and he muttered under his breath, "Boy, you'll regret today's decision." Meanwhile, high in the sky, King Jinping was flying ahead and asked, "Master, where are we headed next?" Luo Tian pondered for a moment before replying, "To the capital. How long will it take?" King Jinping thought briefly and replied, "At full speed, a round trip will take about 6 days." Luo Tian frowned slightly and said softly, "That long? If we go now, the matter of the Zwi secret realm might be delayed. Forget it. Let the Xinwu Palace live a few more days. Take me home." "Yes." King Jinping responded and flew at full speed. With King Jinping's rapid flight, Luo Tian quickly returned to Beibei City. Back at the Luo family home, King Jinping transformed into a birdman with wings and went to catch up with Niu Wufang, while Luo Tian headed straight to the main hall. The Luo family members, seeing his return, had not yet dispersed. "Dear, where did you go just now? Did you go to Jinxian sect?" Luo Feng asked hurriedly upon seeing Luo Tian return. The Grand Elder also advised, "Young master, although Jinxian sect is strong with deep foundations, we cannot rush for revenge. We must proceed steadily." "Yes, young master, our family hasn't suffered any losses. Let Jinxian sect bask in their glory for a while. Give us 50 years now, 30 years, and our Luo family might surpass them. Then we will strike with full force, leaving no one alive," the third elder stated solemnly. Hearing the third elder's words, the Luo family members all showed expressions of longing. The once unattainable Jinxian sect now seemed within reach, as the Luo family's strength had grown. However, Luo Tian shook his head. "There's no need for that." The third elder was taken aback, thinking Luo Tian lacked confidence, and smiled. "It's all right. If not 30 years, then 50 years. Our Luo family avenges all wrongs." Luo Tian smiled calmly. "I mean, there's no need for revenge." Luo Tian's words echoed like a thunderclap in the Luo family hall. "I've wiped out both the Lan family and the Jinxian sect." "What?" Everyone froze at the sound, exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. It was as if they had heard a tale from a fantasy. Luo Feng sprang to his feet, eyes wide open. "Tanner, did you say you destroyed the Jinxian sect?" While the fall of the Lan family didn't surprise him, the Jinxian sect was a different matter, an Tyrellian entity that struck fear into countless powerful figures. With a slight smirk, Luo Tian recounted the events with ease, as if narrating a trivial incident. "The Jinxian sect is dealt with now, and the Ghost Shaman Hall won't make a move against the Luo family for a while. At most, they'll send someone to assassinate me. As for the Xinwu Palace, I'll take a trip to the capital after the Zwi secret realm and take care of them too." The Luo family members gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. One person obliterating the Jinxian sect, challenging the Ghost Shaman Hall, and slaying 4 of their masters, then casually mentioning wiping out the Xinwu Palace? It was beyond belief. The Xinwu Palace held a revered status in the Night Wind Kingdom, arguably the foremost power if one overlooked the loosely organized royal family. Ordinary people mentioned the Xinwu Palace with deep-seated reverence. Yet Luo Tian spoke of destroying them, as if it were a mere afterthought. Luo Feng took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. "Tianer, just how powerful are you now?" Everyone looked on with curiosity, eyes filled with anticipation and incredulity. Luo Tian rubbed his chin thoughtfully, still speaking nonchalantly. "I can't say for sure, but I've encountered several in the Tongxian realm recently, and it feels like I can kill them with ease. I haven't come across anyone from the Guishu realm yet, so I don't know if I can defeat them. If I do meet one, I'll give it a try." Tongxian, easily defeated. The family members felt their minds buzzing, as if they'd heard something unimaginable. In their eyes, the Tongxian realm was an insurmountable peak, yet Luo Tian claimed he could dispatch them effortlessly, challenging their very understanding of power. Shifting the topic, Luo Tian scanned the room. "By the way, how is everyone progressing with the techniques I've taught?" The second elder beamed with excitement, eager to respond. "Remarkably well. I've been practicing the first form of the young master's body refinement technique and can now sustain it for a quarter of an hour. Although I haven't learned the second move yet, my physical strength has doubled." Luo Feng, equally enthused, chimed in. "I've been working on the sword technique, though I can only grasp the first form partially. Even so, with just that, I can easily defeat the head of the Li family, who used to be my equal." The head elder stroked his graying beard, his eyes glinting with hope. "I've been focusing on the young master's breathing technique these past few days and have made some progress. I've been stuck in the 9th level of the transformation realm for years, thinking I'd never advance. But just yesterday, I felt a slight shift in my realm, and I estimate I'll break through to the airborne realm within months." "Congratulations, head elder." The others chorused, their faces lighting up with genuine joy. "Young master, I've already started on the second form of the body refinement technique. Luo Rong exclaimed with excitement and determination shining in his eyes. I nearly died practicing the first form, but I pulled through. Luo Feng added with a smile. Tianer, Luo Rong has both exceptional talent and perseverance. He's the first to master the first form of the body refinement technique. Luo Tian nodded approvingly at Luo Rong. Well done, keep it up. He then turned to Luo Feng, inquiring, how are the younger members of the family progressing with their training? He knew that for the family to become stronger, nurturing the younger generation was crucial. Luo Feng sighed. As per your instructions, we've made your techniques and martial skills available to all the family members, but they're still quite advanced for them. Currently, only 3 of the younger generation have fully mastered one form. 12 have barely scratched the surface, while the rest are still diligently practicing. Luo Tian furrowed his brow, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes. The great elder chuckled softly. Young master, this is already quite remarkable. After all, the technique you taught them is extremely challenging. To reach this level in such a short time is extraordinary. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, even though they've only grasped a bit, it's already a significant leap in their abilities. The 12 who have just begun to understand can practically sweep through opponents of the same level. As for Luo Rong and the other 2, although they are only at the body refining stage, they can still contend with those who have just entered the spirit transformation stage. Crossing such a major boundary in battle is something only true geniuses can achieve. Such talent would be considered outstanding even in top-tier forces. In our Luo family, someone with such aptitude would normally be heavily supported. But with Luo Tian around, other talents seem less prominent. Upon hearing this, several people lowered their heads, a sense of shame welling up inside them. After all, who could compare to a prodigy like Luo Tian? All right then, Luo Tian said in a deep voice. Let everyone continue their training. Anyone who reaches the initial level of understanding can join me on the journey to the Zwi Secret Realm. Zwi Secret Realm? Hearing this name caused a stir among the Luo family members. It was a renowned, mysterious place in Night Wind Nation, filled with countless opportunities. Such places were typically only accessible to the top figures of elite forces. For the Luo family, entering the Zwi Secret Realm was almost a dream, and now, it seemed within reach. How could they not be excited? Luo Feng, slightly excited, said, Tianer, after eliminating the Li family and those small families we retaliated against, we've acquired 8 million low-grade spirit stones in total. Tianer, what do you think? You all can distribute these spirit stones as you see fit. I don't need them, Luo Tian replied calmly. Indeed, for him, aside from the resources needed for breaking through major realms, other spirit stones were of little use. After some instructions, the meeting concluded, and everyone left. In the corridor, the young members of the Luo family watched Luo Tian's retreating figure, filled with excitement. The young master is so powerful. He's my goal to strive for, one young man said excitedly. Hey, Luo Yu, what are you talking about? With your current skills, you can't even learn one move from the young master, let alone compare to him. Another Luo family youth teased with a laugh. Luo Yu's face turned red. Just because I haven't learned it now doesn't mean I won't in the future. We still have 5 days before setting off for the Zwi Secret Realm. Haha, 5 days? With how lazy you are, you won't learn it in 5 years, someone couldn't help but mock. Biting his lip, Luo Yu said determinedly. Just you watch, the lazy me is gone. From now on, I won't slack off anymore. In 5 days, I'll definitely go to the Zwi Secret Realm. With that, he turned and left to begin his secluded training. Watching him leave, the other Luo family members exchanged glances. If even that lazy guy is making an effort, I guess I should step up too, a young girl murmured. Yeah, if he surpasses me, that would be embarrassing. I can't lose to him. Another young man said firmly. Everyone, enough talking. I'm off to train too. See you in 5 days. The other young members also left one by one. It looks like our Luo family is truly on the rise. Luo Feng and several elders watched the backs of these young people, smiling with satisfaction. We old folks need to keep up too. If we're left behind by these youngsters, it won't look good. They exchanged glances and smiles before each entering their own secluded training. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and finally, the day to set off for the Zwi Secret Realm arrived. On this particular morning, the atmosphere within the ancestral home of the Luo family was extraordinarily lively, almost a sea of people. All the elders and young members of the Luo family gathered in the courtyard to see off those about to embark on a journey to the Zwi Secret Realm. The head of the family, Luo Feng, stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp as he surveyed these young members, occasionally nodding in approval, seemingly gratified by the journey they were about to undertake. Elder, how many have qualified to go to the Zwi Secret Realm? Luo Feng asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. The elder smiled gently and replied, in these 5 days, we've had great success. Besides Luo Rong and 2 others, 3 more have fully mastered a technique. And those who are just beginning to understand the basics have increased by 21. Hearing this, Luo Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. So, we have 6 people who have mastered a technique, and another 33 who are on the verge of breaking through and mastering one. The elder nodded with a smile. Exactly. Moreover, there are actually a dozen more disciples showing signs of a breakthrough. But I felt the dangers of the Zwi's secret realm were too great, so I didn't let them go. Luo Feng couldn't help but show admiration. That's more than enough. Once this generation of young people grows up, our Luo family's strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. The elder nodded, eyes full of confidence. By my estimation, these disciples will at least reach the airborne realm in the future. The airborne realm. Upon hearing this term, Luo Feng couldn't help but tremble slightly. The airborne realm was an almost unreachable level for the Luo family, even throughout the entire Beibei city. But now, with so many in the Luo family having the potential to reach this level, how could Luo Feng not be overwhelmingly excited? At that moment, the crowd suddenly stirred. Luo Feng turned his head to see Luo Tian yawning and walking over with sleepy eyes. Everyone in the Luo family couldn't help but watch Luo Tian with excitement, especially the younger disciples, whose eyes were filled with admiration and reverence. Why are you up so early? I was thinking of sleeping in a bit more. Luo Tian stretched lazily, showing none of the demeanor of a master, his voice relaxed and casual. Tanner, the opportunity of the Zwi's secret realm is rare. It's always good to prepare early. Luo Feng looked at his son with a gentle gaze, a hint of concern in his voice. The Zwi's secret realm is no big deal. Luo Tian waved his hand nonchalantly. I'll make sure that every time the Zwi's secret realm opens, our Luo family will have a part. Is that really true? Luo Feng's eyes brightened, his excitement barely contained. Every opening of the Zwi's secret realm represented a huge opportunity, and if the Luo family could partake every time, it would be a tremendous blessing. Of course it's true. Luo Tian smiled, and then turned to head towards the Golden Rock King, showing no signs of nervousness. Father, since everyone is here, let's get ready to depart. Before he finished speaking, the Golden Rock King descended from the sky, its massive form enveloping the entire Luo family ancestral home. Everyone looked up, witnessing this scene with exclamations of awe, especially the young ones, whose eyes were filled with shock and excitement. Is the Golden Rock King himself taking us? A young person couldn't help but ask excitedly. My goodness, a transcendent realm Golden Rock King taking us to the Zwi's secret realm. That's quite the honor. Another young person exclaimed, their eyes shining with awe. Come on, let's get going. The sooner we leave, the sooner we'll be back. Luo Tian shouted nonchalantly, his tone light and casual, as if all of this was under his control. The young members of the Luo family were all extremely excited, climbing onto the back of the Golden Rock King, ready to embark on this journey full of unknowns and challenges. At the back of the crowd, some young disciples couldn't help but look into the distance. Sigh, did Luo you really not show up? A young person said with a frown, his voice tinged with disappointment. Oomph, wasn't he quite arrogant before? And now he doesn't even have the guts? Another person responded with a sneer. With that, as the Golden Rock King's wings flapped, it carried the young disciples of the Luo family into the distance, and the door to the Zwi's secret realm awaited them in the not-so-distant future. Sigh, my father often says that in terms of talent, Luo Yu is one of the best of our generation, of course, excluding the young master. It's just that he's too lazy, which has kept his abilities hovering around the middle. A young girl sighed helplessly. As expected, he probably won't do anything again this time. The group chatted as they prepared to set off. However, just at that moment, wait a minute, a clear voice called from outside. A bloodied young man staggered into the room. Is that Luo Yu? The crowd paused at the sight. Luo Yu was covered in blood, his clothes tattered, looking utterly miserable. The Luo family was the undisputed ruler of Bianbei City, so who would dare harm Luo Yu? A member of the Luo family? Luo Yu, what happened? Luo Feng frowned and asked in a deep voice. He thought Luo Yu had been attacked. But Luo Yu smiled and said softly, Patriarch, count me in for this trip to the Zwi's secret realm. The elder beside him looked surprised, his brows furrowing. Luo Yu, you should know there are strict rules for entering the Zwi's secret realm, right? You must have grasped at least one move of the techniques taught by the young master to go. And you seem to not have met that standard yet. Luo Yu chuckled, nonchalantly raising his fist. Suddenly, a dragon head silhouette formed above his fist. What is that? Dragon fist? The crowd widened their eyes in shock. Even Luo Tian couldn't help but glance at Luo Yu. Although Luo Yu's punch was far from his own, it undeniably showed the essence of the dragon fist. Elder, this guy actually did it. The elder nodded in approval. Patriarch, Elder, can I go to the Zwi's secret realm now? Luo Yu asked with a broad smile. Of course you can, go ahead. Luo Feng replied without hesitation. Thank you. Luo Yu expressed his gratitude, then leaped onto the back of the Golden Rock King. Seeing this, the members of the Luo family instinctively made a wide path for him. At this moment, Luo Yu had become one of the strongest 7 among the Luo family's younger generation, not including Luo Tian. Niu Wufang, watch over the house. Golden Rock King, let's go. Luo Tian said to Niu Wufang beside him. Yes. Golden Rock King and Niu Wufang responded in unison, then soared into the sky, taking dozens of young members of the Luo family with them, disappearing from sight in an instant. I hope this time they can gain something. Luo Feng said softly, watching their retreating figures. The elder comforted. Don't worry, with the young master there, nothing will happen. Hearing this, Luo Feng nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. Meanwhile, in front of the Zwi secret realm. The Zwi secret realm was about to open, and the major forces with entry qualifications had already taken their positions, waiting for the first chance to enter and compete for the unknown opportunities. Suddenly, a bell tolled, accompanied by the sound of wind, as several figures broke through the air. It was Elder Chanshin of Fumo Temple, arriving with a few young monks, landing on a hillside. Is that Elder Chanshin of Fumo Temple? The crowd began whispering. He's leading the team himself? Does this mean there's an extraordinary genius in this generation of Fumo Temple? Someone wondered aloud. A genius? Don't you know? That's Monk Ruoming, only 22 years old and already at the 9th level of the Qi gathering realm. Plus, he practices the Vajra indestructible technique, in the same lineage as Master Tianan. It's said his indestructible body is even stronger than Master Tianan's was in his youth. Oh, that's strong. The crowd buzzed with discussion, clearly impressed by Monk Ruoming's prowess. Just then, another sword hum resonated as a dozen flying swords sliced through the sky. The Sword Rain sect has arrived, someone exclaimed. That's Shaolin, the little sword immortal, believed to be one of the top contenders for the title of the strongest young generation in Yefeng country. More eyes turned to the swiftly approaching flying swords and the figure of Shaolin. Is he really the young sword immortal, Shaolin? A voice exclaimed from the crowd. Indeed, it's him. At just 6 years old, he mastered the Sword Rain sect's swordsmanship and is said to be able to ride a flying sword through the skies. Earlier this year, he even managed to slay a spirit transformation realm beast with his cultivation at the 9th level of the Qi condensation stage. The crowd buzzed with amazement, all eyes fixated on Shaolin. Just then, a whooshing sound filled the air as 2 figures, an old man and a young man, descended from the sky. They're from the Chun family of Star City, someone identified them. Though there are only 2 of them, that young man is no ordinary person, a rare genius in blade cultivation, rumored to be close to achieving the realm of blade intent. Blade intent. The news sent another wave of surprise through the crowd. Before the discussions could settle, another figure drew everyone's attention. A young man in Guiyuan sect attire rode a dragon horse and gracefully landed on a distant peak. That's Luo Chun, the leading figure of the younger generation in Guiyuan sect, someone whispered. He's quite unique. Although his cultivation seems average, in the past years, he's fought to a draw with prodigies from various sects, regardless of their strength. Those who faced him claim he doesn't hide his power, it's his true capability. As the crowd was abuzz with conversation, a thunderous noise suddenly echoed from the sky. A massive chariot, drawn by 72 dragon horses, descended with formidable presence. The chariot slowly approached a mountain peak that was already occupied. The Grand Elder of Helong sect stood to welcome them, politely stating that the spot was taken and suggesting they find another place to settle. However, only a cold word came from the chariot. Leave. The Helong sect elder frowned and was about to assert his identity, but a gigantic hand suddenly emerged from the sky, instantly crushing him into oblivion. Transcendent Realm Cultivation. At least the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm. Witnessing the fall of a second-tier sect elder, the cultivators present were filled with anger. Even if the opponent possessed such formidable power, this wanton killing was too tyrannical. Furious voices rose in protest. Who dares to act so brazenly? Almost instantly, 3 masters of the Tongxian realm rose up and blocked the path of the carriage. From within the carriage, a cold laugh could be heard. A young man stepped out slowly, standing with his hands behind his back, looking down at everyone. Beside him stood 4 individuals of varying heights and builds, each emitting an aura that made everyone present gasp in shock. They were all above the 5th level of the Tongxian realm. The scene was astonishing. In the Night Wind Nation, a single Tongxian realm master could elevate a sect to a second-tier power, and 3 of them could dominate a region. Yet, on this carriage, not only were there 4 Tongxian realm masters, but even more unbelievable was their respectful demeanor towards the young man, as if they were his servants. Sir, are you not from the Night Wind Nation? One of the elder Tongxian realm masters asked cautiously. The young man scoffed. Night Wind Nation? What a pathetic country. I am Wei Tianyi, the young master of the Wei family from the Jade Dragon Nation. This declaration caused an uproar. The Jade Dragon Nation's strength was more than 10 times that of the Night Wind Nation, and the Wei family had an ancestor at the 7th level of the Gui Su realm. In a place like the Night Wind Nation, which hadn't seen a Gui Su realm master in years, this kind of power was worlds apart. So, My Wei family wants to take a spot here, and you're going to stop us? Wei Tianyi scanned the crowd with disdain. The three Tongxian realm masters who had initially stepped forward looked embarrassed and quietly retreated. Luo Tian quickly tried to smooth things over. Young Master Wei, you honor us with your presence in the territory of our Guiyuan sect. Why would anyone stop you? They simply weren't aware of your reputation. Oomph. As if you country bumpkins from the Night Wind Nation would dare. Wei Tianyi sneered, motioning for the carriage to be set down. His arrogant demeanor made the people from the Night Wind Nation grit their teeth in anger. Luo Tian stepped forward, cupping his hands. May I ask what brings young Master Wei here? Wei Tianyi looked down at him and replied, nothing much. I was just traveling and heard about some so-called secret realm opening here. They say many prodigies from your Night Wind Nation will participate, so I came to see for myself. I'm curious, in a place like this, what could possibly qualify as a prodigy? As he spoke, he strolled forward, his gaze sweeping the crowd. I heard there's some monk from the Fumo Temple who is supposedly a genius. Let me see him. In an instant, all eyes were on the group from Fumo Temple. Wei Tianyi's piercing gaze was fixed on monk Ruoming, who seemed unfazed, maintaining a meditative posture with eyes on his nose on his mouth, and mouth on his heart. This serene demeanor, however, provoked the young monk Ruhu beside him. Wei, is your head on backwards? How can you spew such nonsense? Ruhu snapped sharply. The words were met first with a stunned silence, then with uproarious laughter. Ruoming slowly raised his head, a hint of resignation in his eyes. Brother Ruhu, have you forgotten the precepts of the discipline hall? Why engage in such harmful speech? Brother, he's clearly gone too far. Ruhu argued, scratching his head. On the other side, Wei Tianyi was taken aback. He hadn't expected anyone to mock him so openly after revealing his identity. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Ah, fine. Very well. If you have the guts, come and fight. Ruhu sprang forward in an instant, landing in front of Wei Tianyi. I am Ruhu from Fumo Temple, here to accept your challenge. Ruhu? Not Ruoming. Wei Tianyi frowned. Ruhu sneered. Defeat me first, but trust me, I'm more than enough for you. He then cast a wary glance at the four powerful cultivators behind Wei Tianyi. Let's be clear, they won't interfere, will they? Of course not. This is a contest among the younger generation. Wei Tianyi replied arrogantly, glancing back at his companions. With assurance given, Ruhu unleashed his full potential. Let me show you the might of the younger generation from Yifeng Kingdom, he shouted, launching a punch that summoned a golden aura behind him. Indestructible Vajra, the onlookers gasped. Besides Ruoming, there's actually another who can master one of Fumo Temple's 3 great techniques. Yet, before this formidable strike could reach Wei Tianyi, he caught Ruhu's wrist with one hand. No matter how Ruhu struggled and exerted his full strength, that hand remained immovable, like iron. The sound of sharp intakes of breath echoed around them. It was known that Ruhu's martial arts excelled in brute force, yet here he was, completely overpowered. Watching Ruhu's futile struggle in his grasp, Wei Tianyi sneered. You worthless monk, challenging me? Let me teach you a lesson. With that, he tightened his grip. With a crack, Ruhu's wrist broke, and he was tossed aside like discarded trash. A piercing scream shattered the air as Ruohui crashed heavily to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Junior brother, the disciples of Fumo Temple cried out in unison. Ruoming's figure blurred as he instantly appeared beside Ruohui. Senior brother Ruoming, my hand. The meridians. Ruohui's face was ashen, and he fainted from the pain before he could finish his sentence. Ruoming looked down to inspect him. His pupils constricting Ruohui's wrist was not only broken, but a violent force was tearing through his meridians, leaving destruction in its wake. This meant that even if the bones healed, this arm would forever lose its ability to cultivate. Amitba, your methods are excessively cruel. Ruoming suddenly raised his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade locking onto Wei Tianyi. The usual calmness was completely gone. Wei Tianyi smirked. Oh, so you're the famous Ruoming? Want to avenge your junior brother? Bring it on. Ruoming signaled for his fellow disciples to take Ruohui away and faced Wei Tianyi alone. If it's a fight you want, then a fight you'll get. He clasped his hands together, and a golden swastika symbol appeared behind him. Interesting, Wei Tianyi squinted. Subdue the demon. Ruoming shouted, his fist striking like thunder. Wei Tianyi met his attack with a punch, the collision resounding with a deafening boom. The young people from Yifeng country watched with anticipation, certain that Wei Tianyi's arrogance was about to be punished. However, after exchanging more than 10 moves, a look of disappointment flashed in Wei Tianyi's eyes. Is that all you've got? Let's end this black water surge. As he formed a seal with one hand, a torrent of dark waves surged behind him. Each strike carried immense power. Ruoming was forced to retreat step by step, and on the 7th strike, the golden swastika shattered with a crash. Ugh! Ruoming spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying by the impact. Fortunately, an old monk intervened just in time to save him. Wei Tianyi laughed heartily. Is this the best Yifeng country has to offer? Pathetic. It seems all your young talents are of this caliber. Though furious, none of the young people from Yifeng country dared to speak. Just then, a fierce shout suddenly rang out. Wei Tianyi, don't be so arrogant. I'll fight you. As soon as the words were spoken, Shaolin flew in on his sword, landing steadily on the hillside. The Sword Rain sect's little sword immortal, Shaolin. Has he finally made his move? Indeed, the Sword Rain sect's sword-flying technique is extraordinary, allowing even a cultivator at the Qi condensation stage to fly. Shaolin has previously slain a spirit transformation stage beast. With this battle, he might truly seize victory. The people of Nightwind Nation cheered him on in unison. Wei Tianyi glanced back at Shaolin, a hint of disdain on his lips. Sword-flying technique? Just a petty trick. He sneered. Shaolin raised his head, his eyes shining with determination. Whether it's a petty trick or not, we'll find out after the fight. In martial arts, it's about strength, not words. Before he finished speaking, he held his sword in one hand, quickly formed a seal, and shouted, Sword flying technique, sword energy unleashed. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, dozens of sharp sword energies formed like arrows behind him, rushing towards Wei Tianyi. Wei Tianyi watched the oncoming sword energies, still smiling coldly. He casually formed a seal and calmly said, Black water sword technique, annihilation. Clang, clang, clang. The rolling black water behind him surged, condensing swiftly like flying swords, meeting Shaolin's sword energy. The two energies collided in midair with deafening crashes. In mere moments, Shaolin's sword energy was shattered one by the black water sword. Even more terrifying, the black water sword didn't stop and directly pursued Shaolin. Shaolin was stunned, not expecting his sword energy to be defeated so thoroughly. Seeing the black water sword closing in, he panicked, flying up on his sword in an attempt to distance himself. Heh, trying to escape? Wei Tianyi's eyes flashed with a cold light, whispering, Dream on. His black water sword accelerated, its speed multiplying several times. Shaolin turned back in shock, the black water sword already upon him. Despair flashed in his eyes, and he could no longer evade. In an instant, several black water swords pierced through him like arrows, striking him down from the sky. Shaolin, the elder of the Sword Rain sect's face changed drastically, quickly flying into the air to catch Shaolin. At this moment, Shaolin had a bloody hole in his dantian and was unconscious, his fate uncertain. The elder's body shook violently, nearly falling from the sky. He looked down at Shaolin in his arms, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. The genius of Sword Rain sect. His dantian has been destroyed. He took a deep breath, a chill running through his heart. Once the dantian is destroyed, cultivation is completely severed, meaning Shaolin's life might be ruined. Turning to Wei Tianyi, his eyes flashed with anger and helplessness, only to see Wei Tianyi wiping his hands, sneering. What? Not satisfied after hitting the young one? You can take revenge if you want. But I'll warn you, if you dare make a move, the four behind me won't show you any mercy. Not only will you die, but your sect will be utterly destroyed. Wei Tianyi's eyes glimmered with a threatening light. The elder of the Sword Rain sect clenched his fists tightly, anger and humiliation intertwining in his heart, but ultimately chose to swallow his pride and leave with Shaolin. Facing the Wei family, he knew he stood no chance. Wei family, he muttered under his breath, his eyes filled with hatred for Wei Tianyi, but more so with helplessness. The Wei family of Yulong Nation, truly not to be trifled with. At this moment, the scene was dead silent. Nightwind Nation had fought 3 battles in a row and lost all 3. One had an arm crippled, another's golden body shattered, and one had his dantian destroyed. These were the outstanding talents of the younger generation. They've lost, so who in Nightwind Nation could win? Wei Tianyi scanned the surrounding cultivators of Nightwind Nation, his eyes full of disdain. What? Not even a single one left? Is this generation of Nightwind Nation all useless? The people of Nightwind Nation gritted their teeth, filled with rage but powerless to resist. Faced with Wei Tianyi's provocation, they could only endure in silence. At that moment, 2 discordant voices suddenly arose from the end of the crowd. Haha, Brother Wei single-handedly overpowering a nation. How imposing. Oomph. Only in a backwater like Yifeng country could that happen. It's nothing impressive. This conversation caused everyone present to change their expressions abruptly. Whether they were from Yifeng country or Wei Tianyi on the hillside, they all turned in unison to look towards the source of the voices. At the back of the crowd, 2 young men were positioned, one sitting, the other standing. The seated one was 7 feet tall, dressed in luxurious clothing, and nonchalantly waving a folding fan, exuding arrogance. The standing one was even more striking, nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and an unmistakably powerful aura. The people of Yifeng country exchanged bewildered glances, clearly clueless about the identities of these strangers. However, Wei Tianyi recognized them immediately, his heart skipping a beat. Han Wenzhou and Tang Dialong from Tian's sect of Yulong country. Why are you here? Wei Tianyi squinted and asked. Upon hearing this, The people of Yifeng country finally realized these two were from Yulong country. An elderly man gasped. They're from Tianhe's sect of Yulong country? That's a force with Guishu realm experts. The mention of Guishu realm stirred a wave of commotion among the crowd. Han Wenzhou stood up, lightly fanning himself. Why are you here? That's why I'm here. You? Wei Tianyi stared at them, his expression serious. Relax, young Wei, Han Wenzhou said with a smile. Isn't it just Zwi Daist legacy? Let's rely on our own abilities. The words Zwi Daist legacy immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. A young man hurriedly asked an elder beside him for clarification. The elder took a deep breath and slowly explained. Zwi Daist was a formidable figure in Yifeng country 3,000 years ago and the master of this Zwi secret realm. It's rumored that he had surpassed the Guishu realm, reaching the Dujia realm. Unfortunately, he died unexpectedly in his later years while attempting to reach a higher realm. It's said he left his legacy in the Zwi secret realm, but despite countless experts searching over 3,000 years, no clues have ever been found. This explanation left everyone present excited, as the legacy of a Dujia realm expert was enough to tempt anyone. Wei Tianyi glared at the two for revealing the secret, fury flashing in his eyes. Han Wenzhou, however, remained unfazed. Brother Wei, you didn't think only your Wei family got wind of this, did you? Although it's just a rumor, all the relevant forces are aware. Believe it or not, besides us from Yulong country, other powers from surrounding countries are already here too. They're just not as brazen as you. Wei Tianyi's face grew increasingly grim. He had initially thought he could easily crush these country bumpkins from Yifeng country and seize the legacy with his strength. But now, it seemed the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. Seeing Wei Tianyi's expression, Han Wenzhou chuckled. However, I quite agree with Brother Wei's approach just now. Today's Zwi secret realm is indeed not suitable for everyone to enter. After all, if the rumors are true and Brother Wei or other strong individuals obtain the inheritance of the Zwi Daist, I have nothing to say. He then shifted his gaze to the people from the Yifeng kingdom and continued. But if we let these nobodies get the inheritance, that's unacceptable. When wolves fight over prey, how can we let stray dogs have a share? Today, in the Zwi secret realm, people and dogs from Yifeng kingdom are not allowed to enter. As soon as he finished speaking, the people from Yifeng kingdom were livid with anger. This guy's words were even harsher than Wei Tianyi's. Luo Tian, standing to the side, also frowned and said in a deep voice, My friend, the Zwi secret realm is after all the secret realm of our Guiyuan sect in Yifeng kingdom. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to be so domineering and not let our people enter? No sooner had he spoken than Tang Diaolong, who was beside Han Wenzhou, moved swiftly. He appeared beside Han Wenzhou like a phantom, and with a low shout, a fist as large as a fan swung straight at Luo Tian. Who do you think you are? This is not your place to speak, Tang Diaolong said coldly as the fist wind roared down. Bang! With a dull thud, Luo Tian's body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground, rolling and crawling to a stop. The scene fell silent, and everyone was stunned by what they saw. This guy's aura is at the spirit transformation stage, someone finally reacted, gasping in shock. Tang Diaolong looked no older than 25 or 6, yet he had already reached the spirit transformation stage. Meanwhile, Luo Tian was at most at the 9th level of the Qi gathering stage. At such a close range, being hit by someone a whole stage higher should have been fatal. Haha, even a stray dog dares to be defiant. Han Wenzhou sneered at Tang Diaolong's actions, a contemptuous smile on his face. However, to everyone's surprise, Luo Tian's body did not collapse as expected. Instead, like a light piece of debris, he rolled a few times and landed steadily on the ground. Dusting himself off, Luo Tian calmly said, Gentlemen, let's discuss this reasonably. The crowd was once again astonished. They had thought Luo Tian was doomed, yet he was unharmed. This scene left Han Wenzhou slightly taken aback. He glanced suspiciously at Tang Diaolong. Diaolong, did you hold back? Tang Diaolong looked puzzled and replied in a low voice, I didn't hold back. Han Wenzhou squinted at Luo Tian, sensing something, and suddenly smiled. Your technique is quite interesting. In that case, in your honor, I'll give you a chance. If any young person from Yifeng kingdom can defeat any one of us three, I'll allow you to enter the Zwi secret realm. As he finished speaking, Han Wenzhou and Tang Diaolong simultaneously unleashed the aura within themselves. Instantly, a powerful pressure descended, causing the surrounding air to grow heavy. These two are both at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation stage. The people from Yifeng kingdom exchanged shocked glances. Wei Tianyi, standing aside, let out a cold laugh, unwilling to be outdone, and suddenly released his own aura. As a wave of energy surged, the air seemed to freeze. Seeing this, the crowd's expressions changed once more. What? Wei Tianyi is also at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation stage. Seeing this, Monk Roaming from Fumo Temple finally opened his eyes slowly. Looking at Wei Tianyi, he couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling a great shock in his heart. Just now, When he defeated me, he was only using the power of the Qi gathering stage? Ruoming's heart was in turmoil. Did this mean Wei Tianyi hadn't even used his full strength before? This realization left Ruoming unable to accept it, his face displaying deep disbelief and bewilderment. The first time he realized just how insignificant his own strength was. People of Nightwind Nation, you've been given a chance. Don't blame us for being bullies, Han Wenzhou said with a smile. The people of Nightwind Nation exchanged glances. The three before them were all incredibly powerful, leaving them at a loss. Even top fighters like Master Ming and Xiao Lin had been defeated by these three. So now, who could stand against them? Was the fight for the Zwi secret realm really over before it began? Luo Tian, can you? Someone couldn't help but look at Luo Tian, their voice filled with hope. After all, Luo Tian had just managed to withstand a strike from Tang Diaolong. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope? However, Luo Tian shook his head and smiled wryly. My technique is unique, allowing me to dissipate attacks, but just now, taking that punch from Tang Diaolong consumed 30% of my spiritual energy. If I fight him again, I can only manage 3 more blows before I lose. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew silent, and a sense of despair spread among them. In the crowd, Wu Yuro from the GUS sect clenched her fist, a determined glint in her eyes. Master, I want to try. She was a talented disciple of the GUS sect, having already broken through to the transforming spirit stage. No, Yuro, your strength is far inferior to theirs. Longing Xiao, Wu Yuro's master, said solemnly. He shook his head, his eyes filled with helplessness and concern. Your level is low, and your martial skills are not on par. If you go up, the result may be no different from Shaolin's. The hope of GUS sect cannot be squandered. Just as the people of Nightwind Nation were sinking into despair, a sound suddenly came from the sky. Whoosh. Everyone looked up to see a giant golden rock descending from the sky. The Golden Rock King? Long Yingqiu immediately recognized the rock. It's the Golden Rock King carrying the Luo family. Look, there's someone on its back. A grand demon of the profound connection stage as a mount. Which faction do they belong to? No, that Golden Rock King is our Nightwind Nation's Demon King. Many people quickly realized that this might be the support from Nightwind Nation. As everyone anxiously watched the rock, the Golden Rock King slowly descended, landing on a hillside. Master, we've arrived. The Golden Rock King's voice was deep. Ah, finally here. Luo Tian responded lazily while stretching. Let's get down. Following Luo Tian's command, the Luo family members on its back jumped down. However, upon landing, the people of Nightwind Nation immediately lost hope. Damn, I thought it was some superpower from our Nightwind Nation, but these people. Someone muttered in disappointment. These people are just body refinement stage cultivators, and the two at the gathering chi stage aren't impressive either, about the same as our sect. Relying on them? Forget it. However, upon seeing Luo Tian, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, approaching Luo Tian and respectfully saluting him. Disciple Luo Chun of Guiyuan sect, greets Senior Luo Tian. Luo Tian was taken aback, then glanced at Luo Chun, seemingly recognizing his identity. Someone from Guiyuan sect? Where's your sect leader? The sect leader is busy planning matters in the capital, and since the Zwi secret realm isn't a major concern, I, as the chief disciple, was sent to oversee it, Luo Chun replied respectfully. Luo Tian nodded, stretched lazily, and then said, I see. Well then, let's open the secret realm. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Luo Chen's face showed a hint of difficulty. Luo Tian keenly noticed this and frowned. What? Is there a problem? Luo Chen sighed and explained the previous situation in detail. After listening, Luo Tian's gaze sharpened as he looked at Wei Tianyi and the other two. So, you're saying that if I defeat these three, I can enter the Zwi secret realm? That's right, Luo Chen nodded and added. And possibly gain the inheritance of the Zwi Daist. All right, I'll handle them. Luo Tian snorted, ready to step forward when suddenly, a disciple from the Luo family stepped out. Young master, why trouble yourself? Just 3 reckless fools. Let me handle it for you. The person said confidently, standing tall. Luo Tian turned to size up the disciple, then looked at the 3 opponents. After a brief consideration, he nodded. Go ahead, don't hold back. He wanted to use this chance to train the family disciples, and the 3 young people at the spirit transformation stage were indeed good whetstones. Thank you, young master. The young disciple's eyes flashed with excitement as he strode towards the 3, amid looks of envy or concern from his clan members. Wait, isn't this kid at the body refining stage? Yes, just the body refining stage. How dare he? He probably doesn't know the strength of those 3. Let's watch the show. The people of Yefeng Kingdom whispered, while Wei Tianyi and his companions looked equally surprised. The young man approached the trio with his head held high. I am Luo Da from the Luo family of Beibei City. Here to challenge you. Han Wenzhou laughed angrily. All right, pick anyone you like. If you win, we'll let you through. Luo Da's gaze swept over them and finally settled on Tang Diaolong. Big guy you. This remark completely enraged Tang Diaolong, veins bulging on his forehead. To him, it was as if he was being singled out as the weakest. Han Wenzhou shook his fan and laughed. Ah, that kid is unlucky. Even I avoid Tang Diaolong when he's enraged. Kid, any last words? Tang Diaolong asked through gritted teeth. Last words? You go first, Luo De replied calmly. You. Tang Diaolong's eyes widened. Die, he roared, launching a powerful punch. Boom. Dust filled the air. The onlookers closed their eyes, thinking that a full-force strike from a spirit transformation body cultivator would leave nothing behind. However, the next moment, a cry of pain came from Tang Diaolong. Ah, it hurts. In the center of the battlefield, a cry of pain from Loda suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw Tang Diaolong still in a punching stance, while Loda staggered back 7 or 8 steps, clutching his fist with a pained expression. Witnessing this, Luo Tian was shocked. That strike clearly showed Tang Diaolong had the upper hand. But the crucial issue was not that. Tang Diaolong was a formidable cultivator at the Hualing level. Luo Tian had personally experienced the power of his punches. A single punch from him could instantly kill an ordinary Jiuqi level expert. Yet, against Loda, who was at the Lianti level, his attack only made the opponent cry out in pain. What on earth had happened to Tang Diaolong? Han Wenzhou frowned, filled with questions. But Tang Diaolong ignored him, fixating on Loda with anger and confusion in his eyes. He hadn't held back with that punch, intending to defeat Loda in one swift blow and establish his dominance. Yet the result only caused Loda pain. Could it be that this young man's body was exceptionally strong? A surge of frustration rose within Tang Diaolong, and with a low growl, he charged at Loda once more. Damn it! Loda showed no fear, gritting his teeth as he met the attack heat-in. The two clashed again, their fists creating fierce winds. Each of Tang Diaolong's attacks sent Loda staggering back, and Loda's cries of pain were constant, but his body remained firm, refusing to yield. This scene left all the spectators in shock. Who exactly is this Loda? People murmured among themselves. A cultivator at the Lianti level was withstanding attacks from someone at the Hualing level for so long. Was Tang Diaolong too weak? Meanwhile, after a brief period of treatment, Monk Ruoming regained consciousness. His eyes were locked on the battlefield, filled with astonishment. No, Tang Diaolong's strength is certainly not weak. His physical prowess is terrifying. If I were to face him, I could only withstand 5 punches at most before being defeated. Even if I broke through to the Hualing level, I couldn't do better than Loda. Monk Ruoming's words quickly spread. What? Even Master Ruoming says so? Then who exactly is Loda? Conversations erupted around them. When did such a prodigy appear in the Nightwind Nation? If he breaks through to the Jiuqi or Hualing level, wouldn't he be invincible? Everyone turned their attention to Loda, their eyes no longer filled with disdain, but with admiration and awe. At this moment, Loda seemed to be the center of the battlefield. However, as time went on, Loda finally struggled under Tang Diaolong's fierce assault. His body wavered slightly, and he finally cried out, Wait, wait, I can't beat you, I surrender. Clutching his hands, he shouted loudly, his voice filled with exhaustion. Tang Diaolong looked at him coldly, the anger in his eyes unabated. Meanwhile, murmurs of discontent arose from the Loda family crowd. Loda, what are you playing at? Are that guy's punches really that painful? You can't be scared, can you? Don't disgrace the Loda family. Hearing this, others exchanged puzzled glances. If Loda were part of their faction, his performance would undoubtedly make him an object of admiration. Yet these Loda family members sneered at him. What kind of logic was it to think he had disgraced the family? Luo De turned back, his face darkened by the ridicule from his clan members. Clenching his fists, he shouted angrily, Damn it! You're talking as if I'm lying. This guy is a monster. If you don't believe me, go try it yourselves. After saying this, he quickly returned to Luo Tian's side and apologized. Young master, I've embarrassed you. Luo Tian looked at him calmly and nodded. Knowing shame is a step to courage. Go back, train hard, and win next time. Yes. Luo De responded and stepped aside. Nearby, Luo Chun listened to the conversation with a peculiar expression. Knowing shame is a step to courage. A martial artist at the body refining stage managing to withstand Tang Diaolong's heavy blows was already a miracle. How is that shameful? His perception was completely overturned. Humph. Another young member of the Luo family stepped out confidently. Young master, I don't believe this giant is that strong. Let me take him on. Luo Fei? Then go ahead and try. Luo Tian nodded slightly. Facing Tang Diaolong, Luo Fei puffed out his chest and declared, Big guy, I'll fight you. Another one. Tang Diaolong's forehead veins bulged as he swung a punch without hesitation. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled. Everyone watched in shock as Luo Fei was pushed back several steps, but remained unscathed. Gasps erupted around them. Another prodigy? What kind of family is this Luo family? The battle continued for several more rounds, but eventually, Luo Fei couldn't keep up and retreated to the crowd, lowering his head. Young master, I couldn't beat him either. Effort is what matters. Luo Tian remained calm. At this point, more Luo family disciples were eager to join. Young master, let me try. I'll go. My body refining skills are better than theirs. They even began discussing among themselves to decide the order by drawing lots. Luo Chun was completely stunned. These people were challenging a Hua Ling stage expert who dominated the younger generation of the Night Wind Kingdom. What was the true background of these Luo family members? Tang Dialong was equally infuriated by the scene, gritting his teeth. Damn it, a bunch of lowly dogs. You want to fight? Fine, come at me all at once. With that, the Luo family members instantly quieted, collectively turning towards Tang Dialong. Who are you calling lowly dogs? Who's the trash? You want us all at once? Then we'll oblige. Before the words had fully settled, the young martial artists of the Luo family charged forward with a roar, and chaos erupted on the scene. Humph, I don't believe all of you are that strong. Tang Jiaolong shouted in anger, clenching his fists as he charged into the group from the Luo family. However, within mere seconds, a shocking scene unfolded. The once fierce Tang Jiaolong was now on the ground, being punched and kicked by the Luo family members. The people on the outer circle were pushing forward, shouting, "Move aside if you've had your turn. I haven't even started yet. Who do you think you are, insulting our Luo family?" Angry voices rang out from the crowd. "Weren't you acting all tough? Challenging all of us. Who do you think you are? Just a piece of trash. I swear I'll kick you to death." The audience was stunned by the scene. What was supposed to be a prestigious martial contest had suddenly turned into a street brawl. Even Luo Chun, standing next to Luo Tian, was bewildered, feeling as if he had stepped into another world. Though it seemed unfair to gang up on one person, something was odd about the situation. The dozen or so young members of the Luo family, all at the body refinement stage, shouldn't have been able to overpower someone of Tang Dialong's caliber, who could handle 1,000 of such opponents. Yet, these few managed to beat him effortlessly, each as strong as Luo Da and Luo Fei. What was the secret of the Luo family? Han Wenzhou finally snapped out of his shock and shouted, "Stop it!" He rushed into the crowd like lightning and pulled the unconscious Tang Dialong out. Tang's face was swollen beyond recognition, looking like a pig's head, but fortunately, he was still alive. "What do you think you're doing?" Han Wenzhou glared at the Luo family members. "What do you mean?" "He asked for it," they retorted. "Yeah, it was his idea. Everyone heard it. If he hadn't asked for it, would we have ganged up on him? How is that our fault?" The Luo family members argued back one after another. Han Wenzhou was so furious that he stomped his feet, but was helpless. It was indeed Tang Dialong's own request. Still, he insisted. "Fine, even if it was his request. But we agreed before that he must defeat one of our three to qualify for the Ziwei secret realm. So this match doesn't count." This declaration drew boos from the crowd of Yifeng Nation. The Luo family members, however, were unfazed and immediately started clamoring again. "All right, if it doesn't count, let's keep going. Let me go first this time. Step aside, I'm going first. Should we draw lots again?" While everyone was puzzled by the strange behavior of the Luo family, Luo Rong, standing next to Luo Tian, spoke up. "Enough. All of you step back. Haven't you realized yet? These three transforming spirit stage experts are very strong. You amateurs can only win by ganging up, but in a unknown fight, you stand no chance." Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but internally remark if those as strong as Luo Da and Luo Fei were considered amateurs, then what did that make someone like him? Luo Rong turned to Luo Tian and said in a serious tone, "Young master, let me handle this." Luo Rong was undoubtedly the one who benefited the most from the martial arts and skills passed down by Luo Tian to the Luo family. Among the younger generation of the Luo family, aside from Luo Tian, Luo Rong was the strongest. His volunteering to fight came as no surprise. Luo Tian glanced at Luo Rong and nodded slightly. "All right, go ahead, make it quick." "Yes." Luo Rong replied with a pleased expression, bowed, and then turned to walk towards the battlefield. His gaze swept over Wei Tianyi and Han Wenzhou, finally settling on Wei Tianyi. "I challenge you," Luo Rong declared coldly. "Challenge me." Wei Tianyi's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. "Very well." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he attacked suddenly, unleashing a wave of energy. Unlike before, he held nothing back this time, fully revealing his cultivation at the spirit transformation realm. Instantly, the air was thick with spiritual energy, and an overwhelming pressure descended. Everyone in the crowd felt the heavy pressure. Even the middle-aged onlookers couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. 18 overlapping waves. Wei Tianyi roared, and a torrent of dark energy surged towards Luo Rong. "Block it!" Luo Rong's eyes were icy as he countered with a punch. Boom! The two forces collided fiercely, and Wei Tianyi's 18 overlapping waves continued to press down on Luo Rong. Such powerful force, gasped a middle-aged man at the spirit transformation realm as he witnessed the scene. "It's stronger than me," a nearby elder martial artist murmured. "Can this young man from the Luo family withstand it?" However, Luo Rong remained unmoved. Facing the oncoming waves of energy, he stood as firm as a rock. One by one, the waves shattered under his punches, the first, the second, the third. In just a few moments, all 18 waves had been dissipated, and Luo Rong stood unshaken and unmoved. This. Monk Ruoming's pupils contracted violently as he watched Luo Rong, unable to believe what he was seeing. He knew Wei Tianyi's strength all too well. Even when suppressing his realm, Wei Tianyi's attacks were formidable, yet Luo Rong had managed to withstand his full force. Meanwhile, Wu Yuro, standing in the crowd, looked pale. Her eyes were red-rimmed as she stared at her master, Long Yingxiu, her voice trembling. Master, didn't you say I was the greatest talent among the younger generation in Nightwind Nation? Wu Yuro had always lacked confidence. Seeing the three from Yulong Nation today had already shaken her. But she could accept it, as their levels were higher than hers, and they weren't from Nightwind Nation. However, Luo Rong, who was at the same level as her, exceeded her expectations so much that she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. How can this be? These young people from the Luo family, most of whom are just in the body refinement realm, how can they be so strong? Despair crept into her heart. Long Yingxiu's expression was also complex. He looked at his disciple beside him, speechless. He wanted to console Wu Yuro, but the situation left him at a loss for words. However, he found himself unable to find any reason for comfort. What exactly is going on with the Luo family? It's not unusual for a family to have one prodigy, but a whole family of them? Isn't that a bit abnormal? Long Yingxiu furrowed his brow, his mind filled with questions, unable to comprehend the situation before him. On the battlefield, Wei Tianyi had just finished his 18 waves attack and was left panting, bewildered. Opposite him, Luo Rong stood, gazing coldly at him with a slight smirk on his lips. Now that you're done, it's my turn. Luo Rong's voice was deep as he stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Watch my fist. Luo Rong roared, thrusting his fist forward. This punch was from Luo Tian's Heavenly Dao Fist technique. Although Luo Rong mainly focused on physical cultivation and his understanding of the Heavenly Dao Fist wasn't profound, the power amplified by his formidable physique was already astonishing. Whoosh! In an instant, turbulent air gathered around his fist. Although it didn't form a complete dragon shape, the terrifying essence of the Dao coiled around his fist, creating an oppressive atmosphere in the air. Block it for me. Wei Tianyi's face turned pale instantly, and he quickly channeled all his energy into defense. Whoosh! Black water surged forth again, forming a barrier in front of him. However, boom! Luo Rong's fist smashed into the black water barrier, shattering Wei Tianyi's defense in an instant. The force of the punch didn't diminish, landing directly on Wei Tianyi's chest. Ugh! Wei Tianyi spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, flipping several times in the air before he could barely stabilize himself, landing heavily on the ground. Wei Tianyi tried to stand, supporting himself with his hands, but his legs wouldn't obey. After a couple of attempts, he still couldn't get up. He stared at Luo Rong in disbelief. One punch. Just one punch had seriously injured him? What kind of monster was this guy? The people from the Night Wind Nation were silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous cheers. Luo Rong is too strong. He defeated Wei Tianyi with just one punch. Huh. Didn't you people from J-Dragon Nation call us worthless mutts? What do you say now? Trash Wei Tianyi, you're nothing. Arrogant, aren't you? Keep being arrogant. The mocking voices from all around made Wei Tianyi's face turn extremely sour, with traces of blood still on his lips. So do you concede? Luo Rong stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Wei Tianyi. Wei Tianyi's eyes darted around, and he forced a strained smile, cupping his hands. Luo brother, your talent is unparalleled. I am impressed. I admit defeat. Luo Rong nodded slightly. As long as you concede, we can enter the Zwi secret realm, right? Wei Tianyi maintained his strained smile. Of course, but may I ask a few questions, Luo brother? At least let me lose with some understanding. Go ahead, Luo Rong replied calmly, arms crossed. Wei Tianyi wiped the blood from his mouth and slowly asked, may I ask, Luo brother, what kind of family is the Luo family? As soon as he asked this, the surroundings fell silent. Yes, what is up with the Luo family? How did so many prodigies appear all of a sudden? Everyone perked their ears, eager for an answer. It was too unusual. Without hesitation, Luo Rong answered. Our Luo family has lived in Bianbei City for generations, just people from the Night Wind Nation. Bianbei City? The crowd quietly noted down this place, determined to investigate thoroughly after the Zwi secret realm event. Wei Tianyi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and continued. I see. Then may I ask, was your martial art taught by your family's ancestor? What is his current level? I have some questions about cultivation and would like to seek his guidance. Our family ancestor? He's long gone. There's no such thing as a realm for him. Luo Rong replied without hesitation, a hint of helplessness on his face. When it comes to realms, the strongest in our Luo family is our head, Luo Feng, who's only at the 9th level of the Hualing realm. We don't even have a Yukong realm expert, so there's no point in seeking advice from us." As soon as these words were spoken, Wei Tianyi's expression froze, and the others present also showed signs of disbelief. A family without even a Yukong realm expert was insignificant in Yifeng country. Such strength might make them notable in a remote small town, but to the major forces present, they could be wiped out with a single move. "Luo brother, are you joking?" Wei Tianyi stared intently into Luo Rong's eyes, his tone carrying a hint of probing. "Do I have any reason to joke with you?" Luo Rong snorted coldly. "Indeed, our Luo family lacks Yukong realm experts. As for the cultivation techniques we practice, they were taught by our young master, Luo Tian." This statement sparked a wave of astonished murmurs among the crowd. Luo Tian, not far away, frowned upon hearing this. Although Luo Rong was loyal, his overly straightforward nature led him to reveal family secrets with just a few words, which could eventually bring disaster. It seemed necessary to teach the clan members to be more cautious with their words and actions in the future. Wei Tianyi carefully observed Luo Rong's expression, convinced of the truth in his words. A sinister smile crept across his face. "So that's how it is, no ancestor, no backing." Suddenly, he spun around and shouted fiercely at the four Tong Xin realm experts behind the palanquin. "Old you, join me in crippling this guy and their young master Luo Tian, and kill everyone else." This sudden command momentarily stunned those around. However, Long Yingxiu in the crowd instantly understood Wei Tianyi's intention. Luo family, once an obscure clan, suddenly had a group of strong young people emerge, all pointing to young master Luo Tian as the source. Such an astonishing rate of improvement must have come from some extraordinary opportunity. Instead of waiting for the Luo family to truly grow powerful, it was better to eliminate them early and seize the opportunity. Yes, the four Tong Xin realm experts behind the palanquin grasped the meaning and attacked almost simultaneously. In an instant, a terrifying pressure swept across the forest, uprooting countless ancient trees and sending rocks flying. The weaker young cultivators were instantly overwhelmed, suffering heavy casualties. "Boy, let's start by breaking your limbs." An elder from the Wei family coldly fixed his gaze on Luo Rong. "Damn it, get lost!" Luo Rong roared, throwing a punch. However, faced with the vast difference in realms, his attack was effortlessly neutralized by the opponent with a single hand. With a bang, Luo Rong's punch crumbled into dust. Luo Rong's strength was utterly insignificant in front of them. "Hell, let it break." The elder from the Wei family sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Thud. The next moment, a muffled sound echoed through the air, blood splattered like rain, and a severed arm flew through the sky, witnessed by the horrified onlookers. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the air, and the people of Night Wind Nation couldn't bear to witness the bloody scene, closing their eyes in horror. Sigh, the Luo family, how tragic. Outside the battlefield, several elderly spectators shook their heads and sighed. What can they do? They lack strength and don't know when to hide their weakness. It's a pity, a family on the brink of rising, just like that, gone. While everyone lamented the fate of the Luo family, a young man nearby suddenly trembled, his voice quivering. "Elders, look. Look at what? At how pitiful Luo Rong is." An elder responded indifferently. The young man shook his head urgently. "No, it's the man from Yulong Nation, his hand." The elders sensed something amiss and looked up toward the battlefield. What they saw left them stunned, as if struck by lightning. In the center of the battlefield, Luo Rong stood unharmed, while the previously arrogant Wei family elder had one arm severed, blood gushing out, staining half the battlefield. How is this possible? Was it Luo Rong who did it? An elder asked in disbelief, his voice filled with shock. "No, it wasn't Luo Rong, it was that guy." The young man pointed with a trembling finger. The elders focused their gaze and saw a stern-looking young man standing beside Luo Rong. It was Luo Tian. Could it be him who acted? An elder murmured. Yes, it was him. With just a wave of his hand, the Wei family member's arm was severed. The young man's voice was filled with fear and reverence. This. The elders were completely dumbfounded, exchanging glances without words. In the battlefield's center, the Wei family elder, who had temporarily stopped the bleeding, looked pale with anger, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at the young man before him. You little. He gritted his teeth, his voice twisted with pain. Luo Tian looked at him expressionlessly, his gaze icy. "You stopped us from entering the Zwi secret realm, and I said nothing. I followed your rules. But after we won, you called for our deaths, treating us like easy prey." The Wei family elder endured the pain, arrogantly humming. "Opportunities are destined by the heavens, and only the virtuous deserve them. What is your Luo family to occupy such fortune? Our Wei family's actions are in line with destiny." A hint of malice flashed in his eyes. "Don't be smug. If I hadn't been careless and noticed your sneak attack, you wouldn't have been able to harm me." Hearing this, Luo Tian laughed in anger, a cold curve forming on his lips. "Well, it's been a long time since I heard such shameless words. Want to destroy my Luo family and seize our opportunity, is that it?" His gaze swept over all the enemies present, his voice suddenly rising. Come on, you four, bring it on. I can take it. The Wei family elder turned to the other three, a sinister look in his eyes. Let's strike together and take him down. All right. The other three responded in unison, eyes filled with killing intent. They couldn't believe that, with four experts of the Tongxian realm, they couldn't take down one young man. Boom. In an instant, four figures moved like phantoms, attacking Luo Tian from four different directions. Their auras surged, reaching the heavens, like four demon gods descending, the terrifying pressure freezing the surrounding air, ready to kill Luo Tian in one blow. Be careful, Senior Luo Tian. From a distance, Luo Chun watched with worry, shouting loudly. He knew Luo Tian was strong, but facing four Tongxian realm experts alone seemed hopeless. However, Heavenly Palm Technique. Luo Tian remained calm, one hand in his pocket, the other raised high, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. Whoosh. Suddenly, a giant golden palm formed above his head, its dazzling light seemingly able to cover the sky. Slap, 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 slap. The golden palm casually swatted 4 times, its movements as light as swatting away insignificant flies. The 4 previously menacing Tongxian realm experts were instantly reduced to 4 unrecognizable piles of flesh, their original forms unidentifiable. Everything happened too quickly, too effortlessly, as if swatting 4 ordinary flies. For a moment, the surroundings fell into extreme silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stood frozen, eyes wide, mouths agape, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. For experts at the profound realm just vanished like that? In the midst of the scene, Wei Tianyi maintained his arrogant stance, but his smug smile had frozen on his face. He watched in disbelief as the 4 protectors turned to ashes, his mind unable to process the sudden turn of events. You said you wanted to destroy the Luo family, didn't you? Luo Tian walked slowly towards Wei Tianyi, hands clasped behind his back, his voice calm, yet filled with undeniable authority. Gulp. Wei Tianyi swallowed hard, instinctively retreating a few steps, the color draining from his face. Senior, it's all a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. He forced a smile that was worse than a grimace, his voice trembling noticeably. Without another word, Luo Tian raised his hand and slapped him. Slap. The sharp sound echoed through the air. Wei Tianyi spun in place from the force of the blow, teeth and blood spraying from his mouth, tracing a shocking arc in the air. You dare hit me? Wei Tianyi clutched his swollen cheek, his eyes filled with disbelief. Hit you? Luo Tian sneered. I'm going to kill you. With that, he took another step forward, and a massive palm print formed in the air, emanating an oppressive pressure. Seeing this, Wei Tianyi was completely terrified. He had just witnessed the power of this palm and knew that if it landed on him, he would likely be reduced to an unrecognizable pulp. Wait, you can't kill me. Wei Tianyi shrieked. If you kill me, my family's ancestor, who has a cultivation level of the 7th tier of the ruins realm, will come for you. I'm his direct descendant, his favorite. Desperately, he pulled out an ancient-looking jade pendant from his pocket, gritting his teeth as he said, "This is the protective charm my ancestor gave me. It can summon a projection of him here. If you dare make a move, I'll activate it." His words caused an uproar among the onlookers, who burst into exclamations and discussions. 7th tier of the ruins realm? Is the Wei family's ancestor really that powerful? The Nightwind Nation hasn't seen a ruins realm expert in centuries. The people of Nightwind Nation were stunned. Even Han Wenzhou, who stood nearby, gasped, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. He had brought a few profound realm protectors with him to Nightwind Nation, though they remained hidden. But he hadn't expected Wei Tianyi to carry a projection of his family's ancestor. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Wei Tianyi regained some confidence. Clutching the protective charm tightly, he addressed Luo Tian. You wouldn't want me to summon my ancestor, would you? On the other hand, Luo Tian, who had been ready to strike, paused upon hearing Wei Tianyi's words, retracting his heavenly Dao Palm technique with a frown. Wait, are you saying you have a projection of your family's ancestor with you? Luo Tian asked, his speech slowing down. That's right. Wei Tianyi puffed out his chest. And you're saying your ancestor is at the ruins realm level? Luo Tian confirmed, his tone carrying an emotion Wei Tianyi couldn't quite place. Wei Tianyi flashed a smug smile. Exactly. Seeing the change in Luo Tian's expression, Wei Tianyi felt a surge of confidence. After learning of his ancestor's strength, he could see that the other was clearly intimidated. In a small place like Nightwind Nation, where ruins realm experts hadn't appeared in centuries, who wouldn't be afraid upon hearing of his ancestor's power? For a moment, Wei Tianyi felt he had regained the upper hand, confidently saying, "Now you understand the gravity of the situation, don't you? Let me go, and perhaps you can save yourself. But if you dare show me any disrespect, you better watch out." However, before he could finish his sentence, Luo Tian's hand was already raised again. Slap. Another crisp slap landed squarely on the other side of Wei Tianyi's face, knocking out the rest of his teeth. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his body flew several meters like a broken kite. How dare you hit me again? Wei Tianyi lay on the ground, his face covered in blood, looking at Luo Tian with disbelief. The others were stunned. What was Luo Tian doing? Knowing full well the formidable backing his opponent had, how could he dare to act so recklessly? Luo Tian, with an excited look on his face, shouted at Wei Tianyi. Come on, call your ancestor for me. If you can't, I'll slice you to pieces first. Do you believe me? Huh. Wei Tianyi was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. Did this guy get his head caught in a door? He knows how strong my ancestor is, and yet he dares to speak like this? He stared at Luo Tian in disbelief, unable to understand what was going through his mind. Luo Tian's behavior left him completely dumbfounded. In fact, Wei Tianyi had no idea that ever since Luo Tian had discussed his own strength with Luo Feng, he had been obsessing over the question of how he measured up against a Gui Su realm expert. He was desperate to know the gap between himself and such a powerful figure, even losing sleep over it. But in a vast place like Yefeng country, where could he find a Gui Su realm expert to challenge? Just then, Wei Tianyi mentioned that his ancestor had such strength, which immediately piqued Luo Tian's interest. Hurry, call out your ancestor, or I'll break your limbs. Luo Tian shouted angrily, his eyes bloodshot, as if he was really about to act. Wei Tianyi turned pale with fear, hastily took out a protective talisman, and quickly activated it. With a hum, as spiritual energy surged in, the talisman in his hand emitted a dazzling light, almost blinding those around him. Immediately, a powerful aura swept through, as if the entire mountain was trembling violently, and the atmospheric pressure suddenly increased. As the light faded, a figure appeared before Wei Tianyi, stern-looking old man, none other than the Wei family ancestor, Wei Baidao. Han Wenzhou recognized the old man at a glance and was shocked. It's really him. Wei Baidao, the Wei family ancestor, a giant in Yulong country. Wei Baidao slowly opened his eyes, which suddenly shot out two beams of spiritual light, piercing the void. Then he spoke in a low voice. Tianyi, weren't you going to Yefeng country to seize the inheritance of the Zwi Taoist? Why summon my avatar? Wei Baidao's gaze swept around, and suddenly noticed Wei Tianyi's bloodied appearance, a chill flashing in his eyes. What happened? Who hurt you? Where are your guards? Why aren't they protecting you? Can't they handle such a small matter? Aren't they afraid I'll kill them? Wei Baidao's angry shout instantly chilled the atmosphere, killing intent spreading, as if freezing the surrounding world. The aura of a Gui Su realm expert was terrifying, and the people present found it unbearable, lowering their heads, unable to breathe. Wei Tianyi forced a bitter smile and spoke. Ancestor, no need to kill them. They're already dead. Dead? Wei Baidao was stunned, full of confusion. In Yefeng country, who could kill them? Was it the little brat from the Shenwu king, or the bald monks from the Fumo temple? Do they not fear extermination for touching the Wei family? No, it wasn't them, Wei Tianyi quickly explained. It was this guy, Luo Tian, who killed them. Also, I have more to report to you, ancestor. With that, Wei Tianyi briefly recounted the entire incident. After hearing Wei Tianyi's account, Wei Baidao's expression changed, his gaze suddenly shifting to Luo Tian and the Luo family behind him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Tianyi, are you making up stories to trick me for revenge? Wei Baidao sneered. You claim these body-refining realm kids defeated Tang Jiaolong, and you? And this Luo Tian guy killed your 4 Tongshan realm guards. Wei Baidao's words were filled with skepticism, clearly doubting Wei Tianyi's account. Wei Tianyi's face turned pale immediately, hastily explaining. Ancestor, how dare I deceive you? What I said is entirely true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Han Wenzhou. Wei Baidao cast a cold glance, and then looked at Han Wenzhou. Han Wenzhou felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, his spine tingling, heart skipping a beat. Facing Wei Baidao's oppressive aura, Han Wenzhou promptly said, Senior Wei, Brother Wei Tianyi is not lying at all. His words are completely credible. As soon as Han Wenzhou finished speaking, a trace of appreciation flashed in Wei Baidao's eyes. Oh, if a body-refining realm kid can become this strong, this opportunity is more valuable than the Zwi Taoist's inheritance. Tianyi, your judgment was not wrong. Wei Baidao smiled, but there was already a deep interest in his eyes. Wei Baidao had never encountered such a powerful body refinement technique in all his years. If he could seize this opportunity, it would not only elevate his family's strength significantly, but might even advance his own cultivation. With a slight frown and a glimmer of desire in his eyes, Wei Baidao pondered. His cultivation had been stuck at the 7th level of the Void Realm for nearly a century. Although he still had some years left, at this pace, he feared he might never overcome the tribulation in his lifetime. This had been his greatest concern for 100 years. When Wei Tianyi's words reached his ears, Wei Baidao's eyes sparkled with delight. With his experience, he understood all too well that the opportunity that had empowered the Luo family so swiftly must be extraordinary. He slowly approached Luo Tian, wearing a sly smile and speaking with feigned kindness. Young man, you dare to kill members of my Wei family and injure my great-grandson so severely. This matter cannot be easily resolved. He paused, then changed his tone. However, I am a benevolent man and can't bear to see talent like yours go to waste. How about this? You and your clan come with me to the Yulong Kingdom. I'll take you as a nominal disciple, and you can serve my family for 100 years to atone for your actions today. What do you say? Wei Baidao's words left the onlookers stunned. They exchanged glances and began whispering among themselves. I thought the Wei family was unreasonable, but Wei Baidao seems decent. No wonder the Wei family is so strong. There's a reason behind it. Such magnanimity is truly impressive. Several young people nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. However, not everyone was so naive. Long Yingxiu, standing on the edge of the crowd, shook his head repeatedly, his eyes full of disdain. What a cunning Wei Baidao, he sneered. Beside him, Wu Yuro asked curiously, Master, what's wrong? Isn't Wei Baidao being fair? Long Yingxiu glanced at his innocent disciple and sighed. You lack experience in the martial world. Wei Baidao's words are far from fair. He explained in a low voice. He's doing this for two reasons. First, to avoid being labeled as a bully and criticized in the future. Second, to block other forces by pretending to act justly, while actually seeking to seize the Luo family's opportunity. Long Yingxiu's eyes showed concern. Once Luo Tian becomes his disciple, Wei Baidao will have countless ways to extract the opportunity from the Luo family. By then, the Luo family might find it hard to survive. Wu Yuro was shocked, her eyes wide open. What? How can he be so wicked? Master, shouldn't we warn him? Long Yingxiu shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Girl, the affairs of the Wei family are beyond our reach. Wu Yuro looked worriedly at Luo Tian. What should Luo Tian do? His only rational move now is to temporarily agree with the Wei family and look for an opportunity to escape. Long Yingxiu replied, sighing again, feeling sorry for the suddenly rising yet doomed family. Meanwhile, Wei Baidao squinted at Luo Tian. Boy, did you hear what I said? At this moment, Luo Tian remained calm, sizing up Wei Baidao with a barely noticeable hint of disdain in his eyes. Are you in the Void Realm? Luo Tian asked calmly. Wei Baidao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Yes, my main body is at the 7th level of the Void Realm. This avatar is much weaker, but still has the combat power of the 1st level of the Void Realm. Why do you ask, boy? Luo Tian sighed. The 1st level of the Void Realm? It's a bit weak, but it'll do. Old man, I'm going to beat you up. Wei Baidao, stroking his beard, was pondering whether Luo Tian would succumb to despair for the sake of his clan's safety, when he was suddenly interrupted by this unexpected challenge. He was stunned. Did this young man think he was weak and still wanted to fight him? Was he foolish? Before Wei Baidao could gather his thoughts, Luo Tian had already made his move. Dragon Fist, first form, smash. With a roar, the power of his fist coalesced into the shape of a dragon, charging straight at Wei Baidao. What? Wei Baidao exclaimed, hurriedly raising his hand to block. He had thought he could easily fend off this attack, but as soon as he made contact with the dragon's form, he felt an unimaginable pressure. Boom. With a deafening crash, Wei Baidao was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, soaring dozens of feet away. He barely managed to regain his footing without falling, preserving some dignity. Yet, his right hand was nearly numb and faintly aching. What incredible strength! Wei Baidao stared at Luo Tian in shock, disbelief flickering in his eyes. On the other side, Long Yingxiu was equally stunned. He hadn't expected Luo Tian not only to strike first, but also to gain the upper hand with his initial attack. This guy is insane. Old man, here I come again. Luo Tian shouted, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Wei Baidao. What kind of movement technique is this? Wei Baidao was shocked once more. With his eyesight, he couldn't even track Luo Tian's movements. He had no idea that Luo Tian was using a technique akin to teleportation. Heavenly Palm Technique. Without hesitation, Luo Tian struck down with a massive golden palm materializing out of thin air, rushing menacingly towards Wei Baidao. Black Water Surge. Wei Baidao dared not be careless and immediately activated his technique. This move, also used by Wei Tianyi, was far more powerful and imposing when executed by Wei Baidao. In an instant, it seemed as if a black ocean had been summoned to meet the golden palm. Boom. The Heavenly Palm Technique smashed down, shattering the surging black water to pieces. What? Wei Baidao was taken aback and hurriedly attempted to gather the scattered energy with a hand seal. At this moment, Luo Tian had already teleported behind him, casually snapping a branch from a nearby tree. Heavenly Sword Technique, 1 slash. Luo Tian wielded the branch like a sword and slashed down. Curse it, do you think I'm easy to bully? Divine Emperor Sword Technique, break. Wei Baidao's forehead veins bulged as he summoned Wei Tianyi's sword and delivered a slash. The two sword energies collided in midair, lasting only a fraction of a second before Wei Baidao's energy shattered, while Luo Tian's continued its relentless advance towards him. What? Wei Baidao was utterly shocked. He was using an actual sword. while his opponent had only a twig, yet he was completely defeated. This could only mean one thing. His opponent's sword intent was far superior to his own. Before he could recover, Luo Tian's figure vanished from sight. "Ancestor, behind you!" Wei Tianyi shouted desperately from a distance, trying to warn him. Wei Baidao quickly turned around, realizing that Luo Tian had somehow appeared behind him. Luo Tian was still holding the twig, but his stance had shifted from holding a sword to wielding a spear. "Impressive, worthy of the Void Return realm. Now face my heavenly spear technique," Luo Tian declared, thrusting the twig like a spear directly at Wei Baidao. As Luo Tian spoke, a piece of straw in his hand transformed into a streak of light and shot forward. Damn it! Wei Baidao's face turned ashen. Luo Tian's speed was incredible, and there was no way he could dodge this attack. Boom. In the next instant, the streak of light pierced through Wei Baidao's chest, creating a gaping, bloody hole. Blood splattered everywhere as he staggered backward. "Ancestor!" Wei Tianyi, standing nearby, nearly fainted at the sight. His greatest support had been defeated just like that. It was unbelievable. Even though it was only a clone, it possessed genuine Gui Su realm strength. "You little." Wei Baidao looked down at the wound in his chest as his body began to disintegrate into particles of light. This clone was completely destroyed. He had never imagined that his clone would be vanquished in a place like Nightwind Country. Luo Tian watched, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Hey, don't die yet. I haven't finished trying out my moves," he exclaimed urgently. "Can you take another 2 hits before you go? Just 2. Or even 1 if you can't." Wei Baidao rolled his eyes, speechless with anger. His true form, countless miles away, spat out a mouthful of blood and fury. What was this? Was this kid using him to test his moves? A dignified Gui Su realm master being used as a practice target? Seeing Wei Baidao unresponsive, Luo Tian turned to Wei Tianyi and delivered 2 heavy punches, nearly knocking him out. "Do you have any more jade pendants to summon another clone? Hurry up. I'm not done yet," Luo Tian demanded angrily, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. I don't have any more." Wei Tianyi stammered, tears almost spilling from his eyes. What was happening? Whether in Nightwind Country or Jade Dragon Country, anyone who knew he had the Ancestor's clone was terrified. Yet Luo Tian wasn't satisfied? None? Not even one Ancestor clone. "How useless are you?" Luo Tian shouted in frustration, grabbing Wei Tianyi by the collar, disappointment etched on his face. The crowd around them exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the fading Wei Baidao saw this, and his eyes blazed with anger. "Boy, let go of my grandson, or I'll make your entire Luo family pay." His voice was weak, but full of menace. "Huh? The Luo family pay?" Luo Tian suddenly halted, turning his cold gaze towards Wei Baidao. Wei Baidao threatened, "My true form will soon arrive in Nightwind Country. If I find any harm has come to my grandson, I'll destroy your Luo family." Luo Tian stared intently at Wei Baidao, but without hesitation, he struck Wei Tianyi again. Bang! In an instant, Wei Tianyi's head exploded like a watermelon, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Wei Baidao's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected Luo Tian to actually do it. One after another, threatening to kill my family. "Do you think I'm afraid?" Luo Tian said coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. "Wei Baidao, if you dare, come kill me. If not, I'll wipe out your Wei family. You just wait." Wei Baidao's eyes burned with rage as he disappeared, leaving a final threat. As the Gui Su realm clone vanished completely, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was in shock. What had just happened was beyond their comprehension. A Gui Su realm presence. Nightwind Country hadn't seen such power in 500 years. Now that one of Wei Baidao's clones had appeared and been killed by Luo Tian, did that mean Luo Tian was also of the Gui Su realm? With this possibility in mind, the crowd looked at the Luo family with newfound respect. In Nightwind Country, having 3 Tong Xian realm members was the threshold for becoming a major power. But 1 Gui Su realm member? Without a doubt, the Luo family was now the top force in Nightwind Country, far surpassing all others. At this moment, Luo Tian was still looking dejected. He frowned and muttered under his breath. "Damn, I finally encountered someone at the Gui Su realm. I wanted to test my strength further, but it ended so quickly that I couldn't accurately gauge my combat level." Just then, his gaze caught a sneaky figure not far away. Han Wenzhou was trying to sneak away, quietly, while carrying the unconscious Tang Diao. As soon as Luo Tian's eyes landed on Han Wenzhou, it was as if the latter was struck by lightning. His hair stood on end with fright. "Spare me, senior." Han Wenzhou immediately knelt down and pleaded, "I was ignorant and offended you and the Nightwind Nation earlier. Please forgive me, senior." At this moment, Han Wenzhou felt secretly relieved. Earlier, when Wei Tianyi sent his Tong Xian realm subordinates to deal with Luo Tian, he had considered having his own protector seize the opportunity. But due to a moment's hesitation, he watched as Wei family's experts perished, inadvertently saving his own life. Luo Tian walked unhurriedly toward Han Wenzhou. Each step felt like a descent into an abyss for Han Wenzhou, whose clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. Hey, do you have an ancestor's avatar on you? Summon it. I want to beat it up, Luo Tian suddenly asked. What? Han Wenzhou was stunned. What do you mean, what? Hurry up, Luo Tian frowned. Senior, I really don't have one. Han Wenzhou quickly explained. Tang Diaolong and I are just true disciples of the Tianhe sect of Yulong Nation. Although our strength is comparable to Wei Tian's, our status is far inferior to that of the Wei family young master. How could we possibly carry an ancestor's avatar on us? Seeing Han Wenzhou's sincere explanation, Luo Tian did not press further and instead turned to Luo Chun, saying, everything's settled, open the Zwi secret realm. Luo Chun snapped back to reality and immediately took out a token, infusing it with spiritual energy. Instantly, the surrounding mountains shimmered with light, countless points of light converging from all directions, eventually forming a door in front of Luo Chun. Senior Luo Tian, the secret realm is open. Luo Chun respectfully handed over a map. The secret realm will be open for 3 days, containing various treasures. I've marked the areas where the innate spiritual crystals you need are located on the map. Luo Tian took the map, looked it over, and nodded with satisfaction. Thoughtful of you. Is there anything else you need, Senior? That's it. Luo family, follow me. With that, Luo Tian led the way into the Zwi secret realm. The surroundings were silent, with no one daring to make a move. It wasn't until the Luo family had completely disappeared into the entrance of the Zwi secret realm that the previously stagnant crowd suddenly erupted into chaos. Move aside. I'm going in first. Damn it, why are you pushing? Where was your bravery earlier? Stop talking. Weren't you just like a wooden post in front of Luo Tian? Who are you calling that? The crowd surged forward, jostling to get to the entrance of the secret realm. Once the crowd had dispersed, Han Wenzhou's guardian emerged from the shadows, cautiously asking, Han Wenzhou, what should we do now? Han Wenzhou glanced at the unconscious Tang Diaolong in his arms, furrowing his brow. After a moment of thought, he said, I still want to take a look. If we can obtain the Zwi Daist legacy, it would be a huge benefit to our sect. The guardian pondered, very well, but remember, do not provoke the Luo family. Rest assured, Han Wenzhou replied with a wry smile. Are you kidding? Provoking the Luo family? I want to live a long life. With that, they also entered the secret realm. Soon, only Luo Chun was left outside the secret realm. Just as he was about to step inside, the communication talisman at his waist lit up. Greetings, sect master. Luo Chun said respectfully. Luo Chun, with the sect affairs unresolved, the Zwi secret realm is in your hands. By the way, is there anything unusual over there? Ling Shuzi's voice came through the talisman. Sect master, there is indeed a situation. Wei Tianhe, the young master of the Wei family from the Yulong kingdom, has arrived. The Wei family from Yulong kingdom? Ling Shuzi was visibly surprised. Why are they here? It's not just them. People from the Tianhe sect have also arrived. It said that someone predicted the Zwi Daist legacy would appear this year. What? Ling Shuzi exclaimed in shock. Even we, who control the Zwi secret realm, didn't know? Well, the Yulong kingdom's divination skills do surpass ours. After a pause, he admonished. You must remind young master Luo Tian not to clash with them. Well, Luo Chun said awkwardly. They've already clashed. What? Is young master Luo okay? Young master Luo is fine, but Wei Tianhe and his guardian have been killed. What? Ling Shuzi cried out. With Wei Baidao's protective nature, if his descendant is killed, it will be chaos in the Yifeng kingdom. Well, Wei Baidao's avatar has already arrived. Wei Baidao's avatar? He's a powerful Guishu realm cultivator. Isn't Luo Tian? The avatar was also killed by senior Luo Tian with a mere grass stick. Ling Shuzi. A long silence followed. After a long pause, a trembling voice came through the communication talisman from Ling Shuzi. What did you just say? Wei Baidao's avatar was killed by Lord Luo Tian using a blade of grass. Is this some kind of joke? Luo Chun bent down to pick up the blade of grass from the ground, snapping it easily into two. Master, I saw it with my own eyes. Just this ordinary blade of grass. It broke with a single snap, he said, his tone filled with disbelief. Ling Shuzi was silent for a moment, muttering to himself. To think that Lord Luo Tian has become this powerful. He had been busy leading his fellow disciples and crafting formation diagrams day and night to prepare for the battle against the Xinwu King's manor, leaving the important matter of the Zwi secret realm to Luo Chun. Little did he know that Luo Tian had grown strong enough to kill a powerful Guishu realm practitioner with just a blade of grass, making him feel like his efforts were in vain. Master, there's something else. Luo Chun said cautiously. Wei Baidao mentioned his true body is coming to the Zwi secret realm to confront Lord Luo Tian. What? His true body at the 7th level of the Guishu realm? Ling Shuzi immediately tensed up. What did Luo Tian say? It seems Lord Luo Tian didn't take it seriously at all. Ling Shuzi was stunned. Such a threat was dismissed so casually? No, I must see this for myself. You enter the Zwi secret realm first, and try to obtain the inheritance of the Zwi Daist. I'll follow shortly. Yes, master. Luo Tian replied and left. Meanwhile, in the back mountain of the Wei family in Yulong Kingdom, a massive explosion erupted. Wei Baidao stood in the center of the ruins, his face pale and blood at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Wei Hongtian among the arriving clan members, he directly ordered, "Bring 6 men and prepare the 7 luminaries absolute killing array to set off with me." Ancestor, is it the Lin and Chen families making a move against us? Wei Hongtian asked in shock. These were the 2 major trump cards of the Wei family. No, it's to kill someone, Wei Baidao replied, his eyes flashing with cold light. To kill, a transcendent tribulation expert? Wei Hongtian asked, his voice trembling. Wei Baidao's mind flashed with the image of Luo Tian, and he gritted his teeth. No, it's to kill a body refinement stage practitioner. What? Wei Hongtian was stunned, his brows furrowed, momentarily doubting his own hearing. He looked up cautiously at the elder seated above and asked, Ancestor, did you say you want to kill someone of what realm? Wei Baidao's face was grim, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he repeated each word slowly. A junior at the body refining realm from Yifeng Nation. This time, the voice echoed clearly in the hall, reaching everyone's ears. The Wei family members exchanged incredulous glances. Their ancestor Wei Baidao, a formidable figure at the 7th level of the returning Void Realm, a giant in Yulong Nation's cultivation world, a royal guest official, a martial arts master, and one of the top 10 powerhouses in Yulong Nation was actually planning to personally deal with a mere body refining realm youngster from Yifeng Nation? Even more puzzling was that he intended not only to go himself, but also to bring other Wei family strongmen along, and even use the family's greatest trump card, the 7 luminaries absolute killing array. Such a grand display, just to deal with a body refining realm cultivator? Wei Hongtian swallowed hard, mustering the courage to ask, Ancestor, are you alright? Wei Baidao squinted his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing through Wei Hongtian. What do you mean? Wei Hongtian's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat, but he braced himself to voice his doubts. Have you perhaps gone astray in your cultivation and started hallucinating? It was the only reasonable explanation he could think of. The other Wei family members nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with concern. Smack! With a crisp sound, Wei Baidao raised his hand and slapped Wei Hongtian, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the hall's stone pillar. You fool! Wei Baidao stood up from his seat, his anger boiling over. Do you think I am in the mood to joke with you? Your son, Wei Tianyi, that child, was killed in Yifeng Nation. What? Wei Hongtian, sitting on the ground, trembled all over, his face turning deathly pale. Wei Tianyi was his oldest son, in whom he had placed great hopes. How could he have been killed? He struggled to get up, his voice trembling. Impossible. I sent 4 Tongxian realm experts with him, and he even carried a part of your spirit. How could anyone possibly kill him? Wei Baidao gritted his teeth, a flash of pain in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, All 4 of them are dead. My spirit was also destroyed. This. The hall erupted in an uproar, everyone too shocked to speak. Who in Yifeng Nation could destroy the ancestor's spirit? Was it Master Tianin or King Shenwu? Impossible. Even if those 2 teamed up, they couldn't destroy the ancestor's spirit at the 1st level of the returning Void Realm. The crowd buzzed with discussions, their voices growing louder. Wei Baidao, his face darkened, slapped the table, causing the teacups to jump, and said sternly, The one who destroyed my spirit was a body refining realm youngster. The same one who killed Tianyi. Huh. The crowd was once again plunged into shock, exchanging bewildered looks. A body refining realm cultivator destroying a returning Void Realm spirit? It was simply unbelievable. Seeing their incredulous expressions, Wei Baidao said coldly, That boy must have encountered some extraordinary opportunity. Although he is only at the body refining realm, his strength, by my estimation, is around the 3rd level of the returning Void Realm. Body refining realm cultivation, returning Void Realm, 3rd level strength. Hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. A few of the older Wei family members had a flash of realization in their eyes, seemingly grasping some terrifying truth. Wei Baidao continued, Tianyi was too reckless. He wanted to seize the opportunity from the other person, but underestimated his strength. Therefore, whether to avenge Tianyi or for the future of our Wei family, we must quickly deal with that boy and uncover the secrets he holds. As soon as he finished speaking, a Wei family elder frowned and said, Ancestor, even so, isn't this too much of a show of force? Even if he has the strength of the 3rd level of the returning Void Realm, you taking 2 people with you should be enough to deal with him. Before he could finish, Wei Baidao slapped him again, sending the elder flying several meters and crashing into the wall, spitting blood. Idiot! Wei Baidao's anger flared, his beard trembling with rage. Have all my years of teaching you gone to waste? You know this person cannot be allowed to live, yet you suggest not going all out? Do you want to help him grow stronger? The person who was reprimanded immediately wiped the blood from the corner of their mouth and bowed their head, saying, I'm sorry, ancestor. I was wrong. Wei Baidao let out a cold snort, his eyes glinting with a chilling light as he spoke with a voice like unsheathing swords. Bring the 7 luminaries annihilation array and everyone in the family who is at the Tongxian realm or above. Come with me. I will not give that boy the slightest chance of escape. Yes. The Wei family members responded in unison, their voices uniform and filled with an aura of lethal determination. That day, the entire Wei family was in turmoil, shrouded in a murderous atmosphere. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Zwi secret realm, as Luo Tian led the group into the Zwi secret realm, the scene before them changed abruptly, as if they had crossed into an entirely different world. Above them, there was no sun, but instead a brilliant starry sky composed of countless stars, casting a colorful glow upon the land. The spiritual energy in the air was several times denser than outside, invigorating everyone with each breath. So this is the Taoist Ziwei's domain? Truly extraordinary, someone couldn't help but exclaim, their eyes filled with wonder. Luo Tian surveyed the group and said solemnly, all right, now that we've entered the Ziwei secret realm, what resources you can obtain depends on your own fortune. You can form your own groups, just be sure to stay safe. Yes, young master. The group responded enthusiastically, their eyes shining with the desire for the unknown treasures. After all, this was their first time stepping into this legendary secret realm. Soon, they formed small teams and dispersed in various directions, each seeking their own opportunities. Luo Tian took out the map given to him by Luo Chun and studied it carefully. His finger traced several marked locations as he muttered, there are quite a few places where innate spiritual crystals have appeared. This Yuling Palace seems closer. Let's head there first. With that, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and shot off in a chosen direction like an arrow. Not far behind Luo Tian, 2 individuals from Yifeng Kingdom also held a map, watching Luo Tian's retreating figure with surprise on their faces. Why is Senior Luo Tian heading that way? Isn't that the direction of the beast lair? One of them frowned. Seems like it. The map indicates that apart from beasts, there's nothing of value there. The other one said, flipping through their map in confusion. There's even a legend that a terrifying beast dwells there, and even Tongxian realm experts have perished after wandering in. Perhaps he's looking to hunt some beasts and collect inner cores. Maybe. Anyway, it's not for us to guess the thoughts of someone like him. Let's head to Yuling Palace. They say there are many treasures there every year. Agreed, let's go. With that, the two stopped pondering further and briskly headed in the opposite direction from Luo Tian, following the map's guidance. Meanwhile, deep within the beast lair, in a cave filled with bones, a giant beast's eye suddenly opened, glowing with an eerie green light. Swish! As the eye opened, the cave's temperature plummeted, a chilling cold pervading the air. The beasts that had been scattered throughout the cave all lowered their heads respectfully, their eyes filled with undisguised fear. Heh! Is it the time for the Zwi secret realm to open again? A raspy voice echoed in the cave. Fresh human meat is coming, my children. Go hunt the humans and bring me fresh food. As soon as the voice faded, the surrounding beasts howled excitedly, their cries shrill and eager, before scattering away, leaving deep claw marks on the ground. Heh, humans! From the depths of the cave, a massive beast's claw covered in dark red scales slowly extended, its 5 fingers as sharp as steel hooks. It grabbed a handful of human bones from the ground and began to chew them voraciously, producing a teeth-grating crunch sound. Buzz! In the deepest part of the cave, a blood-red glow suddenly illuminated, casting light on the piles of bones around. Ah, it's almost ready. The owner of that eye suddenly spoke with reverence. Just a little more powerful flesh and blood, and it will be activated. Just wait a bit longer. It seemed to be speaking to some unseen presence, its tone filled with awe. Only then did the blood-red glow gradually fade, and the cave returned to darkness, with only that giant eye flickering with greedy light in the shadows. In a desolate mountain forest, Luo Tian held a map, frowning deeply. He looked at the directions on the map, filled with doubt. It clearly stated that the Yuling Palace was ethereal and full of spiritual herbs, so why did the reality not match the description at all? Looking around, everything was dead silent. The ground was charred black as if it had been through a fire, with no trace of ethereal aura. Luo Tian sneered, filled with disdain for the useless map. What a garbage map, completely nonsense. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently, followed by a pungent smell. Luo Tian was stunned and looked up. A horde of demonic beasts was charging toward him from afar, like a dark cloud looming overhead. There were wolves, tigers, leopards, all with pitch-black bodies and blood-red eyes, exuding an intimidating aura. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Soon, the attention of the beast horde shifted to him. Ha! Every time a foolish human wanders in, we have to chase them down, but today we have a poor soul delivering himself to us. A black wolf demon beast sneered. Heh, this kid must be out of his mind to come to our lair. Haha, let's eat him. Another beast laughed, then turned serious. But remember, he's a tribute for the king. Don't mess with the king's share. Huh, who cares about the king? I'll kill him myself. After all these years, finally, someone worthy of my personal attention. The black wolf demon beast roared aggressively. Fine, he's all yours. The other beasts stepped aside, their eyes fixed on Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked calmly at the approaching black wolf, a glint in his eye, and smirked slightly. Hey, black dog, where's the innate spirit crystal? This remark left the surrounding beasts stunned. Black dog? One beast was dumbfounded and shocked. Did he just call the black wolf leader a black dog? This kid has a death wish. Sure enough, the black wolf demon's eyes flashed with a cold light, and it growled. Human, you're dead today? I'll torment you slowly, making you wish for life and death. With a furious roar, the black wolf demon lunged at Luo Tian like a black lightning bolt. In midair, the black wolf's body transformed dramatically, its mouth opening wide like a city gate, ready to swallow Luo Tian whole. However, with a simple wave of his hand, Luo Tian flung the black wolf demon violently aside. Bang! With a loud crash, the black wolf demon let out a piercing scream, struggling in pain before finally getting back on its feet. Luo Tian dusted off his hands and sneered, Stupid black dog, if you bit me, where would I get a rabies shot? The beasts were dumbfounded. The black wolf demon struggled to stand, eyes filled with murderous intent. This kid is trouble. Everyone, attack him together. Kill him. Yeah, this human isn't ordinary. His flesh alone is worth hundreds of regular humans. Another wolf demon said greedily. Right, kill him, take him back. The king will be delighted. Another beast echoed excitedly. The beasts began to swarm, surrounding Luo Tian. He squinted, a smile playing at his lips. What are you doing? I just wanted to ask for directions. As he said this, his expression remained calm, his tone without a hint of anger. Yet the beasts sensed no goodwill, only growing more wary. Human boy, you're a dead fool. The black tiger demon sneered. Haven't you heard the legends of our secret realm? Didn't the elders back home tell you about us before you entered? We. Luo Tian frowned slightly, unclear about what the beasts meant by we. Who are you? Luo Tian asked, looking puzzled at the black tiger and the gathering beasts around him. The black tiger bared its sharp fangs and sneered. Us? We are the rulers of this secret realm, the demon clan that hunts humans like you. Not just you, but all humans who come here are our prey. We will kill you all and offer you to our king. And you will be the first unlucky one to die this year. Luo Tian's eyes turned icy cold upon hearing this. Kill me? Are you sure? His voice was eerily calm. What's the matter? Are you scared now? The black tiger arrogantly raised its head. If you kneel now, I might consider letting you die a quicker death. The surrounding beasts laughed harshly, closing in on Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at the black tiger and slowly bent down. Oh, so you're kneeling? Humans are indeed spineless. Always such cowards. The beasts laughed even more recklessly. But in the next moment, Luo Tian picked up what seemed to be an ordinary stick from the ground. Huh? You. The black tiger was stunned, unable to finish its sentence. Boom. Luo Tian swung the stick, sending the black tiger flying into the sky. Damn it, what a bad day. People provoke me, and now dogs too? You want to kill me? Let's see you try. Luo Tian roared, smashing down with the stick again. Clang. Sword energy erupted from the stick, instantly slicing hundreds of beasts into minced meat, leaving no intact bodies. What's going on? This human is dangerous. Initially, the beasts wanted to resist, but they were shredded by the terrifying sword energy as soon as they approached Luo Tian. In an instant, all the beasts were terrified. Run! A beast turned to flee, and soon all the beasts were desperately running back the way they came. Think you can run after showing off? Not so fast, Luo Tian shouted, pursuing them with the stick. If someone were watching from above, they would be shocked by the seeing a human man, wielding an ordinary stick, chasing down tens of thousands of beasts, with beasts constantly falling under his blows. In this scenario, who is the real beast? Meanwhile, outside the beast lair, dozens of powerful figures from various factions stood in a line, watching the direction of the lair with solemn expressions. Beside them, Luo Chun bowed respectfully. Thank you, seniors, for coming to help fend off the beasts from the beast lair. Luo Chun said sincerely. An elderly man with a white beard stroked his beard kindly. Ah, no need to be polite, Luo Chun. Young people gather resources, and we old folks fend off the beasts. This was all agreed upon. Indeed, the beasts from the lair are too fierce. If they disturb the young disciples, who knows how many casualties there would be? Another elder agreed. A middle-aged woman spoke seriously. Don't underestimate the beasts from the lair. Those at the leader level have combat power close to the Tongxian realm. I remember last time the Zwi secret realm opened, 6 beast leaders appeared, and we suffered several injuries. Long Yingqiu turned to Luo Chun. By the way, Luo Chun, Your Guiyuan sect's beast map should show how many beast leaders there are, right? Luo Tian nodded. Yes, it'll show you. He took out the beast map and infused it with spiritual energy. The next moment, Luo Tian's face changed dramatically. What? Impossible. What's wrong? Let me see. Long Yingxiu looked and his expression also changed. 40? 40 beast leaders. What? The others were alarmed. That means 40 beasts at the Tongxian realm? What's happening this year? Why are there so many? Is something happening in the beast lair? Damn, we only have 12 with Tongxian realm combat power. Can we hold them off? Luo Tian, in the Zwi secret realm early. Otherwise, there will be big trouble, someone urgently suggested. Indeed, 40 Tongxian realm beasts, plus thousands of lower-level beasts, far exceeded their defensive capabilities. Ending the trial seemed inevitable. Just as Luo Tian was about to decide, the beast map suddenly changed. What's happening? Luo Tian was stunned. What do you mean what's happening? Make a decision. This is no joke. Long Yingxiu urged with a frown. But the next moment, he was also stunned. The beast map now showed only 35 beast leaders remaining. 5 beast commanders have died. An elderly man with white hair widened his eyes in shock. He was well aware that the strength of the beast commanders was comparable to everyone present, all having reached the level of Tongxian, yet 5 of them had fallen in the blink of an eye. Just as everyone was caught in a state of bewilderment, the changes on the beast map once again captured their attention to more commander marks had disappeared. This speed is unbelievable. Long Yingxiu exclaimed, staring intently at the rapidly changing marks on the map. Wait, look at the number of low-level beasts. Someone urgently pointed at the dense array of small dots on the map. Originally showing over 60,000 low-level beasts, the count had suddenly dropped to just over 50,000, losing over 10,000 in a mere moment. Everyone exchanged glances, their shock evident. Something earth-shattering must have happened inside the beast lair. A monk from Fumo Temple said gravely. An elder sighed. It seems we must close the Zwi secret realm ahead of schedule. But there's a chance of discovering the Zwi Daoist legacy this year. Another elder lamented. Unwilling to accept this, Long Yingxiu suggested, why don't we send someone to investigate the situation in the beast lair before making a decision? After some discussion, they decided to split up. Long Yingxiu, Master Yuansheng, and Xiaowei formed a scouting team, while the others were tasked with gathering the other cultivators in the secret realm. They specifically mentioned the need to find Lord Luo Tian, though some were concerned that even he might struggle against so many beasts. Meanwhile, inside the beast lair, a black panther was fleeing in terror, pursued by Luo Tian wielding a wooden stick and looking fierce. Help! There's a monster! The panther wailed as it ran. The surrounding young beasts were on the verge of tears. You told us humans were food, but this is too scary. Amidst the herd, a large black elephant observed the chase thoughtfully and suddenly spoke. Everyone, I've noticed something. That humans' attacks all rely on the stick in his hand. So what? A black bear asked, puzzled. The giant elephant displayed a sinister grin, a cunning gleam in its eyes. Do you think there's a possibility that he's only formidable with weapons, but his physical strength is actually quite fragile? That's why he doesn't dare to use anything other than his stick. Beside it, a black snake flicked its crimson tongue, its body swaying slightly. You've got a point. Humans are indeed weaker than our kind. Moreover, our bodies have been enhanced by the master. But so what? The elephant's eyes lit up with confidence, its eerie smile widening. So what? I've thought of a way to deal with him. If my guess is right, all I need to do is dodge one of his attacks, and then land a punch on his body to kill him. The black snake nodded slightly. What you say makes some sense. Go ahead and try. We'll back you up. The elephant straightened its massive body. All right, but if I succeed, I get the main credit for this battle. No problem. The other beasts echoed in agreement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Boom. As the elephant spoke, it came to a halt, its enormous body creating a shallow crater in the ground. The other beasts also stopped immediately, retreating to a safe distance to watch vigilantly. Humans, you're done for. I've found your weakness. Prepare to die. The elephant turned to face Luo Tian behind it, letting out a deafening roar. At the same time, its eyes were fixed on the stick in Luo Tian's hand, its pupils narrowing. The stick. The stick. As long as I can dodge his stick, I've won, the elephant thought, its muscles tensing in preparation to evade. By this point, Luo Tian had already approached with steady steps. I can see it. The elephant's eyes were almost bulging, intensely focused on Luo Tian's every move. However, get out of the way. Luo Tian shouted coldly, his figure flashing as he launched a kick directly at the elephant's massive head. Bang! In an instant, the elephant's head exploded like a watermelon, turning into a mush of flesh and blood. It's not the stick, was the last thought that flashed through the elephant's mind before it died. Oh my god, I shouldn't have trusted that stupid elephant. This guy's body is freakishly strong too. Help! The remaining beasts, terrified, immediately turned and began to flee, kicking up a cloud of dust. Heavenly sword technique. On the other side, Luo Tian roared. and the stick in his hand suddenly shone brightly, unleashing 100-foot sword energy like a silver lightning bolt into the beast horde, beginning a merciless slaughter. In an instant, cries of agony filled the air, with severed limbs and blood misting the sky. Meanwhile, at the canyon entrance, Long Yingxiu and his two companions held their breath, pressing their bodies against the rock face, cautiously lurking. Everyone, ahead is the territory of the beast nest. Be extremely careful, Long Yingxiu whispered, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Ba, if anything goes wrong, let me cover the retreat. You two just focus on escaping, Master Yuanxing said, hands pressed together in a solemn gesture. We can't all die here. Someone must get the message out. Master, this is too ominous to say now. Xiaowei gripped her sword hilt so tightly her knuckles turned white, her voice tense. With our strength, we can't destroy the beast nest, but there's a good chance we can escape. Let's go, and don't give away our presence. Long Yingxiu gestured, and the three of them stealthily slipped into the valley like phantoms. What's that? Not far into the valley, Master Yuanxing noticed something unusual, pointing ahead. In the valley ahead lay numerous beast corpses, some decapitated, others shattered, blood everywhere, a horrifying scene. Ba, such sin. Master Yuanxing clasped his hands again in prayer, his brows furrowed deeply. Xia Wei's mouth twitched, her face paling as she seemed to suppress nausea, instinctively covering her mouth and nose. Only Long Yingxiu moved quickly to the side of the beast corpses, crouching to observe them closely. After a moment, he sharply inhaled, a look of shock crossing his face. Master Long, have you found anything? Xia Wei asked, suppressing her discomfort as she stepped forward. Long Yingxiu slowly shook his head, his expression grave. I can't make sense of it. But one thing's for sure, whoever or whatever killed these creatures must be an extraordinarily fierce beast. A fearsome beast of legend. Xia Wei felt her legs go weak, and her voice trembled slightly. The ordinary monsters in the beast lair were already troublesome enough, and now a legendary beast appeared? She swallowed hard and asked. Just how strong could this creature be? Long Yingxiu's eyes were serious as he replied softly. It's hard to say. Let's go further in and see. Ba, let's move. Master Yuanxing clasped his hands together in a gesture of prayer and took the lead. Although Xia Wei was reluctant, she pressed her lips together and followed without saying much. The deeper the three of them ventured into the lair, the more shocked they became. The ground was littered with the corpses of beasts, some missing limbs, others headless, all stained with blood. What was even more puzzling was that, judging by their final positions, these beasts seemed to have been heading further into the lair. Xia Wei crouched down to examine a corpse, her brow furrowed. What's going on here? Shouldn't these beasts be running outwards? Long Yingxiu's eyes flashed with thought. Maybe the legendary beast came from outside. Master Yuanxing nodded in agreement. That seems likely. Otherwise, a legendary beast born from the beast lair wouldn't slaughter the other creatures so mercilessly. So would that show how powerful this beast is? Xia Wei pressed on. Master Yuanxing opened his mouth, but hesitated, not answering. At that moment, Long Yingxiu suddenly exclaimed, No way. He dashed over to a massive beast's headless corpse. What's wrong, Master Long? Xia Wei hurried after him, her voice tinged with anxiety. Long Yingxiu took a deep breath, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the enormous corpse. I know this creature. You know it. Xia Wei was taken aback. Long Yingxiu nodded gravely. A few years ago, when I brought my disciples to the Zwi secret realm, we encountered this beast coming out of the Beast Valley. Memories flickered in his eyes. This creature was incredibly fierce. It took both me and Lei Zongzhu of Tianlei's sect to barely subdue it. I remember its tusks were as sharp as divine blades. He subconsciously touched his shoulder. I still have the scar from back then. Tusks? Where are they? Xia Wei asked, puzzled, as she walked around to the other side of the corpse. What she saw nearly made her faint. Oh my God, she cried out. What is it? Master Yuanxing quickly moved to join her, only to see that the beast's jaw was completely empty. Master Long, are you sure this creature was powerful? Xia Wei looked at Long Yingxiu, her eyes full of doubt. Long Yingxiu was equally bewildered. The battle from years ago was vivid in his mind, and he knew better than anyone how formidable the elephant beast had been. If it had been an unknown fight, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Yet this powerful creature was now dead, and from the state of the corpse, it seemed to have been killed in a single strike. The one who killed this elephant beast, sweat beaded on Long Yingxiu's forehead. It seems this beast is even stronger than I imagined. Master Long, should we keep going? Xia Wei's voice trembled, clearly wanting to turn back. Long Yingxiu pondered for a moment before deciding firmly. I think we should continue. Something doesn't feel right. Master Yuanxing nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. This might turn into a disaster for our Nightwind Nation. I need to see it with my own eyes to be at ease. All right then. Xia Wei reluctantly agreed, steeling herself to follow. Meanwhile, at the deepest part of the beast lair, Your Majesty, help. There's a monster. Several commander-level beasts came scrambling back, covered in dust, and looking utterly defeated. There was a monkey demon, who even lost an arm. Suddenly, A whooshing sound came from the depths of the cave. A giant claw, covered in thick white fur, shot out from the darkness like lightning, piercing through a demon beast's chest with precision. Blood splattered as the beast's eyes widened in disbelief, falling lifelessly to the ground. Great King. The other beasts stared in horror at their fallen comrade. How many times have I told you? No noise here. The claw slowly retreated into the darkness, a cold and deep voice echoing through the cave. Are you all brainless? The remaining beasts immediately prostrated themselves, trembling violently, barely daring to breathe. Back so soon. How many humans did you bring? The voice from the depths spoke again, laced with anticipation. One demon beast replied fearfully, Master, none at all. None at all. The voice suddenly raised. And you dare come back? Do you want to die? Instantly, a murderous aura filled the depths of the beast's lair, suffocating all the demon beasts. They knelt down, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. Great King, it's not our fault. One demon beast, struggling under the oppressive aura, managed to lift its head and explain. We encountered a monster. Most of our brothers were killed by him. The murderous aura gradually receded, the voice from the depths full of doubt. A monster? What kind of monster? It was a human. A human. The Great King's voice was filled with surprise. You were chased by a human? What level was he? Void return. The voice suddenly became tense. Could it be? Like the old Zwi? A tribulation transcendence level. As they spoke, clear footsteps echoed from outside the cave, steady and unhurried. The demon beasts lying on the ground turned pale with fear, almost ready to wet themselves. Great King, he's here. They scattered in panic. Useless bunch. The voice roared, but stopped short of further chastising them. In the depths of the cave, a pair of giant eyes opened, staring intently in the direction of the approaching footsteps. Did those few run here? A clear human voice called from the entrance. Is this the Jade Palace? Why does it smell so bad? The newcomer was Luo Tian. A human. The giant-eyed demon king observed silently. Spiritual energy dispersed, not coalesced into a sea, a body refinement realm. He seemed somewhat astonished. At that moment, the cave where the giant-eyed demon king resided lit up again with a blood-red glow. He glanced at it, eyes narrowing slightly. Interesting, though only at the body refinement realm, this guy's body is tempered to such a degree, the power within his bloodline is enough to make you covet it. The giant-eyed demon king addressed the red light. Rest assured, I will tear this guy apart and use his flesh and blood to honor you. Luo Tian looked around cautiously. Who's speaking? Whoosh. In the next instant, a white beast claw darted out from the cave's shadows like lightning. Human boy, you dare come to my territory. It seems fate has brought you here to die. The claw silently aimed for Luo Tian's back, its sharp nails gleaming coldly in the darkness, comparable to divine weapons. The Demon King had absolute confidence that one strike could pierce Luo Tian's body. However, clang. The claw struck Luo Tian's back, emitting a sharp metallic sound. In the next moment, the claw's nails shattered, scattering in all directions. What? The giant-eyed Demon King was utterly shocked. This move had never failed before. Not only did it fail to kill Luo Tian today, but his nails were broken too. Luo Tian, realizing what had happened, turned to look at the claw and broken nails that hadn't retracted in time. His gaze turned icy, his voice as chilling as frost. You want to kill me? Oh no. The Demon King sensed something was wrong and quickly withdrew its beastly claw. But Luo Tian was prepared. With his left hand, he instantly unleashed the heavenly Dao palm technique, forming a golden palm that grabbed the claw and pulled forcefully. With a thunderous crash, the cave collapsed in an instant, dragging out the Demon King's massive true form. The Demon King's real body was bizarrely a huge ball of flesh with 2 enormous eyes and 7 or 8 menacing beast claws covering its surface, now frantically lunging at Luo Tian. Luo Tian remained calm, clenching his right fist as the energy coalesced into a dragon-shaped shadow. Heavenly Dao Fist, he shouted, delivering a powerful punch right at the Demon King's core. The terrifying force shattered half of the Demon King's body into fragments of flesh, scattering them across the ground. The surrounding beasts were shocked and terrified by the scene. They knew all too well the power of their Demon King unrivaled in the beast's lair, with no creature able to challenge it. Yet, such an almost invincible being was shattered by a single human punch. It was monstrous. Luo Tian casually tossed the spoils of victory, the beast corpses, onto the ground, ready to leave. Suddenly, a strange sound whizzed by. He turned to see the Demon King's broken remains writhing rapidly, quickly reforming into a complete ball of flesh, restored in just a few breaths. Oh, it can revive. Luo Tian was slightly taken aback. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the valley, Long Yingxiu and his companions continued their stealthy approach. The deeper they ventured into the beast's lair, the more horrifying the scene became, bones scattered everywhere, resembling a hellish battlefield. How much do you two know about the beast's lair? Xia Wei finally broke the silence. Master Yuanxing pondered. I heard some things from Master Tianen. Years ago, he was invited by the former head of the Guiyuan sect to lead experts into the beast's lair to try to eliminate the demon threat. Long Yingxiu and his companion nodded repeatedly. The Ziwei secret realm wasn't considered a top-tier realm, not due to a lack of treasures, but because the beasts here were extremely dangerous, with risks far outweighing the rewards. If these beasts could be eradicated, the value of the Ziwei secret realm would undoubtedly increase significantly. And then, Xiaowei pressed on. The masters did reach the deepest part of the lair and engaged in fierce battle with the Demon King, Master Yuanxing said with difficulty. Although they eventually won, that Demon King cannot be killed. Cannot be killed? What does that mean? Long Yingxiu and Xiaowei were stunned. Master Yuanxing's expression was grave as he slowly spoke. That means the beast possesses immortality. Even if you destroy its body, it will quickly regenerate. The monks said they paid a great price to kill the Monster King once, but in a blink, it revived and even managed to kill one of them. With furrowed brows, Master Yuansheng continued. Having no other choice, the monk decided to lead everyone away. Since then, no one has dared to think about destroying the beast nest. Fortunately, it seems the Monster King is somehow restricted to the nest and won't come out. The two listeners were visibly shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that the chaos in Beast Valley this time is also because of that monster? One of them couldn't help but ask. Master Yuansheng shook his head, a hint of worry in his eyes. I don't know, but one thing is certain. If that beast leaves the Ziwei secret realm, it would be a catastrophe for our Night Wind Kingdom. The other two nodded solemnly, fully agreeing with Master Yuanxing's assessment. Meanwhile, deep within the beast nest, damn humans, the Monster King's body had just regenerated, and it immediately glared at Luo Tian with eyes full of hatred. Luo Tian met its hostile gaze with a frown and disdainfully said, "What are you looking at?" Without waiting for a response, Luo Tian slapped it again without mercy. Bang! This slap shattered the Monster King's body once more, sending flesh and blood flying. Yet, within moments, the Monster King's body began to reassemble, its flesh rapidly converging until it was whole again. Heh, human, with my immortal body, you can't kill me. The Monster King sneered, its voice dripping with contempt. Luo Tian glanced at it, then smiled meaningfully. Oh really? But it seems like regenerating twice has drained a lot of your energy. I'm curious, how many more times can you do it? 3 times? Or just 2? You? The Monster King's face finally showed panic, a flicker of fear in its eyes. Indeed, it wasn't truly immortal. Each regeneration consumed a massive amount of energy. The more severe the damage, the more energy required. Against ordinary foes, the damage they inflicted was limited, allowing it to fight and recover simultaneously, creating the illusion of an immortal body. But Luo Tian's attacks were instant kills. Just those 2 strikes had nearly depleted its energy. A couple more, and it might actually die? Damn it. The Monster King began to sweat, its body trembling slightly. But just at this critical moment, let me handle this. An eerie, cold voice suddenly echoed from the rubble of the cave. It's the master. The Monster King's eyes lit up with joy as it dashed into the debris, moving swiftly as the wind. Luo Tian was puzzled, unsure where the creature was heading. Then, the Monster King forcefully uncovered a section of the rubble and carefully retrieved a piece of black and white bone. On the bone, a green flame flickered, exuding a sinister aura. Hee, human boy, prepare to die. The Monster King laughed wickedly, raising the bone high. Whoosh! Instantly, the green flames on the bone surged, and a shadowy figure emerged from the fire, lunging swiftly at Luo Tian. Luo Tian reacted quickly, striking out with his palm in an instant. Unexpectedly, his strike passed through the shadow without harming it. Instead, the figure wrapped around Luo Tian like a snake, binding him tightly. Its upper half opened a gaping maw and bit into Luo Tian's shoulder. Ah, such delicious flesh, such powerful energy, the ghostly green flame exclaimed joyfully. Once I devour you, I can restore my body. Congratulations, my lord. You will soon regain your freedom. The Demon King knelt in the distance, a sycophantic smile on his face. My lord? Freedom? Luo Tian frowned, puzzled by these inexplicable words. The Demon King noticed Luo Tian trapped by green flames, and a gleam of triumph flashed in his eyes as he sneered. Boy, you brought this upon yourself. Since you're about to die, I'll let you understand why. He slowly revealed the secret of the area. This place is the domain of Zwi Daist. 1,000 years ago, that old man dared to venture into the dragon's burial grounds to find the dragon Dao seed in hopes of breaking through his limits. He barely escaped with his life after setting foot there, but luck was on his side as he managed to dig up a dragon bone before leaving. The Demon King's gaze shifted to the green flames dancing around Luo Tian as he continued. However, the dragon bone already had a master or master, a powerful malevolent spirit formed from the resentment of the deceased dragon race. While Zwi Daist was studying the dragon bone, our master ambushed him and nearly possessed him. That old man was indeed formidable, managing to escape even in such dire circumstances. What a pity, the Demon King sneered. A malevolent spirit isn't something ordinary means can harm. Zwi could only temporarily seal our master and the dragon bone together, enlisting many beasts to guard them. But the old man met his end when he forcibly tried to break through his limits. Our master is extraordinarily wise. How could a mere seal contain him? A year after Zwi's death, our master broke free. He even used the essence of the dragon race to quickly bolster the strength of us, the guarding beasts. Otherwise, how could we humble beasts possess such power today? Luo Tian suddenly understood. No wonder your strength is formidable, yet different from external beasts. He had long noticed that these beasts, despite their intelligence and power comparable to the profound realm, couldn't fly. The Demon King snorted. Though our master is free from the seal, he lacks a physical form and cannot advance further. So we take advantage of every secret realm opening to hunt humans, extracting the essence from their flesh and blood to draw out the dragon bone's power. Originally, according to our plan, it would have taken at least a few hundred more years for our clan to fully extract the power from the dragon bones and find a suitable host to finally free our master. The Demon King eyed Luo Tian's strong physique with greedy eyes. But your arrival has certainly been a delightful surprise for us. The Demon King circled Luo Tian, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Such a formidable physique, such pure energy. I've only sensed this in the old man Zwi. Yet your youth and vitality far surpass his. His fingers almost touched Luo Tian's skin, but he restrained himself. With your blood, our master can extract the power from the dragon bones. And your body can serve as the master's vessel. You alone can advance our plan by hundreds of years. At this, the Demon King laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing in the empty surroundings. Luo Tian merely nodded slightly, his tone calm. Oh, is that so? The Demon King's laughter abruptly stopped, his expression turning awkward. He frowned, puzzled. By right, anyone learning of their impending death and their body's fate as someone else's vessel should be filled with fear or anger. Luo Tian should be begging for mercy or cursing him. Yet, his reaction was surprisingly calm. Luo Tian turned his head, his gaze falling on the evil spirit gnawing on his shoulder, his expression as serene as ever. Haha, it's useless. The Demon King, seeing this, regained his smugness. The master is a spiritual entity. Even the old Zwi Taoist couldn't attack him. To defeat the master, you'd need immense soul power. His voice was filled with mockery. But unfortunately, there aren't many soul cultivators around. Even if you risk your life, you can't harm the master one bit. The Demon King's voice grew sharper. Weren't you arrogant just now? Weren't you strong? So where's that arrogance now? Try it again. As the Demon King taunted recklessly, Luo Tian suddenly reached out and grabbed the evil spirit by the head. Have you had enough of gnawing? Luo Tian said coldly, then yanked the evil spirit off his shoulder and slammed it to the ground. Boom. With a loud crash, the ground trembled, dust rose, and stones flew. What? The Demon King widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. As the dust settled, Luo Tian's figure reappeared. The evil spirit that had been entwined around him lay on the ground, its ghostly flames dimmed, flickering like a candle in the wind. You're a soul cultivator? The evil spirit, held by Luo Tian, spoke in disbelief. It was well known that soul cultivation was far more difficult than body cultivation. Powerful soul cultivators were as rare as unicorns in the cultivation world, which made evil spirits so feared. There were so few soul cultivators capable of killing them that the best way to deal with them was to seal them, as the Zwi Taoist did. The evil spirit never imagined that the vessel it had chosen was actually a powerful soul cultivator. Haha, you want my flesh and blood? Want me to be a vessel for you? Luo Tian glared at the evil spirit before him, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. You've got some nerve. He snapped his fingers. Whoosh. In an instant, dozens of soul-suppressing nails glowing with a ghostly light appeared behind Luo Tian. Soul-suppressing nails? The evil spirit saw them and began to tremble violently, fear evident in its expression. In the next moment, Luo Tian waved his hand, and the soul-suppressing nails fell like raindrops. The evil spirit let out a piercing scream that seemed to stab into the soul, rendering nearby demonic beasts unconscious. Annoying brat. Your soul-suppressing nails can hurt me, but they can't kill me. The evil spirit glared at Luo Tian, its eyes burning with intense hatred. As long as I live, one day I will find you and tear you to pieces. Luo Tian frowned slightly, his tone calm as he asked, is that so? Well, if the soul-suppressing nails won't do, how about this? As he spoke, soul energy gathered in his palm. Clang. Before him, a scimitar emitting a ghostly blue glow took shape. As the curved blade appeared, the evil spirit's body, formed from ghostly fire, trembled violently, as if it were on the verge of complete collapse. Upon recognizing the blade, a scream of terror pierced the air. The soul-cutting blade, the evil spirit's voice quivered. How is this possible? Let me go, and we can stay out of each other's way. However, Luo Tian merely smirked coldly and swung the soul-cutting blade without hesitation. The powerful soul energy obliterated the spirit's form in an instant. Damn it! I refuse to accept this. The spirit wailed its final lament. I barely escaped the dragon's burial ground, barely broke the seal. I was so close. Its voice was abruptly cut off, and its presence vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Luo Tian waved his hand lightly, and the soul-cutting blade and the soul-suppressing nail disappeared instantly. Turning his gaze to the Demon King not far away, Luo Tian noticed the smugness had vanished from the latter's face. Having lost his greatest advantage, the Demon King quickly adopted a fawning smile. My lord, I am willing to serve you. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Tian struck with his palm. The Demon King's body shattered instantly, and just as it began to repair itself, a series of fierce attacks followed. The sound of the onslaught was relentless, and when the dust settled, not a single piece of the Demon King remained, his presence completely erased. Trash. Luo Tian was about to leave when a glimmer of white light caught his attention. It was the dragon bone where the evil spirit had once resided, now shining with a pure white light instead of a blood-red glow. A faint silhouette emerged from the dragon bone. Again, Luo Tian frowned, the soul-cutting blade reappearing in his hand. Benefactor, wait. The silhouette on the dragon bone hurriedly called out, resembling a small dragon. Who are you? Luo Tian asked in surprise. The little dragon explained. Benefactor, I am of the dragon clan. This bone is my remains. I was resting in the dragon's burial ground, awaiting reincarnation. But years ago, my bones were taken over by the evil spirit, and even my soul was tainted. I fought against it, but it used beasts and human sacrifices to nearly corrupt me entirely. If not for your timely intervention, I might have become its weapon or food. Well, you're free now. Luo Tian nodded, preparing to leave. Wait a moment. The little dragon called out urgently. What else? Luo Tian asked, frowning. Benefactor, although I have escaped the control of the evil spirit, if I don't return to the heavenly dragon burial ground soon, I will eventually fade away into nothingness. The little dragon's shadow trembled slightly above the dragon bone, its voice filled with a plea. So, could I ask you to take me back to the heavenly dragon burial ground? Luo Tian heard this and didn't even lift an eyelid, his tone indifferent. Heavenly dragon burial ground? Never heard of it. Find someone else. With that, he turned to leave. The little dragon was stunned, its shadow wavering awkwardly. As a member of the prestigious dragon clan, how could someone refuse so bluntly, without even a hint of courtesy? Just as the little dragon was feeling disheartened, Luo Tian mumbled while walking away. Who asks for help without offering anything in return? And from the dragon clan, no less? How inconsiderate. This remark was like a wake-up call, and the little dragon quickly realized, shouting, Benefactor, there's a reward. There's a reward. Only then did Luo Tian turn around, a glint of interest in his eyes. What kind of reward? The little dragon hurriedly replied. Though our dragon clan is not as glorious as in ancient times, we are still one of the strongest races in the world. If you take me back, my kin will certainly reward you. Luo Tian, unimpressed, picked his nose nonchalantly and asked, Is that all? The little dragon responded in confusion. Without another word, Luo Tian turned to leave again, grumbling. Trying to sell me empty promises? Do you think I'm an idiot? The little dragon was once again embarrassed, its shadow flickering urgently as it called out. Benefactor, wait, there's more. Luo Tian turned back with a look of impatience. I'll give you one last chance. No more vague promises. The little dragon sighed in resignation, its shadow lowering slightly. All right, if you agree to take me back to the heavenly dragon burial ground, I'll give you half of the original power contained in my dragon bone. Original power? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. What good is that? The little dragon's shadow brightened. The original power of the dragon clan is the source of our strength. Although my physical body is dead, this dragon bone is where my original power resides, and it's incredibly potent. It pointed to the nearby beast corpses. Benefactor, you saw the strength of these beasts, right? Luo Tian nodded. I did. Initially, these beasts were merely at the body refining and chi gathering stages, and even their leader was just at the spirit transformation stage, with little hope of further advancement. The little dragon explained with a hint of pride. But the evil spirit stole some of my original power and infused it into them, transforming them into beasts comparable in strength to the void traversing and even profound understanding stages. Luo Tian's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a treasure. Is that really possible? How much original power do you have left? The little dragon smiled slightly. That evil spirit was cunning, but the power of the dragon clan isn't so easily stolen. Over the millennia, it only managed to take about 1 or 2% of my original power. The vast majority remains with me. With my original power, your strength can be significantly enhanced. If you don't believe me, just watch. As it spoke, The little dragon's shadow gently waved, and the surface of the dragon bone began to glow with golden light. Streams of golden energy flowed out like water, drifting slowly through the air. Don't resist, benefactor. I will infuse this power into you to enhance your strength, the little dragon said, guiding the golden energy toward Luo Tian. The golden energy, like tiny streams, slowly entered Luo Tian's body. Benefactor, this is a tenth of my original energy. The little dragon's shadow grew even brighter, its voice filled with pride. Once you refine it, your power will naturally reach a new level. However, there's quite a lot, and it may take you years to fully absorb it. Luo Tian ignored the little dragon's explanation, instead quietly activating the heavenly Dao breathing technique. As the technique circulated, the dragon clan's original energy was absorbed at a speed visible to the naked eye, the golden light swirling around him and quickly converging. Within just a few seconds, all the golden energy had been absorbed by Luo Tian, leaving no trace behind. After fully absorbing the dragon clan's primordial power, Luo Tian casually unleashed a heavenly palm technique. Boom! A golden palm appeared in the air, radiating an awe-inspiring and terrifying energy that caused the surrounding air to tremble and churn. Oh, it did increase a bit. Luo Tian nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, the little dragon was completely stunned by the scene, his eyes wide and jaw nearly dropping to the ground. After absorbing so much of his own primordial power, Luo Tian had only improved a little. What shocked him even more was the speed at which Luo Tian refined the power. The energy had just entered Luo Tian's body and was completely refined in an instant without any delay. The little dragon's original plan was that as long as Luo Tian hadn't completely refined his primordial power, he could keep Luo Tian in check, forcing him to act on his behalf. But who would have thought this guy would refine the power completely in the blink of an eye, and the increase in power didn't even seem that significant. What on earth is with this guy's body? The little dragon thought, bewildered. This speed, this power, how is it more monstrous than our dragon clan's bodies? It may not be very useful for me, but it should still be beneficial for others, Luo Tian said calmly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He knew that this power could significantly enhance the strength of his clan members. In this world where the strong rule, living comfortably requires not only personal strength, but also a powerful force to support you. Currently, building a family force seems to be the most reliable approach. Alright, I agree. Where is your heavenly dragon burial ground? Luo Tian turned to the little dragon and asked directly. It's in the outer realm, the little dragon replied, his voice carrying a hint of mystery. Huh? What kind of place is that? Luo Tian frowned, a trace of displeasure in his eyes. The little dragon looked troubled. Well, I can't really explain it now. The heavenly dragon burial ground is a mysterious place even for us dragons, and it only opens at special times. When is the next opening? Luo Tian pressed, his tone tinged with impatience. The little dragon shook his head with a wry smile. I can't say for sure. It could be in a few years, or it might be hundreds of years from now. What kind of answer is that? Luo Tian's face darkened, a flash of anger in his eyes. The little dragon quickly explained. The timing of the heavenly dragon burial ground's opening is uncertain, but 3 years before it opens, all the dragons in the world will sense it. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian nodded. All right then, you help me train my clan, and I'll send you in when the time comes. Thank you, benefactor. The little dragon expressed his gratitude profusely, his eyes shining with appreciation. Luo Tian stored the dragon bone away, and the little dragon naturally returned to the dragon bone to continue his slumber. After all, he was just a spirit, and he had also suffered significant injuries due to the evil spirits, requiring a long rest to recover his strength. After finishing all this, Luo Tian searched the beast nest thoroughly, scanning every corner with his eyes, but finding no trace of the innate spirit crystal. With no other choice, he decided to retrace his steps, his footsteps echoing through the vast nest. Elsewhere, in the canyon, Long Yingxiu and the other two were crouched behind a large boulder, suppressing their presence to the lowest level, barely daring to breathe. Beads of sweat dotted their foreheads, and their eyes were filled with fear. Moments ago, they had sensed a terrifying energy surge from deep within the beast nest. The aura was like a monstrous wave, striking fear even in these powerful Transcendence Realm warriors. For a moment, the three of them felt as if their lives were in grave danger, prompting them to hide and press their bodies against the cold rock, afraid of being detected by the formidable presence at the source of the disturbance. However, after the initial surge, there was no further movement for a long time. Only then did the three manage to calm down a bit, their tense muscles slightly relaxing. What do you two think? What was that just now? Long Yingxiu mustered the courage to ask in a low voice, his eyes still filled with trepidation. I'm not sure, but one thing is certain, it's an incredibly terrifying presence. Xia Wei's voice trembled, her eyes filled with fear. Perhaps it's the immortal Demon King. It must be him, Master Yuansheng said solemnly, pressing his palms together. And the beast that hunted other monsters before must also be him. The three of them turned pale, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. What do you think of that guy's strength? Long Yingxiu asked quietly, gripping his sword tightly. Xiaowei's hands shook involuntarily. She swallowed hard and said with a quivering voice, "It's hard to gauge, but one thing's for sure, if that guy attacks us, we'll be finished in an instant." Master Yuansheng and Long Yingxiu nodded in agreement. While the three whispered among themselves, the quiet valley suddenly echoed with clear footsteps. Their bodies stiffened, and they barely dared to breathe. The footsteps were unhurried, yet sounded like a death knell, pounding in their hearts. Their blood seemed to freeze, and a chilling fear gripped them. There was no doubt the owner of those footsteps was coming from the depths of the beast lair. The deadly beast was approaching. But why did the footsteps sound human? The three exchanged puzzled glances, but none dared to voice their questions. As the footsteps drew closer, sweat poured down their foreheads like rain. Xiaowei, standing at the edge, accidentally nudged a stone due to her excessive tension. The stone rolled away, making a sharp noise in the silence. Her face turned ghostly pale, and the other two glared at her. They held their breath, hoping the deadly beast hadn't noticed the slight sound. However, whoosh! The footsteps suddenly stopped not far away. Their hearts nearly stopped. They had been exposed. The end was near. Damn it, instead of waiting to die, let's fight with all we've got. Long Yingxiu couldn't hold back any longer and drew his sword. Ba, let's fight. Master Yuansheng also prepared for battle with a Buddhist chant. Xiaowei let out a piercing scream and turned to face the beast, ready for a life-and-death battle. But then, what are you three doing? Playing hide and seek. A familiar voice called out nearby. Huh? Luo Tian. The three froze, seeing Luo Tian standing before them. Long Yingxiu was the first to recover, urgently saying, "Never mind that now, Luo Tian. You're just in time. There's a deadly beast here. With your strength and our help, we might escape." Luo Tian frowned in confusion, asking, "A deadly beast? Where?" Xiaowei pointed shakily toward the beast lair. "In that direction." Luo Tian glanced in the direction she pointed, shaking his head. "That way? No, I just came from there." "What?" The three looked at each other, stunned. Master Yuansheng seemed to consider a possibility and cautiously asked, "Luo Tian, how did the monsters in this valley die?" Luo Tian replied innocently, "Oh, those? They tried to eat me when I came by, so I got mad and went on a slaughter." "Is that bad?" "Maybe, Master. You could offer them some prayers." Master Yuansheng was left utterly bewildered. Long Yingxiu struggled to ask, "Luo Tian, did you see a powerful elephant demon on your way?" Luo Tian thought for a moment and casually replied, "I didn't see a powerful one, but there was an elephant demon blocking the way, so I kicked it to death." "Why? Was that your friend?" "Of course not." Long Yingxiu quickly shook his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At this moment, he, Master Yuansheng, and Xiaowei were all in shock. Could it really be that all the beasts along the way, even those powerful leader beasts, were slain by Luo Tian? Especially the massive, incredibly strong elephant monster, whose terrifying strength they all knew. And yet, Luo Tian had supposedly killed it with a single kick? They had known Luo Tian was exceptionally powerful, but this was beyond their imagination. "By the way, what are you three hiding here so mysteriously for?" Luo Tian asked, crossing his arms and glancing at their faces with curiosity. Nothing." The three replied awkwardly, exchanging uncomfortable looks. How could they explain that they were hiding from a legendary, world-class beast, which turned out to be Luo Tian himself? They couldn't bring themselves to say it. Master Yuansheng quickly changed the subject, his eyes lighting up. "By the way, young Master Luo Tian, when you went in that direction, did you happen to see the king of these beasts?" Luo Tian nodded casually. "I did." Master Yuansheng immediately asked, his voice tense. "Where is that beast king now?" Even though Luo Tian had nearly wiped out the beasts, the beast king deep within the lair remained a significant threat. It was said to be immortal, after all. "I slapped it to death," Luo Tian replied calmly, as if it were a trivial matter. "What?" The three were once again stunned, their eyes wide open. "But young Master Luo Tian, wasn't the Beast King supposed to be immortal?" Xiaowei asked in disbelief, her voice trembling. Luo Tian nodded, explaining, "Yes, it seemed immortal, but it wasn't truly undying. It had a weakness." "A weakness? Please enlighten us, young Master Luo Tian." Long Yingxiu eagerly leaned forward, his body leaning and unconsciously. Even though the beast was dead, if any of its kind remained, this information would be invaluable. Luo Tian explained very seriously. "It's actually quite simple. Its immortality had a limitation. You just need to slap it to death 3 times within 10 seconds, and it can't recover." The three. Simple? Back then, the Nightwind Kingdom had gathered countless top experts and expended innumerable resources and lives just to barely kill the Beast King once. And Luo Tian claimed its weakness was to slap it dead 3 times within 10 seconds? Did he misunderstand the term weakness? "What's wrong with you?" Luo Tian asked, puzzled by their stunned expressions. Nothing, Long Yingqiu replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Xiaowei forced a smile. Anyway, young Master Luo Tian, by eliminating the beasts in the lair, you've made a great contribution to the cultivators of Night Wind Kingdom. Indeed, young Master Luo Tian entered the Zwi secret realm, not to seek treasures elsewhere, but to tirelessly hunt beasts in the lair. Such noble intentions are truly admirable. Master Yuanxing said, bowing respectfully with his hands clasped. Luo Tian's expression suddenly changed, his brows furrowing. Wait a minute. Did you say this is the beast lair? The three nodded simultaneously. Yes. Luo Tian asked again. So this is not Yuling Palace? Xiaowei replied. Yuling Palace? That's in the opposite direction. Now it was Luo Tian's turn to be speechless. He turned away and muttered to himself. Damn, I was wondering why this Yuling Palace looked different from the map. I thought that brat Luo Chun had tricked me. Turns out, what a useless map. Can't even mark directions clearly. Young Master Luo Tian, is everything all right? The three asked, concerned. Nothing, Luo Tian replied weakly. Now that things here are settled, let's head to Yuling Palace. The three exchanged glances and began communicating silently among themselves. It seems that young Master Luo Tian suffered quite a bit of injury while slaying the beast, one cultivator remarked quietly, admiration shining in his eyes. Indeed, look at his expression, something's clearly off, another agreed, frowning with concern. A third person shook his head and sighed. Well, it was a legendary demon king after all. How could he emerge unscathed? Even if he's injured, young Master Luo Tian is pretending to be unfazed, clearly to keep us from worrying. With such strength, Luo Tian is still considerate of our feelings. It's just, the three spoke with emotion, their eyes welling up with tears, almost moved to tears. Little did they know, Luo Tian was merely embarrassed from taking a wrong turn. Luo Tian cleared his throat, interrupting their emotional moment. Could you three help me get to Yuling Palace? He had sent the Golden Rock King to protect the Luo family disciples, and with his inability to fly, traveling was quite troublesome. Of course, the three responded in unison, their voices loud and determined. Luo Tian was taken aback by their sudden enthusiasm, puzzled. Why are these three suddenly so fired up? With the help of the three Tongxian realm cultivators, Luo Tian quickly left the beast nest, heading swiftly towards Yuling Palace. Young Master Luo Tian, just ahead is the Yuling Palace territory. Master Yuanxing pointed forward, explaining respectfully. There is a restriction set by Zwi Daist around Yuling Palace. Anyone over 30 who enters will be repelled. We can only escort you this far. Luo Tian nodded slightly. Thank you for your trouble. Young Master Luo Tian. Long Yingqiu stepped forward earnestly. If you happen to see my disciple Wu Yuro inside, please look after her. All right, I will, Luo Tian promised. With that, he turned and stepped into the territory of Yuling Palace. Upon arriving, Luo Tian surveyed the area filled with spiritual energy and lush with immortal herbs. Comparing it to the map's description, he felt embarrassed again, covering his face with one hand. How could I get this wrong? He thought, feeling extremely awkward, as if he had lost face. Just then, an arrogant laugh echoed from not far ahead. Ha ha, within 100 miles, this place is the most abundant in spiritual energy. Cultivating here is twice as effective, a disciple of the Fengyu sect declared loudly, standing proudly. Such a treasure ground can't be tainted by small fry. I declare this place belongs to the Fengyu sect. Everyone else, get out within 10 breaths, or don't blame me for being impolite. Behind him, more than 20 Fengyu sect members smirked, looking down on the surrounding cultivators. Hey, your Fengyu sect is too domineering. We found this place first. A cultivator couldn't help but protest. Courting death. A Fengyu sect member snorted coldly, striking without hesitation. Boom. With one palm strike, the protesting cultivator was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, spewing blood midair. This, Qi Gathering Realm 8th level? Fengyu sect has such a genius. Those around fell silent, eyes filled with fear. Among the younger generation in Yifeng country, reaching this level was rare. Unless top talents like Luo Tian took action, this person was a dominant force among the young. Despite their unwillingness, the weaker young cultivators had no choice but to bow their heads and leave. At this moment, Luo Tian, covering his face, walked slowly from a distance. Another one who doesn't know their place? The Fengyu sect disciple at the Qi Gathering Realm 8th level noticed Luo Tian, putting his hands on his hips and shouting. Kid, are you looking for a beating? Covering your face. Are you too ashamed to show it? Luo Tian heard the voice and lowered his hand, looking at the speaker. Are you talking to me? As Luo Tian looked up, the members of the Fengyu sect finally saw his face. In an instant, the entire group seemed to be frozen in place, their breaths nearly halted. Especially the lead disciple at the 8th level of the Qi Gathering stage, whose facial expressions shifted rapidly from disdain to shock, and finally to fear. Although this disciple was considered outstanding among the younger generation in Yifeng country, he was well aware that he was far from being able to compare with the true prodigies of the nation. Not to mention that figures like Han Wenzhou from the Jade Dragon country were also present. The legacy of Zwi Daist? He didn't even dare to think about it. He wasn't confident about securing any top treasures either, which is why he brought his sect members here to seize some ordinary resources and bully the average cultivators. Who would have thought that, by chance, he would stumble upon the hardest obstacle in Yifeng country? Luo Tian. Luo? Luo Tian, sir? He stammered, forcing a smile that was more like a grimace. Luo Tian stared at him impassively. What did you just say? That I can't show my face and you want to fight me? Hearing this, the disciple felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Who was Luo Tian? A terrifying figure capable of effortlessly defeating experts at the Tongxian stage, even killing those at the Guishu stage. And he had just threatened someone like that? Fear surged over him like a tide, and under Luo Tian's icy gaze, he finally broke down. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted, frothing at the mouth. He fainted just like that. Luo Tian looked at him, a look of disdain on his face. Then he pointed to another Fengyu sect disciple. Hey, you come here. Me? The named disciple was trembling all over, as if he might be flattened by Luo Tian's palm at any moment. That's right. Is Yuling Palace in this direction? Luo Tian was simply worried about getting lost again and wanted to confirm his path. Oh yes. The disciple nodded vigorously. Just keep going straight, and you'll reach Yuling Palace. Thank you. Luo Tian offered a simple thanks and headed in that direction. As Luo Tian's figure receded into the distance, the members of the Fengyu sect breathed a collective sigh of relief. Senior brother. They quickly gathered around the fainted disciple, shaking him. Hurry, let's get out of here before Luo Tian comes back. If he gets upset, who knows what might happen. Yes, let's go. In a flurry, they lifted their unconscious senior brother and fled the scene without daring to look back. Meanwhile, in front of Yuling Palace. No wonder it's the Great Hall of Zwi Daist. The entire Yuling Palace is made of jade, even more luxurious than our Jade Dragon country's royal palace. Tang Diaolong, who had just regained consciousness, stood in awe before the magnificent structure. Of course, Han Wenzhou nodded beside him. After all, this was a cultivator at the tribulation stage, just a step away from advancing further. At that moment, a commotion arose around them. Wow, this is Yuling Palace? So grand. It's my first time here. Where are the opportunities? Where are the treasures? The two turned to see a group of young cultivators from Yifeng country eagerly entering, their faces filled with anticipation for treasure. Tang Diaolong frowned and said coldly, a bunch of noisy fools. We should just drive them out. Han Wenzhou quickly held him back, lowering his voice to warn. Are you crazy? Don't forget, they have Luo Tian. Luo Tian. Tang Diaolong's frown deepened, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Old Han, you weren't lying to me, right? Is this Luo Tian really that strong? Tang Diaolong had been unconscious during Luo Tian's display of power, so he was unaware of Luo Tian's true strength. Han Wenzhou glanced at the other person coldly, his tone filled with disdain. Nonsense, do you think I need to lie to you? I advise you to behave yourself. If he really wants to kill you, there's no way you can escape. So, keep a low profile and endure it. Tang Diaolong, seething with anger, shook his head and walked to the side, venting his frustration with a punch to the stone pillar. Buzz. A beam of spiritual light suddenly shot up from the stone pillar, breaking the silence in the hall. What's going on? Tang Diaolong turned to Han Wenzhou in surprise. Han Wenzhou frowned, equally bewildered. The reports never mentioned this. He turned to the people of the Night Wind Nation. What's happening here? A young man from the Night Wind Nation furrowed his brows in thought. I don't know either. This phenomenon wasn't here the last time we came. Before he finished speaking, the entire Jadeling Palace began to shake violently. In the center of the square in front of the hall, the ground slowly cracked open, and a massive stone tablet emerged from beneath. What is this? Han Wenzhou was stunned. I've never heard of it. The surrounding people shook their heads. Suddenly, Han Wenzhou's eyes lit up. I understand now. This must be related to the legacy of the Zwi Daist. At these words, everyone present immediately became alert. Everyone knew what the legacy of the Zwi Daist meant. A chance of such magnitude would definitely lead to a fierce struggle. Buzz. Words began to appear on the surface of the stone tablet. The Zwi list, for those under 30, can infuse spiritual energy into the stone tablet, which will rate the infuser's talent. If the total score exceeds 100,000, the legacy of this humble Taoist can be summoned. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes shining with excitement. Haha, it's really the legacy of the Zwi Daist. The rumors are true. The legacy of a great power at the tribulation crossing stage, if I could obtain it. Yeah, with your talent, dreaming of obtaining the legacy is laughable. Just as they were about to argue, Han Wenzhou shouted angrily. Shut up, all of you. His deep cultivation made everyone fall silent immediately. Han Wenzhou snorted. Open your eyes and look carefully. The legacy comes with conditions. With the mediocre talents among you, it's doubtful if you can even reach 10,000, yet you're already daydreaming. It's ridiculous. Despite their unwillingness, no one dared to contradict him. Indeed, compared to Han Wenzhou, their talents paled in comparison. A young man from the Night Wind Nation stepped forward voluntarily. How do you know if you don't try? Though my talent is average, I'm willing to be a test subject. Saying this, he placed his hand on the stone tablet and infused a stream of spiritual energy. Buzz. Text appeared on the stone tablet. Lu Feng, 21 years old. Qi Gathering Stage Level 3. Talent Value 1. This result left everyone stunned. Reaching Qi Gathering Stage Level 3 at 21 was already above average, yet it only earned a talent value of 1. Does this mean it would take 100,000 Lu Fengs to summon the legacy of the Zwi Daist? Looking at the values displayed on the stone tablet, Lu Feng's face was filled with embarrassment. Although he had spoken modestly earlier, he had always been confident in his talent and abilities. He never expected the stone tablet to give him such a harsh reality check. Ha! A young man stepped out from the crowd, pointing at the stone tablet and laughing loudly. Lu, you really crack me up. You rushed up to steal the spotlight, and your talent value is just that low. Lu Feng glared at him with a dark expression. He Wuzhong, don't act like you'll do any better than me. Better than you? Isn't that a given? He Wuzhong sneered. With a talent value of 1, could it really be lower than yours? Never mind, I know you're not convinced. Today, I'll make sure you accept your defeat. With that, He Wuzhong strode confidently to the stone tablet and placed his hand on it. Lu, watch closely. This is what talent looks like. He infused the stone with spiritual energy. Buzz. The stone tablet quickly displayed new text. He Wuzhong, 21 years old. Qi Gathering Stage Level 3. Talent Value 0.9. The scene fell silent immediately. He Wuzhong, who had been so arrogant a moment ago, stood frozen, his face turning from red to pale. Who would have thought that 1 could be the lowest, only to find out there was a 0.9. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in laughter. Especially Lu Feng, who had looked constipated earlier, was now laughing so hard he doubled over. Oh my god, and you were mocking me. What an amazing talent you have, He Wuzhong wished he could find a hole to crawl into, utterly humiliated by the laughter around him. From a distance, Han Wenzhou observed the scene, his expression growing darker. What a bunch of useless people. Jialong, go give it a try. Tang Jialong nodded in response and walked briskly toward the stone tablet. Get out of my way. Despite having been beaten up badly by the Luo family earlier, Tang Jialong's strength still held overwhelming dominance over the ordinary people present. Everyone stepped back, both out of fear and curiosity to see what level this genius from Yulong country could reach. Tang Jialong placed his hand on the stone tablet and infused it with spiritual energy. The stone displayed, Tang Jialong, 28 years old, Spirit Transformation Stage Level 1, Talent Value 128. This number plunged the crowd from Yefeng country into silence. Even Lu Feng, who had been laughing wildly moments before, fell quiet. He had known there was a gap between him and Tang Jialong, but such a vast difference left him feeling hopeless. Is this what a true genius is? Han Wenzhou, seeing the number, furrowed his brows even more. Jialong only has a talent value of 128? To summon the inheritance of the Zwi Daist requires nearly 1,000 such geniuses, which is impossible even with both Yefeng and Yulong countries combined. Could it be that the Zwi Daist's inheritance is ultimately just a fantasy? While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, someone loudly reminded them. Everyone, stop just standing there. Quickly infuse your spiritual energy. Once the talent value is full, we can summon the inheritance of the Zwi Daist. That's right, don't be discouraged. Just because our strength isn't enough doesn't mean our talent is low. Maybe we are naturally gifted, it just hasn't been recognized yet. Yeah, at least we can compare ourselves to geniuses to see the gap. I'll go first. As soon as these words were spoken, more and more people stepped up to the stone monument, channeling their spiritual energy into it. One by one, numbers began to appear on the monument. 1, 1, 3, 2, 1. The crowd stared at these numbers, their expressions darkening. There were many talented young individuals in the Night Wind Nation, but their talents were completely overshadowed by the Jade Dragon Nation. In no time, over 100 people had tried, but the most talented from the Night Wind Nation scored only a 7. The gap compared to Tang Jialong was simply immeasurable. Haha, this is hilarious. The Night Wind Nation really is the weakest. The young people are only at this level. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but mock. Who said that? Everyone turned their heads to see a young man in coarse clothing with an unfamiliar face, blending into the background. If he hadn't spoken, nearly no one would have noticed him. Hey, kid, what do you mean by that? A few young people from the Night Wind Nation asked, displeased. The young man didn't respond but instead stepped forward to the monument, channeling his spiritual energy into it as well. The monument hummed, and new numbers lit up on its surface. This time, the data was particularly eye-catching. Sito Exine, 25 years old, First stage of spiritual transformation, talent value 206. Boom. The crowd erupted, with all eyes fixed on the monument. Everyone was astonished. What is going on? There's actually such a genius? A 25-year-old at the first stage of spiritual transformation? This is even more impressive than the two from the Jade Dragon Nation. They looked at each other, full of confusion. Who is this? Someone couldn't help but ask. Old Han. Tang Jialong frowned, his gaze fixed on Han Wenzhou. Han Wenzhou's lips twitched slightly, and he sneered. I told you. The news of Zwi Daist inheritance couldn't have been known only to our few factions. Surely other forces have come as well. See, here's one. He turned to Situ Exine, cupping his hands in respect. The Situ family from Black Feather Nation is truly a prestigious clan to nurture such talent. However, I wonder how this brother ranks among the younger generation of the Situ family. Hee hee. You know quite a lot, Situ Exine smiled slightly. I, Situ Exine, am ranked 7th among the younger generation in my family. 7th? Han Wenzhou's heart sank, his eyes deepening. Just the 7th, and already such talent. Then the first must be. A chill swept through his heart. Old Han, if the 7th in the Situ family is this strong, then the martial competition in half a year. Worry showed on Tang Jialong's face. Han Wenzhou sighed. There's nothing we can do, we'll leave it to fate. Situ Exine chuckled. Indeed, this year's opportunity has been missed. But, although I've heard that the young people of the Night Wind Nation aren't great, I didn't expect them to be this weak. Apart from the Luo family, are the others all useless? As soon as he said this, the young people of the Night Wind Nation blushed with anger but were unable to refute. The numbers on the monument coldly displayed their talents, undeniable. Just then, a voice full of anger rang out. Who says the young people of the Night Wind Nation are all useless? Before the words finished, everyone turned to look, the voice seemingly coming from beyond the crowd, carrying a sharp aura. Everyone turned towards the sound and saw a young girl with a delicate appearance standing alone among the crowd, her face serious. Who was she? Which family did this prodigy belong to? Her robe seemed to be from the GUS sect. GUS sect? Isn't that a second-rate sect? It's said that in this generation, the most acclaimed genius from GUS sect is Wu Yuro. Could it be her? A genius? Can she compare to the likes of Luo Tian? Unclear. As the murmurs of the crowd gradually faded, Wu Yuro walked steadily towards the stone tablet, her eyes focused. Situ Xian's gaze shifted slightly, raising an eyebrow as he softly remarked, so, apart from the Luo family, Nightwind Country has such talent. Wu Yuro did not respond. Instead, she walked straight to the stone tablet and gently infused a stream of spiritual energy. Buzz. A line of golden, shimmering text suddenly appeared on the surface of the stone tablet. The crowd stared at the line of text, and an uproar of discussion erupted instantly. Wu Yuro, 17 years old, first stage of the spirit transformation realm. To break through to the spirit transformation realm at 17? That's simply unbelievable. At 17, I was still in the body refining realm. Not just that, look at her talent value. It's as high as 583. Such high talent is overwhelming. Yulong Country and Black Feather Country are no match for us. As soon as the words were spoken, the people of Night Wind Country stood taller, as if this glory of talent was their own. From a distance, Han Wenzhou squinted and walked over. Smiling, he said, Little sister, I am Han Wenzhou from Tian's sect of Yulong Country. Little sister, are you interested in joining our Tian's sect? I can assure you, joining us will provide you with richer cultivation resources, be it techniques, martial skills, or spirit stones and elixirs. You will not be limited. Before Wu Yuro could respond, Situ Exine interjected. Brother Han, are you in such a hurry to poach talent? Then I'll join in. Young lady, my Situ family can also offer you the best cultivation resources. Our family is far stronger than Tian's sect. You only need to be a nominal guest and assist our family when necessary. Situ Exine, what do you mean by this? Tang Jialong asked angrily. Situ Exine smiled slightly, with a hint of provocation. Haha, if you can recruit people, why can't I? You, Tang Jialong, in his anger, clenched his fist, ready to act at any moment. However, at this moment, Wu Yuro gently shook her head and said calmly, Everyone, there is no need to argue. I am a member of the GUS sect and will never betray my sect. Please do not bring this up again. Upon hearing her words, Situ Exine furrowed his brows, paused for a moment, then nodded. If that's the case, I won't insist. However, the doors of my Situ family are always open for you. The same goes for Tian's sect, Han Wenzhou added sincerely. Thank you. Wu Yuro replied simply, stepping aside and saying no more. In the following time, everyone waited quietly. Occasionally, flashes of brilliance appeared as various geniuses arrived, attracting the attention of many. However, those with a talent value over 100 were few and far between, making the atmosphere rather dull. Finally, when the people of the Luo family approached, the scene stirred once more. As Luo Da and others appeared, their talent values exceeded 500, far surpassing Situ Exine and others. Though slightly inferior to Wu Yuro, their formidable strength left everyone in awe, especially Luo Yu and others, who had fully grasped the technique of the heavenly Tao, their aura comparable to the descent of a deity. Each of them possessed a talent value exceeding 1,000. Among them, Luo Rong's talent value astonishingly surpassed 1,400, making him a standout, a true leader among them. Currently, the rankings on the stone tablet are firmly held by the 4 members of the Luo family, followed closely by Wu Yuro, then other Luo family members, and finally, the geniuses from other countries, such as Situ Xian. Seeing this ranking, Situ Xian's expression darkened. It seems the Luo family is indeed extraordinary. If the top figures of the Situ family were here, we might not even be able to surpass them. Situ Xian murmured softly. Han Wenzhou sighed, looking somewhat dejected. Even if we include the Luo family, the total talent value this year barely exceeds 10,000. Gathering 100,000 to summon the legacy of the Zwi Daist seems almost impossible. We'll have to wait for the next opportunity. Next time, someone nearby sneered. Do you think it will be any easier next time? Once word gets out, the next time the Zwi secret realm opens, it will surely attract countless prodigies. By then, with our talents, how could we possibly compete with true prodigies? Han Wenzhou remained silent. Although he was considered a prodigy in the Yulong kingdom, compared to some of his more outstanding peers, he didn't have much of an advantage. Furthermore, top talents from other countries could join at any time, making the competition even fiercer. Even so, obtaining the legacy of the Zwi Daist still seemed out of reach for him. What a pity, Han Wenzhou sighed softly. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, the young master is here. The Luo family crowd immediately became restless. Almost everyone's gaze turned to the distance. Indeed, at the edge of the crowd, Luo Tian was walking slowly. I hope I'm not lost. This is Yuling Palace, right? Luo Tian glanced around, asking the Luo family members nearby. Yes, young master, this is Yuling Palace, Luo Rong replied. Hearing this confirmation, Luo Tian finally relaxed. That's good. By the way, have you found the innate spiritual crystal? As soon as he spoke, the Luo family members shook their heads. Situ Xian then chuckled from the side. Luo Tian, right? What's an innate spiritual crystal compared to the Zwi secret realm? The greatest opportunity lies here. He pointed to the stone tablet and continued. This stone tablet holds the legacy of the Zwi Daist. Situ Xian briefly explained the stone tablet and the Zwi ranking to Luo Tian. Finally, he added, with your talent far surpassing ours, perhaps you can shake the Zwi ranking. Currently, the stone tablet is over 80,000 talent points short of 100,000. Such a gap is clearly not something ordinary people can bridge. Situ Xian couldn't help but probe further into Luo Tian's talent, filled with curiosity. However, Luo Tian smiled faintly, not interested. You all can continue looking for the innate spiritual crystal for me. Situ Xian was taken aback. He had assumed Luo Tian would be interested in the Zwi Daoist's legacy, but he was completely indifferent. Luo Tian, the innate spiritual crystal, is also a unique treasure of the secret realm. Perhaps, within the Zwi Daoist legacy, you might find an innate spiritual crystal, Han Wenzhou added with a smile, his tone subtly probing. Is that so? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly uninterested in the topic. He glanced at the 3 of them and then casually said, do you just want to see how talented I am? The 3 exchanged glances, their faces showing slightly embarrassed smiles. Clearly, their intentions had been seen through by Luo Tian. Fine. Luo Tian didn't dwell on it. It's not a big deal anyway. Since you're so eager to see, I'll let you have a look. With that, he raised his hand and gently waved it, causing a surge of spiritual energy to slowly seep into the stone tablet. The moment Luo Tian raised his hand, all eyes were on him. As a prodigy, who wouldn't want to know just how strong he truly was? Tang Jialong quietly asked, Old Han, what do you think Luo Tian's talent score is? Han Wenzhou smiled slightly, a hint of certainty in his eyes. The Luo family members all have talent scores above 1,000. His should be even higher. Higher. Tang Jialong frowned. Could it break 10,000? Han Wenzhou nodded, speaking in a serious tone. It will definitely break 10,000, and it might even reach 50,000. 50,000. Tang Jialong was incredulous. Isn't that an exaggeration? As they whispered to each other, suddenly, the spiritual energy from Luo Tian disappeared from the stone tablet, followed by a dazzling light. The stone tablet shimmered with spiritual light, growing increasingly intense until it was nearly blinding. Everyone lowered their heads to shield their eyes, filled with confusion. What's happening? Is the stone tablet broken? Someone whispered. Maybe it really is broken, considering Zwi Daoist has been dead for so many years, another person replied. After a moment, the light from the stone tablet gradually faded. When the crowd opened their eyes, they were stunned. The once brilliantly glowing stone tablet had lost all its brightness, turning pitch black like an ordinary stone tablet, with no visible text. Impossible, someone gasped. Is it really broken? Damn. Zwi Daist is so unreliable, someone in the crowd couldn't help but curse. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Even Luo Tian felt a bit awkward. He looked at the now lifeless stone tablet, puzzled. Could it be that by channeling his spiritual energy, he had broken the stone tablet? This was an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it seemed he had messed it up. Understandably, people were displeased, though no one dared to show it because of his formidable strength. Just then, a steady voice suddenly broke the silence, awakening from a long dream. A millennium has passed. Who would have thought someone could break the restriction I left behind? Everyone turned abruptly towards the voice. At the entrance of the Yuling Palace's main hall, a Taoist in purple robes, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura, walked in slowly. His presence was serene, as if detached from the mortal world, and the air around him seemed to still in his presence. Among the crowd, Han Wenzhou reacted the quickest, immediately kneeling on one knee and respectfully saying, "Junior greets Zwi Daist." "What? Zwi Daist?" Instantly, a wave of murmurs spread around, and everyone understood. The restriction left by Zwi Daist at Yuling Palace barred anyone over 30 from entering, and the person now appearing could only be Zwi Daist himself. "Junior greets Zwi Daist, Senior." A chorus of voices followed as many knelt, except for Luo Tian and a few others who remained standing. Zwi Daist smiled and waved his hand. "Rise. I am but a wisp of a remnant soul. No need for such formalities." Remnant soul? The crowd was taken aback, quickly realizing that Zwi Daist had long passed away, and what remained was just a fragment of his soul. Situ Exine glanced up curiously. "May I ask, Senior, wasn't the Zwi list supposed to appear only when a certain talent score was reached? Why now?" Before he could finish, all eyes turned to Zwi Daist, waiting for his explanation. The question left Zwi Daist momentarily speechless. A look of confusion appeared on Zwi Daist's semi-transparent face. "What do you mean by that? The Zwi list's talent value should be full already. Otherwise, my remnant soul couldn't have been awakened." "What?" The crowd erupted in surprise. Situ Exine quickly stepped forward and said, "Senior, it seems there might be an issue with your restriction. When the last person infused their spiritual energy, the Zwi list was still over 80,000 short." Hearing this, Zwi Daist frowned deeply and, in a flash, appeared in front of the stone tablet. He observed intently for a long time, his expression growing more puzzled. Why is it like this?" Seeing Zwi Daist's reaction, everyone present exchanged glances. If it was indeed a problem with the restriction, there might still be hope. A glimmer of hope flashed in Situ Exine's eyes, and he was about to ask a question when Zwi Daist suddenly turned around, scanning the crowd. "May I ask, who is Luo Tian?" The smile on Situ Exine's face froze instantly. All eyes turned to Luo Tian. "That would be me," Luo Tian calmly replied. Zwi Daist stared at Luo Tian, his voice trembling with shock. "When I set up this restriction back then, I deliberately left a limit of 100,000 talent value to attract more young geniuses so I could choose the best successor. But I never imagined that someone in this world could surpass 100,000 talent value on their own." As these words fell, the entire Yuling Palace fell silent. The cultivators with only single-digit talent values looked at Luo Tian in disbelief, as if seeing an anomaly. Zwi Daist circled Luo Tian excitedly, nodding repeatedly. "What a heroic young man. Would you be willing to accept my legacy and become my successor? If you agree, and only practice my method, I guarantee you'll reach the tribulation stage within 100 years and ascend to even higher realms within 1,000. This promise shattered the hearts of many in Yuling Palace. Situ Xin and others, who had traveled a long way, faced this outcome, but against such an extraordinary opponent, they could only silently accept it. However, not interested, Luo Tian's response was crisp and clear. Zwi Daist was taken aback. "Young man, what did you say?" "I said I'm not interested. Find someone else." Luo Tian's tone remained calm. Abandoning the heavenly Tao method for Zwi Daist's legacy? He wasn't crazy. Everyone present heard it clearly this time. Luo Tian had indeed turned down Zwi Daist. Eyes widened. They exchanged glances and began whispering among themselves. What on earth is he thinking? Well, it makes sense. From what I see, Luo Tian's cultivation technique seems far more powerful than Zwi Daist's. His refusal is understandable. The murmurs grew, and everyone's heartbeat quickened. If Luo Tian had refused, did that mean they had a chance to? Hope sparkled in their eyes. Zwi Daist furrowed his brows, clearly surprised. He gazed at Luo Tian for a long moment, complex emotions flickering in his eyes, before slowly nodding. "So, you have another inheritance. In that case, I won't force you." With that, he shook his head, his gaze lingering on Luo Tian before letting out a sigh of regret. "Since my remnant soul has awakened, I cannot linger in the mortal realm for long. Today, I must choose a successor." Zwi Daist's voice rang out clearly across the crowd. With those words, everyone straightened up, hope rekindled. This was an unexpected delight. Luo Tian, the greatest competitor, had refused the inheritance. This meant they still had a chance. Zwi Daist's eyes swept over the crowd like lightning. Then he asked, "Who is Luo Rong?" At this, the crowd deflated slightly, shoulders slumping. Zwi Daist had chosen Luo Rong. But it made sense, as Luo Rong's talent had been remarkably high, so his selection was no surprise. "Senior, I am Luo Rong." A young man stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. Zwi Daist scrutinized Luo Rong, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "Good. Very good. Although not as astounding as Luo Tian, at your age and level, your strength is exceptional." His voice carried praise. "Would you be willing to forsake all other techniques to solely cultivate my inheritance?" All eyes turned to Luo Rong, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Yet, Luo Rong's expression remained firm as he shook his head without hesitation. "I am not willing." Zwi Daist nodded, a slight smile on his lips. "Very well. From today you shall be my Zwi." What did you say?" His expression froze, eyes fixed sharply on Luo Rong. Luo Rong smiled awkwardly, clasping his hands. "Sorry, senior. The technique I practice was taught by my young master, Luo Tian. I do not wish to abandon what he has given me." Zwi Daist's mouth twitched, casting a resentful glance at Luo Tian. It was clear now that Luo Tian's technique was indeed superior to his own. Luo Rong's refusal made sense. "So be it. It seems we are not destined. Next is Luo Yu." Zwi Daist continued to seek a successor according to the Zwi list. However, before he could finish, a tall, straight-backed young man stepped forward from the crowd, bowing. "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I too am unwilling to abandon my young master's technique." The speaker was, of course, Luo Yu. "I." Zwi Daist's expression froze completely, filled with disbelief. Once a figure of great authority, why was he being rejected by 3 people in a row today? Not only him, but everyone present was equally dumbfounded. The inheritance of Zwi Daist was an incredibly powerful opportunity, one that would spark fierce battles in any nation. Yet today, it was being refused repeatedly. Luo Ning. Zwi Daist suppressed his anger and continued his search. "Senior, I refuse as well." A Luo family girl in a light blue dress stepped forward, her voice clear and firm. Zwi Daist's face was lined with frustration, his chest heaving, nearly fainting from anger. He took a deep breath, scanning the crowd, his voice trembling slightly. "So, are none of the Luo family members willing to inherit my legacy?" The disciples of the Luo family nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with complex emotions. The remnant soul of Zwi Daist was so furious it seemed ready to ascend to the heavens. What was supposed to be a solemn inheritance ceremony had turned into a scene that was both laughable and lamentable. Zwi Daist looked at his disciples, his heart a mix of emotions, his expression dark and somber. After a moment of silence, he finally turned to Wu Yuro and asked, "All right, I see. Next. Wu Yuro, who are you?" From the crowd, Wu Yuro stepped forward timidly. Zwi Daist frowned slightly, his eyes flickering as he asked in a deep voice, "Are you willing to accept my legacy?" Wu Yuro glanced around, appearing nervous but nodding firmly. "I am willing." Finally, someone was willing to inherit his legacy. Yet, there was no trace of excitement on Zwi Daist's face, only an indescribable weariness. He sighed and said impatiently, "All right, it's you then." With that, he raised his finger and pointed at Wu Yuro. With a humming sound, a beam of spiritual light shot into Wu Yuro's consciousness like lightning. "From today, you are my successor." Zwi Daist's deep voice resonated in her mind. "I've sealed all my skills and experiences in your consciousness for you to gradually comprehend. As long as you continue my legacy and cultivate well, that will suffice." Zwi Daist paused briefly before continuing. "As for the treasures in this Yuling Palace, aside from the items related to the legacy, you may take whatever you wish. I hope you will form a good relationship with my disciple, and if she faces difficulties in the future, you will lend a hand, so my Zwi lineage does not end." His gaze turned vacant, as if he was exhausted. "All right, my soul power is depleted. This is farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, Zwi Daist's remnant soul dissipated into the air, vanishing completely. "Thank you, master." Wu Yuro knelt on the ground, her voice tinged with helplessness and reluctance. Oddly enough, despite receiving Zwi Daist's legacy, Wu Yuro felt no excitement. Her heart was filled with an indescribable sense of grievance, as if things were not as simple as she had imagined. Meanwhile, the main doors of the Yuling Palace Hall slowly opened in the distance, with waves of spiritual energy emanating from within, filling the surroundings clearly. Treasures were hidden inside. "What are you waiting for? Go and grab them." "Zwi Daist's treasures, first come, first served," shouted a Luo family disciple, leading the charge into the hall. The other disciples followed suit, rushing into the palace in a frenzy. Naturally, Luo Tian was no exception. His eyes sharp, he spotted a cluster of innate spiritual crystals in the hall and quickly snatched one. The crystal in his hand glowed brightly, bringing a satisfied smile to his face. Inside the hall, others began their frenzied plundering. Heavenly Martial Xiaming Palm. This technique has been lost for so long, and it's here, exclaimed one disciple joyfully. This fifth-tier magical weapon. Haha. With this, who dares to challenge me now? A sixth-tier pill? Amazing. With this level of spiritual energy, it might help the ancestor break through to the return to Void Realm. Each disciple was overjoyed with their finds, the treasures of Yuling Palace bringing delight to all. This opening of the Zwi secret realm was more abundant and opportune than any before. However, while everyone was busy seizing treasures, Wu Yuro quietly approached Luo Tian. She held a long sword in her hands, looking worried. Young Master Luo Tian, she spoke cautiously. Luo Tian turned to look at her, raising an eyebrow. What is it? Wu Yuro lowered her head, the sword in her hands trembling slightly. This sword is the inheritance sword of my master, Zwi Daist. I wish to gift it to you. Luo Tian looked at her, puzzled. What? Facing Luo Tian's question, Wu Yuro looked slightly embarrassed and explained in a low voice. Young Master Luo, although I have inherited my master's legacy, both my family and our GUS sect are too weak. If someone intends to seize this inheritance, I not only won't be able to protect it, but may end up in a situation where I can't live or die. As she spoke, she solemnly presented her sword to Luo Tian, her eyes earnest. I wish to give you this, hoping for your protection. Luo Tian immediately understood her intentions. She was seeking a powerful backing to deter those with ill intentions. Wu Yuro was quite perceptive. While he wasn't interested in the Zwi Taoist legacy, others might not be so indifferent. The actions of the Wei family and Tianhe sect recently hinted at their interest. A second-tier sect from the Night Wind Kingdom unexpectedly obtaining the Zwi secret realm's legacy could spell disaster rather than opportunity if word got out. With a sharp look, Luo Tian said calmly, "All right, I will protect you and your GUS sect." Wu Yuro felt a weight lift off her shoulders, unable to hide her joy. Since acquiring the legacy, she had been tense, and now she finally found relief. Thank you, young Master Luo. Please accept this sword, she said sincerely, offering the sword again. Luo Tian glanced at it and shook his head. I already owe Zwi Taoist a favor for taking a piece of innate spirit crystal. I should ensure his successor's safety. As for the sword, whether a divine weapon or a withered branch, it makes little difference to me. Wu Yuro paused, then felt a warmth in her heart. His refusal carried a sense of calm and confidence, earning him even more respect from her. At that moment, Luo Tian sat down and began preparing materials for a breakthrough with steady, decisive movements. Wu Yuro was slightly taken aback. Young Master Luo, are you? I'm making a breakthrough. Luo Tian replied as if it was a routine task. Wu Yuro was shocked. I've read in ancient texts that some special techniques or constitutions require materials or opportunities to break through major realms. But this is the first time I've seen it in reality. To what realm are you breaking through? The Qi Gathering Realm, Luo Tian said casually. Qi Gathering Realm. Wu Yuro's eyes widened in disbelief. You're still in the body refining realm. She stared at him, unable to believe it. Although she'd heard from the Luo family about this, she thought they were deliberately hiding their strength. Hearing Luo Tian confirm it, she had to believe it. Given Luo Tian's strength and demeanor, there was no reason for him to lie. Suddenly, Luo Tian looked up. By the way, you're in the spirit transformation realm, right? Wu Yuro nodded quickly. Yes. Then tell me, what should I be aware of when breaking through to the Qi Gathering Realm? Luo Tian asked, his tone slightly serious. This was his first major breakthrough, and while he was confident, he didn't want to be careless. Wu Yuro didn't hesitate and answered earnestly. Qi Gathering involves opening the Dantian's Qi Sea. Generally, the larger the Qi Sea, the more spiritual energy it can hold, enhancing endurance in battle. If the Qi Sea is solid enough, the spiritual energy concentration will be higher, making martial techniques more potent. Luo Tian nodded thoughtfully. So, the Qi Sea should be both large and solid. Exactly, Wu Yuro affirmed. Typically, the larger the Qi Sea, the more stable it is. The size of the Qi Sea can roughly indicate a person's talent. As her words faded, a subtle sense of pressure seemed to fill the air. Luo Tian looked at the pile of spiritual materials before him, his gaze calm, yet tinged with anticipation. When ordinary individuals break through the Qi condensation stage, their spiritual sense can typically perceive a sea of Qi the size of a small pond, about 3 feet square. This is the most common scenario. However, disciples from powerful sects usually have a sea of Qi that can reach 10 feet square, which is sufficient to support their cultivation. Beyond that, true disciples and martial arts prodigies often possess a sea of Qi the size of a 100-foot lake, or even larger. Talents like Luo Chun and Ruo Ming can expand their sea of Qi to nearly a 1,000-foot lake. Luo Tian nodded and asked, what about you? Wu Yuro smiled slightly, a bit shy, and replied, when I first reached the Qi condensation stage, my sea of Qi was about 3,000 feet. After breaking through to the spirit transformation stage, it has now expanded to 8,000 feet. Luo Tian was thoughtful and couldn't help but feel astonished by Wu Yuro's exceptional talent, achieving such a powerful realm at a young age. She continued, besides the size of the Sea of Qi, there are also some special seas of Qi. You know, books say that some people experience visions when they reach the Qi condensation stage. For example, the moon rises over the sea, chaos transforms into a green lotus, or daylight shines on a clear sky. Those with these visions have incredibly powerful seas of Qi and are considered top geniuses in the world. With proper cultivation, they can achieve great success. Luo Tian, intrigued, asked, special seas of Qi? Can these visions cause changes in reality after breaking through to the spirit transformation stage? Wu Yuro nodded, exactly. Once you break through to the spirit transformation stage, the visions in your sea of Qi manifest in reality, allowing you to unleash almost invincible special attacks, with virtually no opponents at the same level. She paused, turned to Luo Tian, and smiled. I think, with your talent, you might also develop such a special sea of Qi. Luo Tian didn't respond, his gaze slightly calm, with a hint of anticipation in his heart. Perhaps this is his opportunity. He thought to himself, thank you for the information. I have a better understanding of cultivating in the Qi condensation stage. He arranged all the breakthrough materials, carefully preparing everything. All right, I'm going to start condensing Qi now. Please step aside. Wu Yuro was slightly taken aback, then quickly nodded and stepped aside, curious about what Luo Tian's sea of Qi would be like. She watched him intently, filled with anticipation. Luo Tian activated the Heavenly Dao technique, enveloping all the materials with spiritual energy and quickly crushing them. Wushal the materials turned into countless tiny white particles, gently dispersing. Then, he began using the Heavenly Dao breathing technique to absorb these particles. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn by a powerful force, like the sky falling and the earth collapsing, continuously pouring towards Luo Tian. What's happening? Several cultivators in the distance sensed the anomaly and stepped out of their respective cultivation rooms, surprised at the commotion outside. Outside the hall, Luo Tian's figure seemed to become a massive vortex, with a strong gravitational pull drawing the surrounding spiritual energy towards him, making the air feel oppressive. The cultivators quickly realized something was wrong, and someone whispered, "My spiritual energy. It's leaking. Mine too. Let's move away quickly, or we'll be drained." The curious cultivators instantly backed away, casting shocked glances at Luo Tian. Voices of confusion arose. What's he doing? Is he breaking through? Breaking through? What kind of breakthrough causes such a spectacle? Some hesitated, watching the surging spiritual energy. Oh my, the concentration of spiritual energy seems to be decreasing. This is the Zwi secret realm, with endless spiritual energy. How can this be? Another person murmured, looking at the sky turning oppressive. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, the sky. It seems to be collapsing." The sky is collapsing? No, the Zwi secret realm is collapsing. What? A breakthrough with such destructive power? This is monstrous. Surprise and fear spread around, but Luo Tian, at the center of the vortex, remained completely unaware. He immersed his spiritual sense into the sea of Qi, trying to sense its changes, but was utterly stunned in the next moment. Wu Yuro once said that the Qi Sea can be as small as a 3-zhang pond, or as vast as 100 or 1,000 zhang lake. There are even rumors of Qi Seas over 3,000 zhang. Regardless of the description, the Qi Sea always evokes a sense of water. However, Luo Tian's Qi Sea was entirely different. As he lifted his head, he saw a massive star slowly moving overhead within the shadow of his consciousness, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. Gazing further, the galaxies around the star were spinning, forming a vast nebula, dotted with seemingly endless stars, impossible to count. A sea of stars, that counts as a sea, right? Luo Tian murmured to himself. This thought led him to wonder. But why doesn't my Qi Sea have any anomalies? There's no bright moon over the sea, no chaotic lotus. He shook his head and reached out to summon a dazzling star. The star was enormous, burning in his hand, and emitting an unparalleled, terrifying energy. Despite its immense energy, it merged with him without causing any harm. With a thought, Luo Tian casually tossed the star back into its original orbit. If that star had consciousness, it might feel wronged. Even a bright moon can be considered an anomaly, so why can't a star? But Luo Tian didn't mind this. His focus quickly shifted to his sea of consciousness, where his real interest lay the 9 scrolls of the heavenly book. Before his breakthrough, he couldn't open these scrolls, but now that he had broken through, he should be able to. With a thought, he summoned the Heavenly Dao scripture. As he opened one of the scrolls, it turned effortlessly. The first chapter, Heavenly Dao breathing technique, Qi gathering chapter, unfolded before him. Instantly, the content transformed into countless points of light, swiftly integrating into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, and he grasped its mysteries in an instant. Not stopping there, Luo Tian continued to open the remaining 8 scrolls, absorbing the knowledge within. Just as he was about to proceed, the next section remained as immovable as before. Clearly, these parts required him to reach a higher state to be deciphered. Well, take it slow, Luo Tian sighed, his consciousness returning to his body. However, when he opened his eyes, the sight around him was shocking. The once magnificent Yuling Palace was now in ruins, with debris and rubble everywhere. What had happened here? Was it an enemy attack? Alert! Luo Tian's gaze fell on a pile of rubble in the distance. He saw someone struggling to crawl out. Is it over? The person murmured, still in shock. I thought I was done for. Another person emerged, looking equally disheveled. I just wanted to see his breakthrough up close, and I almost got crushed by the shockwaves. Who would believe that? The two were Tang Dialong and Han Wenzhou. Confident in their abilities, they had stayed behind to watch the spectacle while others fled. They barely survived the aftermath of the breakthrough. Hey, who did this? Luo Tian asked, frowning at the two. They exchanged glances, their mouths twitching, before one of them couldn't help but speak up. You did. The force of your breakthrough cracked the dome of the Zwi secret realm, almost collapsing it. Luo Tian was slightly taken aback, his expression turning serious. Those present didn't dare to be disrespectful to Luo Tian, so they forced smiles and flattered him, saying, Lord Luo Tian, your talent is indeed extraordinary. With just a casual breakthrough, you've reached such a realm. Huh? I did that. Luo Tian was taken aback and quickly asked, what about the others? Han Wenzhou hurriedly explained, rest assured, young Master Luo Tian, during the half hour of your breakthrough, the people of Guiyuan sect evacuated everyone from the Zwi secret realm. A few were injured, but thankfully, there were no casualties. Hearing this, Luo Tian let out a sigh of relief and murmured to himself, good thing nothing went wrong. Now that there are fewer people, I can continue to train here without affecting others. Still want to train? Han Wenzhou and Tang Dialong shivered at his words, their hair standing on end. What's wrong? Luo Tian asked, puzzled, looking at the two. Nothing, Lord Luo Tian. Please hold on. We'll leave right away. Though curious about Luo Tian's training methods, they knew well that spying on someone else's training was a grave taboo. More importantly, they considered themselves lucky to be alive and didn't dare take further risks. With that, the two clutched their Guiyuan sect tokens and scrambled out of the Zwi secret realm. Finally, I can focus on my training. Luo Tian smiled as he began practicing the qi gathering techniques, starting with the body refining art. Compared to the body refining chapter, the celestial body refining art of the qi gathering chapter was much more complex, but he encountered no difficulties. With each set of movements he completed, he could distinctly feel his strength increasing. It wasn't until the 9th practice session that the progress halted. At this point, Luo Tian noticed something unusual about his body. A nearly tangible golden aura enveloped him, and his blood had transformed from red to a brilliant gold. He extracted a drop of blood to examine it, finding that the life force it contained far surpassed that of divine beast blood. Luo Tian then proceeded to practice the celestial swordsmanship, blade techniques, and movement skills. The most significant improvement was in his movement skill. She could now teleport freely within a kilometer, far exceeding his previous 10-meter range. Next, it's time to elevate my realm, Luo Tian said as he began practicing the celestial breathing technique. Meanwhile, outside the Zwi secret realm, the Guiyuan sect's leader, Ling Shuzi, hurried over. After listening to Luo Chen's report, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What he thought would be a routine opening of the secret realm had turned into such a commotion, even unveiling the legacy of Zwi Daist. Ling Shuzi looked at the cracked entrance of the secret realm with a pained expression and said, at least the Zwi secret realm, though cracked, is not destroyed. No sooner had he spoken than there was a crack sound, and the fissures in the entrance of the secret realm suddenly burst open. Ling Shuzi's pupils suddenly contracted as he stared at the crumbling entrance, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind. Retreat. Everyone, fall back immediately. His voice carried an unprecedented urgency. The highly skilled elders reacted swiftly, dispersing instantly and quickly retreating with their disciples. Just as they withdrew several hundred feet, a thunderous explosion erupted at the entrance of the Zwi secret realm. In an instant, space warped violently, and countless fragments of mountains, trees, and buildings cascaded out like a torrential rain from the distorted space. Master, what on earth is happening? Luo Chen asked, his voice trembling as he gazed at the astonishing scene. Ling Shuzi's face was grim. The Zwi secret realm has been utterly destroyed. What? How is that possible? The Zwi secret realm was an independent space created by Zwi Daist in the Great World, Ling Shuzi explained heavily. To maintain the stability of such a microcosm, it requires ample spiritual energy. Without it, the realm would collapse under the rules of the Great World. Now that the secret realm has collapsed, there's only one possibility: the spiritual energy within has been drained. Luo Chen gasped. Young Master Luo could drain an entire secret realm by himself. The two exchanged glances, recalling Luo Tian's previously demonstrated power, both falling into silence. Half an hour later, the chaos at the entrance finally subsided, leaving a wasteland stretching for miles. At the center of this devastation, Luo Tian stood bewildered, clearly clueless about what had transpired. He surveyed the surroundings, where the once starry dome had vanished, replaced by an endless blue sky. Congratulations, young Master Luo, on your breakthrough. Ling Shuzi, suppressing his heartache, floated over. You're the leader of the Guiyuan sect, right? Luo Tian frowned and asked. Did you pull me out of the secret realm? The spiritual energy there was so abundant. It was a great place for cultivation. Ling Shuzi trembled as he spoke. The Zwi secret realm no longer exists. After hearing the full story, Luo Tian appeared embarrassed. Master, I'm really sorry. I just casually broke through. Who knew your secret realm was so fragile? Fragile? Ling Shuzi almost choked. In theory, I should compensate you, but I don't have that much money. Luo Tian pondered for a moment. How about this? If your Guiyuan sect encounters any trouble in the future, I'll help for free once. That was an entire secret realm. Each opening brought us so much profit. Once is too little, 9 times. 9 times? That's too much. 3 times. Luo Tian bargained. Let's compromise at 7 times. Ling Shuzi replied. 5 times. Not a single time more. Luo Tian responded coldly. Deal. Ling Shuzi agreed, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. The inheritance of the Zwi Daist had already been taken, significantly reducing the value of the Zwi secret realm. Trading it for Luo Tian's assistance 5 times wasn't a loss. After all, according to Luo Tian, Luo Tian possessed the power of the Gui Su realm. Gui Su experts help 5 times was definitely worth it. Just as the two concluded their bargaining, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up to see dark clouds rapidly gathering unnoticed, forming a massive vortex that slowly rotated. In the center of these clouds, lightning continuously flashed, and thunder roared deafeningly, as if threatening to tear the world apart. Is it going to rain? Luo Tian mused to himself as he gazed at the sky. Ling Shuzi, however, turned pale, his legs involuntarily trembling. He stared fixedly at the sky, his voice shaking. Heavenly tribulation? How is this possible? Luo Tian frowned. Heavenly tribulation? Is this what it looks like? Ling Shuzi swallowed hard, his expression complicated. It shouldn't be. Heavenly tribulations usually occur when a cultivator at the tribulation crossing stage breaks through, or when there's an existence that defies the laws of nature. But now, before he could finish, a profound and unfathomable aura locked onto Luo Tian, emanating from the churning tribulation clouds. Ling Shuzi instantly understood, his face changing dramatically. This heavenly tribulation is because of Luo Tian. His mind raced. Luo Tian's level clearly hadn't reached the tribulation crossing stage, but his extraordinary talent had provoked the heavens' jealousy, preparing to eliminate him. Realizing this, Ling Shuzi quickly shared his speculation with Luo Tian. Upon hearing it, Luo Tian surprisingly showed an excited smile. Oh, there's such a thing? This is getting interesting. Ling Shuzi looked at him, his brow furrowed. Luo Tian, you must not be careless. Although I haven't seen it myself, I've heard many tales of heavenly tribulations. Their power is incredibly terrifying. Even many at the tribulation crossing stage have perished under them. Yet Luo Tian remained enthusiastic. More fearsome than a full-force attack from a tribulation crossing expert? Perfect, just what I need to test my current strength. Ling Shuzi's face darkened, speechless. Clearly, Luo Tian wasn't taking this tribulation seriously. At that moment, the tribulation clouds had fully formed, brimming with destructive power, like a colossal thunderstorm. Sensing the impending danger, Ling Shuzi hastily bowed to Luo Tian. Luo Tian, may you have the best of luck. With that, he turned and swiftly fled, disappearing into the distance in an instant. Master, what's happening? Luo Chen asked, utterly confused, closely following Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi, out of breath, replied, Heavenly tribulation, a heavenly tribulation. What? A heavenly tribulation? Someone asked incredulously. The same heavenly tribulation for the tribulation crossing stage. Another couldn't believe their ears. After Ling Shuzi's confirmation, the surrounding cultivators erupted into chaos. Really? Isn't that only for those at the tribulation crossing stage? This is the first time in my life I've seen someone face a heavenly tribulation. Haha. This Luo Tian is such a prodigy that even the heavens can't stand it, and have come early to take him. Even if he's Luo Tian, facing a heavenly tribulation at this level, this might be the end for him. The tribulation clouds churned, lightning flashed, all foretelling an unprecedented disaster about to unfold. Who's spreading rumors? Daring to slander our young master? Are they tired of living? Luo Rong's anger reverberated through the air, his voice booming like thunder. He scanned the crowd, seething with rage. The person who had spoken earlier sneered. I'm not wrong though. Luo Tian is indeed a genius, possessing strength comparable to the Gui Su realm at such a young age. But this isn't an ordinary heavenly tribulation. It's one that even a master at the Du Jie realm might not survive. Do you understand? The gap between the Gui Su realm and the Du Jie realm is indescribable. Someone nearby chimed in. That's right, Luo Tian is exceptionally talented, but that's as far as it goes. Throughout history, countless astonishing geniuses have perished in heavenly tribulations, meeting an early demise. Sighs rippled through the crowd. Alas, Luo Tian was among the most outstanding, but what a pity. Luo Rong's face grew increasingly grim, almost turning pale with anger. Let it be, Brother Rong. Just have faith in the young master. Luo Rong sighed helplessly, turning to look behind him. Meanwhile, Luo Chun stood behind Ling Suzi, whispering, Sect Master, do you believe Luo Tian can make it through? Ling Suzi's face was slightly pale, and he sighed. It's difficult. His heart is bleeding right now. Just recently, Luo Tian agreed to help our Gui Yuan sect 5 times, and now he's undergoing a tribulation. This deal we've lost big. Underneath the heavenly tribulation, Luo Tian gazed at the sky, where thunderclouds were roiling, gradually forming the first bolt of tribulation lightning. So this is the heavenly tribulation? Luo Tian felt a tightness in his heart, his aura becoming increasingly concentrated. The books describe the heavenly tribulation as extremely dangerous, not to be taken lightly. He gritted his teeth, determined to give it his all. With his resolve, a brilliant golden light shot out from within him, his aura steady as a mountain, his entire strength rapidly surging to its peak. At that moment, above the thunderclouds, the first bolt of lightning finally completed its formation, descending like a lightning bolt tearing through the sky. Boom! The thunder split the sky, crashing down. The deafening roar echoed across the land, the lightning from the sky slashing down like a sword, as if tearing everything apart. The earth trembled, and some people around were even knocked to the ground by the shock. This is the heavenly tribulation? Surviving such an attack, how is it possible? A strong practitioner at the Tongxian realm felt his legs turn to jelly, his voice filled with shock and fear. I think it's better not to pursue breakthroughs. Staying alive is the most important. Another person stammered. Just a glimpse of the tribulation shook their Dao hearts. Ling Suzi stood at a distance, frowning, his face pale, his eyes fixed on the tribulation. He had never witnessed such a powerful lightning tribulation before, his shock evident. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, Wei Baidao led the Wei family, hovering in the air. His gaze was profound as he looked toward the horizon on the side of the Ziwei secret realm, frowning. A heavenly tribulation? Wei Baidao stared at the thunderclouds in the sky, unable to hide his shock. Is someone in the Night Wind Nation undergoing a tribulation? The Wei family exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Think, how could the Night Wind Nation have such a master? Wei Baidao glanced at them coldly. The Wei family members listened, a hint of confusion in their eyes. Wei Baidao's lips curled into a slight smile. Without a doubt, it's the legacy of the Zwi Daist manifesting. Only a strong practitioner of this level would attract a heavenly tribulation. The crowd immediately understood, a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. The legacy of the Zwi Daist. Some eyes lit up with anticipation. Doesn't that mean? Wei Baidao laughed heartily. Good. Excellent. Originally, we came for revenge for Tianyi, but didn't expect to stumble upon such a heaven-sent opportunity. Lucky I came personally tonight in the Night Wind Nation. Who can stop me? Whether it's the legacy of the Luo family or the inheritance of the Zwi Daist, they are all within my grasp. Destiny favors the Wei family. Our rise is inevitable. Wei Baidao declared with a confident expression. The members of the Wei family shouted in unison. Congratulations, ancestor. Wei Baidao raised his hand to signal for silence, his expression turning serious. Don't get too close. The power of the heavenly tribulation is formidable. Wait until it ends before making a move. Understood. The Wei family members responded, cautiously moving toward the direction of the Ziwei secret realm. Meanwhile, Luo Tian, under the heavenly tribulation, looked shocked. This is supposed to be a heavenly tribulation? He glanced up at the gathering storm clouds with disdain. When the first strike descended, he was fully prepared, yet it dissipated without even breaking his protective golden light. Is that all? Luo Tian muttered, deciding to reduce his protective light by half. The second bolt of lightning struck, but left no mark on him. Might as well remove it entirely, Luo Tian said, dropping his defenses to face the third strike. After the thunderous boom, he looked down at his unharmed body, mocking. Is that it? Not even a scratch. As if provoked by his attitude, the storm clouds suddenly contracted, their pressure intensifying. In the distance, Ling Shuzi and others were alarmed. A mutated tribulation. It's combining all the lightning strikes into one. Certain death, they exclaimed. The Luo family members turned pale, feeling lost without their leader. With a deafening roar, the clouds formed a vague human shape, striking down toward Luo Tian. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. A human-shaped tribulation? Interesting. Without further thought, He met the lightning figure with a reverse palm strike. Instantly, his powerful strike collided with the tribulation. The seemingly terrifying lightning shattered upon contact, and Luo Tian's palm force continued, piercing through the storm clouds. A heavenly tribulation, nothing more, Luo Tian said dismissively, brushing his hands with a look of disdain. Is it over? From the rubble, a man staggered out, his face pale and his body trembling. His eyes were filled with an incredulous terror. Was that the legendary heavenly tribulation? The power was terrifying, another person said, his voice trembling. Yeah, especially that final strike. Can that even be considered earthly power? Damn, I've never seen such immense power in my life. What about Luo Tian? Did he make it through? Are you out of your mind? With that kind of world-ending power, who could survive? Alas, it's a pity. Our Night Wind nation finally produced a genius, only for him to die young. The Luo family members looked ashen. No matter how much faith they had in Luo Tian, that apocalyptic final blow left them utterly hopeless. Luo Rong fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Young master. Other family members also wiped away tears. People from various factions around watched this scene in silence, their eyes glinting with different emotions. In the shadows, a few individuals were ready to seize the opportunity to capture the Luo family members and force out their secrets. Just then, a slightly teasing voice suddenly rang out. Why the hell are you mourning? I'm not dead yet. Everyone turned sharply to see a figure walking out of the rubble. Luo Tian himself. This can't be. He survived that kind of attack. This guy isn't even human. Luo Rong was overwhelmed with joy. Young master, you're really alive? Luo Tian smacked him on the head. Of course, or did you think you saw a ghost? Despite the hit, Luo Rong grinned foolishly. I knew the young master would be fine. TCH, you were the one crying the hardest, someone teased. Nonsense, I wasn't. You were. As a few people argued, Luo Tian waved his hand to stop them. His gaze swept over the crowd, turning icy cold in an instant. In the crowd, a few people's expressions changed drastically, and they turned to flee, only to be swept up by several gusts of energy and slammed heavily to the ground. Young Master Luo, what are you doing? One of them asked in terror. Luo Tian sneered, playing dumb? You thought I was dead and planned to go after my family. Indeed, just moments ago, many had harbored ill intentions. These five were ready to act at the right moment. Although they had quickly restrained their energy when Luo Tian appeared, they couldn't escape his perception. Spare us, young master. We were momentarily confused. We'll never dare again. You think there'll be a next time? With a clench of Luo Tian's left hand, the five instantly turned into a mist of blood. This swift and decisive action made everyone present gasp in shock, as Luo Tian's ruthless decisiveness far exceeded their expectations. After finishing off the group, Luo Tian's gaze swept across the scene like a knife, his voice cold and piercing. I don't know which faction these five belonged to, but it was me, Luo Tian, who killed them. Anyone seeking revenge is welcome to try. Let me be clear, if anyone dares to target the Luo family, regardless of who they are, I will show no mercy. His words echoed like a thunderclap, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. No one dared to meet Luo Tian's eyes, as his displayed power instilled fear in all present. Amidst the crowd, Ling Suzi suddenly began to tremble. Master, what's wrong? Luo Chen asked with concern, assuming he was unwell. Ling Suzi was too excited to contain himself. We've hit the jackpot. Truly hit the jackpot. What do you mean? Luo Chen asked, puzzled. Suppressing his excitement, Ling Suzi explained. I initially thought exchanging a Zwi secret realm for a Goeishu realm expert's assistance 5 times was already a good deal. But I didn't expect his combat strength to rival the Tribulation realm, maybe even surpass it. Stronger? That seems unlikely, Luo Chen said, incredulous. Did you not notice that final strike? Ling Suzi countered. Reflecting on it, Luo Chen recalled that heavenly thunder was indeed terrifying, and Luo Tian enduring it was impressive. Ling Suzi shook his head. You misunderstood. The heavenly thunder was strong, but not as dreadful as you think. The truly terrifying part was that halfway through its descent, Luo Tian shattered it along with the tribulation cloud with a single palm. I saw a shadow emerge behind him, and that overwhelming pressure actually emanated from Luo Tian himself. Only then did Luo Chen realize the truth, looking towards Luo Tian with shock. He had thought he already held Luo Tian in high regard, only to discover how shallow his understanding was. At that moment, 7 loud booms erupted from all directions. 7 massive stone pillars exuding black mist rose from the ground, encircling everyone and completely isolating them from the outside. A figure slowly descended from above the pillars. It was the menacing Wei Baidao. Casually grabbing a passerby, he coldly questioned the source of the tribulation, and upon learning it was Luo Tian, a cold smile curled his lips, bitterly oppressed year after year, making wedding clothes for others. Luo Tian, you must be furious now, having painstakingly obtained the Zwi Daist legacy, yet unaware of me. The the lurking yellow sparrow. At this moment, Wei Baidao was feeling triumphant. He hovered in the air, looking down at everyone with a cold, confident smile, his eyes glinting with cruelty. Slowly, he lowered his head, his gaze cutting through the crowd like a knife. Rabble from the Night Wind Kingdom, he sneered with disdain. Soon, after I kill Luo Tian, I will slaughter the rest of you to accompany my grandson in death. He paused, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Of course, don't worry, I'll leave a few of you alive. Wei Baidao's voice echoed in the air. I want you to spread the word of today's events. A fool like Luo Tian, in his stupidity, dared to offend the Wei family of the Jade Dragon Kingdom. In the end, not only did he meet his demise, but his entire family will suffer a terrible fate. His tone shifted to a feigned sympathy. And as for you, don't hate me. If you must hate, hate Luo Tian. If it weren't for his reckless act of killing someone from my family, you wouldn't be facing death. With that, Wei Baidao burst into laughter, his voice resonating through the air. Ah. However, his laughter gradually turned awkward and abruptly stopped. He hadn't anticipated the absence of shock, fear, anger, or despair from the crowd. Instead, everyone simply looked up at him calmly, their eyes devoid of any emotion, as if watching a fool who didn't know his place. Ancestor, I have a feeling something's off. A member of the Wei family approached Wei Baidao, speaking in a low, uneasy voice. Wei Baidao frowned, puzzled. He couldn't understand why his threats had no effect. He turned his gaze back to Luo Tian in the crowd, instinctively sensing something amiss. Even though his avatar had been defeated by Luo Tian, he had been confident that his true self could easily kill Luo Tian. But now, as he looked at Luo Tian again, the situation seemed completely different. To his surprise, Wei Baidao found he couldn't see through Luo Tian at all. Instead, he felt a deep-seated fear emanating from Luo Tian, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. What on earth is going on? Wei Baidao thought, growing cautious. Suddenly, he spotted Han Wenzhou and Tang Jiaolong among the crowd. Disciples of Tian's sect. Wei Baidao's tone softened. I have ties with your patriarch. I won't trouble you this time. You may leave. He paused and added. Also, what's with this group of people? Wei Baidao couldn't fathom why these people, seemingly doomed, remained so composed. Han Wenzhou and Tang Jiaolong exchanged a glance, both wearing a wry smile. Han Wenzhou stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. Thank you for your kindness, senior. As for why these people are like this, have you considered that while you might be the sparrow behind, there might be a dragon ahead of you? A dragon ahead, sparrow behind? Then what good is the sparrow? Wei Baidao caught the hint in Han Wenzhou's words, his brow furrowing instantly, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. A dragon ahead? Who are you referring to? Is there another master here? Wei Baidao tensed up, looking around warily. If there truly was another master present, it would indeed be troublesome. Up until now, he hadn't sensed any particularly powerful presence. This could only mean one thing: the opponent's cultivation level far surpassed his own. Realizing this, a bead of cold sweat formed on Wei Baidao's forehead, and his voice involuntarily lowered. May I ask which esteemed individual is here? I apologize if my words earlier were offensive. Wei Baidao clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and said, however, I too have my reasons. My descendants have been harmed by villains, and my heart burns for revenge. That's why I had to resort to this desperate measure, and I specifically request your presence. Despite his plea, the air around him remained eerily silent. Wei Baidao glanced around, his brows furrowed, and sneered. Such pettiness is unbecoming. Let me make it clear, you are currently within my 7 luminaries fatal formation, which I personally control. Even a master at the void return level would be doomed. Even those at the tribulation crossing level would face near certain death. If you appear again, don't blame me for any accidental harm. After he spoke, there was still no response from the surroundings. At that moment, someone slowly stepped forward from the crowd. It was Luo Tian. Luo Tian spoke calmly. Wei Baidao, stop looking. There are no masters here. The dragon I mentioned is me. His voice was clear and firm. Wei Baidao was momentarily stunned, then turned to look at Han Wenzhou beside him. Han Wenzhou gave a bitter smile and nodded. Wei Baidao's eyes narrowed instantly, and he looked coldly at Han Wenzhou, his voice icy. You dare to deceive me like this? Very well, I intended to spare your life. But since that's the case, after I kill Luo Tian, your time will come. Before he finished speaking, he turned sharply to Luo Tian, his gaze fierce. Boy, you were playing me? My avatar lost to you before. Now I'll show you my true power. As he finished speaking, Wei Baidao's aura surged dramatically, and the air around seemed to freeze. Luo Tian stood calmly in place, his gaze sharp. True power? Fine, I'll stand here and not move. You can strike me 3 times. If you can harm me in the slightest, I will consider it your win. Wei Baidao's eyebrows shot up, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. How dare you be so arrogant? The words ignited his fury. As a powerful figure at the 7th level of the Void Return stage, even in the Jade Dragon Kingdom, no one dared to challenge him like this. Yet here was Luo Tian, publicly humiliating him in front of so many people. Fine. Since you wish to die, I'll grant you that. Wei Baidao roared, his aura fully unleashed, his hair flying wildly, and the powerful energy waves making the air tremble. Boom! He clapped his hands together, and black energy waves surged forth, transforming into a massive black serpent with a gaping maw, rushing towards Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian stood unmoved, his gaze unwavering. As the black serpent was about to reach him, a golden light flashed from Luo Tian's body. Buzz! In an instant, the black serpent disintegrated like snow melting under a scorching sun, shattering inch by inch. All the energy, all the power, collapsed into nothingness within the golden light. Whoosh! Wei Baidao quickly withdrew his energy, while Luo Tian remained steadfast, standing in place. For a moment, everyone from the Wei family was stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. What was happening? He had actually blocked the ancestors' full-strength attack? Impossible. Who exactly is this young man? At this point, a twitch ran through the muscles at the corner of Wei Baidao's eye. He finally realized that Luo Tian was not someone he could measure by his previous standards. In less than a day, what change had occurred in Luo Tian? Everyone, return to the formation's core. Wei Baidao finally commanded coldly. The Wei family members were puzzled, glancing at him. Wei Baidao said coldly, use the full power of the 7 luminaries' fatal formation. Today, I must destroy him. Yes. They quickly responded, hurrying back to the core of the formation. Buzz! As the formation activated, the air around seemed to become oppressively cold and heavy, with 7 black suns appearing in the sky, exuding a powerful sense of pressure. Wei Baidao stared coldly at Luo Tian, his gaze like a blade. Luo Tian, you are indeed strong, but unfortunately, it all ends here. Wei Baidao continued, his voice filled with pride and confidence. The 7 luminaries annihilation array is the greatest treasure of my Wei family. When fully activated, no one below the void realm can withstand it. Even those at the tribulation realm would meet their end. This is the first time I've used this array in battle since it came into my possession. To die under its power is an honor for you. With a wave of his hand, his robe billowed, and his eyes shone with the light of certain victory as he shouted, 7 luminaries annihilation. Buzz! In an instant, 7 pitch-black suns appeared out of nowhere, suspended high in the sky, each emitting a fearsome black light. 7 thick black beams shot out simultaneously, like divine swords from the heavens, aimed directly at Luo Tian on the ground. Boom! As the black beams struck, the earth trembled, dust rose, and waves of energy surged. A slight smirk appeared on Wei Baidao's lips, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. It's over. Not even you could survive that strike. He turned to look at the others from the Nightwind Nation, expecting to see panic on their faces over Luo Tian's demise. However, to his surprise, they remained indifferent, as if the earth-shattering attack was nothing more than a child's play. Even more unbelievable to Wei Baidao was that some Nightwind cultivators were leisurely standing with arms crossed, casually discussing. Big brother, what do you think of that move? One asked with obvious disdain. This? What kind of move is that? With such weak power, what's the Wei family showing off for? Another replied, eyes full of scorn. Exactly. Even the first heavenly tribulation was more powerful than that move. And this is supposed to be the Wei family's ultimate technique. A third one sighed, shaking his head. I thought the Wei family of Yulong Nation was formidable. Turns out they're just inexperienced. Yeah, with power like that, even a dog wouldn't bother. One person softened their tone slightly. Hey, don't be so harsh. You saw how strong Luo Tian and the heavenly tribulation were. It makes the Wei family's move seem average. But actually, it's not that bad. Exactly. Remember, it's Luo Tian who's powerful, not you guys. These unfiltered comments pierced Wei Baidao's heart like needles, each word more painful than the last. He was completely stunned, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with disbelief. What is going on? Wei Baidao was shocked. Are all the people from Nightwind Nation insane? He quickly scanned the speakers, noting their mediocre cultivation. These average cultivators dare to mock the Wei family's 7 luminaries annihilation array, saying things like not even a dog would use it. What on earth is happening? As Wei Baidao stood puzzled, a Wei family disciple suddenly called out with a trembling voice, Ancestor, pointing to the ground where the dust was clearing. Wei Baidao followed the direction, and his pupils contracted sharply. Luo Tian stood there, unmoved, as if untouched by any attack. He radiated a faint golden light, his clothes undamaged, standing like an unshakable statue. What? Wei Baidao's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He clearly remembered his attack hitting Luo Tian. That strike had unleashed the full power of the 7 luminaries annihilation array, a blow that would have been fatal even to himself. Yet Luo Tian stood there as if he had merely felt a gentle breeze. Luo Tian looked up at Wei Baidao, his voice calm, yet carrying immense pressure. That's the second strike, Wei Baidao. You have one last chance. After the next move, you will die. Wei Baidao's eye twitched uncontrollably, his heart pounding, fear flooding over him. At this moment, he finally began to truly fear. The dragon in front? The dragon Han Wenzhou spoke of is actually Luo Tian. A flash of realization crossed Wei Baidao's mind. Yes, how could a sparrow like me shake a dragon? If I can't win with the next move, then the Wei family. Wei Baidao felt deep regret. Although Wei Tianyi was his favorite descendant, what was one person compared to the entire Wei family? Ancestor. A Wei family elder also realized the gravity of the situation, looking at him with fear in his voice. Only then did Wei Baidao snap out of his shock. His gaze flickered in the air for a moment, then turned resolute. Wei Baidao spoke. Everyone, don't blame me. Ancestor, what do you mean? The members of the Wei family exchanged confused glances. Wei Baidao took a deep breath and said slowly, I'm doing this for the good of the Wei family. If we can't overcome this crisis, the Wei family will face annihilation, so. His eyes swept over the crowd, conveying a certain resigned determination. At this moment, the members of the Wei family finally realized the gravity of the situation. Ancestor, no. My son is still young. I can't die here. One family member cried out urgently. Ancestor, please reconsider. Maybe there's another way, another pleaded. The Wei family members were in a panic, their emotions growing increasingly agitated. Wei Baidao sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. Everyone, if it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't choose this. But there's no other way now. Once this crisis is over, I will erect a monument for you all in the Wei family ancestral hall. With that, he clasped his hands together, as if in prayer. Buzz! The 7 stone pillars around them suddenly shook, and from the 7 black suns in the sky, dozens of chains shot out, binding the members of the Wei family. Ancestor, no. Ancestor, stop. The Wei family members cried out in terror, but Wei Baidao paid no heed. As he watched the life force of the people weaken, his resolve seemed to grow even stronger. Wei Baidao, you already. One member of the Wei family shouted with a face full of venom, calling him by name, anger and despair intertwining. What's happening? Someone below asked, puzzled. Ling Shuzi squinted, watching Wei Baidao in the sky, finally understanding the truth. This guy is truly vicious, he muttered to himself. Master, what's going on? Luo Tian asked in confusion. Ling Shuzi replied. Wei Baidao is using a highly malevolent dark art. He plants a soul seed in those with whom he shares a bloodline, then detonates it at a special moment to absorb their life force and cultivation, thereby enhancing his own realm. This is too cruel, Luo Tian exclaimed. Ling Shuzi nodded. It's precisely because this method is so ruthless that it is shunned by society. It's said that 1,000 years ago, several people used this dark art to cultivate, but they were eventually hunted down by allied forces. Since then, this dark art gradually disappeared. I thought it no longer existed, but I was too naive. Luo Tian glanced at Wei Baidao, thinking to himself. Wei Baidao sees his own kin as lambs to be slaughtered. Ling Shuzi sighed. Wei Baidao has lived too long without breaking through the tribulation stage, so his lifespan must be at its limit, prompting him to resort to such dark arts. If it were under different circumstances, he might succeed, but unfortunately, he's too unlucky. As the two conversed, someone suddenly exclaimed, Look! Everyone immediately looked up to see Wei Baidao in the sky, now also ensnared by chains. He was continuously absorbing the life force of his kin through these chains, his body shrouded in a faint blood-red aura, his life force growing ever stronger. Buzz! At that moment, a spiritual light erupted from his body, reaching the 8th level of the Guiyuan realm. He had broken through a level. Before anyone could react, another spiritual light burst from his body, reaching the 9th level of the Guiyuan realm. Feeling the change in his realm, Wei Baidao's eyes gleamed with ecstatic light. Haha, it really works. I've broken through. But it's not enough. I must go further. Wei Baidao was completely deranged. As Wei Baidao descended into madness, within the secret training chamber of the Shenwu prince's residence in the capital of the Night Wind Kingdom, a figure cloaked in a black robe suddenly lifted his head. Soul Seed. A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the cloaked figure. So, Wei Baidao has finally decided to take this step? Very well, we have another pawn. He muttered to himself in a voice as cold as a snake's hiss. Master, what is it? The heir to the Shenwu prince knelt respectfully before the cloaked figure. In stark contrast to his usual arrogant demeanor, he now displayed neither resentment nor hostility, only the obedience of a loyal hound. Nothing, just thought of something delightful. The cloaked figure's slender fingers picked up a black piece from the chessboard, slowly lifting it to his gaze, aligning it with the silhouette of the Shenwu prince's heir. Meanwhile, within the Wei family grounds, Come, my final strength, burst forth. Wei Baidao roared to the sky, his voice filled with madness and determination. Whoosh! All the blood and life force of the Wei family members seemed to be drawn by an invisible vortex, surging into Wei Baidao. His body, like a greedy vessel, devoured the last vitality of his kin. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted from him, sending dust flying as the surrounding air twisted with the energy waves. Did he break through the shackles of the return to Void Realm? Has he truly succeeded? An elderly man with a face full of wrinkles stared in shock, his voice full of disbelief. No, not quite yet. Another person, intensely watching Wei Baidao, analyzed. To advance to the Tribulation Crossing realm, he must undergo the trial of heavenly tribulation. He's one step away, but in terms of raw power, he has already reached the level of the Tribulation Crossing realm. At this moment, Wei Baidao hovered in midair, his once gray hair now as black as ink. Having absorbed the life force of many family members, his withered skin became full again, his body restored to a robust state, muscles well-defined and brimming with power. He looked down at his hands, feeling the surge of energy within, an uncontrollable excitement on his face. Huh, that cloaked figure didn't deceive me after all. Wei Baidao muttered to himself. This move really allowed me to break through. It's a pity I was too soft-hearted, hesitating for so long before acting. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the mummified remains of his kin, showing no trace of pity, before settling on Luo Tian, his eyes filled with resentment. Don't blame me, he said to the lifeless corpses. If it weren't for Luo Tian, I wouldn't have come to this point. So, it's Luo Tian who caused your deaths, and I'll avenge you. With that, Wei Baidao's figure flickered, ghost-like, appearing before Luo Tian, the air behind him leaving a fleeting afterimage. Luo Tian, I really must thank you. Wei Baidao looked down at Luo Tian from above, his eyes gleaming with fervor. If it weren't for you, I might never have broken through this realm. The power of the Tribulation Crossing realm, it's so immense. Right now, I feel invincible. Luo Tian looked at Wei Baidao, his brows furrowed, eyes filled with disdain. Hey, stop admiring yourself like a lunatic. You have one last move, finish it, and die. His tone was flat, as if stating a simple fact. Die? You want me to die? Wei Baidao was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, his voice dripping with contempt. Luo Tian, I admit you're strong, a genius even. In my lifetime, even among the legends I've heard, there's no one more monstrous than you. But your legend ends here. He pointed at Luo Tian, his voice filled with triumphant joy. Don't worry, I'll make sure your death today, and your past, are spread far and wide, so the world knows that the genius Luo Tian died at the hands of Wei Baidao. Luo Tian stood aside, arms crossed, looking impatient. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll make my move. His tone carried obvious disdain. Wei Baidao smirked confidently, casually reaching out to pat Luo Tian. Smack! A soft sound as Wei Baidao's hand landed on Luo Tian's shoulder, but it was light, causing no harm. Luo Tian was slightly taken aback, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Wei Baidao, unfazed, laughed instead. No need for you to go easy on me. I am now stronger than ever. I will kill you in a fair fight, so go ahead and attack. Luo Tian pinched the bridge of his nose, his face filled with disgust. This guy is such a poser. He paused, his gaze turning sharp. Are you sure? Of course. Wei Baidao puffed out his chest, responding with full confidence. Wei Baidao smiled, a confident glint in his eyes. Luo Tian took a deep breath and then unleashed an astonishing force, his fist cutting through the air with a fierce sound. Wei Baidao watched Luo Tian's attack, a slight sneer playing on his lips, his eyes relaxed. Before, I couldn't even understand your moves. His words were laced with provocation, but now, with my advancement, I can easily see the trajectory of each of your punches. Every move you make is under my control. With that, Wei Baidao suddenly reached out, attempting to grasp Luo Tian's fist. However, just as his fingers were about to make contact, an incredibly powerful force erupted. Wei Baidao felt his fingers twist violently, and with a crisp snap, his fingers shattered into dust, pain and shock nearly driving him to madness. Crack! Wei Baidao watched in horror as his fingers crumbled and twisted like branches broken with great force. Without time to react, his body was launched by an overwhelming power. In an instant, he was hurled hundreds of meters away like a shooting star, crashing into a distant mountain, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. Damn, trying to show off in front of me? Luo Tian sneered, clenching his fist tightly, his anger boiling over. Despite his invincible techniques and martial skills, Wei Baidao's arrogance had always provoked him. Now, his eyes were filled with fury and disdain. Not far away, amidst the swirling dust, Wei Baidao emerged from the rubble, his bloodied arm nearly useless, and he appeared extremely disheveled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. I've reached the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Why can't I kill you? Wei Baidao gritted his teeth, his inflated ego shattered by harsh reality. Never had he imagined that someone like him, once so high and mighty, could be so fragile before Luo Tian. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, Luo Tian vanished, appearing instantly before him. Old man, still trying to act tough? Luo Tian's voice boomed like thunder. Before Wei Baidao could react, Luo Tian's foot came flying in, the force erupting like a landslide. Arc. Wei Baidao was kicked into the air, his body spinning wildly, blood spraying from his mouth. He finally stopped after crashing between two peaks, the shattered rocks vibrating violently. Damn it, 7 Luminaries Annihilation Array. Wei Baidao roared in defiance, glaring at Luo Tian. With a swift motion of his remaining arm, he activated the array, 7 suns hanging high in the sky, beams of light shooting toward Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian remained unfazed, instantly teleporting next to one of the black suns. He smirked, delivering a powerful punch to the black sun, sending it crashing into the array's cornerstone pillar, the impact shattering the pillar instantly. No. Wei Baidao's eyes widened in fear. The 7 Luminaries Annihilation Array was his trump card, something he was confident could easily defeat any foe. But now, the array was destroyed effortlessly, plunging him into deep despair. Why is this happening? Wei Baidao's mind was filled with unanswerable questions. How did the 7 Luminaries Annihilation Array fall to him? Is he really a monster? Suddenly, the sky darkened with clouds, and tribulation clouds began to gather again. Wei Baidao was stunned, seeing the chaotic thunderclouds. A sense of oppression rose in his heart. It was the heavenly tribulation. This was the tribulation that followed his breakthrough to the tribulation transcendence stage. As he broke free from the array, the world's laws sensed his breakthrough and unleashed the tribulation. However, the power of this tribulation was nothing compared to Luo Tian's previous tribulation. Everyone understood that such a tribulation posed no threat to Luo Tian. A hint of malice flashed in Wei Baidao's eyes. His gaze sharp as a knife, he flew toward Luo Tian, shouting, Luo Tian, I admit defeat, but I'd rather die than let you survive the heavenly tribulation. Like a mad dog, he grabbed Luo Tian's ankle, attempting to drag him into the tribulation's lightning, to perish together in the catastrophe. Yet, Luo Tian looked at him coldly, his expression utterly indifferent. Died under the heavenly tribulation? Everyone in the mountains was speechless upon hearing this. The power of this heavenly tribulation killing Luo Tian? What a colossal joke. Luo Tian, tightly held by Wei Baidao, showed a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He slowly raised his head, looking directly at Wei Baidao. Wei Baidao, before you die, let me show you something. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian raised his right hand and thrust it skyward. Instantly, a gigantic shadow mirroring his stance appeared behind him, also pushing towards the sky. Boom! The strike directly hit the tribulation cloud, and the terrifying force pierced through, shattering it. The clouds quickly dispersed, and the heavenly might within was utterly destroyed, leaving the sky clear once more. What? Wei Baidao's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The heavenly tribulation he had summoned, intended to take them both down, was so effortlessly obliterated? A thought suddenly flashed in Wei Baidao's mind. He recalled the aura of the heavenly tribulation he sensed earlier, coupled with Han Wenzhou's mention of a dragon ahead. The pieces came together, and the truth finally emerged. The previous heavenly tribulation wasn't due to the appearance of Zwi Daist's legacy, but because of you. He looked at Luo Tian, stunned, his voice filled with incredulity. That's right, Luo Tian replied coldly. Now you can die. With that, he struck downwards. Boom! Wei Baidao's chest was instantly pierced, blood gushing out like a fountain. In his final moments, he looked up at Luo Tian, struggling to speak while coughing up blood. Luo Tian, to die by your hand, I admit defeat. But even if you kill me, you won't live long. Luo Tian frowned at him. Still stubborn at this point. Wei Baidao shook his head slightly, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. No, you don't know. By killing me, you will surely be targeted by them. You have no idea how strong they are. Before he could finish, Wei Baidao's eyes went blank, his body slumping lifelessly. Luo Tian stood there, momentarily stunned. Damn it, cryptic to the end. Couldn't you finish your sentence before dying? He shook Wei Baidao's corpse, but there was no response. This guy, even in death, he has to annoy me? Luo Tian gritted his teeth. Not finishing your words is really torturous. With no other choice, Luo Tian tossed the body aside and turned towards the crowd. Whoosh! Seeing Luo Tian approach, the crowd immediately parted, making way for him, their gazes complex. Young master, Luo Rong and others were filled with excitement at the sight of Luo Tian. Their young master was this powerful, and they felt proud. Luo Tian nodded slightly, his eyes landing on Ling Shuzi not far away. Sect Master Ling Shuzi, we're done here, so we'll head back first. In a few days, we'll meet again in the capital. Ling Shuzi bowed deeply. Very well, I will greet you in the capital then, young Master Luo. Luo Tian nodded in agreement, then had the Golden Rock King carry everyone away swiftly. Once Luo Tian and his group departed, the crowd in the mountains erupted. Our Night Wind Nation is about to change. Meanwhile, Within the divine martial king's mansion, a black-robed man playing chess suddenly shattered a piece in his hand with a crack. He looked up sharply, revealing a pair of cold eyes under his dark hat, filled with disbelief. The soul seed, shattered? How is that possible? Beside him, the divine martial king's heir quickly asked, Master, what happened? The man in the black robe suddenly shook his cloak and stood up with a menacing aura. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he growled, Who dares to tamper with our pawn? Are they courting death? His words were laced with fury and a chilling coldness. Master. The heir of the divine martial king looked at him with a face full of confusion. The man in the black robe took a deep breath, trying to calm his intense emotions. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice. Disciple, I have a matter that requires me to go to the Yulong nation. The heir furrowed his brow, clearly puzzled. But master, the ceremony is just a few days away. The man in black chuckled coldly, his voice icy. I've already arranged everything. With your abilities, it makes no difference whether I'm here or not. Once I've dealt with my affairs, I'll return. The heir pondered for a moment and then nodded. Very well, I wish you a safe journey, master. The man in black nodded slightly, and as he turned, his body transformed into a cloud of black mist, exploding into the air and vanishing swiftly, as if he had never been there. Meanwhile, in the northern border city, King Jinping returned with the Luo family on his flying beast, landing in the courtyard of the Luo family ancestral home. The Luo family's gains this time were substantial. Not only had Luo Tian advanced in his realm, but Luo Rong and others had also achieved significant success in the Jade Palace and other places, accumulating resources that far exceeded the total of all previous Luo family enterprises. These resources alone would greatly enhance the family's strength. However, the most astonishing acquisition was the dragon bones. Luo Tian immediately ordered all Luo family members to gather and extract the dragon's primal power, initiating a process of refining and purifying for everyone. This power held little significance for Luo Tian, but was a life-changing opportunity for others. After this baptism, the cultivation levels of the Luo family members soared. For instance, Luo Feng, who was already at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, not only broke through to the soaring realm, but also reached the 9th level of the soaring realm with a significant amount of power yet to be absorbed. Once fully absorbed, advancing to the profound realm would be inevitable. The other members of the Luo family saw nearly everyone advance by a major realm, particularly the younger generation, with almost half successfully reaching the spirit transformation realm. Although their mastery of the Dao techniques was still shallow, and the gap with Luo Tian was evident, compared to cultivators of the same realm, their strength was far superior. Now, every young member of the Luo family could easily outmatch their peers in the Night Wind Nation. Most astonishingly, Niu Wufang and King Jinping, being part of the demon race, had an unimaginable craving for the dragon's primal power. After receiving this power, they not only advanced rapidly, but also succeeded in reaching the return to Void Realm within days. This breakthrough caused a significant stir in the northern border city. In the Night Wind Nation, no one had reached the return to Void Realm in nearly 500 years. Even among the demon race, this was enough to change the dynamics. The significance of this breakthrough was monumental. At this moment, the Luo family had become the undisputed leading power in the Night Wind Nation. On the same day, two unexpected visitors were heading towards the Luo family. Outside the city, a tall and a short figure stood from afar, gazing in the direction of the Luo residence. Mr. Chu, you must refrain from intervening. I can hardly contain myself now. I must personally claim Luo Tian's head. The tall man revealed a sinister smile, his fangs glinting, his voice filled with a bloodthirsty tone. Mr. Chu looked up at him and sneered. Nialong, are you thinking of keeping that bounty all to yourself? Nialong raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Mr. Chu, what do you take me for? Sure, I'm in need of money, but not to the point of hogging the bounty all for myself. His voice gradually became more excited. I just enjoy the thrill of hunting down prodigious youths. Think about it. A future master, crushed before they even mature, writhing and wailing at your hands. That feeling, it's exhilarating. As he spoke, Nialong's body trembled uncontrollably, a sickly gleam flickering in his eyes. Mr. Chu glanced at him coldly, frowning slightly. You're really twisted, aren't you? With such strength, yet you enjoy bullying the younger generation. No wonder your reputation is so terrible, even being hunted by the entire Shualon kingdom. Only our ghost hall is willing to take you in. Instead of getting angry, Nialong burst into laughter. Reputation? What good is that? As long as I'm happy, that's all that matters. He stopped laughing, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. My only worry now is that this so-called Luo Tian has been overhyped. If he's not as talented as they claim, killing him won't be fun. Mr. Chu pondered for a moment, tapping the table with his fingers. The Night Wind Kingdom branch reported that this Luo Tian has combat power at the Tongxian level, which I think is clearly exaggerated. I suspect he has a guardian. But even if the Night Wind Kingdom's guardians are at the Tongxian level, they are too weak for us. who are at the first level of the Guishu realm. Nialong nodded, a confident smile on his face. The two of us have traveled a long way to the Night Wind Kingdom. There's no way we'll return empty-handed. He turned to look at the towering city walls in the distance, a hint of murder in his eyes. So, should we just launch a direct assault and destroy this city to draw him out? Mr. Chu immediately shook his head, his expression serious. That's too high profile. Don't forget, we're assassins. We need to act with caution. Let's enter the city, gather some intelligence, and then make a move. Nialong frowned in dissatisfaction. Mr. Chu, aren't you being overly cautious? It's just a small city in the Night Wind Kingdom. What's there to investigate? Mr. Chu's expression darkened, his tone firm. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. My habit is to never act without specific intelligence, and when I do act, it must be foolproof. His voice was low and powerful. It's this habit that has ensured my assassinations never fail. If you disagree, we can cancel this operation. Upon hearing this, Nialong quickly raised his hands in surrender, his dissatisfaction vanishing instantly. No, I'll follow your lead. But I must be the one to kill Luo Tian. Mr. Chu shrugged indifferently. Doesn't matter to me. I just want to complete the mission. It doesn't matter who kills him. With that, he headed toward the city of Bianbei. Once inside the city, the two of them went to the largest restaurant and chose a seat by the window, ordering a lavish meal. Waiter, come here. I've got something to ask you. Mr. Chu took out a few glowing spirit stones from his pocket and handed them over. The waiter's eyes lit up, quickly pocketing the stones, a wide smile on his face. Sir, ask away. Here in Bianbei City, I'm like an encyclopedia. There's nothing I don't know. Mr. Chu nodded. I'd like to know about the Luo family. The waiter beamed even more. Ah, you've come to the right person. I have a relative in the Luo family. Nowadays, the Luo family is the top family in Bianbei City. No, they're the top family in the entire Night Wind Kingdom. Nialong sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Is it really that impressive? The waiter immediately replied. Of course, you have no idea how powerful the Luo family is. Especially their legendary young master. He's unimaginably strong. Nialong didn't respond immediately, just listened silently. At that moment, a group of young people entered the tavern, each carrying swords and exuding an air of confidence and vitality. Nialong turned to look, his eyes instantly turning a vivid green. Mr. Chu noticed and curiously asked, "What do you think?" Nialong's eyes returned to normal, and he smirked slightly, saying blandly, "For their age, their skills are embarrassingly weak." He paused briefly, his gaze icy. If the young people of Bianbei City are all at this level, I'm truly disappointed. Mr. Chu nodded slightly. He understood that Nialong's emerald eyes could directly sense energy and physique, allowing him to estimate a person's combat ability and talent. With these eyes, Nialong had hunted down countless geniuses. If he said so, it seemed these young people indeed lacked any remarkable talent. However, just then, Nialong suddenly felt an unusual aura that sent a thrill through him. He quickly activated his emerald vision, looking towards the source of the aura. At the end of the group of young people walked a boy. Unlike the others, this boy's aura was astonishingly powerful. In Nialong's eyes, the auras of the others were insignificant, like mere mice, whereas this boy's aura was as imposing as a tiger. Exceptional. This is a rare find. Nialong's heart raced. Could he be Luo Tian? If so, he truly deserves the title of genius. Nialong's body trembled slightly with excitement, his eyes filled with anticipation. Hunting such a genius would bring him immense satisfaction. Hey waiter, that kid, is he the legendary Luo Tian? Nialong licked his lips, his gaze sharp as a knife. He was eager to get a confirmation, ready to make his move. However, what? Of course not, the waiter replied dismissively, glancing over. Look at his clothes, you can tell he's just an ordinary disciple of the Luo family. What? Nialong was stunned, unable to believe his ears. An ordinary disciple, yet so strong? This guy would be a top talent in any faction. As Nialong pondered, a strong sensation surged in his heart. He spun around, looking out the window. With his emerald eyes, he saw 4 giant tigers approaching from the other end of the street. 4 prodigies? Appearing all at once. Nialong's breath quickened. For him, these people were perfect prey. Usually, it would take him years to find one genius. Yet today, 4 appeared in one go. Bianbei City was like paradise. Then, boom, boom, boom. Nialong's emerald eyes trembled violently again, and he quickly turned to another street. A young man walked slowly, seemingly followed by a tyrannosaurus. This. Nialong froze completely. He rubbed his eyes, staring wide-eyed to make sure he wasn't mistaken. The aura of the Tyrannosaurus came from the boy. You must be kidding? Nialong muttered under his breath. What's wrong? Mr. Chu asked, puzzled. Nialong trembled uncontrollably, his face twisted with excitement. His eyes widened, and his voice shook. Mr. Chu, I must thank you for bringing me here. I never imagined encountering such a level of genius. If this kid is mine, my life is fulfilled. No wonder he's Luo Tian, the top genius of Nightwind Nation. Mr. Chu looked at him, shaking his head helplessly. This guy is truly obsessed. Meanwhile, the waiter also looked out the window, stunned. Huh? Young Master Luo Tian? Impossible. You must be mistaken. That boy is Luo Da. He's not the top. He doesn't even make the top 10 among the young generation of the Luo family. Nialong's gaze shifted between Luo Da and the shop assistant, his face filled with disbelief. Are you sure? He asked hesitantly. The shop assistant straightened up, wearing a confident smile. Of course. I'm not exaggerating. I know almost all the younger generation of the Luo family, though they might not know me. This is Luo Da, considered a top expert in Bianbei City, yet he doesn't even rank in the top 10 within the Luo family. These words made Nialong gasp, and he stared intently at Luo Da, his voice trembling slightly. Even such a master doesn't make the top 10? Then Luo Tian's strength must be extraordinary. Noticing Nialong's unusual reaction, Mr. Chu immediately communicated telepathically. Nialong, what have you discovered? Nialong responded in the same manner. This guy is a true genius. Not just Luo Tian. Even this Luo Da is incredibly powerful. His current level might be just the 5th stage of Qi gathering, but his actual combat strength surpasses that of an ordinary spirit transformation expert. Even a weaker void-soaring cultivator might not be his match. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Mr. Chu was also shocked. Nialong immediately put on a serious face. Doubting my eyes. My green ghost eyes have never failed me. Mr. Chu was momentarily speechless. Indeed, although Nialong had an eccentric personality, his green ghost eyes were renowned for their ability to assess people accurately. If he said so, then Luo Da's strength was undoubtedly remarkable. How could such a hidden family emerge in a small country like Yifeng? As he pondered this, a commotion suddenly erupted outside on the street. What's going on? Both men looked out the window simultaneously. The shop assistant rubbed his hands excitedly. You two are really lucky. This is your first time in Bianbei City, and you get to see the two great protectors of the Luo family, King Jinping and Niu Wufang. They're both divine beasts and recently broke through to the void return stage. It's been years since our Yifeng country has seen a void return level expert. It's not easy to witness them. What? Mr. Chu was astonished. There was no mention in the intelligence reports about the Luo family having void return level experts, let alone 2 divine beasts. Had he known this, he would never have come so casually. After all, divine beasts are top tier among monsters, capable of overpowering human cultivators of the same realm, let alone at the void return level. On the street, 2 towering figures approached slowly. Although their appearance was more human-like after breaking through to the void return stage, their size was nearly double that of an average person. Niu Wufang retained his imposing horns, while King Jinping had a pair of massive wings. The townsfolk stepped back in awe, their eyes filled with reverence. Nialong, assess their strength, Mr. Chu requested. Nialong focused and used his green ghost eyes, but after just a glance, he staggered back 2 steps. How is this possible? Nialong exclaimed in disbelief, his trembling fingers pointing out the window. When he opened his deep green eyes, the scene on the street left him speechless with shock. A giant ox bathed in a kaleidoscope of colors, its massive size suffocating. Beside it was a great rock, its wings capable of blotting out the sky. Their presence was as intimidating as legendary beasts from ancient times. So powerful, unbelievably powerful. Nialong's voice trembled with astonishment. How powerful? Mr. Chu pressed on. Nialong's lips twitched a few times before he managed to say. They seem to have just broken through to the Gui Su realm, yet their aura is extraordinarily strange. Even a divine beast shouldn't possess such immense power. In my opinion, they could at least contend head-to-head with a 9th level Gui Su realm master. What? Even the usually composed Mr. Chu's expression changed. This is outrageous. How could the Luo family have such powerful figures? This mission is impossible. We should leave. However, Nialong gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with greed. Leave? What a waste, such perfect prey right in front of us. You fool. What's more important, your life or the prey? Mr. Chu shook his head helplessly. Unexpectedly, Nialong seriously considered it and finally squinted his eyes. Since we can't kill Luo Tian for now, capturing Luo Da shouldn't be too hard. Even Luo Da is a talented prey. Nialong don't. Mr. Chu began, but Nialong had already taken action. He intended to snatch Luo Da with lightning speed, but in that instant, an indescribable terrifying aura locked onto him, rendering him immobile. Sir, are you planning to dine and dash? The waiter shouted as Nialong attempted to escape through the window. But Nialong couldn't respond, standing there gasping for air. Merely resisting that aura left him exhausted. At that moment, a voice emerged behind them. I don't mind you visiting Beibei City, but laying a hand on my people is not allowed. The oppressive feeling vanished suddenly. Nialong and Mr. Chu turned around simultaneously to see a young man standing with his hands behind his back, looking at them calmly. When did you? Mr. Chu was surprised to find he hadn't noticed the young man's arrival. Nialong tried to use his deep green eyes to discern more, but the young man appeared just as ordinary as before, with no unusual aura. It was his first time failing since awakening his deep green eyes. Nialong, what do you see? Mr. Chu asked urgently. I can't tell. Nialong muttered. Mr. Chu narrowed his eyes in shock. Who exactly are you? The young man smiled gently. I am Luo Tian. What? You're Luo Tian? Mr. Chu stared at the young man before him in disbelief, almost unable to trust his eyes. His mind went blank. How could the target of his mission have come to him on his own? This should have been a good thing. Yet Mr. Chu felt an inexplicable fear rising within him. Never did he expect Luo Tian to discover their presence so effortlessly. How did you notice us? Mr. Chu asked, his voice betraying his nervousness. Luo Tian glanced at him casually and replied calmly. Two strangers in the Gui Su realm entering the city? Hard not to notice, especially after you spent so long sneaking around outside the city. What? Mr. Chu was stunned. You noticed us from the start? How is that possible? He could hardly believe his ears. He and his companion had been meticulously hiding their presence to avoid detection. Yet, all their efforts seemed futile before Luo Tian. Luo Tian spread his hands in a helpless gesture. I didn't want to notice you, but my soul force is too strong now. Even when I try to restrain it, it covers the entire Bianbei city and extends for dozens of miles beyond. What did you say? Mr. Chu's eyes widened, his heart racing. Soul force covering the entire city and beyond? Could a human achieve such a feat? He knew the power of soul cultivation well. The strongest soul master he had ever seen could only sense a range of a dozen meters, and for a brief period. Yet this young man spoke of such things with ease. If you had come to Bianbei City peacefully, I wouldn't have bothered. But you showed hostility towards my clan, and that won't do. Luo Tian's tone suddenly turned cold, and the temperature in the tavern plummeted, the atmosphere becoming suffocating. You? Mr. Chu's mind raced, trying to devise an escape plan. But before he could think clearly, Nialong leaped into action beside him. Oomph! I refuse to believe you're that strong. Die! Nialong roared angrily, unleashing his Gui Su realm aura, the air seeming to warp under the pressure. But in the instant Nialong's aura surged. Whoosh! His head flew off as if sliced by an invisible force. Sorry, you're too strong. If you fought here, you'd destroy half of Bianbei City, so I had to kill you instantly. Luo Tian flicked his hand dismissively, his tone cold and indifferent. Nialong's head hit the floor, blood quickly pooling on the tavern's surface. His eyes were wide open, staring at his severed head, unable to comprehend what had happened. He hadn't even seen his opponent make a move. As anger and shock intertwined, he thought of countless curses but couldn't utter a single one. As his consciousness faded, a strange thought occurred to him. It was almost satisfying to die at the hands of such a gifted individual, even oddly exhilarating. Meanwhile, Mr. Chu watched his companion die, cold sweat streaming down his face. He had always been cautious, but this time he had failed completely. Luo Tian was far beyond his expectations. Young Master Luo Tian, I had no intention of attacking. If you let me go, I promise never to return to Bianbei City, and I'll avoid the Luo family at all costs. Mr. Chu pleaded, his face drenched with sweat, his tone desperate. However, Luo Tian merely chuckled coldly, his gaze remaining indifferent. With a swift movement, Luo Tian appeared behind Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu was about to speak when darkness swallowed his vision, and pain erupted in his chest. A bloody hole had appeared in his chest, blood gushing forth. In that moment, terror filled Mr. Chu's eyes as he lost control of his body and collapsed to the ground. It's too late for regrets now. Did you think my family in Bianbei City was a marketplace where you could come and go, kill as you please, and leave unscathed when you fail? Luo Tian said coldly. As he finished speaking, Mr. Chu's body suddenly fell heavily to the ground. Luo Tian looked coldly at the two corpses, his gaze finally resting on the communication talisman in Mr. Chu's arms. With a flick of his finger, the talisman fell into Luo Tian's hand. Without hesitation, he activated it. Mr. Chu, did you succeed so quickly? Haha, I told you that Luo Tian might be strong, but he's no match for the two of you at the Gui Su realm. An elder's hearty laughter came from the other end of the talisman. Luo Tian's lips curled into a slight smile as he responded with a cold laugh. Sorry, I'm not Mr. Chu. Who are you? The elder's voice was suddenly filled with confusion. I'm Luo Tian. The two assassins from your ghost fiend hall are dead. Just a heads up, if you want to kill me, you'd better send someone stronger. Luo Tian's tone was laced with disdain, and with that, he mercilessly crushed the talisman. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the ghost fiend hall's base, the elder's face turned pale, stunned. Impossible. Mr. Chu and Nialong are dead. That's ridiculous. They were powerful beings borrowed from a foreign land. How could they? He was still in shock when a shadow suddenly appeared, interrupting his thoughts. Sir, please have Mr. Chu and Nialong return immediately. Something's off with Luo Tian. The shadow's voice was urgent. What did you say? The elder looked at the shadow, his brow furrowed. The shadow took a breath and continued. I just received news that Luo Tian personally killed Wei Baidao from the Jade Dragon country in the Zwi secret realm a few days ago. He might be a Tribulation Realm expert. What? Tribulation Realm? That's absurd. The elder's face turned even paler, nearly frozen in disbelief. The shadow sighed softly. Though I didn't see it myself, the intelligence suggests it's possible. But for now, you should recall those two immediately. The elder took a deep breath and forced a bitter smile. Return? It's too late. They're already dead. What? The shadow's voice trembled, clearly shocked. Then, what should we do next, sir? Should we cancel the assassination mission? It's too risky to target a suspected Tribulation Realm expert. The shadow asked anxiously. The elder shook his head, filled with helplessness and confusion. If it were yesterday, canceling might have been possible. But now, it's not an option. You must understand, Nielong's death is one thing. But Mr. Chu was the younger brother of that important figure. Do you think he will let this go? Moreover, not only Luo Tian, but we might also be implicated. The shadow fell silent, then urgently asked, what do we do? Cover it up. The elder sneered, cover it up? How could we possibly hide this? Never mind. Report it to that figure immediately. If he blames us, we'll have to accept our fate. The shadow nodded reluctantly. Yes. Then bowed his head. The elder sighed, trembling as he took out a communication talisman to contact that important figure. Back in Bianbei City, having dealt with the two enemies, Luo Tian returned home, his expression slightly relaxed. Looking at the list in his hand, he sighed softly. The teleportation distance is still a bit short. I need to further advance my realm. He rested his chin on his hand, frowning as he looked at the list. Since returning from the Zwi secret realm, he had tasked his family with gathering the items needed to break through to the Hualing realm. But this time, the required items were even rarer, with some being unheard of by the Luo family. Seeing that more than 20 items were still missing, with a few not even recognized by name, Luo Tian couldn't help but frown. As he pondered these concerns, the communication talisman in his hand suddenly lit up. Young Master Luo Tian, the king of Xinwu, is about to commit treason. Please come to the capital immediately. The voice of Princess Gu Yuning of Yefeng Kingdom echoed with urgency through the communication talisman. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. Oh, I almost forgot about that trash. I'll set out right away. He had been so bogged down with affairs recently that the king of Xinwu had slipped his mind. Gu Yuning was momentarily speechless, then continued after a pause. Young Master Luo Tian, there's something I must tell you in advance. What is it? Luo Tian asked indifferently, idly tapping his fingers on the table. Gu Yuning bit her lip, lowering her voice. I've secretly investigated and found that behind the king of Xinwu are the shadows of the Yulong and Yunwu kingdoms. Both these nations are far stronger than ours. I suspect they might even have sent experts at the Gui Su level this time. So, if you refuse to help, I would understand. Refuse? Luo Tian interrupted, surprised. Why would I refuse? Gu Yuning was taken aback. Didn't you hear me? They might have Gui Su level experts. Luo Tian nonchalantly picked his nose, his tone dismissive. Gui Su level? That's nothing. Just wait. I'm heading out now. The king of Xinwu must die, and no one can save him. I promise. With that, he abruptly cut off the communication, leaving Gu Yuning stunned on the other end. Luo Tian got up and left the room, striding towards the Luo family hall. He gave brief instructions, ordering Niu Wufang to guard the family, then set off for the capital with King Jinping. After breaking through to the Gui Su realm, King Jinping's speed had improved dramatically. What used to be a journey of several days now only took half a day, and they soon approached their destination. From a distance, the outline of the capital emerged, much larger than the city of Beibei, with a powerful formation shimmering faintly above it. Master, should we launch a direct assault? King Jinping inquired. With their combined strength, the formation was effectively useless. Luo Tian shook his head. No need. We're not here to destroy a country. Let's enter through the gate. Yes. King Jinping landed, transforming into human form, and they proceeded towards the city gate together. Everyone, submit to inspection. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. A Xinwu guard barked at the gate, causing the citizens lining up to enter to tremble and comply submissively. What's going on here? Luo Tian asked, puzzled by the scene. The middle-aged man in front of him turned and glanced at Luo Tian, speaking in a hushed tone. You must be from out of town? Luo Tian nodded. Yes, is there a problem? The man cast a wary eye towards the distant guards and whispered. Oh, that explains it. I suggest you don't bother lining up. You won't be able to get into the city. Why not? Luo Tian frowned slightly. The man leaned closer, his voice barely audible. The capital is in turmoil now. The day after tomorrow is the Onsenatacade royal sacrificial ceremony, but rumors say that our Yefeng kingdom will have a change of dynasty then. So, the guards are especially strict with inspections. Without a certificate issued by the Xinwu King's mansion, you can't enter the city. Certificates from the Xinwu King's mansion? Luo Tian's brow furrowed. Shouldn't they be issued by the court? The man sneered. The court? Huh, who recognizes the court now? Our Yefeng kingdom is about to become the Shenwu kingdom. Anyway, there's no point in discussing this. You should leave. Luo Tian nodded in thanks. Thank you. In that case, we won't bother lining up. With that, he grabbed King Jinping's arm, and they vanished without a trace. Huh? Where did they go? Did I just see a ghost? The middle-aged man stared at the empty space in shock. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief as Luo Tian vanished into thin air, leaving him standing there as if he'd seen a ghost. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city gate, at the street corner, Luo Tian and King Jinping suddenly appeared without warning. Luo Tian's teleportation skill had easily taken them past the city gate's defenses, directly into the city. Master, things seem to be getting complicated. What should we do next? King Jinping asked in a low voice, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Luo Tian frowned, thought for a moment, and then decided. Let's meet up with Gu Yuning first. With that, he pulled out a communication talisman that glowed faintly from his pocket. Hello, Princess Gu. I've arrived at the capital, Luo Tian said into the talisman, his voice coming through clearly. On the other end, Gu Yuning was clearly shocked by the news, her voice filled with disbelief. So soon? Where are you now? Luo Tian looked around to confirm his location before replying. At the south gate, just got in. All right, head to the west gate of the palace, and I'll meet you there, Gu Yuning said urgently. Okay, see you soon. Luo Tian responded briefly, then put away the talisman and gestured to King Jinping. Let's go to the palace. Although the capital of Night Wind Country was vast and bustling, the palace was the most prominent building in the city, making it easy to find. The two of them navigated through the busy streets and soon arrived outside the western wall of the palace. They waited outside the west gate for a while until they finally saw the heavy side door slowly open, and Gu Yuning, dressed in simple attire, hurriedly walked out. Young Master Luo Tian, you finally made it, Gu Yuning said excitedly, her voice betraying an undeniable weariness. Though it had only been half a month since they last met, Gu Yuning looked gaunt, her once full cheeks now hollow, as if she were just skin and bones, with deep worry in her eyes. Luo Tian looked at her in surprise. What happened to you? Gu Yuning glanced nervously over her shoulder, then lowered her voice. Let's not talk about it here. Follow me inside quickly. She reached out and grabbed Luo Tian's sleeve, eager to lead him into the palace. Just then, the sound of armor clashing rang out. From the side door, which had been empty, emerged dozens of heavily armed guards, completely blocking their path. Princess, what are you doing? The lead general asked, hand on his sword hilt, his voice cold and hard as iron. General Mu? Gu Yuning was clearly flustered. I'm following my father's orders to bring two exceptional men into the palace. Her voice lacked confidence, her fingers tightly clutching her clothes, her eyes darting nervously, her entire body trembling with tension. General Mu, looking down at her with a superior air, coldly replied. Sorry, by order of King Shenwu, no one is allowed to enter or leave the palace without his command. Violators will be executed. Gu Yuning's face turned red with anger and humiliation, her voice trembling. General Mu, does my father's decree mean less than King Shenwu's? General Mu sneered, his gaze disdainfully sweeping over Gu Yuning before turning to Luo Tian and King Jinping, his tone even more arrogant. You two dogs have 3 seconds to get out, or die. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. What did you just say? General Mu didn't bother to respond, simply coldly declaring, 3 seconds are up, you can die now. As he spoke, his hand moved to draw his sword. However, in that instant, General Mu's vision blurred as Luo Tian appeared before him like a phantom, one hand firmly gripping his jaw. The next moment, there was a sharp crack as Luo Tian applied force, shattering General Mu's jaw into powder, flesh and bone flying everywhere. General Mu let out a piercing scream, his voice garbled from the loss of his jaw. But his agony was short-lived as Luo Tian moved again, swiftly twisting and severing his head from his neck. Jinping, do you think my face looks like an easy target? Luo Tian asked, holding the bloody head, his tone as calm as discussing the weather. Why does every cat and dog think they can step on me? With that, he casually tossed the head to the ground and stomped on it heavily. With a smash, General Mu's head burst like a rotten watermelon, blood and brains splattering across the stone pavement. The scene was horrifying, and Gu Yuning gasped in shock. Her face turned pale instantly, and she instinctively covered her mouth with both hands. The surrounding imperial guards were momentarily stunned, a flicker of confusion passing through their eyes, before they quickly realized what had happened, their expressions turning fierce. How dare you? You killed General Mu? One of the guards shouted angrily, his hand already on the hilt of his sword. You won't get away with this, another guard gritted his teeth and said. In unison, they drew their swords, the cold steel glinting as they surrounded Luo Tian and his companions with murderous intent. Luo Tian surveyed the crowd with a cold gaze, his brow furrowed, his fingers twitching slightly, as if ready to strike. Master, there's no need for you to act. I'll handle this. Jin Pengwang stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Luo Tian, his voice deep and resolute. In the next instant, Jin Pengwang's figure transformed into a golden flash of lightning. His movements were so fast they were nearly invisible. Only the sound of the air being torn apart and a few brief screams could be heard. Within moments, aside from Luo Tian and his two companions, everyone else lay dead on the ground, their bodies haphazardly strewn about. Blood spread across the floor, forming a shocking red pool. This. Gu Yuning's eyes widened, her lips trembling, still unable to comprehend what had just occurred. She had never witnessed such swift and decisive killing. Luo Tian turned to glance at her, a hint of confusion in his eyes. I say, Princess, how did this happen? Aren't the Imperial Guards supposed to be directly under the royal family's command? How did they end up under Shun Wu Wang's control? Gu Yuning finally regained some composure and, hearing Luo Tian's words, took a deep breath, shaking her head helplessly. The Imperial Guards were indeed under our royal family's control, but during the time I was away seeking help from the Gui Yuan sect, there was a major upheaval. The original commander of the guards died mysteriously, and the new commanders all became Shun Wu Wang's people. Luo Tian frowned, a flash of coldness in his eyes. Shun Wu Wang again. Gu Yuning suddenly stepped forward, speaking urgently. Let's set that aside for now. Luo Tian, please accompany me to the palace. Dealing with Shun Wu Wang requires careful planning. Her voice carried an undeniable worry, clearly aware of Shun Wu Wang's immense power and influence, which couldn't be dismantled overnight. However, Luo Tian shook his head impatiently, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. No need for long deliberations. Let's act directly. We'll start with the Imperial Guards. Where's their command center? How many are there? Gu Yuning hesitated for a moment before answering. It's inside the palace walls, and there are about 5,000 of them. Take me there, Luo Tian demanded resolutely, leaving no room for refusal. Gu Yuning frowned, her face full of concern. Luo Tian, the current commander of the guards, Mo Nanshou, is a close confidant of Shun Wu Wang and has a profound cultivation level. Plus, the 5,000 guards are not weak. We should wait for Master Ling Su to arrive. But Luo Tian paid no heed to her advice. His gaze pierced through the palace walls, looking toward a distant direction, and a slight smile played on his lips. Oh, found it. In the next moment, he grabbed Jin Pengwang with one hand and Gu Yuning with the other. The three of them vanished from their spot, leaving only a gentle breeze in their wake. In an instant, they appeared in a spacious courtyard. The yard was neatly arranged with weapon racks, and several large flags fluttered in the wind. This is... Gu Yuning was taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion, unable to comprehend what had happened or how they had suddenly arrived here. Jin Pengwang, however, was accustomed to his master's miraculous methods and stood calmly by his side. Who goes there? The sudden appearance of the trio immediately caught the guard's attention. One of the guards shouted loudly, his hand already on his sword hilt. At the shout, alarms blared throughout the courtyard, and the other guards were alerted, drawing their swords and surrounding them. Everyone, lower your weapons, it's me. Gu Yuning quickly called out, trying to calm the situation. Princess. A guard leader squinted his eyes, frowned, and then turned to whisper to his companion, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Following instructions, one of the guards ran off, and soon, a burly man emerged from a nearby tent. Dressed in commander's attire, with a finely crafted sword at his waist, his eyes brimmed with arrogance. Well, Princess, didn't I tell you to stay put in your palace and not wander around? The man sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. What brings you here? Planning a rebellion, perhaps? Rebellion. Hearing this, Gu Yuning's face turned livid with rage, her fists clenched, her whole body trembling. The man, noticing Luo Tian and Jin Pengwang beside her, momentarily showed a flicker of panic, but quickly regained his arrogant demeanor. Get back to your palace. If you dare step out again before the grand ceremony, I'll break your legs. TCH, if it weren't for the young lord's orders, I would have dealt with you, you little wretch, long ago. How dare you oppose Lord Shenwu? You're courting death. The man's face twisted with malice, and his voice dripped with disdain. Gu Yuning stood frozen, her eyes red and brimming with tears, ready to spill at any moment. Her body trembled slightly, clearly stung by his words. In this tense moment, Luo Tian, standing beside Gu Yuning, gestured for her to step back. She bit her lip and retreated to the side, while Luo Tian stepped forward, his gaze calm as he looked at the man. Hey, are you one of Shenwu's men? Luo Tian's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Only then did the man notice Luo Tian, sizing him up before nodding slightly. I am Mo Nanshou, one of the 4 generals under Lord Shenwu. He raised an eyebrow and asked, and who might you be? From Guiyuan sect. Luo Tian met his gaze steadily, nodding slightly in confirmation, then spoke in an even tone. I'll give you a chance. Kneel, swear allegiance to her. He gestured towards Gu Yuning behind him, his actions simple yet commanding. Mo Nancho was taken aback, then erupted in laughter, eyes filled with scorn. Did I hear wrong? You want me to pledge loyalty to this little wretch? I. Before he could finish, a sudden, dull bang interrupted him. In the next instant, Mo Nancho's body seemed to be struck by an invisible force, exploding into a mist of blood that dispersed into the air. It was Luo Tian who acted, his movements so swift that no one present saw what happened. What? Commander Mo? Lord Mo? The surrounding Imperial guards exclaimed in shock and fear, unable to comprehend how Mo Nancho died. Luo Tian's gaze was cold as he surveyed the crowd, his voice as icy as frost, reaching every corner. I'll say this only once. If you want to live, kneel and swear allegiance within 3 breaths. Otherwise die. His words were like a bomb, causing a commotion among the thousands of Imperial guards. The soldiers exchanged uncertain glances. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Don't be afraid, everyone. He's just one man. No matter how powerful he is, can he handle all 5,000 of us? That's right, don't fear him. Let's avenge Lord Mo together. Another voice chimed in. These words ignited courage among the soldiers, and the surrounding guards began to stir, hands on their weapons, ready to attack. Only a few quietly laid down their arms, kneeling in submission. In this tense moment, the soldier who first spoke suddenly froze. He noticed a small nail floating eerily before him. Looking around, everyone who hadn't knelt had a similar nail before them. What is this? Someone questioned, reaching out with a weapon to touch the nail. In the next instant, the sound of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh filled the air. The nails, as if possessed, bypassed all defenses, piercing into each person's head with precision. There were no screams, no cries. In a moment, over 4,000 Imperial guards fell, lifeless. The process was so swift it left one breathless, yet the scene was eerily quiet. This. Gu Yuning watched in horror, her face turning pale as her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. What kind of power was this? Such terrifying lethality was beyond her imagination. Luo Tian waved his hand lightly, and the invisible soul-calming nails vanished into the air without a trace. This was naturally the subtle use of his soul power, a force beyond ordinary comprehension. Good. It seems there are still some clear-headed ones among the guards. Luo Tian looked at the kneeling soldiers, his tone softening slightly. I don't know if it's fear or loyalty to the royal family, but you made the right choice. Stand up and join me in overthrowing Lord Shenwu. Why wise? The surviving guards stood up, eyes still filled with lingering fear, but thoroughly subdued. Gu Yuning snapped out of her daze, quickly approaching Luo Tian, speaking urgently. Master Luo Tian, the Imperial guards are strong, but they're no match for Shenwu's elite troops, and there are too few of them. It's not enough to overthrow Shenwu. Luo Tian glanced at her, calmly replying, I know they're not enough. Then why send them? Gu Yuning was puzzled. Luo Tian clapped his hands, a cold smile playing at his lips. I'm not sending them to fight. I'm sending them to clean up. Huh? Gu Yuning was completely bewildered. A cold glint flashed in Luo Tian's eyes, his voice filled with unshakable confidence. Soon, the Shenwu Palace will become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. We need someone to clean up the mess, don't we? Gu Yuning was stunned. She stood there for a moment, her gaze slowly sweeping over the scattered corpses of the Imperial guards on the ground. Her delicate eyebrows knitted tightly together. It's a pity, they're all warriors of our Night Breeze kingdom. She sighed softly, her voice tinged with inescapable sorrow. Luo Tian shot her a cold glance, a trace of disdain curling his lips. Such unnecessary compassion. These are not Night Breeze warriors. They are private soldiers of the Shenwu king. He suddenly raised his voice. If they didn't die, it would be you. Luo Tian stepped closer, his eyes sharp as a blade. If you don't clear your head, I suggest you gather your belongings and find a quiet place to live out your days in wealth. Gu Yuning was rendered speechless, her pretty face alternating between red and white. She bowed her head in thought for a moment, her slender fingers unconsciously twisting together. Finally, she looked up, her once confused eyes now filled with determination. I'm sorry, young Master Luo Tian. I was too naive, she said firmly, meeting Luo Tian's eyes. From now on, I won't entertain such unrealistic thoughts. Luo Tian finally nodded in satisfaction. That's better. Lead the way. We're going to the Shenwu King's mansion. Yes. Gu Yuning responded crisply. Meanwhile, inside the Shenwu King's mansion. Despite the late hour, the Shenwu King's mansion remained brightly lit, the red glow of lanterns reflecting off the towering walls, enveloping the entire residence in an atmosphere of authority. Inside the grand hall, the Shenwu King, dressed in military attire, sat with a stern expression, his face appearing particularly severe in the candlelight. On either side of him were various experts he had specifically invited, each exuding a calm, yet formidable aura. Lord Shenwu King, today, representatives from 6 major sects have arrived at our mansion, preparing to participate in the heaven worship ceremony. A middle-aged man in steward's attire reported respectfully, holding a ledger. 6 major sects. The Shinwu king's eyes narrowed. Is the Fumo temple among them? His voice was low and powerful. The steward slightly lowered his head and shook it. The invitation to Fumo temple has been sent, but none of the monks have responded. A cold glint flashed in the Shinwu king's eyes, like a blade of winter ice. Fumo temple. It seems they don't appreciate the gesture. Do they still intend to side with the royal family? He said coldly, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Beside the Shinwu king, a lean scholar coughed lightly and furrowed his brows. Lord Shinwu king, the strength of Fumo temple is among the best in all the major sects. Especially that Zen master Tianan. Though he has kept to himself in recent years, his prestige and power remain. If they oppose us, it might be problematic. The Shinwu king snorted, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Zen master Tianan? A few years ago, I might have been wary of him, but unfortunately, he is no longer worth my attention. He waved his right hand forcefully. Sending him an invitation was a courtesy. If he doesn't want it, so be it. Once the heaven worship ceremony is over and I ascend the throne of Night Breeze Kingdom, Fumo Temple will be eradicated. Long live His Majesty. Everyone shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the hall. The Shinwu king waved his hand to quiet them. Though it's only a matter of time, I haven't ascended yet. So let's not get ahead of ourselves, he said, suddenly recalling something, his brows furrowing. By the way, has the Crimson Blood Scorpion returned? The scholar quickly stood up and bowed. Reporting to my lord, I've sent messages multiple times, but the Crimson Blood Scorpion has not responded. The Shinwu king's brows knitted tightly, his expression dark as water. That scoundrel. I provided him with so many resources and even promised him the blood refining of 30 cities, yet he dares to stand me up. He slammed his fist heavily on the armrest. It seems after the ceremony, he can't be allowed to remain either. The scholar bowed respectfully. As you say, my lord. He hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering. Additionally, my lord, there's another matter I need to report. Speak. The Shinwu king's gaze was piercing. The scholar took a deep breath. There's intelligence that a major incident has occurred in the Zwi secret realm of the Guiyuan sect. The legacy of Zwi Daist has emerged, and a peerless genius has appeared in Beibei City. Before the words were finished, King Shinwu waved his hand with a smile and said, I know what you're going to say. You're talking about that young man Luo Tian, right? The scholar nodded quickly. Exactly. King Shinwu chuckled softly. I've heard about this for a while now. No need to worry about it. The scholar looked puzzled. Oh? Why not? King Shinwu glanced at him sideways. Can't you see? Whether it's the so-called Zwi Daist legacy or this genius Luo Tian, it's nothing but Guiyuan sect's attempt to bluff. As you know, Guiyuan sect has been allied with the Gu royal family for generations. Naturally, they don't want to see the Gu family fall. However, their strength isn't enough to threaten me, so they resort to creating some facade, spreading false news, and inventing someone like Luo Tian to make me cautious. He took a sip of tea and continued. Unfortunately for them, Guiyuan sect is too afraid of me, and their lies are too absurd, saying things like a youth comparable to the tribulation stage, or shattering the heavenly tribulation, killing the Wei family ancestor. Do they think I would believe such nonsense? They must take me for a 3-year-old child. The surrounding guards and scholars couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the topic shifted as they all began to discuss. This lie is just too ridiculous. That Ling Shuzi must have lost his mind to say something like that. It's really strange that they would even come up with such a story. But I'm curious, what is that Luo Tian feeling right now? If he knew we were laughing at him, he might be scared to tears. As everyone was laughing and chatting, a cold voice suddenly interrupted. Is it really that funny? Everyone froze and turned to see who dared to speak so disrespectfully to King Shinwu. In the corner of the hall, a young man sat cross-legged, holding a chicken leg and taking a bite, seemingly enjoying it. Beside the young man, an old man looked awkward and embarrassed. Huh? Lord Wang, is this your son? How can he be so unruly? One of the Shinwu guards snapped impatiently. Lord Wang was taken aback and replied with a mournful face. I don't know him. He suddenly appeared here and pushed me aside, even snatching my chicken leg. What? Everyone was stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. This was the Shinwu king's residence, and yet someone had managed to break in and openly grab food. It was all too incredible. However, at that moment, they noticed that the young man was not alone. Standing beside him were a man and a woman. The man stood over 2 meters tall, exuding a powerful aura, while the woman was stunningly beautiful, her eyes full of evident anger. Princess? One of the Shinwu guards exclaimed. Others quickly recognized her too, realizing that the woman standing behind the young man was Princess Gu Yuning of the Nightwind Kingdom. Yet, this revelation only deepened their confusion. Wasn't she supposed to be imprisoned in the palace, not here? Could it be that King Shinwu had invited her? All eyes turned toward King Shinwu, seeking answers. His expression grew more complex under their scrutiny. Who are you? King Shinwu's gaze fixed coldly on the young man, his tone stern. The young man looked up fearlessly, smiling as he replied, "Me? I'm the Luo Tian you've all been talking about." As his words hung in the air, the entire hall fell into a sudden, stunned silence. "What? Luo Tian? You?" Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. This name was enough to instill fear in any powerful figure in the Night Wind Kingdom. Luo Tian, the man who performed astonishing feats in the Zwi secret realm, had become a legend in the martial world. However, the Zwi secret realm belonged to the Guiyuan sect, and the Guiyuan sect had always been at odds with the Shenwu king's residence, a rivalry that had persisted for countless years. So, even though Luo Tian's exploits had become the talk of the town, very few had actually seen him in person. Most people only knew the rumors that sounded too incredible to be true. Who would have thought that the legendary figure, Luo Tian, would appear here? "Shenwu King, you traitor!" On the other side, Gu Yuning could no longer hold back, shouting the words that had long been buried in her heart. Her eyes burned with fierce anger, ready to erupt at any moment. She said in a deep voice, "Back then, my father trusted you immensely. He not only gave you supreme power, but also entrusted you with our royal family's heirloom. Outsiders may not know why my father never returned, but don't you? He ventured into the land of life and death to find an antidote for you. And you." Before she could finish, tears welled up in Gu Yuning's eyes, but she held them back. Her gaze was sharp, and her voice grew increasingly emotional, almost breaking into a sob. "All these years, you've controlled the court, purged dissenters, slaughtered my royal kin, and now you want to usurp the throne. Do you think you're worthy of my father? Are you even human?" The Shenwu king sat high above, sneering at Gu Yuning with a look of disdain. "Little girl, you and your foolish father are just alike. Back then, I fought battles for him, returned to the court pretending to be poisoned, claiming that only something from a certain place could cure me. And he believed it. How naive and laughable." The Shenwu king chuckled contemptuously, then burst into loud, unrestrained laughter that echoed throughout the hall, painfully grating. "You?" Gu Yuning was stunned, a mix of shock and fury. She finally understood the truth. It turned out that all these years had been part of the Shenwu king's carefully orchestrated plot. The others in the hall only now grasped the situation, a flicker of fear passing through their eyes. The emperor of the Night Wind Kingdom had not attended court for years, rumored to be bedridden with illness, but the truth was far harsher. "But," the Shenwu king said coldly, looking at Gu Yuning, "now that I've secured victory, the truth is irrelevant to me." A trace of viciousness flickered in his eyes. "Your timing is perfect today. The sacrificial ceremony requires the bloodline of the Gu family to commence. You might as well stay here. After the ceremony, I could marry you off to my useless son as a concubine, at least sparing your life. Consider it a bit of mercy from me to the Gu family." "You bastard." Gu Yuning was enraged beyond measure, waving her hand to reveal the faintly visible red tattoo on her right arm, the bloodline mark of the Gu family, known for its legendary and mysterious power. However, the Shenwu king, upon seeing this, narrowed his eyes slightly, watching her with caution. "Little girl, you'd better not act rashly. With your current abilities, you can't harm me in the slightest. You'll only end up burning yourself to ashes." "It doesn't matter. Do you think I still care about life and death?" Gu Yuning's voice was low, firm as steel. The Shenwu king laughed coldly, squinting his eyes. "Then go ahead and try." Gu Yuning took a deep breath, ready to unleash the power within her, but, oh, the chicken leg tastes great, tender and flavorful, even better than what my chef makes at home. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Luo Tian, chewing on a delicious chicken leg, watched the intense standoff with amusement, seemingly unfazed by the conflict before him. "It seems this chef needs to stay alive, or I'd really be at a loss." His eyes twinkled, and a faint, enigmatic smile played at the corners of his mouth. Luo Tian gently put down the chicken leg he hadn't finished, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if he wasn't yet satisfied. He glanced around, noticing all eyes were on him. He wiped his hands and stood up, walking towards the king of Shenwu. "King of Shenwu, I'll give you a chance. Gather everyone you can find and bring them here. Today, I'll settle things with all of you right here," Luo Tian said coldly. "What did you say?" The king of Shenwu frowned, his voice low and threatening. Just as he was about to lose his temper, another angry voice rang out. "Boy, you're courting death." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a figure lunged towards Luo Tian, reaching out a massive hand to grab him. However, in the next instant, bang, bang, two dull explosions echoed in the air, and the two attackers burst into clouds of blood midair, dying on the spot. "What?" Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them. Even the king of Shenwu squinted his eyes. He hadn't managed to see how Luo Tian had made his move. "It seems I've underestimated you." The king of Shenwu slowly stood up, his previous disdain replaced by a chill. He looked around, his voice thunderous as it echoed through the hall. "Everyone, attack immediately, kill them." "Yes." With the command, a dozen figures charged out from the sides of the hall. "Master, let me handle this." King Jinping suddenly spoke, swiftly leaping forward to meet the oncoming enemies. Boom! King Jinping's power was nearly lethal in one blow, sending all the attackers flying with a single strike. Blood splattered in the air, painting a gruesome picture. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Among those defeated were formidable experts, yet they couldn't withstand even one move. And who are you? The king of Xinwu frowned deeply, suddenly feeling perplexed. This person was clearly not ordinary. King Jinping scoffed disdainfully. You don't recognize your grandfather? Didn't you once want me as your mount? The king of Xinwu was stunned for a moment. Then a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he suddenly realized. You're King Jinping? King Jinping sneered, his tone full of anger. That's right. It's me, your grandfather. King Jinping's fury erupted completely at that moment. The painful memories of almost being killed by the king of Xinwu and becoming a living corpse drove him to charge at his adversary. The king of Xinwu snorted coldly, his eyes glinting with malice as he stared at King Jinping. Fine. I didn't expect you'd dare to come. In that case, I'll personally tame you as my mount today. No sooner had he spoken than he extended his hands, unleashing a powerful aura that swept towards King Jinping like a torrent. Oh, Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest in his eyes. This king of Xinwu's aura is much stronger than typical experts of his level. No wonder he's the top among the 10 great powers of the Night Wind Kingdom. King Jinping frowned slightly. In the past, he might have felt immense pressure, but he was no longer the same as before. Boom! With a backhand strike, King Jinping unleashed a powerful energy, sending the king of Xinwu flying. His body crashed through the walls of the hall, landing heavily in the depths of the king of Xinwu's mansion. You wretch, I'll tear you apart. King Jinping shouted, chasing after him swiftly. Jinping, be careful not to bring down the kitchen. Luo Tian called out loudly from behind. The others stood silently, watching everything unfold, deeply shaken within. The Golden Rock King soared into the sky, revealing his true form, and unleashed a massive light sphere towards the Xinwu King. The Xinwu King stared at the rapidly expanding light sphere, his face turning ashen. The terrifying energy swirling within the sphere sent a chill through his body, a cold sweat running from his feet to the top of his head. He knew all too well that this was a full-force strike from a powerful Guishu realm warrior, and he stood no chance of withstanding it. It's over. Despair filled the Xinwu King's heart. His legs felt like they were weighed down with lead, unable to move. Just as the light sphere was about to engulf him, a figure appeared like lightning in front of him, raised a leg, and precisely kicked the light sphere that the Golden Rock King had unleashed. Whoosh! The light sphere, capable of destroying everything, was kicked straight into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. What? The Xinwu King's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a powerful attack had been kicked away by someone. As he focused his gaze, he was utterly stunned. It was Luo Tian who had saved him. Master, the Golden Rock King, hovering in the air, was taken aback to see Luo Tian intervene. Luo Tian's expression was icy as he looked up and questioned, were you trying to destroy the entire city with that blast? The Golden Rock King finally realized they were still within the capital. Although the strike could have killed the Xinwu King, its wide-ranging impact would have resulted in numerous innocent casualties. It seems the master still cares for the people and doesn't want me to commit such atrocities. The Golden Rock King thought to himself. However, Luo Tian's next words left him speechless. I told you to spare that chef. If you had struck down like that, how would the chef have survived? The Golden Rock King was at a loss for words, realizing that was the main concern. Seizing the brief moment of distraction, the Xinwu King spun around and darted away like a frightened rabbit. Damn, he's escaping. The Golden Rock King exclaimed urgently. Luo Tian, however, shook his head calmly and said, it's all right, he won't get far. To him, the Xinwu King's escape was nothing more than a futile struggle. Meanwhile, the Xinwu King stumbled and crawled to the back courtyard of the royal palace, arriving at a courtyard sealed by a protective formation. Help! Someone help me! He shouted frantically, his voice filled with terror. With the Xinwu King's arrival, the formation's light flickered, and the hidden courtyard gradually became visible. What's going on? Weren't you told not to disturb us unless it's urgent? A cold voice emanated from within the courtyard, tinged with annoyance. Hearing this voice, the Xinwu King trembled, bowing as if he had found a savior. My lord, I didn't want to trouble you, but a formidable enemy has arrived. A formidable enemy? Huh. What formidable enemies could there possibly be in your Night Wind Kingdom? The voice replied disdainfully. Then, four figures slowly emerged from the courtyard, their outlines becoming clearer in the sunlight. Xinwu King, you're supposed to be a future king, yet look at you now. Have some dignity. A tall, thin man with a sharp face mocked, his eyes full of mockery. Indeed, if word of this gets out, it would be quite embarrassing. The other three chimed in, ridiculing him one after another. The Xinwu King's face flushed with embarrassment, but he couldn't afford to care about his pride. He cupped his hands and said, Everyone, something terrible has happened. The little girl from the Gu royal family has called for reinforcements. Oh, I thought so. After all, as a member of the royal family, how could she not put up a fight? But I'm curious, who did they call for help? Could it be the assassins from the Ghost Fiend Hall? A chubby man among the four grinned, his eyes gleaming with contempt. No, it's... The Shinwu King began to explain, but felt a gust of wind behind him. The Golden Rock King and Luo Tian, having returned to human form, had already caught up, followed by Princess Gu Yuning and several others from the royal palace. Oh, a divine beast from the abyssal realm? The chubby man's eyes lit up with greed as he gazed at the Golden Rock King, nearly drooling. Wow, if we could capture it as a mount, that would be quite the status symbol. Even if we can't get it alive, killing and selling it would fetch a great price. After all, every part of a divine beast is precious. His companion, equally excited, rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with avarice. Exactly, this is a huge opportunity. The Golden Rock King spread its wings slightly, its gaze coldly sweeping over the group. These four uninvited guests exuded powerful auras, each at approximately the 4th level of the abyssal realm. Such strength could dominate anywhere. Gu Yuning witnessed the scene, her teeth clenched, shouting fiercely, Shinwu King, so you have indeed conspired with outsiders. The Shinwu King snorted, his expression dark, refusing to respond to her accusation. At that moment, the slender man among the four stepped forward, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Oh, so this is the little princess of the Gu family? A mere girl, managing to uphold a doomed dynasty for years. It's not easy. His voice was sharp and grating. But unfortunately, it's all destined to end. An elderly man with red hair stepped forward as well, his beard twitching as he chuckled. Indeed, under your Gu family, Nightwind Nation has grown weaker. Despite wielding such power, you've let it come to this. A hint of greed flickered in his eyes. Now, your family's luck has run out. Little girl, hand over that thing, and I might spare your life. You all. Gu Yuning's gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping over each person before finally resting on Luo Tian. Her eyes filled with a mix of expectation and worry. Luo Tian stood with his hands behind his back, calmly observing them as if they were mere ants. Are you all here to protect the Shinwu King? The red-haired elder was infuriated by Luo Tian's attitude, flames of anger blazing in his eyes. He spoke coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to us? Get lost, we've decided to protect the Shinwu King. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared directly in front of the red-haired elder, moving so swiftly that his trajectory was invisible. What? The elder's pupils contracted, his arrogance instantly replaced by terror, leaving him no time to react. Bang! Luo Tian's fingers clamped like steel on the elder's throat, lifting him off the ground. The elder's feet dangled, his face reddening as he futilely clawed at Luo Tian's wrist. Why are people so despicable? Can't you speak nicely? Luo Tian's voice was as cold as a winter wind. Damn it, let him go. The chubby man roared, his massive body suddenly surging with speed. A giant sword, as large as a city gate, appeared in his hands, runes flickering along the blade as he swung it down at Luo Tian. This strike carried the full pressure of an abyssal realm master, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. It was as if he were swinging a small mountain at Luo Tian. However, clang, the blade was effortlessly stopped by Luo Tian's casually extended finger, unmoving. What? The chubby man's eyes widened in disbelief as the giant sword trembled in his grip. Luo Tian slowly turned his head, his gaze like a knife directed at the chubby man. Just one look from Luo Tian made the chubby man feel as if his soul was about to shatter. An unprecedented terror rose from within, leaving him with only one thought escape. Boom! The chubby man turned to flee, his legs exploding with all the power he could muster. This was not the kind of monster he had been told to expect in Nightwind Nation. Yet, as soon as he turned, Luo Tian was already behind him, as if anticipating his move. Did you really think you could just leave after that? Luo Tian's voice echoed in the chubby man's ears before a punch landed. Boom! The punch landed squarely, and the chubby man's body burst like a rag doll. He had no time to react before being smashed to death, his remains scattering. What? Everyone present was stunned, especially the Shinwu King, whose face turned deathly pale. These four abyssal realm masters were one of his carefully prepared trump cards. Yet, in front of Luo Tian, they were as fragile as paper, unable to withstand even a single blow. If this continued, the Shinwu King's face darkened. Taking advantage of the shock, he quietly retreated behind the remaining three and turned to flee. At this moment, Gu Yuning was equally shocked. She had thought that having even one powerful figure at the Suhui realm behind the Shinwu King would be rare, but now four had appeared all at once. Despair spread through her heart. She had planned to fight to the death, but upon seeing the four Suhui realm experts, she witnessed two of them being brutally killed by Luo Tian in an instant. Since when did the Suhui realm become so fragile? Luo Tian casually tossed aside the corpse of the red-haired elder and turned his gaze to the remaining two. A chill ran through them, their faces turning pale as they hurriedly stepped back, eyes filled with terror. Friend, let us explain. One of them forced a smile, his voice trembling. We were just passing by and were invited by the Shinwu King to stay for a while. You can ask Shinwu King. They turned to look, only to find that the Shinwu King had already disappeared. That untrustworthy guy, they cursed in unison, angered. However, Luo Tian's gaze remained icy, unmoved by their pleas. He stepped towards them, and the enormous shadow that had formed in the air manifested alongside him, its hands poised to crush them. You said you would protect Shinwu King, then go and die, Luo Tian said coldly, his tone devoid of emotion. At this moment, one of the two Suhui realm experts' expressions changed drastically, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Kid, don't underestimate me. If you dare to kill me, I'll take half the people of Nightwind Nation's city with me. Before he finished speaking, his body began to swell, his aura surging. Gu Yuning, witnessing this, shouted urgently. Be careful, he's going to self-destruct. Self-destruction, an extreme measure for Suhui realm experts, had devastating power, especially in the bustling area of the Shinwu King's mansion. If it exploded, countless lives would be lost. However, Luo Tian sneered, and with a wave of his hand, the giant palm of the shadow enveloped the man's body. As the man's spiritual energy erupted, poof, a muffled sound, as if the air itself didn't tremble. The self-destructing expert was as fragile as paper, reduced to ashes in Luo Tian's palm without causing a ripple, only a few wisps of black smoke escaping through his fingers. Seeing this, the last remaining Suhui realm expert fell into utter despair. Even self-destruction had no effect? What kind of monster was this? He let out a bitter laugh, feeling utterly lost. In the next moment, Luo Tian's hand closed, and the other Suhui realm expert didn't even have a chance to react before he was crushed to death. None of the four Suhui realm experts were spared. Witnessing this, the faces of the subordinates in the Shinwu King's mansion turned ashen. They had thought they would be rewarded and become founding heroes, but instead, the situation had turned so dire. Some couldn't help but turn to flee, but Luo Tian coldly commanded, Jinpeng, watch these people. Anyone who tries to escape, execute them on the spot. Yes. Jinpeng Wang replied firmly. Afterward, Luo Tian walked unhurriedly towards the depths of the Shinwu King's mansion. Meanwhile, the Shinwu King stumbled towards a secret location, still holding onto a sliver of hope despite knowing all four experts had perished, hoping for a chance of survival. Because he still had one last card to play, the most powerful one of all. Mr. Hay, where are you? King Shinwu paced the palace corridor, his voice laced with urgency and fear. Just then, footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor, and the prince of King Shinwu emerged with a puzzled expression. Father, what's the matter? Seeing his son, King Shinwu's tense face relaxed slightly, and he asked urgently, Child, where is your master? Bring him out quickly. King Shinwu had witnessed his son's master's incredible power firsthand, and believed that if he intervened, even Luo Tian would be unable to harm him. My master. The prince shook his head slightly. He went to the Yulong Kingdom on business a few days ago, and hasn't returned yet. What? King Shinwu's body shook violently, his legs gave way, and he collapsed into a chair behind him, his face ashen. Father. The prince rushed forward in alarm. What's wrong? Are you hurt? At this tense moment, steady footsteps suddenly approached from outside the door. Swish. Hearing these footsteps, King Shinwu trembled all over, his legs weakening further. Who dares enter without a summons? Courting death. The prince, who had just been respectful, suddenly turned grim and shouted coldly. The door curtain lifted, revealing Luo Tian's figure. He stood with his hands behind his back, calmly surveying the two inside the hall. Courting death? Are you referring to me? Luo Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. And who might you be? The prince snorted coldly. Blind fool, don't you recognize me? I am the prince of King Shinwu. Kneel. Upon hearing the name, Luo Tian's eyes narrowed, glinting with cold light. Prince of King Shinwu. So it's you, he said coldly. The first crisis after his arrival in this world was caused by this very prince, and now, here he stood before him. The prince scrutinized Luo Tian, frowning slightly. Who are you? Me? Luo Tian. Luo Tian replied briefly. Upon hearing the name, the prince was momentarily stunned, then realization dawned on him. I remember now. Aren't you that useless fiancé of Lan Xiaoer? I heard you ruined Lan Xiaoer, that perfect vessel. I've been meaning to settle the score with you, but I've been too busy. I didn't expect you to come to me. But this is better. Saves me the trouble of traveling far to kill you. He stepped forward, his voice dripping with contempt. Come on, country bumpkin, let me show you what true genius is, what true despair feels like. With his movement, a menacing skeletal phantom slowly emerged behind him, exuding a chilling aura. Child, don't. On the other side, King Shinwu reached out a trembling hand, trying to stop his son, his voice filled with fear. The prince merely smiled slightly. Father, don't worry, I'll finish this quickly. With that, He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his body shooting towards Luo Tian like an arrow, while controlling the skeletal phantom behind him to strike at Luo Tian. Die, he shouted confidently. However, bang. Before the skeletal phantom could touch Luo Tian, it shattered like glass under an invisible force, dispersing into light particles in the air. What? The prince halted abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief. This move was personally taught by his master and had never failed. How could it now? Luo Tian watched him coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. In the next instant, he reached out swiftly, grabbing the prince's arm and yanking hard. Rip! With the sound of tearing flesh, the prince's entire arm was forcibly ripped off. The prince let out a blood-curdling scream as blood gushed forth. Luo Tian looked down at the struggling figure in pain, speaking coldly. Genius, is it? Despair, is it? Today, let me show you what that truly feels like. As Luo Tian pointed at the head of the crown prince of the Shenwu king, the prince froze like a wooden post, his eyes vacant. What have you done to my son? The Shenwu king asked in a panic, his voice trembling. Luo Tian glanced at him indifferently, a cold smile playing on his lips. Relax, he's not dead yet. But what he's experiencing now is probably worse than death. Before he finished speaking, the crown prince suddenly convulsed violently, letting out a piercing scream before regaining his senses. He looked around in confusion, fear in his eyes. What's happening? Is this the Shenwu king's residence? Luo Tian, this can't be. Are you okay, my child? The Shenwu king asked anxiously. Father? You're alive. The prince's voice quivered as if he'd seen a ghost. Those tortures, were they a dream? Remembering the ordeal, he trembled, his face pale, nearing a breakdown. Luo Tian chuckled coldly. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. With that, he raised his hand to point at the prince again, who once more froze like a puppet. Luo Tian, how much did the Gu family pay you? The Shenwu king's residence is willing to double it. The Shenwu king whispered urgently. The Gu family didn't pay me anything, Luo Tian sneered. Helping them was just convenient. My real aim is to kill you and your son. Why? The Shenwu king was stunned. Not for money, just to kill us. Luo Tian's eyes were sharp. It's simple. Your son and I have a grudge. I could have let it go, but he tried to use the power of the Shenwu king's residence to kill my entire family. That I cannot tolerate. Only then did the Shenwu king realize he had unwittingly offended Luo Tian, and he glared viciously at his son. Luo Tian, it's my fault for not disciplining him. You can kill this wretch, but please spare me. The Shenwu king pleaded. Luo Tian examined the father and son with interest. Interesting, you're willing to sacrifice your own son? This little beast brought it upon himself. Luo Tian scrutinized them closely. Strange, you look nothing alike. You're so rugged. How did you father such a delicate son? Is he really yours? The Shenwu king's face changed, but he forced a smile. Of course, he's mine. Luo Tian said no more, placing his hand on the Shenwu king's head. Instantly, a flood of memories surged into his mind. I see, Luo Tian said in realization. You sent your real son to Wuyo Immortal Palace and raised a fake one. How do you know that? The Shenwu king was shocked. Luo Tian calmly replied. Just a little trick. Shenwu king, whether it's your real son or a fake one, if you had controlled him better, none of this would have happened. At that moment, the crown prince regained consciousness again, his voice weak as he said, Father, please kill me. In just a few minutes, the heir to the Shenwu king had undergone a shocking transformation. His black hair had turned gray in a short span, and deep wrinkles had appeared on his young face, making him look decades older. Get out, you troublemaking beast. Shenwu king suddenly roared, his eyes wide with rage. Why don't you just die already? In his fury, he completely lost his usual dignity, resembling a trapped beast. Father, the heir was stunned. Although his father had always been cold towards him, he had never spoken such venomous words. Shenwu king sneered. Don't call me father. You're not my son at all. Your biological parents? They were just a pair of worthless fools I killed with my own hands. He continued through gritted teeth. At that time, I had just had a son, and it was a turbulent period. To protect my biological son, I made you his substitute. But look at you, constantly causing trouble for me. And now you've even led me to my death. I wish I could cut you into pieces, you little beast. These words were like a heavy hammer, shattering the heir's psychological defenses. His face turned ashen, and he trembled violently. No, I don't believe. I don't. Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and after a few convulsions, he died. Luo Tian was also taken aback by this scene. However, upon reflection, he realized that the person had already been on the brink of soul destruction due to the torment of soul power, and now, with such a devastating revelation about his identity, it was no surprise that his soul perished. Turning his attention to Shenwu king, Luo Tian was about to take action when the latter urgently shouted, Luo Tian, you can't kill me. The consequences are beyond what you can bear. Do you think it's wise to say that now? Luo Tian frowned slightly. I'm not bluffing. If you kill me, you'll be avenged by those you can't afford to provoke. Shinwu King showed a look of panic. Stop pretending to be mysterious, Luo Tian said coldly. I'm giving you a chance. Show all your cards, and I'll deal with them all at once. I can't say. Shinwu King shook his head, refusing. Luo Tian didn't waste any more words and placed his hand directly on Shinwu King's head, intending to read his memory. However, he discovered a strange black mist shrouding the memories, indicating someone had tampered with them, which only piqued Luo Tian's interest further. He immediately mobilized his immense soul power to break through the restriction. Just as the black mist was about to dissipate and the truth was about to emerge, a mark deep in Shinwu King's consciousness suddenly exploded. Boom. With a muffled sound, Shinwu King's body went rigid and fell straight to the ground. Luo Tian was taken aback for a moment and looked down at Shinwu Wang. He found the man's gaze vacant, pupils dilated, as if he were an empty shell, completely unresponsive. Luo Tian quickly released his soul power to investigate, only to discover that Shinwu Wang's spirit was shattered into countless fragments, scattered deep in his consciousness like a broken mirror, making it impossible to read even a trace of his memories. Damn, he actually set up a self-destruct restriction? Luo Tian frowned, speechless. The opponent had gone to such lengths for secrecy, an astounding level of caution. Now Shinwu Wang was nothing more than a walking corpse, which only piqued Luo Tian's curiosity further. He squinted, pondering. Who exactly is the opponent? What are their goals? Why go to such extremes? Unfortunately, all of this had now become an unsolvable mystery. Well, since I'm already involved, if I don't go looking for them, they'll come looking for me. I'll just deal with it as it comes, Luo Tian muttered to himself, casually grabbing Shinwu Wang by the collar and dragging him out like a rag doll. At the doorway, Gu Yuning stood in shock, staring at the once formidable Shinwu Wang, now reduced to a lifeless puppet. Luo Tian, is this Shinwu Wang? What happened to him? She asked incredulously. Luo Tian shrugged casually. Oh, sorry, I accidentally turned him into an idiot. An idiot? Gu Yuning's eyes widened, struggling to accept the reality. The once fearsome Shinwu Wang, who had terrorized the entire Night Wind Nation, had become an idiot? All right, my revenge is complete, and I've vented my anger. Luo Tian clapped his hands. I'll lend you Jinping. You can handle the rest, right? Gu Yuning quickly snapped out of her shock, nodding firmly. Of course, no problem. With Shinwu Wang incapacitated, his forces would be left leaderless and in chaos. And with a powerful ally like Luo Tian at her side, restoring order would be a simple task. In the capital, many supported the royal family but had been suppressed by Shinwu Wang's faction, afraid to speak out. That night, Luo Tian found a random inn to settle in, while the Night Wind Nation's capital was swept by a storm of chaos. The turmoil lasted a full day and night before finally calming down. By the dawn of the third day, order was restored in the capital, and the grand sacrificial ceremony proceeded as scheduled. Gu Yuning personally took the stage, loudly recounting Shinwu Wang's numerous crimes over the years to the public. She then ordered the now lifeless Shinwu Wang to be brought to the altar, where he was publicly executed under the watchful eyes of the masses. Those court officials and military figures who had conspired with Shinwu Wang were also systematically dealt with. Initially, some resisted, but under Jinping's pressure and with the timely arrival of other sects like Guyuan's sect, the balance of power shifted decisively. The remaining resistors were ultimately annihilated. However, Gu Yuning did not resort to a bloody purge. For those forced to follow Shinwu Wang, she showed mercy, sparing their lives and allowing them to continue serving the court. This act of leniency eased many concerns and helped win the hearts of the people for the new regime. The Night Wind Nation quickly returned to normalcy. Once everything was settled, Gu Yuning came to see Luo Tian again. With a solemn expression and deep gratitude in her voice, she said, Luo Tian, if it weren't for your intervention, the Night Wind royal family would have faced utter ruin. On behalf of the Gu royal lineage, I thank you. After speaking, she disregarded her royal status, knelt down, and bowed deeply. Luo Tian glanced at her and replied calmly, Princess, there's no need for thanks. After all, I didn't do it primarily for you. However, there are some things you might need to explain. Gu Yuning's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze, her voice tinged with apology. I'm sorry, Luo Tian. I was worried you wouldn't help us, so I hid the news about my father. As I mentioned at the Shinwu King's residence, my father is indeed not in the capital right now. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with worry. A few years ago, he entered the false imperial tomb to save the Shinwu King. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow and leaned forward slightly. False imperial tomb? Gu Yuning nodded solemnly. Yes, that place is publicly declared as the imperial tomb of the Gu family. But in reality, no one from our family is buried there. We made this claim to keep outsiders away. Oh, why would you do that? Luo Tian's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Gu Yuning took a deep breath, her shoulders tensing slightly. Because several fierce demons are sealed there. Fierce demons? Luo Tian's gaze sharpened as he stared at her. Gu Yuning nodded, her fingers lightly tapping the table. It's a long story. Over 1,000 years ago, three extremely powerful demons wreaked havoc across the land, slaughtering countless lives. Several neighboring countries gathered many strong warriors to hunt them down, but they all failed. Those who participated were either killed or severely injured. Her voice grew somber. In the end, even the Tianyang kingdom, the dominant power of Fenglinsu, sent four of its strongest warriors, but they also failed. Luo Tian's eyes widened in surprise. That powerful? What level were these demons? Gu Yuning shook her head, a hint of confusion on her brow. I'm not sure. According to our family's ancient records, the terrifying thing about these demons wasn't just their combat power, but that they couldn't be killed. Couldn't be killed? Why is that? Luo Tian leaned forward, clearly intrigued by this information. Gu Yuning folded her hands on her lap. I don't know the details. The ancient texts only state that. There were indeed powerful warriors who suppressed these demons, but in the end, they were all counterattacked and killed. Her voice lowered. So later, the sages devised a plan. When the demons were about to ravage our Night Wind Kingdom's capital, they set a trap to seal them in a place of absolute darkness, using the phoenix true flame as the core, creating a balance of yin and yang to seal them completely. She paused. To prevent outsiders from approaching, we built a fake imperial tomb to enclose the sealed area. Our Gu family, being able to control the phoenix true flame, became the guardians of the seal. Luo Tian nodded slightly after listening. So why did your emperor father go to such a place? Gu Yuning's face showed a bitter smile. Because the place of absolute darkness contains Phoenix true flame, creating a unique environment of extreme yin and yang. In this environment, a special substance called chaos essence is produced. It not only aids in cultivation but also has miraculous healing and detoxifying properties. Her voice turned somber. My father was deceived by the Shinwu king and entered the false imperial tomb to retrieve some chaos essence, but ended up trapped inside. After speaking, Gu Yuning fell silent, her eyes full of worry. However, as she remained silent, Luo Tian suddenly stood up, his eyes shining. Wait a minute. Did you say there's something in that false tomb? His voice trembled with excitement. Chaos essence. Gu Yuning looked up in surprise. Why? Have you heard of it? Luo Tian slapped his thigh, a joyful expression spreading across his face. My goodness, I've been searching everywhere for it. I never thought I'd find news of it here. He quickly walked over to Gu Yuning, eagerly asking, where's this false tomb? Take me there. Chaos essence was exactly what Luo Tian needed to break through to the spiritual transformation stage. However, no one in the Luo family had ever heard of such a substance, and Luo Tian had been worried about where to find it. Who would have thought he would find a lead here? Princess, could you take me to the false imperial tomb? Luo Tian asked. What? Gu Yuning shuddered, standing there as if struck by lightning. Moments later, her eyes reddened and tears welled up as she choked out. Young Master Luo Tian, I deceived you. Yet you bear no grudge and even think of rescuing my father. I'm truly. Her voice broke, overwhelmed by emotion. Meanwhile, Luo Tian was utterly confused. Rescue her father? She must be mistaken. He was there for the chaos aura. Rescuing her father was merely incidental. Why was she suddenly so moved? No. I'm after the chaos aura, Luo Tian candidly replied. But upon hearing this, Gu Yuning became even more emotional, her voice trembling. Young Master Luo Tian, I understand. Someone like you, who helps without expecting anything in return, doesn't need to explain. I understand everything. What on earth are you talking about? Luo Tian was speechless, feeling like she was having a conversation with herself. Then, he watched as Gu Yuning took a deep breath, straightened up, adjusted her clothing, and solemnly bowed to him, saying with determination, Young Master Luo Tian, if you can rescue my father, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. Even if you ask me to. Her face flushed red with embarrassment, unable to finish her sentence. Luo Tian was taken aback, looking at her shy yet resolute expression, feeling a bit helpless. Was she trying to win him over? Wait, it seems she already had. Never mind, let's not dwell on it. Take me to the false imperial tomb, Luo Tian said, not wanting to linger on the matter. Yes. Gu Yuning immediately responded, her expression serious. Soon, they set off, heading to a deep forest hundreds of miles north of the capital. The area was heavily guarded with troops stationed along the way. However, with Gu Yuning leading, they encountered no obstacles. After passing through several layers of security, they finally arrived at the entrance to the false imperial tomb hidden deep in the forest. Young Master Luo Tian, one more step forward leads to the place where the three demons are sealed. The phoenix true fire of my royal family can tear open a gap in the seal, allowing you to enter, Gu Yuning said, looking at the clearing ahead, her face serious. But, once inside, I can no longer assist you. Luo Tian nodded, his expression calm. I understand. Go ahead. Gu Yuning took a deep breath, slowly rolled up her sleeve, revealing an arm as white as snow. On her arm was a phoenix tattoo, its eyes closed as if in a long slumber. As her spiritual energy surged, her aura suddenly intensified, and the phoenix opened its eyes. A sharp cry pierced the air, followed by a burst of blazing phoenix true fire from her arm, burning fiercely. With a rumbling sound, the space in front of the tomb shook violently, and a spatial rift leading into the depths slowly appeared, like a gateway to an unknown sealed realm. Gu Yuning's face turned pale, clearly exhausted, but she managed to say, "Young Master Luo Tian, the rift is open. If you find my father, with his phoenix true fire, he can open the rift from within and escape. If you can't find him, I'll return in 7 days to open the exit for you." "I understand. Thank you." Luo Tian nodded, his tone decisive. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the spatial rift. Young Master Luo Tian. Gu Yuning watched his figure gradually disappear, her cheeks flushing again, her heart filled with complex emotions. Boom. The next moment, the spatial rift closed abruptly, and everything returned to silence. Meanwhile, Luo Tian, having passed through the rift, found himself in a strange new world. What had happened here? He surveyed his surroundings, seeing the earth shattered, mountains torn apart, and not an inch of land left intact, as if the world had suffered an apocalyptic catastrophe. Above him, a massive, intensely hot fireball floated, exuding a powerful phoenix aura, its oppressive presence almost suffocating. Luo Tian stared at the flames, a thought stirring in his mind. This was the phoenix true fire, the key to sealing this place. "Let's go inside and take a look first," Luo Tian thought, stepping deeper into the cave. Before long, a unique cliff appeared before him. The cliff face was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been sliced cleanly by a divine weapon. It was covered with countless scribbled characters. Luo Tian focused intently, and despite the messy writing, the words were clear. "Seek death" was etched all over the cliff face, sending a chill down his spine. As he pondered the origins of this eerie inscription, a piercing wail suddenly echoed from afar, so harrowing it made his skin crawl. Instantly alert, Luo Tian's form flickered, and he teleported to the top of the rocky outcrop. The sight in the distance made him gasp. Amidst the ruins, a 12-armed skeletal figure was advancing slowly, its arms swinging through the air, each strike capable of shattering the earth. At the same time, another towering humanoid figure emerged from the opposite side, shrouded in a heavy aura of resentment, wielding a long sword engulfed in black flames. The two terrifying entities clashed instantly, sending shockwaves of energy rippling through the surroundings. Luo Tian now understood why this place was in such ruins. With these two monsters battling here, nowhere could escape destruction. At that moment, Luo Tian sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning, he saw an old man with a weathered face. The old man looked at Luo Tian with a sudden expression of panic. "Ow! How did you get in here?" The old man urgently interrupted Luo Tian's forthcoming explanation. "Don't speak. Conceal your presence, and follow me. Whatever you do, don't alert those two creatures." Luo Tian had no choice but to suppress his aura and follow the old man, dodging and hiding until they were far from the monster's battleground. Only then did the old man relax, scrutinizing Luo Tian from head to toe. "Young one, are you mad? This is the false royal tomb of the Night Wind Kingdom, a place sealing 3 great demons." "I know," Luo Tian replied with a smile. "I was entrusted by Gu Yuning to find the emperor of the Night Wind Kingdom." "Sir, you are." "Oh, you're looking for that emperor?" The old man interrupted. "Sorry, you've got the wrong person. I'm not him." Now it was Luo Tian's turn to be bewildered. If this man wasn't the Night Wind Kingdom's emperor who entered here years ago, then who could he be? The old man stood up, dusting off his hands. "All right then, since you're here to find that fellow, come with me. If you can take him out of here, all the better. Just make sure never to return to a place like this." With that, he turned and walked away. Luo Tian hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow the old man. "Who exactly are you, sir?" Luo Tian asked, his face full of suspicion, eyes fixed on the mysterious elder. "Me?" The old man chuckled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. "Just an old fool." Luo Tian wanted to ask more questions, but the old man fell silent and quickened his pace. Soon, they arrived at a secluded cave. The cave was surrounded by intricate barriers that not only concealed any internal presence, but also repelled external attacks. Luo Tian thought to himself that it was probably because of these barriers that the cave remained intact over time. The old man pointed a bony finger inside the cave. "That guy is in there, barely hanging on, though he might as well be dead." Following the direction indicated, Luo Tian saw a middle-aged man lying on a simple stone bed, emaciated and barely breathing, his chest rising and falling weakly, clearly on the brink of death. "What happened to him?" Luo Tian asked with a frown. The old man sighed, his voice tinged with helplessness. "A few years ago, this guy stumbled upon this place. Bad luck or good, I can't say, but he immediately encountered that skeleton you saw earlier and was swatted away. Strangely, he survived and I found him, keeping him here temporarily. But his injuries were severe, and despite my efforts, he hasn't improved. He's been clinging to life with a thread of spiritual energy. About half a month ago, he fell into a coma, and if he stays here, he won't last a few more days. Luo Tian looked at the unconscious man, puzzled. Isn't there supposed to be chaotic spiritual energy here? That should be great for healing. The old man's expression changed dramatically, becoming serious. There is chaotic spiritual energy, but I can't retrieve it. Why not? Luo Tian was even more perplexed. The old man shook his head, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes that Luo Tian couldn't decipher. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. If you're willing, I can show you the way, and you might be able to save him. Despite his doubts, Luo Tian nodded. All right, please guide me. The old man gestured for Luo Tian to follow him out of the cave. He pointed to a distant area bathed in the glow of the setting sun. See over there, where the phoenix's afterglow falls. That's where you'll find the chaotic spiritual energy. Then, the old man's tone became unusually solemn. But remember, you must return before the glow fades, and no matter who talks to you on the way, don't respond. Why? Luo Tian was full of questions. Just don't ask why, the old man urged. Go and come back quickly. By my estimation, you have 1 hour. Within that time, you must return and stay in the cave. If I don't come for you, you mustn't leave, even if it kills you. All right. Luo Tian agreed, though he didn't understand the old man's intentions, but he knew saving the man was urgent. With that thought, he swiftly teleported 1,000 meters away. That movement technique. The old man was surprised by Luo Tian's skill. Meanwhile, Luo Tian used his heavenly movement technique to rush to the location of the phoenix's afterglow. On the desolate land, countless spots of milky white chaotic spiritual energy were scattered across various sized pits, shimmering faintly under the sunset glow. Oh, there's so much of it. Luo Tian's eyes lit up, and he immediately set about collecting it. He took out a jade bottle from his pocket and carefully began to channel the chaotic spiritual energy into it. However, despite the seemingly abundant amount, collecting the chaotic spiritual energy proved to be quite laborious. Luo Tian went through more than a dozen deep pits, but only managed to fill half the bottle. Just then, the surrounding light began to dim as the phoenix's afterglow gradually faded. Clearly, the last of the phoenix's afterglow was fading, and night was about to fall over this sealed land. Luo Tian thought to himself, never mind, this should be enough. He turned to leave, but just then, a woman appeared in the distance, stumbling towards him. Someone else. Luo Tian was taken aback, puzzled as to why there were so many people in this sealed place. How many people had the ancient royal family allowed in over the years? The woman noticed Luo Tian as well, casting a quick glance his way, her eyes showing a hint of surprise before quickly regaining composure. If you don't want to die, leave now, she said coldly. Luo Tian frowned slightly. Although her words were harsh, he sensed no malice in them. He shook his head and continued to turn away. Just as he did, the woman suddenly collapsed to the ground. Luo Tian was startled and hurried to her side to check on her. It was then he saw her body was covered in countless sword wounds, so severe that he couldn't help but wonder how she had managed to keep going. This person, well, I should do a good deed, he thought, dragging her to a pit filled with chaotic spiritual energy, which he knew had healing properties. Surely, she would recover quickly. However, as he placed her into the chaotic energy, the woman suddenly let out a piercing scream, waking from her unconscious state. What's wrong? Luo Tian was alarmed, thinking that the chaotic energy was supposed to heal, not harm. Go! Get out of here! The woman shouted urgently. Luo Tian felt a pang of guilt. Had he done something wrong? Go, go! She kept yelling until her voice abruptly stopped. Then, her body began to transform. I told you to leave, and you didn't. Now die here, she roared, her body expanding as countless bones erupted from within her. In the next instant, she transformed into a massive skeletal monster. Luo Tian immediately recognized her as the creature he had seen from afar when he first arrived, one of the 3 great fiends that had been sealed. Die! The skeletal monster swung a massive hand at Luo Tian, who countered with a palm strike of his own. Boom! Their hands collided in the air, producing a deafening explosion. At the same time, the jade bottle in Luo Tian's hand, containing the chaotic energy, shattered from the impact, spilling its contents everywhere. Luo Tian's mouth twitched at the sight. You damned creature! Do you have any idea how hard it is to gather this stuff? He shouted angrily, slowly raising his head to glare coldly at the skeletal monster. The once fierce skeletal monster shivered involuntarily under Luo Tian's icy gaze. In the next moment, the grotesque face of the skeletal monster reappeared. Its massive bony claw was raised high and came crashing down towards Luo Tian. Boom! With a deafening roar, the colossal claw was sent flying into the sky. The skeletal creature paused in surprise, looking down at its severed claw with a hint of bewilderment in its eyes, then glared angrily at Luo Tian. You think you can mess with me? Luo Tian's expression turned icy, anger surging through him like a tidal wave. Whoosh! Without hesitation, he teleported into the air, his fist striking like lightning towards the skeletal monster. The creature barely had time to react before several bony claws quickly moved to block. However, boom. Luo Tian's punch was unstoppable, sending the monster's massive body flying thousands of feet back, crashing hard into the ground and leaving a deep trench. The skeletal creature let out an ear-piercing screech and glanced down to see one of its arms had been completely obliterated. It roared furiously at the sky, and the severed arm rapidly regenerated in a swirl of dark mist. Not only that, but its entire body emitted a dense black glow, causing the surrounding space to distort under its oppressive aura. Boom. The skeletal monster's enormous body charged towards Luo Tian. The terrifying power caused the air to crack around it, and in an instant, the creature was upon Luo Tian, ready to deliver a fatal blow. However, boom. Without hesitation, Luo Tian swung his hand once more, sending the skeletal monster flying again, this time even farther. In midair, countless bone fragments rained down like droplets, crashing heavily to the ground and nearly shattering completely. Just as the monster was about to disperse entirely, a flash of black light restored its massive skeletal body to its original state. Oh, still not dead. Luo Tian paused, a hint of surprise in his eyes, but a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. As expected of the legendary fiend, truly undying. He took a deep breath and quickly clasped his hands together. Whoosh. In an instant, a large, indistinct figure materialized behind him. The figure's features were unrecognizable, but its movements were perfectly synchronized with Luo Tian's. Roar. At that moment, the skeletal monster lunged at Luo Tian once more. Heavenly Dao Palm. Luo Tian shouted coldly, thrusting out a palm. The figure behind him mirrored his action, both hands moving in unison. A massive palm imprint formed in the air, pressing towards the skeletal monster. The creature frantically flailed its claws against the imprint, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly futile. With a thunderous crash, the palm imprint descended, completely crushing the skeletal monster. Its body disintegrated into countless bone fragments, leaving not even a trace of its presence. Courting death, Luo Tian muttered coldly, preparing to leave. Yet at that moment, crack, crack, a series of faint sounds echoed as in the air, a segment of bone rapidly reassembled. In no time, the skeletal monster's body reformed, restored to its original form. What? Still not dead? Luo Tian was taken aback. The power of that palm strike could shatter even a heavenly tribulation, yet this skeletal monster survived? It was utterly baffling. His brow furrowed, a deep sense of confusion rising within him. Could it really be immortal? On the other side, after reappearing, the skeletal monster seemed to have grown more composed. She watched Luo Tian warily, her gaze as sharp as a knife. Then, she let out an ear-splitting roar towards the sky. Instantly, two responding roars echoed from afar, deep and resonant, carrying an unmistakable threat. In the next moment, boom, a distant mountain peak suddenly collapsed, dust billowing. A humanoid creature wielding a massive black sword shot forward like a meteor, shattering the mountains it passed. Luo Tian immediately recognized the creature. It was the same one he saw battling a skeletal monster when he first entered the seal. Simultaneously, from another direction, the ground shook violently, as if the world was splitting apart. A creature cloaked in blazing lava emerged from underground. The three demons had finally gathered. Luo Tian murmured to himself, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Roar! The three demons bellowed in unison, their presence overwhelming, like a thunderous storm as they charged at Luo Tian. Each demon's aura was suffocatingly powerful, clearly at the peak of their tribulation stage. Together, their combined force was even more terrifying. However, bang, bang, bang. Three deafening thuds rang out in succession, and the three demons were sent flying backward, their momentum disrupted like a broken bamboo. Luo Tian calmly drew his sword, the sword energy sweeping across like a torrent, slicing through the three demons. Each swing unleashed a force akin to a thunderbolt, instantly tearing and shredding their bodies. To his surprise, the demons' bodies regenerated in an instant. Luo Tian frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Are you truly immortal?" he muttered coldly, his eyes gleaming with a piercing light. The sword energy once again arced through the air, shredding the demons' bodies. Yet, with each regeneration, they were promptly slain again, without a chance to counterattack or escape. Finally, after countless repetitions, the skeletal monster was the first to fall. As its bones were crushed into fragments one last time, a figure fell out from the shattered skeleton. It was the woman Luo Tian had seen before. Next, the sword-wielding creature was the second to crumble, and a middle-aged man slowly emerged from the massive creature's body, blood staining the surroundings. The last creature didn't last much longer either. Its body was cleaved apart, and from the shattered remains, an old man tumbled out. Luo Tian's eyes flickered with surprise, his heart filled with disbelief as he recognized the old man. How could it be him? This old man was the very one who had once guided him into a cave. How could he be a demon? Luo Tian was stunned, finding it hard to believe as he stared at the elder. The three demons were supposed to be bloodthirsty creatures with heinous crimes. Yet, this old man exuded none of that demonic aura. He seemed like a kindly elder. Luo Tian's confusion deepened, but he refrained from acting immediately. Instead, he dragged the three individuals to the side. They were all severely injured and unconscious, clearly having suffered grave wounds. Luo Tian sighed softly, choosing to ignore them for now, and continued to collect the chaotic spiritual essence. After the intense battle, the surrounding landscape had drastically changed, making the task of gathering the chaotic essence significantly more challenging. Luo Tian quickened his pace, and after several hours of effort, he finally collected enough of the essence. Meanwhile, a pained groan broke the silence. The middle-aged man among the three demons was the first to awaken, slowly opening his eyes, his expression filled with agony, clearly not yet recovered from his grievous injuries. Awake? Luo Tian stared at the middle-aged man, his voice tinged with confusion. The middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically upon seeing Luo Tian, a flash of terror in his eyes. Who are you? He stammered. His expression shifted rapidly, and he whispered urgently. You need to leave quickly. I can't control myself. I don't want to kill you. Go now. Luo Tian was speechless, filled with doubt. What was wrong with this guy? Clearly a demon, yet he's urging me to escape? And does he really have the power to kill me? As he pondered this, a sudden sharp pain struck him, causing him to wince. At that moment, a woman slowly opened her eyes. She frowned, touching her injured body, and upon seeing Luo Tian, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. What? You're not dead? How is that possible? Qinglian, what's going on? The middle-aged man asked, bewildered as he looked at the woman. Before the woman could respond, an elderly man standing nearby coughed. Why am I still alive? His voice was filled with disappointment, and then confusion crossed his face. Where is this place? Turning to Luo Tian, he asked in shock. Was it you who defeated the three of us? Who are you? Luo Tian rolled his eyes and replied coldly. Shouldn't I be asking you that? You three, known as the legendary three demons, thinking of saving people? What's going on with you? The three exchanged glances, and finally, the old man sighed and began to speak. Well, there's nothing to hide. Since you asked, I'll tell you. He proceeded to recount their past. The three of us are from the northern region. Over 1,000 years ago, we were considered prodigies in our own right. The woman, Fu Qinglian, was a saintess of a major sect, Jian Yi, a genius of swordsmanship, and I, Yi Tongling, a master of formations. We had known each other for many years, sharing similar personalities, and became sworn siblings. But even with our extraordinary talents, we hit a bottleneck at the peak of the tribulation stage, unable to advance. Jian Yi, the youngest, was the most anxious. As for me, Yi Tongling, I was older, with my lifespan nearing its end. Without a breakthrough, I would die. So, the three of us traveled the world, seeking a way to break through. Eventually, Jian Yi discovered a rumor about an ancient immortal's tomb, said to hold the opportunity for a breakthrough. We were ecstatic and agreed to enter the immortal's tomb together. After facing numerous dangers, we finally reached the depths of the tomb and saw the immortal's coffin. We were so excited that we opened it immediately. At this point, Yi Tongling's voice faltered, his face showing a hint of pain. Jian Yi and Fu Qinglian bit their lips, clearly recalling unpleasant memories. Luo Tian's eyes showed a hint of doubt, and he asked softly, So, the treasure in the immortal's tomb wasn't really an immortal? Yi Tongling nodded, his tone heavy. Not exactly. The tomb exists, but the coffin held not an ordinary immortal, but the finger bone of a fallen immortal. A fallen immortal? Luo Tian frowned slightly, puzzled. Jian Yi explained. A fallen immortal, as the name suggests, is an immortal who has fallen into the demonic path. Such fallen beings are more evil than true demons. Luo Tian immediately understood, his expression growing serious. So, you were tainted by the aura of the fallen immortal? The three nodded silently, seemingly lost in the painful memories. The so-called immortal's tomb was a trap, Yi Tongling sighed. This fallen immortal was dismembered and buried for reasons unknown, yet it never gave up, seeking resurrection. It lured powerful cultivators into the tomb, using its aura to corrupt us, intending to make us its immortal slaves. Indeed, after being tainted by him, we broke through the shackles of our realm and gained immortality, Fu Qinglian said in a low, pained voice. Ordinary methods can't kill us, but the price is that our bodies and minds are being eroded by the fallen immortal's aura every day, gradually losing our reason and turning into demons that know only slaughter. She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles white. To stay sane, we must cleanse the fallen immortal's aura within us with fresh blood. But this means we still have to kill the innocent. Luo Tian frowned deeply. So, you either go mad and kill people or kill to maintain your sanity? The three nodded heavily, their eyes filled with struggle. The fallen immortal's methods are truly insidious, Luo Tian said coldly. Fu Qinglian gave a bitter smile, tears sliding down her cheeks. The three of us were never bloodthirsty by nature. When we realized something was wrong, we tried to end our lives to escape, but, she choked, we simply can't die. So the traces of attempted suicide on the cliff were left by you? And being sealed here was your choice? Luo Tian asked. Yi Tongling nodded in explanation. This was the best solution we could think of. From the selection of the sealing site to the arrangement of the formation, I did it all myself. Since we couldn't escape, we thought it better to seal ourselves away forever, to cause less harm. At Luo Tian's words, he couldn't help but see these so-called three demons in a new light. He raised the chaotic spirit in his hand, deep in thought. Yi Tongling then said, our bodies are polluted by the fallen immortal's aura, while the chaotic spirit is a pure entity, and the two repel each other. Contacting it recklessly would have terrifying consequences, which is why I couldn't heal that emperor. At this moment, Fu Qinglian curiously asked, how did you manage to restore our sanity just now? The other two also looked on with puzzled expressions. Luo Tian rubbed his nose, glancing at the remains on the ground, and said, nothing special, really. I just killed you dozens of times. What? The three were taken aback. They exchanged glances and suddenly knelt down together. Please, sir, kill us, they pleaded in unison. For 1,000 years, we've suffered under the torment of the fallen immortal's aura. If this continues, we'll ultimately become complete puppets of the fallen immortal, monsters that know only killing. Please, sir, end this for us. Please, my lord, end our lives. The three of them knelt once more, their eyes filled with sincerity and determination. Luo Tian looked at the three before him, caught in a dilemma. If they were ordinary enemies, he would have slain them without hesitation. But their situation was unique, and the thought of acting rashly made him uneasy. Is there no other way? Luo Tian asked, frowning. Yi Tongling's face showed a hint of bitterness. If there were another way, why would we seal ourselves here, seeking death every day? As far as I know, there is no alternative. Indeed, Fu Qinglian added. To remain sane, the demonic aura must be cleansed with blood. If you refuse to kill, you will descend into madness. It's a no-win situation. A sudden glimmer appeared in Luo Tian's eyes. So, as long as there's blood, it can temporarily suppress the demonic aura? Jian Yi nodded. That's correct. But the amount of blood needed to suppress the demonic aura is enormous. Without hesitation, Luo Tian raised his hand and cut his fingertip. Instantly, a drop of golden blood hovered in his palm, emitting a faint glow in the air. Who among you will try this? He asked. Yi Tongling's eyes showed a flash of understanding. My lord, you intend to. He stopped mid-sentence, quickly cautioning. It's not enough. One drop of blood won't suffice. Don't be so quick to dismiss it. Let's try first. If it doesn't work, I can still kill you, Luo Tian insisted. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Tongling nodded. Very well. He took the drop of blood and swallowed it. Fu Qinglian sighed and shook his head. Why waste such precious blood, my lord? Jian Yi remained silent. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. Yi Tongling's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead as his body trembled violently. Why is it happening again so soon? The other two exclaimed in shock. The demonic aura shouldn't have reacted again so quickly after its last outburst. Luo Tian, kill my brother quickly, Fu Qinglian urged through gritted teeth. Yet Luo Tian stood motionless, quietly observing Yi Tongling. Suddenly, Yi Tongling let out a long howl, releasing a powerful wave of energy. His body began to emit a faint golden light, exuding a rich aura of life, starkly contrasting with the sinister aura of his previous demonic transformation. Fu Qinglian and Jian Yi stood up abruptly, unable to believe their eyes. Gradually, the golden light faded, and Yi Tongling's complexion turned rosy. What is happening? Yi Tongling looked at his hands in disbelief. Brother, what happened? The other two asked anxiously. Yi Tongling looked up, his face full of astonishment. The demonic aura has been suppressed. What? The other two exclaimed in unison. It was unbelievable previously. Even large amounts of blood could only temporarily suppress the demonic aura, and now, just one drop had completely subdued it? The corrupt celestial energy may have been suppressed, but it hasn't dissipated. It's just temporarily dormant. Yi Tongling remarked after carefully sensing it, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. With this suppressive force, we can maintain it for at least a year. A year. The other two were astonished by his words. For those who had long been tormented by the corrupt celestial energy, a year of clarity felt like an immense blessing. At that moment, Yi Tongling suddenly closed his eyes, his expression grave. In the next instant, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. His skin cracked, and red-hot lava seeped from the fissures, swiftly forming a massive lava monster. What's happening? Wasn't it already suppressed? The two were shocked, despair rising in their hearts. However, the lava monster raised a hand to signal them. Don't worry, it's me. I'm still in control. You can actually remain rational? Fu Qinglian covered her mouth in disbelief. Having experienced countless instances of demonic transformation, She knew all too well the agony of losing one's mind. Yi Tongling quickly reverted to his human form and explained, I can now control the corrupt celestial energy and switch forms at will. However, in the demonic state, blood consumption doubles. If I remain in that state, the suppression might only last for 6 months. Luo Tian nodded and said, as expected, the corrupt celestial energy within you could be suppressed. It's just that the blood power used before was too weak. As my cultivation increases, the suppression time will lengthen, and one day we'll completely resolve this issue. Hearing this, the three knelt before Luo Tian in unison. Young master, for 1,000 years, we never thought we could recover. Every day was spent in despair. You have given us hope and rebirth. We are willing to follow you through fire and water, without hesitation, they declared, bowing their heads in respect. Luo Tian quickly helped them up and granted each of the other two a drop of blood. In that case, you shall be the protectors of the Luo family. With these powerful 3 demons guarding the northern city, the Luo family would be impregnable even against an entire nation's force. After ingesting the blood, Fu Qinglian and the other quickly mastered controlling the corrupt celestial energy, maintaining their sanity and transforming at will. All right, Luo Tian clapped his hands. Everything is settled. Let's take the old emperor of the Gu family back. Afterward, the 3 of them found where the old emperor was hidden and carefully lifted his still unconscious body, leaving in haste. The seal was originally designed by Yi Tongling. In the past, he chose to lock himself away in this place forever, thus never leaving. However, now that the threat had been temporarily eliminated, how could this place still bind him? With Yi Tongling's help, the seal was swiftly breached. Meanwhile, outside the false imperial tomb in the capital of the Night Wind Kingdom, Gu Yuning stood anxiously at the spot where she parted with Luo Tian. Time had passed, yet there was no news. How was Luo Tian doing? What about her father? Thinking about her father's long disappearance and the terrifying legends of the 3 demons, Gu Yuning grew increasingly restless and uneasy. Perhaps it was a mistake to let Luo Tian enter. What if he never returns? She began to regret her decision. Just then, a buzzing sound filled the air. The space before her suddenly began to distort violently. Gu Yuning paused for a moment, then felt a surge of joy in her heart. Clearly, this was a sign that the seal was being opened from the inside. Who else could open it from within? With a gust of wind, a rift in space appeared, and Luo Tian emerged, accompanied by the 3 demons. Luo Tian, father. Gu Yuning turned eagerly, her gaze instantly locking onto the emperor. At that moment, the emperor of the Night Wind Kingdom was being carried on Jian Yi's shoulder, still unconscious. Father, are you alright? Gu Yuning's heart tightened at the sight of her father's weakened state, her face turning pale with anxiety. Don't worry, he's alive. Let's head back first, Luo Tian said calmly. Gu Yuning nodded, feeling slightly relieved, and left with them. With the help of the 3 demons, their return was much faster, and they quickly arrived at the palace. Once inside, Gu Yuning immediately instructed everyone to keep their distance and placed the emperor in a secret chamber. Luo Tian then took out a bottle of chaos elixir from his robe, a miraculous remedy capable of saving lives. He carefully poured half of it into the emperor's mouth. The emperor, who had been on the brink of death, began to recover visibly. Although he had not fully regained consciousness, his life was no longer in danger. It was only a matter of time now. Seeing the emperor's recovery, Gu Yuning finally breathed a sigh of relief. She bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, sir, for saving my father. Ever since I let you enter the seal, I've been filled with regret. After all, the 3 demons were inside, known for their ruthlessness and bloodthirstiness. If anything had happened to you, I would never be able to forgive myself. As she finished speaking, a tear glistened in her eye. She turned to the 3 demons behind her, asking curiously, by the way, who are these 3 gentlemen? Luo Tian glanced at the 3 demons, who looked somewhat awkward, and said softly, why don't you introduce yourselves? Fu Qinglian cleared his throat, looking displeased but speaking in a deep voice. Your Highness, we are the infamous, ruthless 3 demons. What? Gu Yuning exclaimed, jumping back in shock. These 3 are the 3 demons mentioned in the ancient texts. She recalled the family records that warned of the 3 demons' emergence, predicting a catastrophic massacre that could potentially doom the entire Night Wind Kingdom. Now that they were free, could it be? She quickly turned to Luo Tian, her heart pounding. Don't worry. Things aren't as you imagine, Luo Tian said calmly, continuing to explain. These 3 were indeed once fierce, but I've managed to temporarily suppress their demonic aura, so they no longer pose that threat. Gu Yuning still seemed a bit skeptical, but seeing Luo Tian's calm demeanor, some of her doubts eased. Her gaze complex, she looked at the 3 demons, suddenly realizing that perhaps everything was not as straightforward as she had initially thought. Only then did Gu Yuning let out a sigh of relief. Her hands trembled slightly, and her eyes still held a trace of uncertainty and suspicion. The information she had just received was completely different from the common knowledge she had known for over a decade. Even with Luo Tian's detailed explanations, when she saw the three demons, her instinctive reaction was one of resistance and fear. The three demons noticed her reaction, but merely smiled nonchalantly. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, they had long reached a state of openness and wouldn't be bothered by others' attitudes. By the way, Princess, Luo Tian suddenly said seriously, I have something I need your help with. Please, go ahead. Gu Yuning quickly replied, adjusting her demeanor. Luo Tian took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it over. I need some special materials for my cultivation that can't be found in Bianbei City. Could you help me look for them? Gu Yuning carefully reviewed the list and soon dispatched people to make inquiries. With her connections and information network as a princess, her efficiency in gathering information far surpassed that of ordinary families. Indeed, within half a day, she returned with news. Sir, most of the materials on the list can be found in the capital, but there are 2 items that are not available within our Night Wind Kingdom. She pointed to 2 items on the list. One is the Scarlet Blood Spirit Pearl, and the other is the Yellow Spring Jade Water. Luo Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Do you know where these 2 items can be found? The source of the Scarlet Blood Spirit Pearl is known, Gu Yuning explained. It comes from the Heavenly Frost Kingdom. Although it's rare, it's offered as a prize at the annual Heavenly Frost Martial Tournament. Heavenly Frost Martial Tournament? What's that? It's a martial arts competition held by the Heavenly Frost Kingdom, open to young people from surrounding countries. The winners not only receive generous rewards, but also gain access to Mount Sumeru. Mount Sumeru? Luo Tian repeated thoughtfully. Gu Yuning continued. Mount Sumeru is one of the 3 great secret realms of Fenglin continent. Every time it opens, it attracts strong individuals from all over Fenglin continent, and even much of the northern region. The opportunities it holds are 1,000 times more precious than all the secret realms in our Night Wind Kingdom combined. And the Yellow Spring Jade Water you need happens to be in Mount Sumeru. How does our Night Wind Kingdom fare in this tournament? Luo Tian asked. Gu Yuning's expression became awkward. Well, in the past, we did send participants, but our prodigies never won a single match. Most of them died in the arena, and those who returned were crippled. 12 years ago, after discussions with various major powers, my father decided not to participate anymore. Luo Tian nodded. I understand. Then I'll go myself. What procedures are needed to enter the Heavenly Frost Martial Tournament? What? Gu Yuning looked up in disbelief at Luo Tian. Sir Luo Tian, do you really intend to enter the Heavenly Frost Martial Tournament? Luo Tian's expression was resolute. Of course, I am determined to obtain these 2 materials. Gu Yuning's face lit up with joy as she earnestly said, if you really participate in the Tianshuang martial contest, you will surely come out on top and bring honor to our Yefeng nation. Over the years, because of the Tianshuang martial contest, our nation has struggled to hold its head high among others. With your help, Luo Gongzi, it is truly a great blessing for the Gu royal family. With that, Gu Yuning quickly walked to the treasury and retrieved an age-worn token, handing it respectfully to Luo Tian. Luo Tian Gongzi, this is your entry token for the Tianshuang martial contest. The competition is next month, and we sincerely hope you will attend. Luo Tian accepted the token, gently tracing its patterns, and after bidding farewell to Gu Yuning, he set off with King Jinping and the 3 demons to return to the Luo family. Having been away from home for several days, there were numerous matters to address before heading to Tianshuang Nation. As they approached Beibei City, Yi Tongling suddenly frowned, scrutinizing the city with a serious expression. Is there a problem, Yi Lao? Luo Tian noticed his change in demeanor and inquired. Yi Tongling responded immediately. Gongzi, Beibei City is remote with poor feng shui and sparse spiritual energy. It's fine for ordinary people to live here, but it's far from ideal for establishing a top-tier power. What do you suggest, Mr. Yi? Either find a place rich in spiritual energy to establish a new family, or… Yi Tongling paused. I have another method. We could use special techniques to redirect the Earth's spiritual veins and transform this place into a blessed land. Seeing Luo Tian's surprise, Yi Tongling explained. The residences of prestigious families maintain their spiritual energy for thousands of years by using such methods. Upon Luo Tian's inquiry, Yi Tongling demonstrated his spirit-guiding technique. Forming seals with his hands, countless spiritual texts emerged from his body, entering the ground. Moments later, a spirit deer emitting white light approached cautiously, eventually stopping beside Yi Tongling and dissolving into a wisp of clear energy. With the spirit deer's disappearance, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly intensified. Yi Tongling, sweating from his forehead, explained to Luo Tian, spiritual veins are like the Earth's meridians. The stronger the spiritual vein, the more it can take form and gain intelligence. The white deer just now was the strongest spiritual vein within 1,000 miles. Unfortunately, the spiritual veins throughout Yefeng Nation are scarce and limited, which is why I suggest relocating the family. Intrigued, Luo Tian couldn't help but ask, Yi Lao, could you teach me the art of guiding spiritual veins? Yi Tongling nodded and said, Of course, it's possible. However, although this technique seems simple, it's not easy to execute. It requires not only a strong soul force, but also a high level of control over spiritual energy. As he spoke, he gathered his soul force, and an invisible wave of energy flowed from his fingertips, transmitting a scripture directly into Luo Tian's mind. All right, young master, shall we enter the city? Yi Tongling withdrew his gesture and gestured forward. Luo Tian shook his head slightly. Wait a moment. Yi Tongling was momentarily stunned, then smiled with understanding. Young master, you don't intend to read the entire scripture now, do you? I advise you not to rush. It's better to take it slow. This scripture is a rare spiritual vein scripture, one of the finest in Fenglinsu. Before he could finish, he noticed Luo Tian had already opened his eyes, with a peculiar glint in them. Yi Tongling assumed Luo Tian had given up and tried to comfort him. Don't be discouraged, young master. Scriptures of this level are exceptionally difficult to cultivate. When I first acquired it, it took me half a month just to read through it once. Unexpectedly, Luo Tian suddenly formed a seal with his hands, his fingers moving as he began to execute the technique. This is... Yi Tongling's pupils narrowed. He recognized Luo Tian's hand gestures immediately. They were exactly what was recorded in the scripture. Could it be that he had already? A faint vibration sounded, and spiritual texts appeared around Luo Tian. These texts were entirely different from the vague symbols on Yi Tongling. Each character was crystal clear, with golden edges shimmering as if some mysterious Tao rhythm was swirling around them. At that moment, a white spirit light rabbit leaped out from the distant grass, its eyes sparkling with intelligence. As if summoned, it dashed madly towards Luo Tian. Upon reaching him, it affectionately nuzzled his leg, acting obsequious, as if it had found its master. This... Yi Tongling was dumbfounded. As a spirit guide, he had guided countless spiritual veins over the years and was well versed in their habits. Even the weakest spirit veins, if capable of taking form, were inherently proud. When had they ever shown such warmth to a human? Curious, Yi Tongling reached out to touch the rabbit, but it deftly dodged, glaring at him with disdain and even spat. Turning back, it resumed its fawning posture, continuing to nuzzle Luo Tian's ankle. Yi Tongling awkwardly withdrew his hand, deeply shocked. Clearly, this spirit-forming vein was only close to Luo Tian. Brother, look! At this moment, Fu Qinglian exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Turning his head, Yi Tongling saw that from the distant land, hundreds of spirit veins in various forms had emerged, resembling squirrels, deer, and birds. They rushed towards Luo Tian, crowding around his feet affectionately. In their eagerness to be close to Luo Tian, some even started fighting, creating a scene both chaotic and peculiar. The crowd was speechless at this sight. Brother, have you ever seen anything like this? Jian Yi asked in amazement. Yi Tongling shook his head. Never heard of it. The young master is indeed extraordinary. It seems our trio has chosen the right person to follow. The other two nodded in agreement. Glancing at the surrounding spirit veins, Yi Tongling remarked with a hint of regret. The only pity is that the spirit veins attracted by the young master are all too weak. Fu Qinglian, however, was unbothered. Though weak, there's strength in numbers. With these spirit veins gathered, the future concentration of spiritual energy should rival that of a third-rate power in Fenglinsu, right? Yi Tongling nodded in acknowledgement. Almost, but it's still a bit of a pity. Little did they know, in a distant mountain range, several strong figures stood solemnly in the air before a majestic spirit mountain. Beneath them, a dragon-shaped spirit vein occasionally appeared, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to tremble with each emergence. Truly a supreme earth spirit vein, already taking dragon form. If we could draw such a vein into our Luo sect, it would ensure our prosperity for another 3,000 years. An elderly man with white hair spoke excitedly, his eyes gleaming with desire. Alas, such a spirit vein is incredibly difficult to subdue. We've expended countless resources and spent 3 years, yet we've only managed to move it 100 miles south. To bring it to our Luo sect, it would take another 30 years at least, another person sighed. No matter how many decades, as long as this golden dragon enters our Luo sect, it will be worth it. The others nodded in agreement. Just then, the ground beneath the golden dragon quaked, and it soared into the sky, its star-like eyes gazing intently northward, as if sensing a call. What's going on? What's happening with this spirit vein? The old man muttered suspiciously to himself, his gaze fixed on the golden dragon before him. Suddenly, the dragon seemed to sense something, shook its head and tail, and swiftly sped northward. Don't go. The old man reached out abruptly, trying to catch it. However, the earth spirit vein's manifestation was not something he could easily control. The golden dragon's form gradually faded into the air, sinking straight into the ground, and he could vaguely feel it racing north at an incredible speed. Chase it, catch up with it, the old man roared, a flash of uncontrollable rage in his eyes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, A dozen figures swiftly darted in the direction the golden dragon had flown. Yet, moments later, they returned to the old man's side, dejected. Why have you come back? Where's the spirit vein? The old man's eyes narrowed sharply, his voice filled with anger. Ancestor, we lost track of it. One person replied cautiously. What? The old man glared, his eyes filled with undisguised disappointment and fury. You useless lot. What good are you? Another person beside him cautiously advised. Ancestor, it's not entirely their fault. Spirit veins are naturally elusive. If it truly wants to leave, no one could catch up with it. Hearing this, the old man's face turned ashen, his blood boiling, and finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with indescribable pain and frustration. Damn it, I've spent half my life searching and finally found a sacred-level earth spirit vein, only for it to escape. He clenched his fist tightly and growled. Investigate it. Find out where that spirit vein went. Yes. The crowd responded in unison and quickly dispersed. Outside the city of Beibei, Jian Yi surveyed the silent land in the distance and said in a deep voice, It's been a long time since a spirit vein has appeared again. It seems to have reached its limit. Fu Qinglian turned to Yi Tongling and asked softly, Big brother, what do you think? Yi Tongling stroked his beard, his eyes filled with awe as he gazed at the distant scene. His voice was full of reverence. The young master's talent is exceptionally high. If he doesn't pursue martial arts and focuses on cultivating that scripture, perhaps in 1,000 years, he could indeed attract a sacred-level spirit vein. A sacred-level spirit vein? What is that like? Fu Qinglian and Jian Yi asked in unison, curiosity flashing in their eyes. Yi Tongling took a deep breath, as if recalling something, and slowly said, I haven't seen one with my own eyes. As you know, sacred places in the world are few, and people like us don't even have the qualification to approach them. But I've heard from seniors that when a sacred-level spirit vein takes form, it's no ordinary thing. Some become giant spirit turtles, golden crows, or even the legendary golden dragon. As Yi Tongling spoke passionately, Fu Qinglian and Jian Yi's expression subtly changed, as if they had heard something shocking. What is the golden dragon like? Fu Qinglian couldn't help but ask. Yi Tongling paused briefly before continuing. Oh, the golden dragon, legend has it, is 1,000 zhang long, shining with golden light, imbued with the essence of the great Tao, elusive and unpredictable. Jian Yi suddenly interjected. Is it a 5-clawed golden dragon with lightning flashing in its eyes? Yi Tongling was taken aback and turned to Jian Yi in surprise. Brother, you actually know about these things? You understand spirit veins. Jian Yi smiled wryly, pointing behind Yi Tongling. Big brother, look, doesn't the golden dragon you just described look like that? Yi Tongling turned around to see a massive, golden dragon shimmering in the sky, its eyes flickering with lightning, as if carrying a profound and unfathomable power. He was stunned for a moment and then murmured, Yes, it looks just like that. Alas, it's a pity that the golden dragon is just a legendary existence. I fear I won't see it in this lifetime. Before he finished speaking, the faces of Fu Qinglian, Jian Yi, and King Jinping had already changed dramatically. At that moment, Yi Tongling finally realized that the golden dragon behind him might not be just a legend. He turned back again, staring intently at the image of the golden dragon, as if struck by lightning. He jumped up suddenly. In the dazzling golden light, a majestic and sacred golden dragon spiraled in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura. A sacred-level spiritual vein? How is this possible? Yi Tongling's voice trembled. Such a treasure is extremely rare in the world, yet Luo Tian summoned it on his first attempt to channel spiritual energy. Realizing this, his gaze towards Luo Tian was filled with awe. I thought I knew his talent well, but now I realize. Yi Tongling shook his head with a wry smile. I know nothing about him. At that moment, Luo Tian slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and said, Oh, I'm exhausted. This scripture really drains my soul power. Another hour of this, and it might deplete half of my soul energy. Hearing this, Yi Tongling almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Such an earth-shattering feat, yet it hadn't even consumed half of his soul power? Is he even human? Suppressing his shock, Yi Tongling urgently said, Young master, this is a sacred-level spiritual vein. You must find a way to integrate it into this place. If it stays, Bianbei City could become a paradise akin to a sacred land. Really? That powerful? Luo Tian looked at the golden dragon in surprise, then casually pointed towards the Luo family. Hey, you, go live over there. Yi Tongling's heart was in his throat. Such a noble spiritual vein, even the strong of sacred lands would treat it with reverence, not command it so directly. But to his amazement, the golden dragon indeed spiraled once and rushed towards Bianbei City, disappearing into the ground in an instant. Other spiritual veins dissipated as well, and the spiritual energy concentration in Bianbei City soared instantly. Yi Tongling reached out to sense the air, feeling the almost tangible spiritual energy, and gasped. With such a level of spiritual concentration, even a fool could quickly cultivate to the realm of flight. The three demons exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Luo Tian, however, simply dusted off his hands and said, "Let's go, into the city." Bianbei City was already in an uproar. Someone in a secret chamber broke through inexplicably. Cabbages in the vegetable garden grew taller than trees in an instant, and even real estate transactions were completely transformed due to the surge in spiritual energy. Houses that were once considered expensive at 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones suddenly had a price tag of 80 million. All of this signaled that Bianbei City was different from now on. Returning home, Luo Tian gathered all his clan members and recounted the recent events. It was only then that everyone realized the changes in Bianbei City were due to Luo Tian's summoning of a spiritual vein. What? A sacred-level dragon vein. When Luo Tian revealed the final outcome, the clan members were wide-eyed and astonished. Some cheered, while others were so excited they couldn't help but dance around. The entire hall was filled with jubilation. However, amidst the excitement, an elder clan member stepped forward with a frown. Luo Tian, a sacred-level spiritual vein will surely attract unwanted attention. It's manageable while you're in the city, but what if you're not around? Won't we be in danger? His words quickly dampened the cheers, and concern etched itself on everyone's faces. Luo Tian nodded in agreement. This is indeed a concern. He turned to Yi Tongling. Tongling, I want you to oversee the reconstruction of Bianbei City. Besides fortifying the city defenses, establish a formidable protective formation. A glint of determination flashed in Yi Tongling's eyes as he confidently replied, "Rest assured, clan leader. My talent in formation arts was renowned back in Fenglin Prefecture." Luo Tian then addressed Jian Yi and Fu Qinglian. "You two will be responsible for guiding the clan members in their training. Although I've imparted a few techniques from the Heavenly Tao, progress has been slow. They need to practice other martial arts techniques as well." Both acknowledged the task with respect and immediately began organizing the training. With everything settled, Luo Tian decided to set off once more. This time, he left the three demons and Niu Wufan's mother and son to guard the home, while he and King Jinping embarked on a journey to the kingdom of Tianshuang. 5 days later, they reached the borders of Tianshuang. "Master, the capital of Tianshuang is just ahead." King Jinping's voice interrupted Luo Tian's contemplation. "Finally, we're almost there," Luo Tian said, feeling a surge of energy. The long flight had exhausted him, reinforcing his resolve to quickly enhance his cultivation level. He calculated that with sufficient strength, the teleportation distance of the Heavenly Tao body technique could be significantly increased, making such arduous flights unnecessary. As Luo Tian pondered, King Jinping suddenly tilted and began to plummet. "Huh? Jinping, what's happening?" Luo Tian exclaimed, instinctively grabbing onto King Jinping's feathers. "Oh, I." King Jinping's body trembled violently, barely maintaining his flight. "Master, I apologize. As soon as I approach the capital of Tianshuang, I feel nauseous and dizzy, almost fainting." His voice was filled with guilt. Luo Tian was taken aback. "Nauseous and dizzy? Did you sense anything?" King Jinping shook his massive head. "I'm not sure. It just feels like my bloodline is being suppressed when I get close, and then I almost faint." "Bloodline suppression?" Luo Tian frowned. King Jinping was a divine beast, having received the Dragon Clan's original power, making his bloodline incredibly formidable. What could possibly suppress him? "All right, let me down first." Luo Tian decided to change tactics. "Yes." King Jinping carefully landed on the ground. They attempted to advance on foot, but the result was the same. Whenever King Jinping approached a certain range of the capital, he experienced nausea and dizziness. "How strange," Luo Tian muttered, standing still with a furrowed brow. "I don't sense any formation aura, nor do I feel any soul force attack." Given his current soul strength, anyone attempting to harm him was essentially courting death. Yet, this made the situation even more puzzling. "I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a matter of bloodline. There might be something in the capital of the Tianshuang kingdom that's a nemesis to our Jinping clan." The Jinping king furrowed his brows, a trace of unease in his voice. "A nemesis to the Jinping clan?" Luo Tian slightly frowned, then decisively said, "All right, since you can't enter the city, I'll go alone. Wait for me nearby, and once I've accomplished my task, I'll come find you." The Jinping king lowered his head, his face filled with guilt. "Master, I'm sorry." Luo Tian simply waved his hand lightly, indicating it was no big deal, and then walked alone towards the capital of the Tianshuang kingdom. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner atop the city wall, a figure in a black robe stood silently, his cold gaze fixed on Luo Tian's back as he entered the city. This person was the master of the crown prince of the Shenwu king, Luo Tian. He squeezed out the words through clenched teeth, his voice filled with deep-seated hatred. "Wait, is this the kid who ruined your plan? He doesn't look like much." Another figure in a similar black robe appeared quietly behind him. The only difference between their robes was the way character embroidered on the sleeve of the Shenwu king's master, while the newcomer had a high character. Hi, what are you doing here? Wei didn't turn his head, but immediately recognized the newcomer. Yeah, what am I doing here? Hai chuckled lightly. Isn't it because you weren't efficient? The others in the sect sent me to check things out. Let me tell you, the higher-ups are quite displeased that you destroyed 3 soul seeds at once. Upon hearing this, Wei's fingers involuntarily clenched into a fist, and he snorted coldly. Are you really that much better than me? Hai smiled indifferently and suddenly waved his hand. A completely black crow silently landed on his shoulder. A three-eyed ghost crow? Wei's eyes flashed with shock. You actually placed a soul seed in such a creature? Wait, a soul, general-level soul seed. Hai grinned with a smug smile. You saw right. I've refined the souls of 1,000,000 demon clans to create it. How about I have it take action and kill Luo Tian for you? With its current strength, it should be easy to kill that Luo Tian. Wei took a deep breath, forcibly calming himself, and said coldly, there's no need for that. I'll take Luo Tian's life myself. Hai laughed with a meaningful tone. I should remind you, according to the sect rules, we cannot directly attack people. I know that without you telling me. Wei replied indifferently. I've already set up everything at Shumi Mountain. As long as Luo Tian dares to go there, he's as good as dead. Hai grinned. Is that so? That's for the best. I don't want to clean up your mess if you fail again. With that, Hai's figure gradually became ethereal, eventually disappearing along with his three-eyed ghost crow. Soon after, Wei's figure also quietly vanished. On the other side of the street, Luo Tian frowned. In front of him, 2 flies buzzed incessantly, irritating him. Ugh! With a wave of his hand, Luo Tian instantly swatted the flies dead in the air. Annoying creatures, don't think I can't deal with you just because I didn't want to. Such bad luck. Luo Tian muttered coldly at the flies' corpses. Shaking off the minor annoyance, Luo Tian continued on his way and soon arrived at a government office. This is the registration place for the Tian Shuang martial competition. Present your token for registration. A Tian Shuang kingdom official lazily fanned himself, his face full of impatience. In front of him, several young people handed over their tokens one by one and registered their information. When it was Luo Tian's turn, the official took his token and was immediately taken aback. The Night Wind Kingdom sent someone this year? He looked up and asked, what's your name and cultivation level? Luo Tian, Qi Gathering Stage, 9th level. Luo Tian answered calmly. The official's pen dropped onto the table in disbelief. He looked up at Luo Tian, astonished. Qi Gathering Stage, 9th level. And you dare to participate in the Tian Shuang martial competition? What? Does the Frost martial arts competition have any level requirements? Luo Tian asked with a frown, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The official across from him shook his head, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. The Frost martial arts competition only requires participants to be under 30 years old. There are no restrictions on cultivation level. He paused, his gaze falling on Luo Tian's information, his brow furrowing involuntarily. However, the official looked directly at Luo Tian, his tone becoming serious. I must be frank, the Frost martial arts competition does not prohibit killing. Based on past experience, someone at the 9th level of the Qi Gathering Stage entering is almost certain to face death. Even if you don't die, you'll be crippled. Leaning forward, the official advised earnestly. So, young man, let me give you a word of advice, it's better not to participate. Luo Tian shook his head without hesitation, a confident smile playing at his lips. No worries, I'm tough to kill. The official frowned, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. All right, I've said what needed to be said. If you're set on participating, I'll register you. He quickly noted down Luo Tian's name and handed back the token. 3 days from now, head to the Central Martial Arts Arena in the city. Thank you, Luo Tian said, taking the token and turning to leave, his figure quickly disappearing through the doorway. The official watched Luo Tian's retreating figure, muttering to himself. Sigh. Has the Nightwind Nation really run out of people? They haven't participated in the Frost martial arts competition for years, and now they're sending someone to their death? Oh well, it's none of my business. He shook his head and continued his registration work. Meanwhile, atop a towering tavern in the city, a group of well-dressed young people were engaged in lively conversation, laughter echoing as they clinked glasses. Bai Tianyu, dressed in white, stood up and raised his glass to the group. Everyone, let me introduce you to my friend, Han Wenzhou, a genius from the Heavenly River sect of the Jade Dragon Nation. The youths present immediately turned their attention to Han Wenzhou, offering compliments. Han Wenzhou quickly waved his hand, a modest expression on his face. Please, just call me Han Wenzhou. I'm not worthy of being called a genius. Bai Tianyu laughed, patting him on the shoulder. Han, no need to be modest. At your age, with such cultivation, you're outstanding even in our Frost Nation. You definitely deserve the title of genius. A wry smile appeared on Han Wenzhou's face. It's not modesty. I truly don't deserve to be called a genius. A few months ago, if someone had called him a genius, Han Wenzhou would have accepted it without hesitation. But now, Luo Tian's image flashed through Han Wenzhou's mind. and he involuntarily shivered, the wine in his glass trembling slightly. Clearly, the experience in the Zwi secret realm had left a significant psychological impact on him. Bai Tianyu, noticing Han Wenzhou's unease, asked with concern, Han, what's wrong? You don't seem yourself. Did something happen when you visited the Nightwind Nation? Han Wenzhou sighed, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion. Yes, I encountered a monster. A monster? What kind of monster? Bai Tianyu was about to inquire further when a voice from the stairs interrupted him. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. A tall young man ascended the final step, greeting the group with a clasped fist. Bai Tianyu's eyes lit up with a smile. Lin Zhaoran, were you at the registration office all day again? The newcomer, Lin Zhaoran, chuckled as he took a seat. You know me well. I'm not great at cultivation, but when it comes to gathering information, I'm unbeatable. How could I not have first-hand information on something as important as the Frost Martial Arts competition? Bai Tianyu nodded, turning to introduce him to Han Wenzhou. Han, this is Lin Zhaoran, a friend of mine. He may not match your cultivation, but his skills in intelligence gathering are top-notch. If you have any questions, he's your man. Han Wenzhou immediately stood to greet him, and Lin Zhaoran returned the gesture with a smile. Their eyes met, and they nodded in mutual acknowledgement. At that moment, a young man in luxurious clothing raised his glass and asked, Lin, did you spot any new talents today? Lin Zhaoran raised a bowl of wine, downed it in one gulp without hesitation, and then set the bowl down slowly, a slight smile appearing on his face. He continued, you wouldn't believe it, but we actually encountered two formidable individuals. The first is Wu Zhou, the top disciple of Jianhong Mountain from our very own Tianchuan Kingdom. The second is Yuan Shuo, the young master of the Yuan family from Heiyu Kingdom. Both of them have reached the 4th level of the spirit transformation stage, which is quite impressive. A person nearby widened their eyes in surprise and exclaimed, the 4th level of spirit transformation? So strong? Doesn't that mean they have a chance at winning the championship? Lin Zhaoran shook his head, raising a finger with a firm tone. No way. As strong as they are, they can at most break into the top 10. As for the championship, they won't be able to secure it. The people around him couldn't help but feel curious and asked, so Lin, who do you think will win the championship this year? Lin Zhaoran chuckled, a sly glint in his eyes. I have 3 candidates in mind. The first is Feng Feiyang from the Baiyun Sword sect of Tianchuan Kingdom. This person is 28 years old and has reached the 6th level of the spirit transformation stage. Moreover, he is a sword cultivator who has mastered sword intent. What? The 6th level of spirit transformation? And a sword cultivator? That's incredibly strong. The crowd couldn't help but express their amazement. Lin Zhaoran nodded slightly and continued. The second is Mo Sha, the little devil from the 5 Demon Ridge. He also possesses a 6th level spirit transformation cultivation. This year, he emerged from the 5 Demon Ridge and challenged dozens of prodigies from Tianchuan Kingdom, almost crushing them with his victories. His strength is formidable, and he is a strong contender for the championship. Oh, and what about the third? Someone asked eagerly. Lin Zhaoran's eyes sparkled with excitement as he smiled. Talking about the third one really gets me excited. She is Xue Linglong, the saintess of Qixua Palace from Yunlan Kingdom. To be honest, in this year's Tianchuan martial competition, in terms of looks and figure, she is undoubtedly number 1. Everyone was stunned, asking in unison, really? Lin Zhaoran smiled smugly. Of course. Trust my taste. However, Bai Tianyu frowned slightly, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Lin Zhaoran, what good is beauty? What about her strength? Lin Zhaoran chuckled and answered leisurely. Her strength is nothing to scoff at either. She is 21 years old and at the 5th level of the spirit transformation stage. She's got quite the figure and is indeed very powerful. Wow. The crowd couldn't help but express their astonishment, while Bai Tianyu slapped the table, seemingly eager to ask, so how is she really, in terms of strength? Lin Zhaoran suddenly turned serious, his expression becoming earnest. Don't be fooled by her current level, which might seem less advantageous compared to others. She has a unique talenta phenomenon in her Qi called freezing 3,000 miles. What? A Qi phenomenon? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Even in Tianchuan Kingdom, individuals with a Qi phenomenon are incredibly rare, with only one genius emerging every few generations. The fact that this young woman possesses such a talent is truly astonishing. Wow. Even if she doesn't win the championship this time at the Tianchuan martial competition, she's sure to clinch it next time. Bai Tianyu took a deep breath, his voice full of admiration. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, Lin Zhaoran suddenly remembered something and turned to the group. Oh, I've got an interesting tidbit for you. Did you know? There's actually a country that sent someone at the Qi gathering stage to compete in the Tianchuan martial competition. What? Qi gathering stage? Isn't that a death wish? Which country sent them? Someone couldn't help but laugh. Seriously, who would be so clueless to send a Qi gathering stage participant? That's just setting them up for failure. Another person chimed in, jesting. Lin Zhaoran shook his head with a smile and said slowly, This unfortunate soul is from Yifeng Kingdom. As for the name, I can't quite remember, but it seems the surname is Luo. Thud. As soon as he finished speaking, a dull thud was heard nearby. Everyone turned to look, only to find Han Wenzhou had fallen to the ground. Bai Tianyu hurried over, asking anxiously, Han, what's going on? However, Han Wenzhou ignored him, his eyes fixed on Lin Zhaoran, his voice trembling as he asked, Lin, the person from Yifeng Kingdom you mentioned, is his name Luo Tian? Luo Tian seems to be the name, Lin Zhaoran said after a moment of contemplation. Han, do you know this person? The statement hit like a bolt out of the blue. Han Wenzhou's face turned pale, his eyes vacant, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. His fingers trembled slightly as he gripped his teacup and said in a deep voice, Lin, everyone, forgive me for being blunt, but the winner of this year's Tianshuang martial contest is already a foregone conclusion. What do you mean by that, Han? Bai Tianyu frowned. Who are you talking about? Taking a deep breath, Han Wenzhou's voice quivered. It's that Luo Tian from Yifeng country. His words shocked everyone present. Bai Tianyu was even more puzzled and pressed further. Han, you must be joking, right? Lin just mentioned that this person is only at the 9th level of the qi condensation stage. Could it be that he is deliberately hiding his true strength? Han Wenzhou shook his head, his expression grave. No, he genuinely is only at the 9th level of the qi condensation stage. Ridiculous. Lin Zhaoran laughed. How can someone at the 9th level of the qi condensation stage compete with those three? A bitter smile appeared on Han Wenzhou's face. Even if those three joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. Unhappy with what he heard, Lin Zhaoran snorted. Han, are you saying that this Luo Tian can even surpass the void traversing stage? Void traversing stage? Han Wenzhou's eyes glazed over, as if recalling the earth-shattering battle between Luo Tian and Wei Baidao. He muttered, he can kill someone in the tribulation stage with a single slap. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into a dead silence, followed by an uproar of laughter. Han, that's quite the joke. Exactly, you shouldn't exaggerate like that. Kill someone in the tribulation stage? Ha ha. Facing the ridicule, Han Wenzhou only smiled wryly. Believe me or not, but I must warn you all, if you encounter him at the Tianshuang martial contest, do not engage him. Bai Tianyu furrowed his brows, puzzled. He knew Han Wenzhou to be a prudent person, and such statements were indeed out of character for him. Just then, Lin Zhaoran, leaning against the window, suddenly brightened up and pointed downstairs with a smile. Look, that's him. The Luo Tian who can kill someone in the tribulation stage. Everyone craned their necks to look. Bai Tianyu glanced over, then turned to ask, Han, is it this person? Han Wenzhou stood up, and with just one look, his face changed dramatically. It is him. He actually came. Seeing Han Wenzhou's panicked expression, Bai Tianyu sneered. Han, you must be bewitched. Never mind, let me dispel this inner demon for you. Don't. Han Wenzhou was alarmed. But it was too late. Bai Tianyu had already leaped out the window like an arrow. On the street, Luo Tian, having just left the registration area, was strolling and pondering where to find lodging. Suddenly, a figure descended from above, blocking his path. Bai Tianyu drew his long sword, a playful smile on his lips. Halt there. Luo Tian stopped and said calmly, what do you want? Luo Tian was taken aback, unsure of what Bai Tianyu wanted. He had just arrived in Tianshuang Kingdom and had no enemies. So what was Bai Tianyu trying to say? Just as he was about to speak, a sudden loud crash interrupted his thoughts. Boom. A massive chariot fell from the sky, rolling out of control and crashing into a stone wall by the roadside. On the chariot, an iron cage covered in black cloth fell heavily to the ground, producing a sharp cracking sound. The talismans that were stuck to the cage instantly detached and scattered in the wind. Then, a deafening beastly roar emerged from the iron cage. Oh no, it's awake. The soldiers escorting the cage turned pale and frantically looked around. Quick, go get Master Tian. Once this creature goes berserk, no one can stop it. As the two soldiers shouted in panic, the iron cage suddenly shook violently and was smashed open from within by a tremendous force. In the next moment, a massive dark shadow leaped out of the cage. Was that a Xian Iron Lanjiao? A beast of the Tongxian realm? How could it appear here? Run. This thing is too ferocious. If it targets you, you're doomed. Seeing this, the people on the street scattered in all directions to escape. Bai Tianyu also prepared to flee, but as soon as he turned around, he felt a cold gaze fix on him. Swoosh. A huge dark shadow suddenly leaped in front of him, the oppressive force making it impossible for him to move. It was the Xian Iron Lanjiao, a Tongxian realm beast. He couldn't escape. Bai Tianyu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. How could I be so unlucky to encounter such a beast just walking down the street? Am I going to die here? He was almost in tears. However, just as he was in despair, Luo Tian asked softly, Hey, do you need something? Why stop me? Bai Tianyu rolled his eyes, feeling even more frustrated. Was this guy an idiot? At a time like this, he's still asking such questions. Couldn't he sense the threat behind him? But just as Bai Tianyu was about to speak, his attention was drawn to the Xian Iron Lan Jiao, rendering him speechless. Sweat quickly beaded on his forehead, almost dripping down in streams. At that moment, the Xian Iron Lan Jiao advanced, shaking the ground with each step, bringing immense pressure as it approached Bai Tianyu. Just when Bai Tianyu's heart was filled with despair, the Xian Iron Lan Jiao turned its gaze to Luo Tian, behind him someone who hadn't even made a move to evade, completely outside of its attention. Luo Tian finally turned around, facing the massive beast. Their eyes met, and the air was thick with killing intent. Meanwhile, Bai Tianyu cursed inwardly. Watch, now no one can save us, even he's doomed. Suddenly, boom, with a muffled sound, everyone stared wide-eyed in shock. The upper half of the Xian Iron Lan Jiao had been forcefully smashed into the ground by a powerful force. Only its two hind legs twitched above, clearly immobilized. You bastard, spitting on me? Don't you know I didn't bring a change of clothes? Luo Tian cursed angrily, brushing the dust off his shoulder. This scene left everyone stunned. The once terrifying Tongshin realm beast was subdued in an instant by Luo Tian. It was simply unbelievable. Luo Tian casually dusted off his hands and turned to Bai Tianyu, asking, "So, why did you stop me?" At that moment, Bai Tianyu finally regained his freedom, but hearing Luo Tian's words, he was momentarily stunned. Faced with the formidable power Luo Tian had just displayed, he dared not challenge him lightly, realizing the precariousness of his situation. Finally, he rolled his eyes and forced a smile, casually saying, "Hey, want to watch a sword dance? 10 low-grade spirit stones per show." Bai Tianyu knew in his heart that this was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Huh. Luo Tian was taken aback, furrowing his brow. What kind of customs does this Tian Shuang country have? Chasing people down the street to watch someone perform sword dances. Though not expensive, what's so interesting about watching a grown man wield a sword? Luo Tian's face darkened as he waved dismissively. Not interested. Move along. Got it, bro. Bai Tianyu quickly turned and dashed away as if he had wings on his feet. What a joke. If he lingered any longer, that guy might give him a slap, and he couldn't handle that. Forget it, Luo Tian muttered with dissatisfaction, shaking his head as he walked away. I should just find a place to take a bath and buy some clothes. Meanwhile, Bai Tianyu stumbled back to the inn, collapsing onto a chair and gulping down several bowls of tea, his chest heaving before finally catching his breath. Brother Bai, are you alright? The crowd gathered around him, their faces full of concern. Bai Tianyu let out a long sigh, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Ah, living two lives. He turned to Han Wenzhou beside him, his tone reproachful. Brother Han, why didn't you tell me that guy was so dangerous? Han Wenzhou looked aggrieved, spreading his hands. Brother Bai, I told you from the start, but you didn't believe me. Bai Tianyu recalled for a moment. A trace of embarrassment crossing his facade did seem that way, but he still couldn't believe it. Well, can you blame me for not believing? A chi condensation stage cultivator taking down a profound beast with one move, who would believe that without seeing it? The crowd nodded in agreement, expressions of amazement on their faces. Sigh, Bai Tianyu shook his head. I just pity the geniuses participating in this Tian Shuang martial competition, competing alongside such a monster. The banquet ended abruptly, with everyone leaving in a state of lingering fear. Elsewhere, on a long street, two white-haired elders hurriedly approached, surrounded by a dozen armored guards, their expressions grave. What are you doing? One elder scolded as he walked, his voice filled with obvious anger. Transporting a single beast and causing such a big mess. The guards all hung their heads, too afraid to speak, their faces full of fear. Soon, they arrived at the place where the Iron Earth Dragon lay. The massive creature lay silently on the ground, motionless. Is it still alive? One elder asked, frowning. The other reached out to touch the beast's neck, his fingers moving slightly to feel its pulse. It's just knocked out. The attacker showed mercy, but what? The elder stroked his beard, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The person who struck was incredibly fast and precise. As far as I know, in our Tian Shuang country and the surrounding dozen countries, there are many who can knock out this beast with one move, but to do it so precisely, not a single one. The first elder exclaimed. What? Who was this person? A guard nearby scratched his head, looking embarrassed. We were too busy running away to see who it was. You? The elder was so angry he blew his beard and glared, his finger trembling as he pointed at the guard. Forget it. The other elder waved his hand. Even if we knew who it was, what could we do? It seems the person meant no harm, and since they don't want to reveal themselves, we should just pretend we don't know. The elder sighed. Fine, that's all we can do. Take this beast away. Yes. The guards responded, collectively lifting the massive Iron Earth Dragon and leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. 3 days later, in the capital of Tian Shuang country, the streets were packed with crowds gathered to witness the event. The Tian Shuang martial competition, the grandest event in Tian Shuang and the surrounding countries, naturally attracted countless onlookers. Come, everyone. A richly dressed manager from the Wanbao Pavilion stood on a high platform, loudly announcing, "Bet on the top 10 and the champion of the Tian Shuang martial competition. For the champion, Feng Feiyang is 1:1, Mo Sha is 1 minute and 1.1 second, and Shui Linglong is 1 minute and 1.2 seconds." A middle-aged man nearby frowned in dissatisfaction. "Why are the odds so low?" The manager from Wanbao Pavilion gave him a disdainful look. "Too low for you. Bet on this one, Luo Tian from Nightwind Nation, making it into the top 10 of the Tian Shuang martial tournament, with odds of 1 to 100,000. The man squinted, scrutinizing the information on the notice board with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "From Nightwind Nation? 9th level of Qi gathering. And you think he can make it to the top 10? Do you take me for a fool? Putting this guy up for bets, it's just a scam." The manager of Wanbao Lu spread his hands helplessly. "There's nothing I can do about it." The man smirked mockingly. "Ah, look at this, Wanbao Lu. Trying to scam people with such trash, who would bet on him?" Just as he finished speaking, a strong, assertive voice rang out from the crowd. "I bet 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on Luo Tian making it to the top 10. What? The people around turned their heads in unison, eyes filled with shock. They thought to themselves, "Who's the fool willing to waste so much money?" From within the crowd, a group of young individuals with an impressive demeanor stepped forward. It was Bai Tianyu and Lin Zhaoran among others. The manager of Wanbao Lu's eyes lit up, yet he pretended to be concerned as he said, "Are you sure you want to bet on this? I advise against it. This Luo Tian is just here to make up the numbers. He probably won't even pass the first round. Aren't you just throwing your spirit stones away? Make up the numbers?" Bai Tianyu's mouth twitched at these words, thinking, if he's just making up the numbers, then what am I? Lin Zhaoran stepped forward, eyes firm. "That's none of your concern. I want to place a bet. Will Wanbao Lu take it or not?" A glint of greed flashed in the manager's eyes, and he smiled. "Why wouldn't we take it if there's money to be made? 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on Luo Tian making the top 10. Wanbao Lu accepts. Wait, I'll bet 100,000 on Luo Tian too." "Me too." Several other youths also eagerly took out their spirit stones. The manager of Wanbao Lu was momentarily stunned but quickly accepted each bet, his smile growing even wider. Lin Zhaoran suddenly asked, "By the way, what are the odds for Luo Tian taking the first place?" Upon hearing this, the manager's smile froze, and he chuckled bitterly. "Oh dear, my young masters. Putting Luo Tian in the top 10 odds already gets US complaints. Listing him as a contender for first place would ruin our reputation. We don't have such odds." Lin Zhaoran and his companions exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes gleaming with a meaningful light. "Not listing Luo Tian? Now that's what would ruin your reputation." Dong! A deep bell tolled throughout the venue, signaling the call for contestants to enter the arena. Bai Tianyu and his group immediately made their way towards the entrance. After they left, the manager of Wanbao Lu carefully collected the spirit stones and shook his head with a sigh. These spendthrifts, truly birds of a feather. Elsewhere, the entrance to the arena was bustling with people. An elder from Tian Shuang Nation, with a flowing white beard, stood at the gate, his voice booming. "All participants of the Tian Shuang martial tournament, enter with your credentials. The tournament will officially begin in a quarter of an hour." The crowd began entering in an orderly fashion, flowing towards the gates like a tide. Within the throng, Lin Zhaoran kept glancing around, searching for something among the people. Noticing his unusual behavior, Bai Tianyu frowned and asked, "Hey, Lin Zhaoran, what are you looking for?" A hint of anticipation flashed in Lin Zhaoran's eyes as he unabashedly replied, "Isn't it obvious? Shui Linglong. She's my biggest motivation for coming to the Tian Shuang martial tournament." Bai Tianyu's forehead instantly furrowed with several lines upon hearing this, and he sighed helplessly. "What are you thinking? You should be focusing on securing a spot in the top 100 to get a place in Sumi Mountain." Lin Zhaoran pouted, looking unconcerned. "Forget it, I know my own limits. You and Brother Han have a shot at the top 100, but I don't. I might as well take this chance to admire Shui Linglong a bit more. That would satisfy me." The others exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Bai Tianyu was thoroughly exasperated with his unfocused friend. He shook his head, and was about to move forward when he almost collided with someone rushing past. Just as he was about to express his anger, he turned to see the person's face, and his anger dissipated instantly. He quickly put on a smiling face. "Brother?" Han Wenzhou and his group turned around, and their legs nearly gave way beneath them, almost causing them to collapse onto the ground. Standing next to Bai Tianyu was Luo Tian. Luo Tian had changed into new clothes and, upon hearing Bai Tianyu speak, paused for a moment, then scrutinized Bai Tianyu before realizing, "Oh, aren't you the guy who dances with swords?" Mentioning the sword dancing made Bai Tianyu slightly embarrassed, as it was one of his few dark pasts. He chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Just a hobby, brother. Please, you go first." With that, he gestured for Luo Tian to enter first. At this moment, the only thought in the group's minds was to stay as far away from this formidable figure as possible. However, wait a minute, Luo Tian suddenly called out, his voice booming like thunder. This made Bai Tianyu and his group feel as if they had been struck, their faces turning pale instantly. Bai Tianyu forced a smile and asked, "Brother, what can we do for you?" Luo Tian slightly turned his head, looking sharply at Han Wenzhou. "Why do you look familiar?" Han Wenzhou started sweating profusely and urgently replied, "Han Wenzhou from the Tianhe sect of Yulong Kingdom. Greeting, Mr. Luo Tian." Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, thinking for a moment before remembering. "Oh, I remember now. You were the guy from the Zwi secret realm, right?" Han Wenzhou laughed awkwardly. "You have a good memory, sir." Luo Tian ignored Han Wenzhou's attempt at humor and looked up at Bai Tianyu, continuing to ask, "Are they your friends?" Bai Tianyu quickly nodded, saying, "Yes, these are Bai Tianyu and Lin Zhaoran. They are locals from the Tianchuan kingdom." He pulled Lin Zhaoran forward as if introducing him for sale. Luo Tian's eyes lit up. "Locals?" He nodded, clearly interested in the information. "That's perfect. I have some questions for locals." Bai Tianyu and Lin Zhaoran were internally cursing the talkative Han Wenzhou, but outwardly they maintained their smiles and stood beside Luo Tian, hoping not to cause any trouble. Bai Tianyu said, "Brother, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. My friend Lin Zhaoran here is known as the all-knowing of Tianchuan Kingdom. There's nothing he doesn't know." Lin Zhaoran was fuming inside, feeling as if he had been sold out so easily. He turned to Luo Tian, his face drenched in sweat, his nerves almost consuming him. The person before him could defeat a Xian Ironland dragon in one move, a truly terrifying presence. At that moment, he felt as if he was facing a prehistoric beast. One wrong move, and he might be swallowed whole. Luo Tian remained calm, seemingly unaware of Lin Zhaoran's accelerated heartbeat. "I heard that the prize for this Tianchuan martial contest includes the red blood spirit pearl. Is that right?" Lin Zhaoran was startled and quickly nodded. "Yes. The red blood spirit pearl is one of the prizes for this year's Tianchuan martial contest, but only those who make it to the top 10 can obtain it." Only after he spoke did he realize how redundant his words were. Given Luo Tian's strength, how could he not make it into the top 10? "Oh, that's good." Luo Tian nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "By the way, what are the events in this Tianchuan martial contest?" Lin Zhaoran was taken aback. This question was astonishing. The person before him didn't even know the rules of the Tianchuan martial contest. It was as if he was taking the exam blind. Forcing himself to remain calm, he answered, "The Tianchuan martial contest is divided into 3 to 4 rounds each year, with different assessments each round. But there is a general pattern. The early rounds usually involve secret realm trials or taming beasts, while the final round is a competition between participants." Luo Tian was silent for a moment, frowning. Just then, a commotion arose from the crowd in the distance. "Hmm? What's going on?" Luo Tian turned to look. Lin Zhaoran became excited, a fervent gleam in his eyes. "Shui Linglong. It really is Shui Linglong. Mr. Luo Tian, look over there. That's Shui Linglong from the Qi Shui Palace. She's the #1 beauty of this Tianchuan martial contest." "Shui Linglong." Luo Tian repeated quietly, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Luo Tian glanced in the direction and indeed saw a stunning woman in white. Her posture was upright, and she walked with such composure that she naturally drew everyone's attention just by moving through the crowd. Yet, there was an intangible aura around her, as if an invisible barrier separated her from everyone else. "They're starting to let people in," someone shouted. "Let's go," Luo Tian said. Bai Tianyu and the others instinctively followed Luo Tian's lead, and within a few brief exchanges, they seemed to have become his followers. They quickly completed the registration process and were about to enter the venue. "Well, if it isn't Bai Tianyu," a mocking voice suddenly called from behind. "I can't believe you actually dared to show up for the Tian Shuang martial contest. Make sure you last. Don't get knocked out in the first round. I'm waiting to beat you until you bark like a dog in the final round." Bai Tianyu turned to see a young man in a brown robe, holding a folding fan, sneering at them with a group of followers. "Lu Wentao." Bai Tianyu narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. Lin Zhaoran quickly explained to Luo Tian, "Young master, this Lu Wentao is Bai Tianyu's family's nemesis. He's a few years older and has always overshadowed him." "Lin Zhaoran, you snuck in too?" Lu Wentao sneered. "Fine, I'll deal with you as well later." He then turned his gaze to Luo Tian, sizing him up before saying, "And who might this be? Bai Tianyu's new psychic? Here's your chance. Join me, and you'll live in luxury." "Get lost," Luo Tian replied coldly. "What did you say?" Lu Wentao's eyes widened, ready to lash out. "You there!" An elder suddenly shouted sternly. "During the Tian Shuang martial contest, anyone caught fighting will be expelled immediately. Do you understand?" Lu Wentao squinted, threatening Luo Tian. "You're lucky this time. If we meet in the contest, I'll make sure there's nothing left of you." He then turned to Bai Tianyu. "My old man said I can cripple you, but not kill you. But your followers aren't so lucky. This guy, you can't protect him." Bai Tianyu just gave a peculiar smile. He couldn't protect Luo Tian? Did this guy really need his protection? At that moment, the venue suddenly spun, and the space warped. When everyone regained their senses, they found themselves in a formation space. Just as they were filled with doubt, a graceful melody from a zither calmed the noise instantly. On stage, a woman played the zither while speaking. Candidates, I am Miarong, the examiner for the first round of the Tian Shuang martial contest. The task is simple. Listen to my 3 zither pieces. Those who remain will pass. This is way too easy, a young man scoffed. You're not from Tian Shuang Kingdom, are you? A young man next to him glared. And Miarong is known as the Zither Sword Immortal. 100 years ago, she defeated 8,000 enemy soldiers with a single melody. 100 years ago? Then she must be an old hag. Before he could finish, 2 sharp twangs of the zither strings sounded, and the 2 men immediately spewed blood and collapsed unconscious. Blabbermouths, these 2 are disqualified, take them out. And Miarong shouted angrily. As Miarong fumed with anger, the crowd around her fell silent. Her commanding presence filled the space, her eyes cold and scanning the surroundings before she regained her elegant composure. She casually remarked, "Oh dear, it seems this year's young ones are getting more unruly. I'm a bit annoyed now, and if I'm not gentle, you'll have to bear with it." She paused before adding, "However, if you can't hold on, remember to crush your token and teleport out. If you overestimate yourselves and stay, you'll only meet your end." As soon as she finished speaking, a short-haired boy in the crowd suddenly grinned. "This is quite an interesting technique," he said with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Just perfect for honing my formless demon body." Someone nearby gasped. "That's Mo Sha from the 5 Demon Ridge, the sword and zither immortal. In a duel, I definitely won't lose." All eyes turned to him, where a young man stood proudly, exuding an aura as sharp as a blade. Feng Feiyang, the strongest sword cultivator of the younger generation, someone whispered in awe. Beside Luo Tian, Lin Zhaoran's face turned pale with despair. "Oh no, how unlucky can I be? The first round examiner is in Miarong." Lin Zhaoran said bitterly. "I was hoping to make it to the second round, but it looks like I'll be eliminated right away." "Is she that strong?" Luo Tian asked. "Strong? She's insanely strong," Lin Zhaoran replied quickly, his eyes full of worry. "She's practically unbeatable." "Oh, that makes me curious," Luo Tian said with a hint of intrigue in his eyes. In an instant, and Miarong's music began to play, the sound of the zither weaving through the air, mingling with sword energy. The entire formation space was suddenly filled with the sharp presence of sword energy, sweeping over them. "What is happening? What is this? Fool," and Miarong sneered. "Her music carries sword energy. If you don't defend yourself in time, you'll die." Panic ensued as people scattered in all directions. Just then, a sword's glow shot into the sky, slicing through the heavens and capturing everyone's attention. "Feng Feiyang," someone exclaimed. "Oomph, when it comes to swordsmanship, I won't lose. Even if it's against an Miarong," Feng Feiyang said coldly, swinging his sword to unleash 3 streaks of sword energy. My goodness, no wonder Feng Feiyang can stand toe-to-toe with an Miarong's zither and sword. They're evenly matched. "Humph, pathetic. Trying to block it? A real man would take it heed in," Mo Sha shouted, his clothes exploding into tatters as he stood firm, letting the sword energy from the music strike him, producing a crisp sound and a shower of sparks. "Is this Mo Sha's technique? What a terrifying guy," someone nearby marveled. Meanwhile, Shui Linglong calmly waved her hand, enveloping herself in a layer of ice, allowing the sword energy to rain down like a storm, yet her ice shield remained unscathed. "What an impressive move," someone remarked. However, apart from these 3, others fared much worse. More and more people, unable to withstand the sharpness of the zither's energy, chose to voluntarily withdraw. Of course, some overestimated their abilities and continued to endure, only to be pierced by the sword energy and fall where they stood. For these individuals, there was no sympathy from the onlookers. Amidst all this, one area in the space remained unusually calm. Lin Zhaoran stood beside Luo Tian, bewildered. "I mean, where's the sword energy? How come we don't feel anything here?" He looked around, noticing that the space within 10 feet was tranquil and undisturbed. "Wait, look over there." Han Wenzhou suddenly pointed ahead. Following his direction, they saw the sword energy densely approaching from afar. However, as it neared them, it seemed to be torn apart by some invisible force, shattering instantly. What's going on?" Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, their minds full of questions. Although they didn't directly encounter the sword energy, everyone could still feel its immense power. The ability to silently destroy such sword energy was probably 100 times more skillful than those outside experts. Han Wenzhou couldn't help but ask, "Lord Luo Tian, was this your doing?" Lin Zhaoran scoffed slightly, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "Han, isn't that obvious? If it wasn't Lord Luo Tian, then who else could it be?" Before finishing his sentence, he turned to Luo Tian with an expectant look. "But, Lord Luo Tian, what exactly is this technique? Can you teach me?" However, Luo Tian looked at them, bewildered. "Technique? I didn't use any technique. I was waiting for the sword energy to get closer, but it shattered before reaching me." He spoke with a face full of confusion. What? They were all taken aback. Brother, are you serious? Bai Tianyu couldn't believe it, his eyes filled with astonishment. Luo Tian impatiently glanced at him. Why would I lie? If you don't believe me, watch this. With that, he snapped his fingers. Snap. Instantly, a massive sword energy erupted from Luo Tian's hand, sweeping in all directions. The sword energy roared like thunder, drowning out in Miaorong's music. In a flash, the sword energy passed through, affecting countless examinees around them, with half of them fainting on the spot. With a loud crash, Feng Feiyong's sword was shattered in midair, and he was violently thrown to the ground. Ugh! Even Mo Sha, who was impervious to harm, suddenly found a deep, bone-revealing wound on his arm. With a bang, Shui Linglong's ice shield, which she was desperately defending with, shattered, causing her to stagger back a few steps, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth onto her white robe, starkly visible. Clang! On the high platform, and Miaorong's zither strings broke, scattering fragments. Silence followed. See, that's a technique, Luo Tian said calmly, with a hint of pride in his eyes. By now, Bai Tianyu and his companions were completely dumbfounded. What just happened? Is this really a technique? One snap of the fingers, and such chaos ensues? Is he even human? Oops, I might have been a bit too heavy-handed. Luo Tian suddenly noticed the devastation around him, his expression changing to one of embarrassment. At that moment, the sound of rushing wind came from outside the formation space. Several figures swiftly entered the scene. The elderly leader saw the chaotic scene and frowned deeply, anger rising. And Miaorong, are you trying to kill these young ones? And Miaorong quickly opened her mouth to defend herself. I didn't. Silence. The old man interrupted her angrily. Go home and reflect for 3 months. It's one thing to act out occasionally, but how dare you behave so recklessly at the Tian Shuang martial contest? And Miaorong was left speechless, her face darkened with reluctance, but she didn't dare to argue further. She slowly stood up and left the area. As she departed, she looked down at her bloodstained hands, filled with confusion. What on earth was that? Meanwhile, inside the formation space, the old man surveyed the surroundings, his expression growing more serious. Nearly every examinee was severely injured. This was unprecedented in the history of the Tian Shuang martial contest's opening round. That girl, the old man muttered through gritted teeth. Someone, notify everyone immediately that the first round of assessment is over. Those who are still conscious will all pass. Also, bring some top-grade healing medicines to distribute for free, so as not to delay the subsequent assessments. Moments later, Lin Zhaoran stood to the side, holding healing pills, still struggling to believe what had just happened. The first round. I actually passed, he murmured, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. He turned his head and looked at Luo Tian, his eyes filled with shock. Luo Tian's strength was truly unbelievable. With just a snap of his fingers, he shattered in Miaorong's zither strings and severely injured all the other examinees in the area. What kind of power was this? Even more astonishing was the fact that Luo Tian's snap appeared to be a casual gesture. If we were to speak of his true strength, it was likely far beyond what he had just demonstrated. Han Wenzhou was silent for a moment, his eyes flickering, and he quietly asked Bai Tianyu beside him, "What do you think of that move just now?" Bai Tianyu looked up, his eyes complicated, and replied, "I suspect that the reason in Miaorong's sword energy couldn't reach us is because young Master Luo has mastered the concept of sword intent." Sword intent. Bai Tianyu was taken aback, clearly shocked by this speculation. Sword intent is a realm that only the most powerful sword practitioners can reach. Those who have mastered sword intent can exponentially increase the power of their sword techniques. Achieving sword intent is exceedingly difficult. In the entire Tianshuang kingdom, sword practitioners who have mastered sword intent can be counted on one hand. As for the realms beyond sword intent, such as sword domain or sword world, they are considered legendary. Bai Tianyu's eyes flickered as he thought of Feng Feiyong. He was the only one among the younger generation who was closest to achieving sword intent. Despite his high level of mastery, even Feng Feiyong would need at least 10 to 20 years of practice to truly comprehend sword intent. Yet, Luo Tian had already achieved sword intent. Han Wenzhou, seeing Bai Tianyu's shock, said calmly, "Unless you can give me a better explanation?" Bai Tianyu was at a loss, pondering for a moment, but unable to think of any other possibilities. At that moment, Luo Tian suddenly turned his head and asked, "What are you guys talking about?" Bai Tianyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "Brother, I have a question. Did you just master sword intent?" Sword intent. Luo Tian repeated, puzzled. "What's that?" Bai Tianyu quickly explained, "It's a realm for sword practitioners. I'm not entirely sure myself. I heard from my father that those who master sword intent can feel a sword within them even with their eyes closed when using sword techniques." A sword, Luo Tian repeated. "Yes," Bai Tianyu nodded. "Brother, give it a try." Luo Tian thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll give it a try." With that, he closed his eyes and began practicing the heavenly sword technique. Han Wenzhou also leaned in, his eyes flickering. curious to see if Luo Tian could indeed master sword intent. Moments later, Luo Tian remained in deep thought with his eyes closed, suddenly sensing a vast sea of sword shadows surging in his mind, as if countless sword energies were intertwining. He fell silent. Whoosh! Luo Tian suddenly opened his eyes. Bai Tianyu eagerly asked, "How was it? Did you sense a sword shadow?" Luo Tian shook his head. Not a single sword shadow. A flash of disappointment crossed Bai Tianyu's eyes. Although he wasn't a sword practitioner, he had learned some sword techniques. He had hoped to ask Luo Tian about sword intent, but it seemed unlikely now. After all, even Luo Tian hadn't mastered sword intent. Seeing this, Han Wenzhou quickly smiled and comforted. Actually, it doesn't matter whether young Master Luo has mastered sword intent. With your strength, even those who have mastered sword intent may not be your match. His confident words struck a chord with Luo Tian. Indeed, his strength surpassed ordinary people, and whether or not he had mastered sword intent, sword practitioners seemed to pose no threat to him. As Luo Tian spoke quietly, "When I closed my eyes to meditate, I didn't see just one sword shadow. I saw countless sword shadows." This statement was like a heavy blow, leaving Han Wenzhou, who had been smiling, and Bai Tianyu, who was disappointed, frozen in place. It took Bai Tianyu a while to regain his composure, his voice trembling slightly. "Brother, what did you say?" "I said I saw countless sword shadows. Couldn't tell the exact number, but it's likely in the millions," Luo Tian repeated calmly, as if it were the most ordinary thing. Bai Tianyu almost spat out blood. Millions of sword shadows? This was far beyond the realm of sword intent. Perhaps it was the sword domain or an even higher realm. Although he couldn't define the exact level, one thing was certain: Luo Tian had definitely surpassed the limits of sword intent. "My God, brother, you." Bai Tianyu was at a loss for words, unable to find the right expression. As they were all in shock, Lu Wentao stumbled over with a group of his followers. Blood stained his mouth, and his body was wrapped in fresh bandages, looking utterly disheveled. His followers were all injured, with some even limping as they walked. "Well," Lu Wentao sneered as he glanced at Luo Tian and the others. "You bunch of worthless nobodies actually survived such strong sword energy? How unexpected." "Lu Wentao, watch your mouth," Bai Tianyu warned coldly. Lu Wentao snorted disdainfully, turning his gaze to Luo Tian. "Kid, I checked your entry information. You're from Yifeng country?" Seeing Luo Tian nod, he continued derisively. "I never thought someone from such a trashy country could make it to the second round. But this is as far as you'll go. You saw the power of that sword energy, right? That's the strength of practitioners from a major country, way beyond your reach. If you know what's good for you, you'd better withdraw now." His followers burst into laughter, while Bai Tianyu and the others looked at them as if they were idiots. Luo Tian turned to Bai Tianyu, asking calmly, "If I kill him now, would that be against the rules?" Yes," Bai Tianyu replied helplessly. "Really? That's a pity," Luo Tian said, frowning slightly. This completely infuriated Lu Wentao. "You little punk, you're Luo Tian, right? Just wait. If I encounter you in the upcoming assessments, I'll make sure you wish you were dead." With that, he stormed off with his entourage. Bai Tianyu and the others watched them leave, shaking their heads. It was like they were asking for trouble. At that moment, a deep bell rang through the formation space. An elderly man with white hair slowly ascended a platform, announcing, "I trust you've all taken the elixirs and your injuries are stable. Now, we will begin the second round of assessments. Please stand ready. We are about to activate the teleportation array." As his words fell, dozens of practitioners around them formed seals simultaneously. The space distorted and shifted, and everyone felt a dizzying sensation before finding themselves in an entirely unfamiliar place. "Ladies and gentlemen," the elder's voice echoed again. "This is the Black Wind Mountain Range, the venue for the second round of assessments. The task for this round is, enter the mountain and seek treasure." "Treasure hunt? What kind of treasure?" someone asked, poking their head out from the crowd. The old man allowed a mysterious smile to play on his lips. "It's quite simple: spiritual herbs, mystical minerals, and demon beast inner cores. All these count as treasures. The assessment will last for 3 hours." He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the crowd. "Additionally, there are 2 points to note." Raising a finger, the old man continued. "Firstly, remember that Black Wind Mountain is still a lair for demon beasts. While we've cleared out the stronger ones, many lower-tier beasts remain, and you must handle them with care." His voice grew stern. "Especially since we've deliberately left 3 air-riding realm beasts inside to increase the challenge. During the treasure hunt, you must avoid them at all costs, or face the consequences." At these words, the crowd immediately became restless. "Hey, are you serious? Air-riding realm beasts? How are we supposed to fight that?" a frail candidate exclaimed, his face turning pale. A burly man nearby waved it off dismissively. "This assessment is quite realistic, isn't it? Practitioners often venture out for treasure hunts. With only 3 air-riding realm beasts, it's quite safe." "Exactly. Plus, with the Black Wind Mountain range being so vast, You'd have to be really unlucky to encounter them, another person chimed in. Yeah, just be cautious, and you surely won't be noticed. The crowd buzzed with chatter, voices rising and falling. In the center, Missouri Shah bared a ferocious grin, his eyes gleaming with disdain. Humph, a bunch of cowards. Just some air-riding realm beasts. I wouldn't care even if it was Onion. His voice dripped with provocation. Feng Feiyong stood not far away, nodding calmly. Mo Shah may have a foul mouth, but he's not wrong. Air-riding realm beasts aren't unbeatable. Shui Linglong didn't speak, but her slightly upturned lips and confident gaze showed she shared the same indifference towards the beasts. Wow, as expected from the three strongest contenders in this frost martial contest. They're truly fearless. The surrounding candidates marveled, eyes filled with awe. The old man raised a hand to quiet the crowd, continuing. There's one last point to add. His voice turned somber. During the assessment, personal duels, killings, and plundering are not forbidden. Upon hearing this, the candidates immediately tensed, exchanging wary glances, a palpable tension filling the air. Duels and killings aren't forbidden? That means everyone could be an enemy. A candidate murmured, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. This assessment is indeed no easy task. Oh, is that so? Mo Shah's eyes gleamed with a predatory light, a cruel smile curving his lips. That sounds like fun. The crowd recoiled from his murderous gaze, instinctively stepping back, fear etched on their faces. Clearly, in their eyes, Mo Shah was even more dangerous than the beasts. The old man surveyed them all, nodding in satisfaction. All right, let's begin. I'll call your names in order, and you'll enter accordingly. He emphasized, for fairness, the weakest will enter Black Wind Mountain first, giving them a better chance to gather resources and pass the assessment. Among the crowd, Luo Tian nodded slightly, approval flickering in his eyes. This rule is quite considerate, he commented softly. Just then, the old man cleared his throat and announced, the first to enter is Luo Tian from Night Wind Nation. Luo Tian, who had just been praising the rule's thoughtfulness, was struck like lightning, freezing in place. His expression shifted from approval to disbelief, then to anger. What the hell? I'm the first to go in. The thought flashed through his mind. So they think I'm the weakest of all? For a moment, Luo Tian's mouth twitched, anger flaring in his eyes, ready to erupt at any moment. Master Luo Tian, calm down. Han Wenzhou hurried to his side, cautiously advising him. Meanwhile, he internally cursed the Frost Martial Contest's organizers. Are they brainless? Didn't they gather any intelligence? If Luo Tian loses his temper here, never mind the contest, the entire Frost Nation could be in danger. Luo Tian took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Fine, I understand. He said deliberately, then began walking forward, each step resonating in the crowd's hearts. Along the way, all eyes were fixed on Luo Tian. Some people looked at him with sympathy, while others couldn't hide their amusement, whispering among themselves. Luo Tian walked resolutely towards the old man and soon stood beside him. The old man looked at Luo Tian, sighed, and began to speak slowly. It's been 10 years since Night Wind Nation last participated in the Tian Shuang martial contest. Sending someone this year is a gesture of respect to our Tian Shuang Nation. Luo Tian, although you're only at the 9th level of the Qi gathering realm, and indeed less accomplished compared to others, don't be discouraged. With some effort, your future achievements might not be inferior to theirs. Also, be cautious when you enter the Black Wind Mountain range. Do not accidentally wander into the core area. If you encounter danger, remember to crush the token. If I'm nearby, I'll come to your aid immediately. At this moment, Luo Tian wanted to rage, but the elder's kind demeanor and caring words left him with no outlet for his anger. He could only nod mechanically and respond. All right, I understand. With that, he turned and set off on the path leading to the mountains. In the crowd, Han Wenzhou exchanged glances with the other two. Bai Tianyu was the first to speak. Why do I feel like someone's going to have a tough time? You're not wrong, but who it will be is the real question, Han Wenzhou sneered. Lin Zhaoran lowered his head, showing a dejected expression. Sigh. I was hoping to stick around with young Master Luo Tian for a while longer, but he's already gone. Meanwhile, the old man continued reading out the names on the list. At that moment, deep within the Black Wind Mountain range, 3 massive figures quietly gathered together. So, the Tian Shuang martial contest has begun again. What do you plan to do this year? Asked a black tiger with wings. What else can we do? Sighed the white snake, shaking its head. In name, the Black Wind Mountain range is our territory, but everyone knows the true masters are the humans from Tian Shuang Nation. I've long advised my descendants to avoid conflict with them whenever possible. You two are really cowardly, scared of a bunch of humans? A strange bird descended from the sky, its head ablaze with flames, sneering. The white snake furrowed its brow and coldly replied. Fire Ming, what do you mean by that? If you're not afraid, what can you do? Are you planning a massacre? Its eyes flashed with caution. Don't forget, the Black Wind Mountain is only 300 miles from Tian Shuang Nation's capital, where there's a living tribulation crossing expert. If that guy comes, Neither you nor I can stop him. The Black Tiger nodded in agreement, speaking in a low voice. The humans of Tian Shuang Nation are indeed formidable. Fire Ming remained unimpressed, smirking. I can't stop that guy, but there's someone I can rely on. His gaze shifted to a nearby pool, a cunning smile playing on his lips. As he glanced over, the water in the pool suddenly surged, splashing everywhere. A one-horned flood dragon burst out of the water, its massive body drawing an impressive arc in the air, revealing its menacing dragon horn. The Black Tiger and White Snake both shuddered, staring in terror at the flood dragon, their eyes wide as saucers. Fire Ming, however, knelt down immediately, respectfully saying, Fire Ming pays respects to the Azure Wave Pool Dragon King. Azure Wave Pool. The White Snake's body trembled violently, exclaiming in shock, You've successfully transformed into a flood dragon? Does that mean you're now at the Tribulation Crossing realm? The Dragon King grinned, his deep voice echoing through the mountains. That's right. Half a month ago, I successfully crossed my first heavenly tribulation. Now I'm at the first level of the Tribulation Crossing realm. For years, Tian Shuang Nation has oppressed and slaughtered our demon clan, relying on their Tribulation Crossing expert. Today, I've finally succeeded in crossing the tribulation, and from now on, the situation in Tian Shuang Nation will undergo earth-shattering changes. The Black Tiger was taken aback, unable to resist asking, What do you mean? The Azure Wave Pool Dragon King smiled smugly, his tone filled with menace. I plan to use this Tian Shuang martial contest to lure the old guy from Tian Shuang Nation here and kill him. Once he's dead, the demon clan will reign supreme in Tian Shuang Nation. The White Snake frowned slightly, puzzled. An ambush? How exactly? The Dragon King grinned. It's simple. The Tian Shuang martial contest attracts the top young talents of Tian Shuang Nation. If their lives are threatened, the leader of Tian Shuang Nation, that old guy, won't stand by idly. He'll definitely come to their rescue. Once he leaves the capital's protective formation, I can easily take him down. In an instant, the Dragon King unleashed a powerful aura, causing the air throughout the Black Wind Mountain range to tremble. The oppressive energy enveloped every corner of the mountains. Now, we just wait for that old guy to come, the Dragon King said with a sinister smile. Meanwhile, Luo Tian had already ventured deep into the Black Wind Mountain range. His expression remained grim, and he silently vowed to himself, They think I'm the weakest? I'll show them what kind of beast I can take down. He muttered under his breath, contemplating how he would handle encountering a beast at the Flight Realm. Just then, a formidable aura suddenly descended, distorting the air around him. Oh! A glint of surprise flashed in Luo Tian's eyes, and his gaze sharpened. Finally, it's here. This aura, a tribulation transcender? Luo Tian furrowed his brows, confusion swirling in his mind. Weren't they saying the highest level was the sky-soaring realm? How could there be a straggler? A glint of greed flashed in his eyes, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. No matter, I want this guy's inner core. Let's see if they'll still call me the weakest after that. With a thought, Luo Tian's figure vanished from where he stood, leaving only a barely noticeable ripple in the air. Meanwhile, deep within the palace of the Tian Shuang Kingdom, an elderly man, gaunt and frail, suddenly opened his eyes, two piercing beams of light shooting from his cloudy gaze towards the direction of the Black Wind Mountain range. His bony fingers trembled slightly, and disbelief was etched across his face. This aura, a tribulation transcending beast? And in Black Wind Mountain? The old man sprang to his feet, the wooden bed creaking under the strain. How can this be? The old man knitted his brows tightly. If this aura had appeared elsewhere, he might have had the time to deliberate, but not in Black Wind Mountain. At this moment, it was filled with the young geniuses from Tian Shuang Kingdom and over a dozen neighboring countries. If something were to happen to this promising group, it would not only be a tremendous loss of talent, but as the host of the Tian Shuang martial arts tournament, the kingdom couldn't withstand the wrath and pressure of thousands of forces from over a dozen countries. Damn it, the old man growled, hesitating no longer as he smashed through the stone door of his retreat, transforming into a streak of light rushing towards Black Wind Mountain. Hope I make it in time, he thought to himself, pushing his speed even further. Elsewhere, deep within the Black Wind Mountain range, the Dragon King of the Jade Wave Pool stood proudly, his scales gleaming coldly in the sunlight, as he addressed the three demons with arrogance. In a moment, I'll take care of that old man from Tian Shuang Kingdom. As for the rest of the humans in this mountain range, I'll leave them to you. His dragon claws carved deep grooves in the ground, his voice brimming with murderous intent. I have only one demand: no mercy for any human. After I finish off that old man, I'll regroup with you, and then gather all the surrounding demons to launch an attack on the Tian Shuang capital, exterminating every last human. As the Dragon King spoke, a terrifying killing intent emanated from his eyes, striking fear into the hearts of the three demons. Just then, whoosh, a figure appeared out of thin air among the four beasts, none other than Luo Tian. A human? The beasts were momentarily stunned. When did he? Fire Ming reacted the fastest, ready to strike immediately. However, the Dragon King of the Jade Wave Pool raised a claw to signal a pause, speaking coldly, "Hold on. Let me personally handle this first battle against the humans." With that, he lifted his scaly dragon claw, preparing to attack Luo Tian, a dark blue energy already gathering on it. Meanwhile, Luo Tian, upon teleporting over, immediately locked his gaze onto the Dragon King's massive form. "This aura, it's you." Luo Tian's eyes flashed with coldness. "Calling me the weakest? Watch me take your inner core." With that thought, he extended one hand, palm facing outward. Boom. In an instant, a gigantic golden palm appeared out of nowhere, several times larger than the Dragon King's body. The Dragon King, who was about to crush the human he deemed as insignificant as an ant, was suddenly dumbfounded, his dragon eyes filled with disbelief. This guy, judging by his realm, seems only to be at the chi gathering stage, but this palm? What is going on? Before he could react, Luo Tian's enormous golden palm came crashing down. Ever since entering the Black Wind Mountain, Luo Tian had been holding back a surge of frustration, being labeled the weakest. How could he swallow that insult? All that resentment was channeled into this one slap. Boom. With an earth-shattering crash, the Dragon King of the Jade Wave Pool was turned into a pulp without even a chance to react. Instantly, dragon's blood splattered, flesh flew, and scales rained down like a storm. The three demons witnessing this were all wide-eyed, jaws almost dropping to the ground. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. What is happening? The thought crossed all three demons' minds simultaneously. The Dragon King of the Jade Wave Pool was a great demon that had already transformed into a flood dragon. Once he fully transcended his tribulation, he could become a divine dragon. But such a powerful being was slapped to death? Does that mean this human is? Luo Tian, however, frowned slightly, seemingly a bit disappointed at how easily he had dispatched his opponent. Dead already? Never mind. Time to find the inner core. He immediately began searching through the wreckage for the Dragon King's inner core, completely ignoring the three demons' looks of utter shock and terror. At this moment, the body of the Dragon King of Bibbo Lake shattered in the air, with fragments of flesh and blood raining down, and severed limbs scattered around. Luo Tian's palm strike was fierce and terrifying. Suddenly, he turned, his cold gaze sweeping over the three demons behind him. The three demons felt their hearts tighten, almost screaming in fear. The Luo Tian before them had just effortlessly killed a demon king in the tribulation stage with a single palm strike. If they were to be struck, wouldn't they? "You three, come over here and find that guy's inner core for me," Luo Tian commanded coldly. "Yes," the three demons hurriedly responded, secretly relieved that they weren't Luo Tian's current target. The three demons immediately began searching the surroundings. Before long, the white snake lifted its head, its tail wrapped around a gray-white fragment. Sir, take a look at this." The white snake cautiously spoke. Luo Tian approached, his expression darkening. The fragment was a remnant of the dragon's inner core, with the rest nowhere to be found. "Didn't control my strength, shattered the inner core?" Luo Tian muttered angrily. "I was planning to use this core, but now there's just this broken piece, with most of the spiritual energy dissipated. Who would believe this is a fragment of a tribulation stage demon's core?" The three demons beside him could only lower their heads in silence. The Dragon King of Bibbo Lake was no weakling. In this realm, it was a quasi-divine beast, capable of dominating the Tian Shuang nation. In an unknown fight, it had almost no rivals. Yet now, it was effortlessly killed by Luo Tian, who even mocked it as too weak. This only proved Luo Tian was too strong. "Sai, this core is useless now," Luo Tian mused, his gaze suddenly shifting to the three demons. "Are you three local demons here?" The three demons nodded in unison. "Yes." "Do you know where I can find spiritual herbs or minerals around here?" Luo Tian continued. "Yes, of course," the white snake quickly replied. Luo Tian nodded. "Good. I'll give you half an hour to find as many spiritual herbs and minerals as possible. If you fail, you know the consequences." "Yes," the three demons answered tremblingly, turning to run off into the distance. Only when they were out of sight did they dare to relax a little. The black tiger glanced back, still trembling slightly. "Damn, I really thought I was dead this time. Is that guy even human? How can he be so strong?" The white snake wiped its tears. "If he really is human, that's terrifying." Huoming frowned, dissatisfied. "It doesn't matter if he's human or not. We need to think about what to do." The black tiger looked at them, speaking in a low voice. "What else can we do? We have to do what he says. But just the three of us, gathering enough spiritual herbs and minerals in such a short time is nearly impossible." The white snake's eyes lit up. "That's easy. We can command the beasts in the mountains to help us search." "Exactly, that's the idea." Huoming clapped. "Mobilize all the beasts in the mountains to search." The black tiger suddenly remembered something, raising its eyebrows urgently. "Wait, there's one more thing to be especially careful of. Tell your subordinates not to kill those humans undergoing the trials." The white snake suddenly realized, nodding. Right. If this guy is human, and he's with those undergoing trials, killing his companions would cause trouble for us. Huoming added. Exactly, we can take their things, but absolutely no killing. The three demons agreed and immediately split up to organize the search with the mountain beasts. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Luo Tian gently tapped a rock, creating a crack, then stretched lazily. He smiled slightly to himself. With these guys helping, I don't need to search myself. Half an hour is plenty. I'll take a nap first. With that, he lay down on a large stone, closed his eyes, and soon soft snores could be heard. Outside the mountains, a figure suddenly sped by, swift as the wind, heading towards an unknown destination. Master Zhou, you finally arrived. The person in charge of the Tianshuang martial tournament breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the elderly man appear. This was none other than Master Zhou, the esteemed ancestor of the Tianshuang kingdom and a powerful cultivator at the Tribulation Crossing stage. Moments ago, a formidable aura had emanated from deep within the Haifeng mountain range, causing everyone present to tremble with fear. They could clearly sense the overwhelming power of the aura's owner, far beyond their ability to handle. Now, with Master Zhou present, everyone felt slightly more at ease. Master Zhou's expression was serious as he nodded slightly. Has there been any other movement from that guy? A person nearby quickly explained. No. After the initial surge of aura, there has been no further action. Moreover, just now, his aura completely disappeared. We originally considered ending the assessment immediately and evacuating all participants, but we were worried that might provoke the entity inside, so we held off for now. Master Zhou nodded. Your judgment was correct. If you had acted rashly before I arrived, it might have indeed provoked that scoundrel. That scoundrel? Who are you referring to? Someone asked, puzzled. That guy calls himself the Dragon King of the Luo Tian, Master Zhou said with evident disdain in his voice. What? It's him? Someone exclaimed, while others looked confused. Senior brother, isn't the Dragon King of the Luo Tian a legendary figure? A younger elder asked. Master Zhou glanced around at everyone, his voice calm but laced with a hint of killing intent. In ancient times, there was indeed a Dragon King from the Luo Tian. That Dragon King not only refrained from slaughtering humans, but also protected the realm and its people, earning great respect. Later, the Dragon King left the Luo Tian, which became a domain of the demon race. He paused, frowning deeply. Years ago, a serpent demon emerged from the Luo Tian, cruel and bloodthirsty, yet eager to become a dragon, arrogantly naming itself the Dragon King of the Luo Tian. Since appearing, it has committed numerous atrocities. Over the years, I've tried to kill it over a dozen times, but that creature is adept at escaping, always managing to get away. This time, judging by its aura earlier, it seems to have crossed a heavenly tribulation and transformed into a flood dragon. What? If that's the case, wouldn't that mean? Someone said, their face turning pale and voice trembling. Master Zhou shook his head calmly. No need to worry. Even if it has reached the Tribulation Crossing stage, it has only just begun. Even if it were a divine beast, I could still handle it. But I am curious, after going through so much trouble to lure me here, when does it plan to make its move? He then turned to the crowd, his voice resolute. Spread the word. The Tianshuang martial tournament continues. A mere Dragon King of the Luo Tian isn't reason enough for the Tianshuang kingdom to halt the tournament. Yes. Everyone responded promptly, their fears greatly diminished with the kingdom's strongest protector there. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurried forward, kneeling on one knee. Report. Master Zhou, esteemed elders, there is movement among the beasts of the Haifeng Mountains. Movement? Have they arrived? What kind of movement? Master Zhou's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged man wore an odd expression. The tens of thousands of beasts in Haifeng Mountain are gathering herbs and mining. What? The statement left everyone in the room stunned. What is going on? Beasts gathering herbs and mining? An elder asked, incredulous. The middle-aged man nodded affirmatively. That's correct. It seems strange to me too, but that's the reality. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, and Master Zhou's frown deepened, a new level of seriousness flashing in his eyes. What is the Dragon King of Luo Tian up to? Elder Zhou was puzzled. Haven't they attacked the candidates of the Tianshuang martial arts competition? An elder couldn't help but ask. Well, they have, the person replied. See, I told you, it's those beasts making a move. Elder Zhou, let's go together, or those candidates will be in danger, the elder said urgently. But, the middle-aged man changed his tone and continued. Although those beasts have attacked the candidates, they only took spiritual herbs and minerals without harming anyone. Everyone was stunned. What was going on with the beasts? They were stealing herbs and minerals, but not killing anyone, which was baffling. Elder Zhou was full of questions too. He shook his head and said, I'll go take a look. With that, he disappeared swiftly into the forest. Thieves. You're all thieves. In the forest, a young girl crouched on the ground, her voice filled with helplessness and anger. In front of her, A dozen beasts were leisurely taking or carrying away the large amount of spiritual herbs and minerals she had painstakingly gathered, heading towards the deep mountains. These herbs and minerals were the fruits of her hard labor, almost costing her life. However, she had just been attacked by these beasts. Each of these beasts had the cultivation level of the transformational spirit realm, while she was alone. She had thought she was certainly going to die, but surprisingly, the beasts didn't kill her. They only gave her a harsh beating and took her gathered items before leaving. This made her even more furious. Those were things she had collected with her own hands and rightfully belonged to her, yet they were taken by these beasts. However, her anger was of no use now. Just as she was feeling desperate, whoosh, a cold wind blew, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Following the sound of crack, crack, the beasts were all frozen in place, unable to move. The girl was stunned and looked up to see a stunning young woman descending slowly from an ancient tree. She was dressed in white, like a snow fairy, and the cold around her grew even more intense. Are you Xue Linglong? The girl asked in shock. The young woman before her was indeed Xue Linglong, one of the top contenders in this Tianshuang martial arts competition. Xue Linglong glanced at her, and then unceremoniously took back the spiritual herbs and minerals from the beasts, tossing them back to the girl. Go back. There's something strange about the Haifeng Mountains right now. With your strength, you can't handle it. These herbs and minerals should help you advance to the next round. Her appearance was ethereal, and her voice was like a clear silver bell, making the girl's heart race. The girl blushed and nodded slightly, then hurriedly left, continuously looking back as she walked. Even after a long while, her heart was still pounding as she murmured to herself, what a Xue Linglong. No wonder my senior brothers are so enamored with her. Even I, as a girl, can't help but like her. After sending the girl away, Xue Linglong's gaze turned towards a distant valley. She muttered softly, it's over there. With a gentle step, a snow lotus appeared beneath her, carrying her swiftly like the wind. Though she hadn't reached the realm of flying, she possessed the ability to fly. Before long, she arrived at the valley. From afar, she saw an ancient tree swaying in the aura-filled environment, laden with spiritual fruits, each one emitting a dazzling light. Xue Linglong chuckled softly. Water spirit fruit. With this, I can advance. She reached out to pluck it. However, at that moment, if you don't want to die, stay away from that fruit. A cold voice came from behind her. Xue Linglong turned her head, and behind her, about 100 feet away, lay a giant white snake coiled up. It was over 100 feet long, its body covered in glistening scales, and its eyes gleamed coldly as they fixed on her. Xue Linglong instantly sensed the creature's power. Aerial realm. The white snake snorted, good that you know. I don't want to make things difficult for you, so leave. Leave. A smile played on Xue Linglong's lips. That's not possible. I've been looking for you. What? The white snake hadn't expected that answer. Before it could react, Xue Linglong struck. With a flick of her wrist, a dozen icy spikes shot through the air. The white snake sneered. Little girl, you have some nerve. Its tail swept across, shattering the ice spikes effortlessly. But that was just the beginning. Xue Linglong's fingers danced as endless snow and wind poured forth. Snowstorm. Not to be outdone, the white snake spewed a cloud of black mist. The two forces collided with a thunderous explosion. As the storm dissipated, the white snake surged forward, aiming straight for Xue Linglong. Impressive for an aerial realm beast, Xue Linglong muttered, forming a dozen ice swords by her side. Ice sword wheel. The ice swords whistled toward the white snake, but they shattered upon impact. The difference in power was too great. Even when they hit, they left only minor scratches on the snake. Not bad, little girl, but you're still not my match. The white snake was closing in. Xue Linglong's expression hardened. Looks like I need to get serious. She clasped her hands together, and her energy surged. In an instant, a world of ice and snow unfolded behind her. Freeze for 3,000 miles. A terrifying chill swept the area, freezing everything in its path. The white snake realized the danger too late, as its entire body was encased in ice. After using this technique, Xue Linglong's face turned pale and her breath was unsteady. The energy cost is too high. I'm still not strong enough, she panted, then turned to pluck a spiritual fruit from an ancient tree. Just then, a violent surge of energy came from behind her. The ice-encased white snake glowed red, like molten lava, its energy rising rapidly. The ice cracked and finally exploded. You're burning your inner core? Xue Linglong exclaimed. Is it worth depleting your energy and lifespan for a single spiritual fruit? The white snake panted heavily. I have no choice. It's the master's order. This fruit belongs to the master. The master? Who is that? Stop talking. Leave the fruit behind. The white snake, filled with rage, lunged at Xue Linglong once more. This attack, in terms of momentum, power, and speed, was several times more ferocious than before, as if it intended to tear her to shreds. Damn it! Xue Linglong's expression changed drastically. Without much thought, she turned and fled. She clearly remembered that she was already at a disadvantage in their previous clash. Now, With the white snake burning its inner core, fighting it heat-in would be suicidal. She dared not linger, transforming into a streak of light, darting through mountains and cliffs, covering several miles in one breath before finally stopping to catch her breath when she felt a bit steadier. Looking back, the mountains were now at the edge of her vision, and the white snake's presence was nowhere to be found. She let out a sigh of relief, though her forehead was still dotted with cold sweat, and her heart remained uneasy. Thankfully, it didn't chase after me. Beasts at the sky realm are truly terrifying, especially when they're crazed and burning their inner core. Yet, her mind lingered on the white snake's mention before it left that master. A single command could make a sky realm beast burn its lifespan and cultivation for a mere fruit. She frowned in thought. Who exactly is this so-called master that the white snake fears so much? Could it be an ancient beast? That seems likely. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. If it truly is an ancient beast, then what is its purpose? Could it be targeting our Tianshuang kingdom? She gritted her teeth, her gaze firm. Once I return, I must report to my master immediately and have her notify the Tianshuang kingdom's leaders might be facing a powerful, ruthless, bloodthirsty ancient beast. Shui Linglong's heart was heavy with worry. Meanwhile, a few hundred miles away, Luo Tian sneezed loudly on a large green rock. Huh? What's going on? He rubbed his nose, muttering, "Did I catch a cold? That's impossible, given my constitution." Unable to figure it out, he simply turned over and continued to sleep soundly. On the other side, Shui Linglong looked at the spirit fruit in her hand, her brow furrowed even tighter. Damn, I only managed to get one, and it's not nearly enough. She muttered to herself, her expression anxious. Those two guys, they should have gathered quite a few spiritual herbs by now, right? The images of Mo Sha and Feng Feiyang flashed in her mind, her eyes darkening. Meanwhile, outside a cave, Mo Sha was whistling with excitement, facing a double-winged black tiger with a formidable build and a menacing Aura sky realm beast. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. What luck! If I kill you and take your inner core, I'll surely be the top candidate in this assessment. He stepped forward, his figure transforming into lightning, charging straight at the black tiger. Elsewhere, above a vast, bottomless abyss, Huaming hovered, flames burning atop his head, his eyes blazing as he looked at Feng Feiyang, who was flying in on a sword, and grinned. "Oh, you can fly on a sword at the spirit realm? Seems you're not weak." Feng Feiyang remained expressionless, staring coldly at him, his eyes sharp as swords. He suddenly drew the long sword from his back, pointing its tip at Huaming, his fighting spirit surging, ready to ignite at any moment. In the next instant, two battlefields erupted into fierce combat almost simultaneously. High in the sky, a figure quietly floated above the clouds, observing everything below. It was Elder Zhou. His gaze swept over Shui Linglong, Mo Sha, and Feng Feiyang, his eyes steady and profound. The little girl from Qixua Palace, the young demon from Wumeling, and this Feng Feiyang. Elder Zhou murmured. These three are undoubtedly the most outstanding young talents of the year, far surpassing the others. An elder beside him bowed and agreed. Elder Zhou is right. If these three can grow smoothly, they have great hope of breaking through to the tribulation realm in the future. Everyone was taken aback by these words. Who was Elder Zhou? Such high praise from him indicated how extraordinary these three were. However, Elder Zhou suddenly furrowed his brows, shifting his gaze to a distant large green rock, letting out a soft "Hmm? Who is that?" An elder followed his gaze and frowned. Him? He's from Yefeng Kingdom. I even encouraged him to participate in the assessment. But unfortunately, he's not up to the task, and now he's just sleeping. Ah, let him be. Elder Zhou shook his head with a sigh. He's not from our Tianshuang kingdom anyway. Yes. Elder Zhou turned his attention back to the two battlefields, pondering for a moment before speaking slowly. These three are strong, but defeating a sky realm beast is still too early for them. Following his gaze, everyone saw that the situation on the battlefield had indeed changed, the battle becoming tense and precarious. In front of the cave, Mosa was drenched in blood, with crimson droplets falling from his arms to the ground. Opposite him, the black tiger bore a few wounds as well, but it was clear that Mosa was much more severely injured. What immense power! It seems I'm still not enough. Mosa panted heavily, yet there was an excited smile on his face, and his eyes glimmered with the passion for battle. The black tiger gazed at him, a hint of admiration in its eyes. To hold out this long is quite impressive. After all, I'm at the 9th level of the Yukong realm, a whole realm ahead of you. Hearing the praise, Mosa chuckled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You've been through the Tian Shuang martial contest many times, haven't you? The black tiger nodded slightly, its gaze deep and thoughtful. Mosa pressed on, a hint of confidence in his voice. From what you've seen, am I the strongest among all the contestants in the history of the Tian Shuang martial contest? The strongest. The black tiger paused, then sneered. You're far from it. Mosa's expression froze, his excitement quickly turning to dissatisfaction. he demanded sharply. Then tell me, who is stronger than me? A figure flashed in the black tiger's mind, and it replied with certainty. In the current Hafeng mountain range, there's someone far stronger than you. Now, Mosa was taken aback, frowning. Is the person you're talking about a man or a woman? A man, of course, the black tiger answered. Mosa's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, Feng Feiyong, could you be that strong? In his view, only Feng Feiyong and Xue Linglong could compare to him in the entire Tian Shuang martial contest. Since the black tiger mentioned a man, it must be Feng Feiyong. Meanwhile, above the abyss, Feng Feiyong struggled to fly with his sword, his clothes soaked with sweat. He looked at Huang Ming in disbelief, his voice filled with shock. Are you saying there's a young man much stronger than me? Clearly, Feng Feiyong had asked a similar question. Yes, that's right. Much stronger. Huang Ming's tone was calm, but his words were like hammers. Feng Feiyong gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness, his fists clenched. Mosa, he paused, then finally relaxed his grip. Forget it. Killing you would bring too much trouble. You can leave. And don't even think about the spirit fruits here. Huang Ming waved dismissively, signaling Feng Feiyong to leave. Although reluctant, with eyes flickering with unwillingness, Feng Feiyong turned and left. After all, dealing with a Yukong realm beast was still too much for him. Similarly, Mosa chose to leave after realizing he couldn't defeat the black tiger. He cast one last glance at the black tiger before turning into the dense forest. If he wasted too much time here, what would happen to the Tian Shuang martial contest? On a distant mountaintop, an elder stood beside Elder Zhou, watching the departing contestants. Elder Zhou, what do you think? Elder Zhou stroked his beard and replied calmly, not bad. He glanced around. All right, after these 3 battles, there's nothing much left to see. You all keep an eye on things here. I need to continue searching for the Dragon King of the Baibo Pond. I don't believe that creature lured me here without another plan. Yes, several elders responded in unison, spreading out. Then, Elder Zhou's figure flickered, and like a streak of light, he disappeared into the forest. Elsewhere, near a large boulder, 4 young people moved cautiously through the forest, their steps light and eyes alert. Brother Zhao, look, it's that kid. Suddenly, one of the youths pointed at the boulder, a hint of excitement in his eyes. The person next to him followed his gaze and saw Luo Tian resting on the boulder, hands behind his head, eyes closed. Is it that kid? The leading youth sneered. Seems like we found him without much effort after all. Let's go. With that, the group quickly approached the boulder, standing in a line, looking down at Luo Tian. Hey, kid, you seem relaxed. Get up, the leading youth ordered coldly. Luo Tian, drowsy, awoke to the voices, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at them with a hint of displeasure. Heh, kid, remember me? The leading youth asked coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. Luo Tian glanced at him dismissively and waved his hand. Who are you? Get lost. The youth was taken aback, his face darkening with anger. Kid, are you tired of living? Let me tell you, I'm Lu Wentao's brother. You fool, you reckless trash from Yefeng Kingdom. How dare you provoke my brother Lu Wentao? The young man clenched his fists, a contemptuous smile on his face. When Bai Tianyu was by your side earlier, you were so arrogant, weren't you? Why aren't you so cocky now? Brother Zhao, why bother talking to him? Just chop off his head and present it to brother Lu Wentao. Another young man gripped his weapon, eager to act. The young man named Zhao raised his hand to stop his companion, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Don't rush. Killing him outright would be too easy. I want to torment him properly to vent brother Lu's anger. At these words, the people around them let out chilling laughter. Zhao stared at Luo Tian, a smirk on his lips. So kid, are you scared now? Luo Tian looked at them with an expression akin to watching fools. I say, shouldn't you take a look behind you? Humph. Kid, you think you can trick me into turning around so you can attack or escape? Such a cheap trick won't work on me. Zhao scoffed. Just then, his companion behind him tugged at his sleeve, his voice trembling. Brother Zhao, you really should look back. What are you looking at? You're out of your mind. Zhao turned to scold, but his words stopped abruptly. A massive white snake loomed over them, its cold gaze fixed on them, its tongue flickering ominously. Behind the white snake, dozens of snake demons and other beasts were neatly lined up. On the other side, a majestic black tiger led a group of beasts, advancing slowly. In the air, a strange bird with flames atop its head swooped down with countless other birds, completely sealing off any escape routes. These beasts, how? Zhao's face turned pale as he swallowed hard, forcing a sycophantic smile. Everyone, I'm a native of Tianshuang Kingdom. If you harm me, my people won't let it go. Look, he's the outsider from Yefeng Kingdom. Kill him, and no one will pursue it, so why not? However, the beasts ignored him. The white snake flicked its tail, leading the group of demons to bow deeply to Luo Tian. Greetings, my lord. Seeing the myriad of beasts bowing, Luo Tian felt a bit dazed. Why does this feel like they're greeting the Dragon King? Is this where I'm supposed to give a crooked smile? The young men were completely dumbfounded, the leader pointing at Luo Tian, his voice trembling. You colluded with the demon clan? Luo Tian glanced at them, shaking his head helplessly. Take care of these guys. They're an eyesore. Yes. Hua Ming was the first to act, instantly incinerating the young men to ashes with a fierce blaze, leaving them no time to scream. Isn't living a good life enough? Why seek death? Luo Tian sighed. At this moment, the beast had already piled the collected spiritual herbs and minerals in front of Luo Tian. My lord, these are the spiritual herbs and minerals you requested. If it's not enough, please give us more time, and we'll gather more. The three leading demons watched Luo Tian cautiously, their eyes filled with anxiety. They were afraid that Luo Tian might find the spiritual herbs and minerals insufficient and destroy them in a fit of anger. Luo Tian turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the mountains of spiritual herbs and minerals, and he slightly furrowed his brow. This subtle change in expression made the three demons tremble all over, nearly scaring them out of their wits. The white snake demon quickly stepped forward, his voice trembling. Master, if it's not enough, we'll immediately gather more. Luo Tian shook his head. No need, there's not enough time. This will do. With that, he waved his hand and stored everything into his spatial ring. You've worked hard, we'll be going now. Once Luo Tian's figure completely vanished from sight, the three demons collapsed onto the ground almost simultaneously, gasping for air. Damn, I thought I was done for. Me too, that was terrifying. I'm moving out of the Blackwind Mountains tomorrow. I can't stay here, they exclaimed one after another. Meanwhile, Luo Tian walked calmly toward the entrance of the mountain range. However, just then, a pitiful cry and curses reached his ears. You bunch of heartless creatures, what did I ever do to you? Recognizing the familiar voice, Luo Tian followed the sound. Turning past a thicket, he saw Lin Xiaoran sitting under a large tree, his face bruised and swollen, crying and cursing in a pathetic state. What are you doing? Luo Tian asked, standing nearby. Lin Xiaoran looked up at the sound, and upon recognizing Luo Tian, he rushed over like he'd found a lifeline. Young Master Luo Tian, I finally found you, he said, bursting into tears again, his face a mess of tears and snot. Hey, don't wipe your snot on me, or I'll smack you away, Luo Tian said disdainfully. Swish. Lin Xiaoran let go of Luo Tian as if electrocuted, but continued to sob. What happened? Luo Tian asked with a raised eyebrow. While wiping his tears, Lin Xiaoran recounted his woes in a broken voice. After entering the mountains, I was careful and managed to find some spiritual herbs. But then someone targeted me, beat me up, and took half of my herbs. He sniffed and continued. I thought it was okay. At least I had half left, and maybe I could gather enough to pass the assessment. But before I could go far, a group of monsters spotted me. These brutes beat me up and took all my herbs. That's it? Luo Tian asked. Lin Xiaoran shook his head vigorously. If it were just that, I wouldn't be crying. But after that, I ran into 7 more groups of monsters. Each time, they beat me up, searched my stuff, found no herbs, and beat me again. I got beaten nearly 20 times in total. His voice choked as he pointed to his bruised face. And after beating me, these monsters spat on me, calling me poor. What did I ever do to deserve this? Hearing this, Luo Tian felt sorry for Lin Xiaoran. This guy had incredibly bad luck. Lin Xiaoran continued to lament. I don't know what got into the monsters of the Blackwind Mountains today. Usually, they hide in their lairs, but today, they all came out as if following some heartless jerk's orders. Luo Tian, hearing this, smacked Lin Xiaoran on the head without hesitation. Ow, why did you hit me? Lin Xiaoran asked, clutching the back of his head, feeling wronged. Luo Tian looked at him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Because you deserved it. Those monsters were following my orders. What? What? Lin Xiaoran blinked, not comprehending at first, his eyes wide with shock. Luo Tian waved his hand, piling up all the spiritual herbs and minerals the monsters gathered in front of them, forming a small mountain. I found it troublesome, so I had the monsters gather them for me. Look at all these things. They should be enough to pass the assessment, right? Luo Tian asked, observing Lin Xiaoran's stunned expression. Lin Xiaoran heard Luo Tian's words, and a strange expression appeared on his face as he looked at him. Luo Tian frowned and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Is it not enough? Lin Xiaoran sneered dismissively. Are you kidding? Of course it's enough. I know that in the last assessment at Hafeng Mountain Range, all the herbs and ores collected by the candidates combined didn't even make up 1/10 of what you have. So do you think it's enough? Luo Tian nodded in agreement. I see, that's good then. However, Lin Xiaoran suddenly looked at Luo Tian with anticipation, his eyes sparkling with some emotion. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow and chuckled. All right, if you want something, just pick a few. Lin Xiaoran became excited, slapped his thigh, and his eyes lit up. Luo Tian, from now on, you're like a brother to me. No, a father. Luo Tian waved his hand impatiently. Forget it, I don't want to suddenly have a son like you. Lin Xiaoran chuckled. It's fine, we'll each call it our own way. I'll call you dad, and you call me bro. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian kicked him, sending Lin Xiaoran flying. Ouch, I was wrong, bro. Lin Xiaoran laughed bitterly, holding his head. He finally picked dozens of items from Luo Tian's pile of herbs and walked out satisfied, his eyes shining. Great. These should be enough to get me through the second round. The two of them set off together, encountering several candidates attempting to snatch herbs along the way, but they were all sent flying by Luo Tian's imposing presence before getting close. Soon, they reached the end of the assessment. By this time, many candidates had already returned, and the air was filled with a sense of frustration and exhaustion. Damn it, have the beasts in Hafeng Mountain Range gone mad? They chased me for miles just for one herb. Huh, you're nothing. I heard even Mo Sha and Feng Feiyang got injured by the beasts. What? Even them? What about Shui Linglong? Shui Linglong wasn't hurt, but she didn't have it easy either. Damn, what is Tianchuan country doing? The assessment is so tough this year, who can pass? Several people complained, their voices filled with discussion. Meanwhile, Bai Tianyu and Han Wenzhou had returned as well. Their first reaction upon seeing Luo Tian and Lin Xiaoran was surprise. Brother Luo Tian, Lin Xiaoran, who beat you up? You look terrible, Bai Tianyu asked, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lin Xiaoran pulled a long face and briefly recounted his earlier experience. After hearing his story, the two couldn't help but laugh. So how did you guys do? Lin Xiaoran asked. The two exchanged a glance, and Han Wenzhou said, we were lucky. As soon as we entered the mountain, we found a group to work with, so passing the assessment shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xiaoran shook his head, looking rather frustrated. Damn it. Why am I the only unlucky one? As they were talking, Lu Wentao approached with a few others. Well, a bunch of losers huddling together for warmth. I can't believe you all made it out alive. But as for the Tianchuan martial arts competition, this is where it ends for you. Lu Wentao sneered, his gaze lingering on Luo Tian. Bai Tianyu chuckled coldly, his eyes sharp. Lu Wentao, I sincerely suggest you keep your mouth shut, or you won't even know how you died. Lu Wentao was taken aback, a flash of anger in his eyes. You. Just as the tension was rising, a senior suddenly called out loudly. Everyone, come here quickly to submit your herbs and ores. Hearing this, Lu Wentao glanced at Bai Tianyu, snorted. Bai Tianyu, just you wait and see. With that, he turned and left with his group. Soon, everyone lined up to submit their herbs, and the atmosphere grew more serious. Before the assessment started, the Hafeng Mountain Range had been enhanced with a formation, meaning all herbs and ores collected by the candidates were imbued with the formation's aura. This meant pre-prepared herbs and ores were useless, and everyone's score depended entirely on what they gathered on site. Zhao Wuming, 1 third-grade herb, 2 second-grade herbs, 5 first-grade herbs, total score of 125. Qian Wu Chang, 1 second-grade herb, 1 first-grade, or total score of 11. The elder responsible for scoring looked at the results in front of him, frowning. Why are this year's scores so low? Haha, these losers, poor scores are to be expected, right? Elder, take a look at mine. In the crowd, Lu Wentao spoke arrogantly, his tone full of provocation. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Wentao swaggered up to the elder. With an arrogant expression, he retrieved spiritual herbs from his spatial ring and arranged them neatly. 13 third-grade herbs, 21 second-grade herbs, and 182 first-grade herbs. The elder intoned solemnly as his eyes swept over the collection. Total points, 1,692. A deafening uproar erupted around them as the score landed like a heavy hammer. Compared to those who had gone before, Lu Wentao's score was significantly higher, especially with the number of third-grade herbs, leaving the onlookers feeling inadequate. Beside Luo Tian, Lin Xiaoran and Bai Tianyu both showed disdainful expressions. What a shameless person, Lin Xiaoran remarked coldly. Huh? Why do you say that? Luo Tian asked, puzzled. Lin Xiaoran snorted. Lu Wentao does have some skill, but most of those herbs weren't picked by him personally. Look at those sidekicks of his, Bai Tianyu added. They're all paid by his family. Most of those herbs were found by them, but credited to Lu Wentao. His family, the Lu family, is the wealthiest in the Tianshuang kingdom. As they spoke, Lu Wentao turned around, looking at Luo Tian's group with contempt. See that? This is the difference between a genius and a loser. You'll never achieve what I have. His followers immediately chimed in with flattery, each trying to outdo the other. Brother Lu achieved such a feat despite the difficulty of this year's assessment. Aside from Feng Feiyang and the other two, Brother Lu is the strongest. What do you mean aside from those three? I think Brother Lu's strength is more than a match for them. These sycophantic words made Luo Tian frown. I really want to smack him, he muttered through gritted teeth. Brother, calm down. Lin Xiaoran and the others quickly advised in low voices. This is about the ranking in the Tianshuang martial competition and the qualification for Sumi Mount. All right, next, the elder impatiently urged. Several more people stepped forward, but their scores were all low. Each time someone reported a score, Lu Wentao's followers would mock them and then turn to praise Lu Wentao. Although the crowd was disgusted, they could only swallow their anger in the face of such an intimidating score. At that moment, a whoosh sound came from behind as three figures arrived. It's Shui Linglong and her group. The three strongest are finally making their grand entrance. Finally, let's see them put Lu Wentao in his place. He's absolutely insufferable. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and even the elder responsible for the points seemed eager. These three were undoubtedly the focal point of this year's Tian Shuang martial competition. Oh, so many people, huh? Masha scanned the crowd, his brow slightly furrowed, and his gaze carried a hint of scrutiny. Mo's brother, if you want, you can go ahead. I'll give you my spot, someone at the front eagerly shouted, their voice dripping with flattery. Snow Fairy, I'll give you my spot, another man shouted loudly, as if afraid others wouldn't hear. Huh, your spot is so far back, who needs it? Someone immediately mocked, then turned to Shui Linglong. Snow Fairy, I'll give you my spot, mine's closer to the front. Feng brother, you can come over to my spot. Several people at the front shouted, eager to not be left behind. Their reason for giving up their spots was simple. They wanted to take the opportunity to befriend these three and, more importantly, they found Lu Wentao extremely annoying and hoped someone could put a check on his arrogance. Shui Linglong glanced at Masha and Feng Feiyang, her voice cool. What do you two think? Masha squinted, a sharp glint in his eyes. I think it's fine. I'm also curious about your scores. As he spoke, his gaze was fixed intently on Feng Feiyang, almost as if trying to pierce through him. This guy, is he really that much stronger than me? I can't tell. Masha thought to himself, a flash of doubt crossing his eyes. Similarly, Feng Feiyang stared intensely at Masha, their gazes almost sparking in the air. Is he really, as the head beast said, capable of defeating me instantly? Damn it, Feng Feiyang pondered. Do those two have a grudge? Luo Tian, in the crowd at a distance, asked curiously, observing the tense standoff. Never heard of it. Lin Xiaoran replied, looking puzzled. Although Masha and Feng Feiyang had different paths, there was no known personal animosity between them. Yet, the hostility between them now far exceeded that of ordinary rivals, making people suspect there was more to the story. All right, let's go, Shui Linglong said calmly. The crowd parted to make way, and Shui Linglong walked to the front, retrieving a crystal-clear spirit fruit from her storage bag and handing it over. Only one spirit fruit. How come Snow Fairy spirit fruit is so few? The crowd looked on, their faces full of disappointment. The elder took the spirit fruit, examined it closely, and his eyes lit up. Shui Linglong, a 4th grade spirit fruit, total score of 1,000 points. What? A 4th grade spirit fruit? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. My goodness, I nearly risked my life to find a 3rd grade spirit fruit, and she found a 4th grade one. As expected of Snow Fairy, many male candidates were almost in a frenzy, their eyes shining with admiration. In contrast, the female candidates looked on with disdain. 8,000 points. With your ability, you must have more than that. Masha squinted, scrutinizing Shui Linglong. After all, this woman was also a formidable competitor on his path to victory. Shui Linglong replied expressionlessly. After getting the spirit fruit, I was investigating some things, which delayed me. Masha nodded. I see. Shui Linglong stepped aside, though her brow remained furrowed. That person, who exactly are they? This question haunted her like a nightmare. Next, the elder announced loudly. I'm here. Feng Feiyang stepped forward confidently, handing over his space ring. After a moment of inspection, the elder announced, 1 4th grade spiritual herb, 3 3rd grade spiritual herbs. Total score, 1,300 points. Wow, another 4th grade spiritual herb. As expected of Feng Feiyang, someone exclaimed in the crowd. Meanwhile, beside Lu Wentao, someone sneered. What kind of genius is he? In the end, isn't his score still lower than my Lu brothers? Exactly, my Lu brother is the true #1 genius. These sycophants continued to flatter, but everyone around them sneered, eyes full of disdain. At this moment, Masha stepped forward, his voice carrying a hint of pride. All right, take a look at mine. With that, he tossed his spoils directly onto the table. Instantly, exclamations of surprise swept through the crowd like a tidal wave. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.